Chapter 1. The Tang Princess with the Jade Bracelet. In the 7th year of the Jinyong era of the Tang Dynasty, during the month of June, a blazing sun hung high in the sky, resembling a colossal fireball, mercilessly unleashing its searing rays, scorching every inch of Chang'an City. The stone-paved streets radiated heat, as if they could fry an egg, while the trees lining the roadside drooped listlessly, their leaves wilting under the oppressive heat. Within the bustling city of Chang'an, a constant stream of people traversed the streets, with vendor shouts creating a vibrant cacophony. In the palace courtyard by the Tai Chi pool stood the Wanyan Pavilion. "Your Highness, please slow down, you might fall," cried Qinglan, a maid clad in a cerulean narrow-sleeved short robe and high-waisted long skirt, as she hurried behind. "Feudy, don't run. Come here quickly. They'll take you to see the butterflies." A little girl in a light blue sleeveless gown waved her chubby hands, calling out to the butterflies fluttering above the flower bushes. "Huh, I've caught you, little Feudy," she shouted with innocent glee. Like a lively little rabbit, the princess suddenly crouched down. Then she sprang up with a force akin to an arrow loose from a bow, dashing forward. "Ah!" Qinglan gasped, startled by this unexpected movement. Her eyes widened in terror as she watched the little princess hurtle toward the ground. Qinglan felt her heart leap to her throat. "Your Highness!" she cried out, her voice laced with fear and concern. She rushed forward, her mind solely focused on one thought: catch the princess. With all her might, she leaped forward. Her fingertips almost brushed the hem of the princess's garment. However, just as Qinglan reached the little princess, a resounding thud echoed. The princess had landed squarely on the ground. Qinglan stumbled, regaining her balance in shock. Her heart raced as she rushed to the little princess, who lay prone on the ground. In that instant, it felt as though her blood had frozen. She quickly approached, carefully lifting the little princess from the ground. "Your Highness, are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere?" she asked anxiously. The princess seemed unfazed by any pain. Her small face radiated a brilliant smile, and her large, sparkling eyes resembled two glistening gems. Joyfully, she held up the butterfly in her hands and said to Qinglan, "I'm fine. I caught a flower butterfly. Am I amazing or not?" Seeing the innocent smile of the little princess, the weight in Qinglan's heart finally lifted. She let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the princess had not been harmed. "You naughty child, are you being mischievous again?" A serene young lady in a pale, yellow palace gown approached. She was none other than the elder sister of Princess Jinyong, Princess Lizzie. "Greetings, Your Highness," Qinglan said, placing her hands together in a salute as she acknowledged her. "Sister, come play with me. Look, I just caught a flower butterfly. Isn't that wonderful?" The little girl exclaimed, beaming at her sister. "You just know how to play, and you're all sweaty," Lizzie remarked affectionately, ruffling the little prince's hair. "Come back to the palace and rest. Mother sent me to bring you a gift. Is it something delicious?" The little princess inquired eagerly, her mind immediately associating gifts with treats, tugging at her sister's hand. "Indeed, let's go back and see what it is," Lizzie replied. "All you think about is food," she chuckled helplessly. "Let me carry you." In the Jihuang Pavilion, within the inner chamber. "Sister, hurry and show me what it is." The little princess, just released by Lizzie, waved her chubby hands impatiently. Lizzie couldn't help but laugh at her sister's eagerness. She pinched the little girl's plump cheeks and said, "You little glutton, always thinking about food. This is not a snack." She gestured for a palace maid to bring forth an exquisite small box made of purple sandalwood. As the box opened, it revealed a soft, bright yellow silk lining, cradling a jade bracelet. This jade bracelet was not crafted from the finest white jade, but bore a subtle bluish-green hue, resembling the stillness of spring water. Its texture was smooth and cool to the touch, with a simple, ancient design. "Wow, so beautiful." The little princess' eyes sparkled, akin to stars. It was rare for her to show such intense interest in anything other than food. "Is it for me?" she asked, gazing up at her sister with anticipation. "Yes," Lizzie replied gently, as she took out the jade bracelet. "This was specially sought by Mother for you. It is said to calm the spirit and bring peace, ensuring that our little princess remains safe and healthy for many years to come." She carefully grasped the little prince's chubby wrist and gently slipped the bracelet onto it. The bracelet was slightly loose on her wrist accentuating her round, delicate hand. It's cool. So comfortable. The little princess joyfully waved her arms. The bracelet slid on her wrist, providing a refreshing sensation amidst the summer heat. She leaned down, curiously poking at the bluish-green patterns on the bracelet with her other small finger. Her mouth slightly agape, she was utterly captivated. At that moment, a tiny mosquito, having stealthily entered, buzzed around the little princess' fair arm, searching for a place to land. Feeling an itch on her arm, the little princess instinctively raised her hand. With a smack, she swatted at the spot where she had been bitten, perfectly landing on the inner side of her wrist where the jade bracelet rested. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, not from pain, but startled by her sudden action. Opening her palm, she noticed a minuscule trace of blood from the squash mosquito, just enough to stain the jade bracelet. Jinyong rushed forward to check. "Your Highness, have you been bitten? I shall fetch some ointment immediately." "It's just itchy," the little princess replied, shaking her hand, her attention quickly returning to the beautiful bracelet. Yet, the inner circle of the bracelet, now touched by the blood, flickered with an imperceptibly faint, fleeting white glow. This shimmer was so quick that even Li Lizzie and Jinyong, standing close by, failed to notice. The tiny bloodstain seemed to be absorbed by the jade bracelet, disappearing without a trace, leaving the jade still warm and smooth. The little princess felt a slight warmth where the bracelet touched her skin. Then, it returned to its coolness. She blinked her large eyes in confusion. This minor sensation was soon overshadowed by her excitement over her new toy. "Sister, I love it!" the little princess exclaimed, raising her wrist adorned with the jade bracelet and twirling in delight. Her light blue gown spun around her like a blossoming flower. Seeing her sister unharmed and joyful, Li Lizzie felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a smile, she cautioned, "As long as you like it, be careful not to bump or break it." She gently brushed the sweat-soaked hair from her sister's forehead. "After playing for a while, your little face has turned red. Let Jinyong help you wipe off the sweat, and then you can take a nap. He'll come back to see you when you wake up." The excitement from chasing butterflies faded. The little princess indeed felt a familiar heaviness of sleepiness wash over her. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she leaned her small arms around her sister's neck. Resting her head on her shoulder, she softly replied, I'm a bit drowsy. Sister, please hold me." Li Lizzie felt her heart melt. She gently cradled her younger sister, savoring the warmth and the scent of milk emanating from her tiny body. She instructed Jinyong, "Attend to the prince's rest diligently. If he awakens and inquires after me, tell him I have gone to the Hall of Governance." "Understood, my lady," Jinyong replied respectfully. Li Lizzie entrusted the little princess to Jinyong. She tenderly adjusted her sister's hair before departing with the palace maid. Jinyong returned to the inner chamber, settling beside the sleeping couch with the little princess in her arms. Using a warm, damp cloth, she meticulously wiped the beads of sweat from the prince's delicate face and neck. The little princess remained in a dreamy haze, her eyes half closed. Her tiny lips were slightly pursed, allowing Jinyong to manage her with ease. Her soft little body felt like a gentle bundle. Once cleaned, she donned a soft nightgown. Jinyong gently placed the little princess upon the couch. With a soft murmur, the little princess turned on her side, instinctively curling up like a kitten that had found its cozy nest. "Rest easy. Your Highness, I shall guard your slumber right here," Jinyong said, taking a seat on a low stool beside the couch. She picked up a delicate silk fan and began to fan the little princess rhythmically, dispelling the last traces of summer's warmth. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it the faint, soothing fragrance from the incense burner within the chamber. The little princess' long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings for a brief moment before finally coming to rest. Her breathing grew steady and deep, lulling her into a sweet dreamland. The small hand adorned with a jade bracelet gradually relaxed, falling to her side. The chamber was enveloped in tranquility, the only sounds being the soft swish of the fan and the gentle breaths of the little princess. Jinyong gazed at the serene visage of the princess and exhaled a sigh of relief. She continued to fan gently, safeguarding this moment of peace. Chapter 2. A sudden arrival of a darling child, the little princess of the Tang Dynasty. In the blue planet, Great Xia, June 2025 in Yingzhou City. In the depths of a vast estate's basement, upon entering, one's gaze is immediately captured by the dance of light. The soft silver-white walls, floor, and ceiling emanate a gentle luminescence, forming a pristine canvas. Upon this canvas, colorful phantoms silently flow, construct, and transform. Approaching the operational area, several translucent, undulating light screens stand quietly, displaying a cascade of data streams and rotating geometric models. They possess no borders, no physical supports, resembling windows of light solidified in the air. Light and shadow intertwine, imparting a strong sense of futurism. Glowing maps and shimmering screens float in midair. Ling Yun held the Tang Dynasty jade bracelet he had acquired at a recent Sotheby's auction, absent-mindedly toying with it, as he murmured to himself, "May, how about transforming this bracelet into a storage bracelet? Your idea presents quite a challenge, Master. We can certainly attempt it." A gentle voice resonated in the space. "Excellent. Scan it and devise a modification plan," Ling Yun said, a smile gracing his lips as he placed the jade bracelet on the central console. Scanning initiated. Delicate blue beams enveloped the bracelet, and nearby floating screens flickered to life. One screen revealed the intricate, river-like patterns inside the bracelet, while another simulated the safe embedding of a silver cube spatial compression module within the bracelet. Scan complete, Mice voice announced. The internal patterns of the bracelet are quite unique. They appear inherently suited for energy guidance, making them excellent for modification. Direct embedding carries risks, with a success rate of approximately 70%. 70%? That's sufficient, Ling Yun replied confidently. Prepare the stabilizing force field and guidance device. Let us commence. A steady, ethereal blue beam descended, lifting the jade bracelet into the air. Simultaneously, a walnut-sized silver cube was also raised by an unseen force, hovering above the bracelet. Step 1. Connect. Ling Yun focused intently, manipulating the controls in midair. A slender blue light extended from the silver cube, delicately reaching towards a specific point on the bracelet surface. Energy reaction intensifying. Exercise caution. May warned. Perhaps it was the faint interference from the energy hum, or merely an instinctual reaction born of tension. But he inadvertently slid his right index finger down slightly on the controller. A faint sting pricked his fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood quietly oozed out, tracing a small arc through the glow of the force field drip. The vibrant red droplet, illuminated by the force field's glow, broke free from his fingertip. It plummeted precisely onto the dazzling, trembling surface of the jade bracelet below. Time seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. The emerald light within the bracelet flared up, becoming blinding and chaotic. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, sending forth violent ripples. An invisible, potent energy field surged outward from the bracelet. Warning: unknown energy interference. Spatial anchor point disrupted. May's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. The force field energy burst forth, and Ling Yun raised his hand to shield his eyes. The emerald light flickered and vanished, half of it flowing into his body, while the other half returned to the bracelet. Did I fail? The reaction was so intense. He murmured, staring at the bracelet resting quietly on the workstation. Scanning. Scan complete. Modification successful. However, an unknown energy persists, unable to be analyzed or dismantled, May reported. Unknown. New element? Or the chaotic energy medium from earlier? Ling Yun pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Qinglan, what has happened? How adorable. While deep in thought, Ling Yun was suddenly startled by a soft babble from behind him. He turned slowly, following the sound of the sweet, infantile voice. There, seated on his cool, glossy metallic floor, was a cherubic child of about 3 years, her tiny, fair feet bare. She wore a delicate, pale lotus-hued silk nightgown, clearly out of place in this era, yet charmingly archaic. As Ling Yun beheld this exquisite child, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting, a singular thought raced through his mind. My goodness, how utterly adorable. Where am I, little one? Who are you? The child asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes, appearing still half asleep. Regaining his composure, Ling Yun replied, This is my home, dear little one. How did you come here? I was asleep. I woke up here after a nap, the child chattered innocently. And what is your name, sweet child? The floor is cold, may I hold you? Ling Yun approached and gently lifted the little cherub. My name is Shiji. My big name is Yimingda. The little one gazed up with wide, innocent eyes, earnestly responding despite her unclear speech. Shizi, Yimingda, what kind-hearted family gave such names? Ling Yun, bewildered, looked at the child who was now curiously observing her surroundings. May, scan her features and analyze her speech. I do not comprehend. Ling Yun, observing the clearly out-of-time child in his arms, decisively entrusted the dilemma to the AI caretaker. Command confirmed, Master. initiating comprehensive biometric scan and language pattern analysis. Mai's gentle voice resonated throughout the laboratory, soft yet clear. At that moment, the little creature nestled in Ling Yun's embrace abruptly ceased its restless gazing. With a swift motion, it turned its tiny head, fixating its clear, curious eyes upon Ling Yun, brimming with innocent wonder and a hint of perplexity. It extended its chubby little finger, first pointing at Ling Yun, then gesturing toward the empty ceiling above. Where the voice of the ethereal Mia echoed from all directions, and in a sweet, childlike tone, it inquired, "Little Ling, who are you conversing with? Why can't I see them? Is there a beautiful elder sister playing hide and seek with you?" As it posed the question, it wriggled its small body, attempting to peer behind Ling Yun or beyond the luminous screens in search of the talking beautiful sister. Its little face alight with eager anticipation of the answer. Ling Yun felt a sudden stiffness seize his body. Oh no, he had completely forgotten that this little one could hear Mia's voice too. How could he possibly explain the concept of an omnipresent artificial intelligence steward to a mere child? Gazing into the little creature's bright, inquisitive eyes, Ling Yun sensed his mental faculties racing to keep pace. He opened his mouth, endeavoring to provide an explanation that might resonate with her understanding. Well, her name is Mia, and she's my little spirit steward." "Really?" The little creature's eyes instantly sparkled with awe, her mouth forming a perfect O, filled with wonder and longing. "Is she like the ones in the tales told by my mother? Can she cast spells like the elder sister in the stories?" Clearly, she had associated Mia with the mythical being she had heard about. Yes, something like that. She's a spell-casting spirit sister." Ling Yun nodded, feeling his ability to charm the child with tales was rapidly improving. "Wow, amazing!" the little creature exclaimed, her face aglow with admiration, momentarily setting aside her quest to locate the spirit sister. At that precise moment, her stomach emitted an untimely gurgle. She glanced down at her soft little belly, then looked back up at Ling Yun, her lips pouting slightly, a hint of plaintiveness in her voice. "Little Ling, can the sister conjure up something delicious to eat? My tummy is rather hungry." Chapter 3. The little princess observes cats and mice at this moment. The analytical results from Mio were silently displayed upon Ling Yun's retinal projection. The target's identity was highly likely to match. Li Mingda, nickname, Zizi, the legitimate daughter of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, Princess of Jinyong. This conclusion was drawn based on attire patterns, jade bracelet designs, linguistic characteristics, skeletal age, and trace biological residue of ancient environmental particles. Language pattern analysis, infant language big data analysis. The great name is called with great significance. The full name is Li Mingda, and the nickname is Zizi. Little gentleman. Little lord, that is how one addresses you. Gazing at the image of Princess Jinyong, Li Shimin, and Empress Changsun rolling across the retinal display, Ling Yun glanced down at the small creature in his arms, who was clutching her belly, eagerly awaiting the fairy sister to conjure delectable treats. He felt as though his worldview had been refreshed once more. He himself had been thrust from Earth and reborn into this parallel dimension known as Blue Star. Now, with the arrival of a Tang Dynasty little princess crossing into his realm, he took a deep breath. Perhaps this was a celestial compensation for him. Such an adorable little cherub was far more delightful than the hyperdimensional cyber technology that accompanied his rebirth. "Little gentleman, why aren't you responding? I'm so hungry." The small bundle of joy stared intently without receiving a reply, her eyes brimming with tears as she timidly spoke. "Oh dear, of course I can. I was just lost in thought, and didn't mean to ignore you." "I apologize," he replied. "Can you ask Sister Jinyong to make delicious food for me?" The little one exclaimed eagerly, "Sister Jinyong, come out. Don't play hide and seek. I'm hungry." Ling Yun quickly followed her lead, secretly relieved that her pronunciation was quite close. "Sister Jinyong can indeed help with many things, but you cannot see her. Only I can speak with her." He endeavored to explain in the most whimsical manner possible. "But I want to see her." The little princess pouted, visibly aggrieved by his words. Ling Yun, observing her distress, scooped her up and headed toward the elevator. "I will make it for you, dear sister. I can prepare a myriad of delightful dishes that you have never tasted before. Come, let us ascend." "Yay, little gentleman, I'm so excited." A radiant smile illuminated the little princess's face. "Ha ha, I also adore you, Zizi." Ling Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as her chubby little face pressed against his. "Zizi, let me prepare some delicious food for you. Would you like to watch some television first and have a bit of fruit?" He carried the little princess back down, settling her on the sofa. He retrieved the sliced watermelon from the refrigerator and offered her a bite. "Wow, it's so sweet. Little gentleman, this fruit is delightful." The little princess exclaimed, shaking her head in delight, her chubby legs kicking rhythmically on the sofa, expressing her fondness for the fruit. At this time, watermelons did not exist in the Tang Dynasty. "Be a good girl here, Zizi. I shall prepare something special," Ling Yun instructed, as Mio activated the limitless projection, displaying Tom and Jerry while automatically adjusting the screen size. Ling Yun gazed at the porcelain-like doll before him, tenderly stroking the little princess's head.
and rose to the kitchen to create a feast for her. "Little gentleman, you are exceptionally good, so do not worry." The little princess, squinting her eyes in delight while enjoying a slice of watermelon, exclaimed sweetly, "Wow, it's all gone. Silly little kittens and brainless ducklings. Did Sister Ning come to thicken the plot?" The adorable child, taken aback by the scene before her, shouted into the air. Not far away, Ling Yun watched the joyful little princess bounce around, wearing a broad smile. He opened the refrigerator, preparing to cook a delectable dish for her, featuring sweet and sour ribs alongside winter melon rib soup. He also planned to stir-fry some water spinach and scramble some eggs with tomatoes. That would suffice for him and the little darling. Although he possessed an advanced molecular cooking machine, he preferred not to use it, as he believed that food prepared by machines lacked soul. Especially when it came to the little princess, he could never resort to such mechanical shortcuts. However, amidst this serene and heartwarming scene, chaos erupted within the Grand Tang Palace. Before an incense burner, Qinglan was fanning the little princess when suddenly, the bracelet on the princess's wrist emitted a blinding white light, causing her to vanish into thin air. Qinglan's eyes widened in terror. A wave of fear surged through her, and cold sweat trickled down her back. In a frantic rush, she stumbled out of the Qihuang pavilion, her usual grace utterly abandoned. Her gown snagged by flower branches unnoticed. A profound dread gripped her heart, tightening her throat and leaving her breathless. As a single thought echoed wildly in her mind, the little princess has disappeared, vanished without a trace. Like an uncontrollable shadow, she hurried through the palace grounds, disregarding the astonished gazes of passing servants and the attempts of guards to stop her, making a beeline for the Lijiang Hall. After all, she was the personal maid of the princess. Her status was unique. Inside the Lijiang Hall, the air was filled with the delicate scent of calming incense, attempting to dispel the summer heat and the queen's lingering unease. Empress Changsun reclined on a soft couch, while Sui knelt beside her, gently massaging her temples, which throbbed from anxiety. The queen appeared pale, her brows bearing the weight of fatigue. Yet her gaze remained serene as she listened to Lanqin quietly report on various trivial matters within the inner palace. After the court session, Emperor Li Shimin was also present. Seated at a desk reviewing several urgent memorials, his brow furrowed, emanating the aura of authority. The hall was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the soft rustle of bamboo slips and Lanqin's gentle voice. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the little princess's maid, Qinglan, has urgent news to report from outside." The gatekeeper announced as he entered the hall. "Let her in," Empress Changsun instructed, her heart suddenly racing at the thought of her youngest daughter's maid. Qinglan, with disheveled hair and a face as pale as parchment, her dress in disarray and covered in dust, collapsed to the floor, her knees striking the smooth golden bricks with a dull thud. She trembled like a leaf in autumn, having forgotten the proper etiquette, and when she lifted her head, her face was streaked with tears, her eyes filled with sheer terror and despair. "Your Highness, Your Majesty." Her voice was hoarse and sharp, tinged with a weeping tone, nearly losing its melody. "Something is terribly wrong. The little princess, she is missing." What? Li Shimin and Empress Changsun both sprang to their feet in alarm. Li Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief as he sternly commanded, "Qinglan, clarify this at once. What has happened to the princess?" Empress Changsun's body trembled violently, her previously pale complexion draining of color, leaving her ghastly white. She pressed her hand tightly against her suddenly pained chest, gasping for breath, nearly unable to form words. Her eyes were filled with the frantic protectiveness of a mother beast and a deep, bone-chilling terror. "Qinglan, look up. Speak clearly. How did the princess disappear? When? Where?" Li Shimin stepped forward, his towering figure emanating an overwhelming pressure, his tone as sharp as an icy blade. He forced himself to remain calm, yet his clenched fists turned white with tension. Qinglan, intimidated by the emperor's authority, regained a fragment of composure, though her voice trembled and fractured. "Your Majesty, just a moment ago, I was in the hall fanning the princess, and she was sleeping soundly when suddenly the jade bracelet on her wrist, the one bestowed by Her Majesty, it burst forth with a blinding white light. I could hardly see, and when I looked again, the princess's bed was utterly empty. She vanished before my very eyes. Your Majesty, Empress, I am to blame. I failed to protect her." She broke down in tears, knocking her forehead heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud. To the Qihuang pavilion, Li Shimin's face turned a steely gray, a tempest of anger and worry swirling in his gaze. He refrained from further questioning and strode purposefully out of the hall, his dragon robes swirling in a gust behind him. The entire Zhengzheng hall erupted into chaos. The inner court attendants cried out commands, the clattering of armor from the imperial guards echoed urgently, and the palace maids appeared anxious. Empress Changsun, supported by Sui and Lanqin, fought against dizziness and palpitations, her steps hurried yet resolute as she followed closely behind Li Shimin. Chapter 4. The little princess returns to Great Tang with watermelon and electric fan on Blue Star. In Ling Yun's estate kitchen, spatulas danced and delightful aromas filled the air. The sweet and sour ribs simmered in a tempting sauce, while the winter melon and rib soup was clear and fragrant. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes showcased a vibrant mix of red and yellow, and the water spinach glistened a luscious green. Ling Yun, donned in an apron, moved nimbly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, unbeknownst to her. The sound of a little child's giggles and the exaggerated effects of Tom and Jerry wafted in from the living room, providing the perfect backdrop. "Little darling, the aroma is delightful." I am even hungrier now. Unbeknownst to her, the little one had sneaked to the kitchen doorway. Her small nose twitched eagerly, nearly drooling. In one tiny hand, she clutched the last remnants of a watermelon rind, her hands and face smeared with the juicy red pulp, resembling a mischievous little cat that had stolen a treat. Ha ha ha, my little greedy cat, just wait a moment longer. Ling Yun was amused by her antics, turning down the heat before picking up a damp cloth and approaching. Look at you, covered in juice. Let me clean you up. She lifted the little cutie, carefully wiping away the watermelon juice from her face and hands. The little one obediently tilted her head back, her big eyes still glued to the stove. What is this red thing? It's so delicious. And this yellow one, too, it's tasty. I love them all. All right, they are all for you, my dear. Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her little cheek. Brother took you to wash your hands, and then we shall dine. Ling Yun carried the little one towards the sink. He turned on the tap and squeezed a bit of hand soap into the princess's palm. Wow, Bubbles. It smells delightful. This foamy concoction is so much fun. The little darling was captivated by the scene before her. This fragrant soap is not meant for eating. Consuming it will upset your tummy. Ling Yun quickly interjected as he noticed the little one attempting to put her hands in her mouth. All right, little one. No more playing with water. If we don't eat soon, the meat will cool and become unappetizing. Observing the princess engrossed in the faucet, he felt compelled to remind her, lest she forget the meal entirely. No more playing, little one. Once is enough. Upon hearing this, the adorable child immediately ceased her water play. Ling Yun had set the dishes on the coffee table, and the little princess was perfectly seated on the carpet. Dearest, try this sweet and sour spare rib, he said, lifting a piece that was just the right size, generously coated in sauce. With care, he used chopsticks to separate the meat from the bone, gently blowing on it to cool it down. The little one opened her mouth in eager anticipation, resembling a fledgling awaiting its feed, and she took the morsel into her mouth. Instantly, the explosion of sweet, sour, and savory flavors enveloped her senses. The spare rib was tender and flavorful, melting away on her tongue, and the delightful taste caused her to squint her large eyes with joy, her cheeks bulging as she chewed rapidly. Delicious. This sweet and sour rib is truly delightful, she exclaimed, her words muffled with satisfaction as she nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. In her sparkling eyes, there was only adoration for the exquisite flavors of this earthly delight and a deep fondness for the one serving her. Little one, try that red and yellow dish over there. She pointed to the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs with her chubby little finger. Ling Yun scooped a small spoonful, explaining, this is not meat. It's called stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, and it is equally delicious. It's red and stir-fried. It's fantastic. The little princess replied, savoring the food as she spoke with a mouthful. You must eat your vegetables, dear. Come, have a bite of the greens, and then sip some soup, Ling Yun said, his eyes filled with affection for the adorable little creature. The little one obligingly opened her mouth again, her bright eyes fixed on the spoon filled with fragrant soup. She swallowed the broth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and pointed at the quivering piece of winter melon in her bowl. This white fruit is delightful. So slippery. This is winter melon, best enjoyed in summer. It cools and refreshes. Ling Yun explained with a smile as he fed her a spoonful of soup and a small piece of winter melon. The little one gulped it down, licking her lips with satisfaction, still wanting more. She patted her round little belly and sighed contentedly. My tummy is so full and warm, so delicious. On her face, specked with a hint of sauce, radiated pure happiness, filled with the joy of a delightful meal. She glanced at the empty bowls and then at Ling Yun, who patiently fed her and wiped her mouth. Leaning into his arm, she softly said, Little one, you are wonderful. What a delightful little creature you are. So endearing and full of joy. Ling Yun's heart swelled with warmth at the sight of this small bundle of dependence and satisfaction. He set down his bowl and spoon, gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, affectionately ruffling her hair. As long as you are happy, dear little one, I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day. Upon hearing this, the little one's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she eagerly nodded her head, emitting a sound filled with anticipation and contentment. What an adorable little princess she was. After indulging to her heart's content, she nestled against Ling Yun, her round belly protruding adorably. Ling Yun noticed that the bracelet she wore resembled one he had won at an auction, and suddenly realized how this little princess had come to be in his care. My dear, did anyone see you when you arrived? Qinglan stayed with me while I took a nap, fanning me gently. The little princess sweetly replied, now that you've been here for a while, don't you think your parents might be worried? Perhaps you should go back and reassure them. Ling Yun certainly had no intention of abducting the beloved daughter of the Grand Empress, and oldly. He cherished items steeped in history. Perhaps if time travel were possible, he might even visit the Tang Dynasty. But I don't know how to go back. I miss my mother. The little princess's longing for her mother echoed in her heart. Oh dear, no tears now. I shall find a way for you to return. Are you a celestial being? You have Sister Jinyong here, and everything is so delightful. Upon hearing this, the little princess paused her preparations to drop her precious pearls. A celestial being? I suppose one could say that, Ling Yun mused. The technology one possessed would seem almost divine to the Tang Dynasty. How splendid it would be to present myself as someone from the Jade capital. Ling Yun had no desire to explain the future to Li Shimin. His sole wish was to see this little darling grow up happily. Additionally, he could assist the Tang Dynasty in a modest way, observing how they would treat her in return. Don't worry, dear. I shall prepare some delightful treats for you, along with a fan to take back. Okay, thank you. Dear brother, The little princess beamed with joy. Ling Yun retrieved an old fan from the storage room, along with a pushcart. Watch closely, little one. Press this round button, and it will begin to blow air. Then, if you press these buttons, the breeze will grow stronger. If it becomes too chilly, or you wish to stop, just press this button, and it will rest quietly. As he demonstrated, he gently pressed the switch. Buzz. The sound of the fan's motor caused the little princess to instinctively shrink back, her large eyes reflecting a hint of apprehension. But soon after, the blade spun rapidly, and a gentle, refreshing breeze enveloped her. How delightful. This is so much fun. I love it. She imitated Ling Yun's demeanor, cautiously pressing a button, and indeed, the wind picked up slightly, causing the wisps of hair on her forehead to dance as she giggled with delight. I've arrived. I've arrived. Ling Yun watched her play with a smile, then meticulously arranged the remaining 2 large watermelons, several boxes of luscious strawberries, plump lychees, golden bananas, and an entire case of room-temperature milk into the shopping cart until it was overflowing. This red watermelon was tasted by the little one. It's sweet. This is called lychee. Peel off the shell to eat the white flesh inside, which is quite sweet, but do not overindulge, or your little mouth will become inflamed and develop tiny blisters. This box contains milk. Drinking a carton in the morning upon waking and before sleeping is good for your health. This time, I haven't prepared much, but next time you come, I will provide you with even more delightful treats and amusements, alright? The little one puffed out her tiny chest, earnestly attempting to adopt a serious expression, which was so endearing that Ling Yun couldn't help but ruffle her hair again. By the way, when you return home, if your father and mother ask where you have been, just tell them you came to play in by Yujing. Next time you wish to visit, make sure to inform your parents in advance, so you can stay longer. Come, grab hold of this cart, and think of returning to the place where you can take a nap. Let us see if we can make it back. Ling Yun was also uncertain if they could return, and if not, he would have to ponder a solution. I'm off now, little one. Make sure to think of me. I will come find you to play again tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the little princess vanished with a flash of the bracelet's white light. The living room fell silent, with only the cheerful background music of Tom and Jerry still playing. The coffee table was left with remnants of bowls and dishes, and the carpet seemed to hold traces of where the little one had sat. Still imbued with the scent of milk, Ling Yun maintained a half-squatting position, gazing at the empty space ahead, his arm lingering with the warmth from the little one's embrace. It truly is possible. He gradually stood up, a gentle smile tinged with anticipation gracing his lips. Until tomorrow, little one, he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 5, by Yujing, Celestial Artifacts. In the Tang Dynasty, within the Qi Huang Pavilion, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified into heavy lead, suffocating one's breath. Inside the inner hall of Qi Huang Pavilion, before the little princess's bed, Li Shimin stood with a somber expression, hands clasped behind his back, emanating an oppressive aura. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the empty bed that still bore the warmth and scent of his young daughter. Empress Changsun, struggling to maintain her strength, sat at the edge of the bed, her trembling hands tightly gripping the thin blanket that had just covered her daughter, her knuckles whitening as she nearly tore the soft fabric apart. Investigate thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. The emperor's roar reverberated through the hall, causing the beams and pillars to seem as if they were vibrating in response. An hour had passed since the disappearance of Princess Li Mingda. An air of unease enveloped the palace, as everyone knew that the Princess of Jinyong was the most cherished daughter of the current sovereign. Her sudden disappearance, if not resolved, would likely lead to dire consequences for many. Qinglan, I shall inquire once more. How did the child disappear? Speak the truth, or face the annihilation of your entire lineage. Emperor Li Shimin glared fiercely at Qinglan, who knelt before the throne, her forehead bloodied from repeated blows, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, every word I utter is the absolute truth. There is not an ounce of falsehood, Qinglan replied, her head lowered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li Shimin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. In his heart, he had already discerned the truth. Qinglan did not lie. As an emperor, skilled in discerning the character and capabilities of others, he could not be mistaken. However, the notion of a sudden disappearance was simply beyond his comprehension. He harbored only one thought. Someone must have conspired with external forces to abduct the young princess, intending to incite panic. Beyond this, he had no other explanation. Your Majesty, we have investigated thoroughly. There are no suspicious individuals. The eunuchs stationed at the gates have also been questioned, yet none could elucidate how the young princess vanished. Reported Zhang Anan, the emperor's personal eunuch, as he entered the hall and bowed before Li Shimin. Continue the investigation. Scrutinize all who entered and exited the palace today. Li Shimin commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Anan replied, hastily departing to arrange for further inquiries. Guanyin maid, you may return to rest. I shall remain here, and you need not worry. I will certainly retrieve the child, the emperor reassured. Your Majesty, with the child missing, how can I find peace? I shall wait here as well, Longsun Empress replied, her pallor betraying her anxiety, her eyes devoid of spirit. Mother, please do not fret excessively. I believe our sister is under divine protection. Princess Changle comforted the empress, her voice thick with emotion. Upon hearing the news of the princess's disappearance, Princess Changle had rushed to Qihuang Pavilion without delay, her own face stained with tears, the usual authority of the eldest legitimate princess entirely absent. Your Majesty, should we summon the Grand Historian Li Chunfeng for insight? Long-Sun Empress ventured, her thoughts veering towards the supernatural. Yes. Issue a command for Li Chunfeng to come to Qihuang Pavilion at once, replied Li Shimin. Though he had hesitated to entertain thoughts of the supernatural, he could no longer afford to delay. Your servant, Li Chunfeng, comes at your command. A clear and steady voice rang from the entrance, shattering the heavy atmosphere of sorrow and anxiety in the pavilion. Li Chunfeng appeared, donned in a dark blue official robe and a scholarly cap, having hurried over without pause upon receiving the imperial summons. His gaunt visage and deep, contemplative eyes gave him an air of wisdom, and with steady steps, he approached the emperor, bowing deeply. Li Shimin's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Li Chunfeng. Li Qing, rise, he instructed. The Princess of Jinyong has suddenly vanished from Qihuang Pavilion without a trace. I have ordered a thorough investigation of the palace, yet to no avail. You are adept in astronomy and the cycles of fate. Hasten to reveal whether there is any hidden significance in this matter. What is the fate of the child? Where might she be? His voice, low yet powerful, carried an undeniable authority, mingled with the weight of a father's anxiety. Your servant obeys, Li Chunfeng responded, foregoing any unnecessary words, his expression grave as he bowed once more. Straightening, he first surveyed the entirety of the inner hall of Qihuang Pavilion, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. Strolling to the vicinity of the last place the little princess was seen, remnants of her cherished toys lay scattered about. Then, silently mouthing incantations, her fingers deftly calculated within the ample sleeves of her robe, the knuckles paling from exertion. The Qihuang Pavilion was enveloped in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the hurried breaths of the emperor and empress, along with the muffled sobs of Princess Jinyong. The hearts of all present hung in suspense, anchored by the tightly furrowed brow of Li Chunfeng and his silent calculations. Empress Changsun wrung her handkerchief with fervor, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. Her pallid visage a tapestry of hope intermingled with dread. Li Shimin stood with hands clasped behind his back, his jaw taut, his gaze sharp as a hawk, anxiously awaiting the revelation from the grand historian. After a lengthy pause, Li Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of elusive astonishment and gravity dancing in his profound gaze. A tempest raged within him. Curiously, he recalled a previous divination predicting early demise for the young prince at birth, yet now, fortune overflowed, the celestial mechanics tangled and inscrutable. Could it be that a sage had intervened to alter the prince's fate? Li Chunfeng dared not divulge the secrets of heaven, merely stating, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The princess's breath still lingers, her life is unthreatened. Upon hearing this, Empress Changsun's taut body swayed slightly, while Princess Jinyong covered her mouth, tears once again surging forth, but this time tinged with a glimmer of hope. Li Shimin's clenched fists relaxed a fraction as he pressed further. Where is she? Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly, his expression devoid of ease. Your Majesty, temper your wrath. Your Highness, take heart. Though I cannot discern the entirety, the divination for the princess indicates an abundance of fortune, not a harbinger of doom. This is a sign of celestial favor. Your efforts are appreciated, Li Qing, he replied. Bring a carriage to escort Li Qing home. I shall take my leave. Li Chunfeng bowed deeply and withdrew. Li Shimin understood that Li Chunfeng was not omniscient and did not press him further. Shortly after Li Chunfeng departed, a tender voice resonated from the rear of the sleeping chambers, striking the minds of all present like a thunderclap. I'm back. The little one is here, and look at all the treasures I brought. The small child had returned to her dimly lit chamber, immediately seeking her maid. Tsitsi, Tsitsi, it's Tsitsi. Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, and the others hastened toward the source of the voice. So much silver, father, mother, sister. Are you all here to see me? I brought back the treasures for you. As the eunuchs and maids with lanterns approached, the little princess finally recognized her visitors. Empress Changsun, witnessing her daughter in a nightgown with bare feet and surrounded by an array of unknown trinkets, stepped forward and embraced her tightly, fearful that she might vanish again. Tsitsi, my child, where have you been? Are you unscathed? Let me see. Mother, why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine. I want to play with the fairy. Sobbing, she added, I'll play with you after I've rested with you, so please don't cry. The little princess, seeing her mother weep, also shed tears, gently using her chubby hands to wipe her mother's eyes. Chapter 6. The astonishment brought by the electric fan to the Tang Dynasty child. May I inquire? Who was the divine little Nongjuan, and how did you venture to his abode? Li Shimin, truly deserving of the title emperor of all time, swiftly grasped the essence of the little princess's words. The divine little Nongjuan is indeed the little Nongjuan. He has prepared delightful treats and sweet watermelons, and when one awakens from slumber, one arrives at his place. The small child, with tear-streaked cheeks, sobbed as she responded to her father. What manner of place is the residence of the little lord? Do you still recall it, dear child? Li Shimin gazed at his little cotton-clad daughter, filled with compassion as her tears tugged at his heartstrings, and his tone softened considerably. The little Nongjuan resides within a white fish well, and he has a whimsical little sister who resembles a cat, and they brew delightful concoctions there. It is truly enchanting. The little princess, resembling a delicate flower, animatedly gestured to express the wonders of the little Nongjuan's domain. The white fish well? The jade capital, you say? Are you referring to the jade capital, dear child? Li Shimin's eyelids fluttered as he pressed for clarification. Upon hearing her words, Empress Changsun and the weeping Princess Chang Lu turned their attention towards the small child. Indeed, the little Nongjuan's abode is the white fish well. He has promised that next time he visits, I must inform my father and mother, so they need not worry. The little princess replied earnestly, fearful that her parents might deny her the joy of future visits. Should any of you dare to utter a single word of what you have heard today, there shall be no mercy, Li Shimin declared, turning to the attendants within the hall, issuing commands. We dare not, came the chorus of responses from all present. Withdraw now, and relay my edict for the searchers to return, Li Shimin commanded with a wave of his hand. Mother, I have brought you the sweetest watermelon. If I do not share it with you, I shall feel unwell. The little princess, barefoot and with her little bottom perched in a cart, struggled to reach the watermelon. Father, come help me retrieve the watermelon. I cannot manage it alone. Her chubby hands struggled in vain, prompting her to seek her father's assistance. Li Shimin approached, lifting the watermelon as he scrutinized the vibrant green orb. Dear child, is this watermelon sweet? How does one consume it? Must it be taken to the imperial kitchen? It is delightful. Once cut open, it can be enjoyed. See how red it is. It is exceedingly sweet. The little princess exclaimed with vibrant enthusiasm, gesturing animatedly. Zhang Anan. Li Shimin called solemnly. Old servant at your service. Zhang Anan promptly replied, understanding the command, and cautiously took a silver knife to slice the fruit. As the crisp sound of the blade echoed, a cascade of cool, sweet juice erupted forth, flowing from the incision. An unprecedented, refreshing aroma of fruit wafted through the air, like invisible ripples spreading wide. All eyes were fixed upon the halved watermelon, revealing not the expected flesh, but a strikingly vivid red interior. The little princess clapped her hands in excitement, her face aglow as if unveiling her most treasured possession. With eager little fingers, she pointed at the watermelon flesh and urged Zhang Anan, quickly, slice it into pieces. We can enjoy it. Zhang Anan suppressed the overwhelming shock within him and, adhering to convention, carefully sliced the watermelon into appropriately sized crescent-shaped pieces. He did not immediately offer them to the empress, but first tasted one himself, as was both tradition and duty. How is it? Li Shimin fixated his gaze upon him. Empress Changsun, Princess Changle, and even the attendants Qin Lan and Sui, all held their breath. The scene before them transcended their comprehension. Zhang Anan hastily swallowed and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, this fruit is exquisitely sweet and refreshing. With an abundance of juice, it glides down the throat like a crystalline spring. Truly, it is the most magnificent delicacy I have ever encountered. There is nothing amiss. His tone was laced with uncontainable admiration. Mother, it's sweet and delightful. I feel so good in my tummy. My head is also a bit sore. The little girl, on tiptoe, extended a piece towards the lips of Empress Changsun. Observing her daughter's small, earnest effort, the Empress leaned down and gently took a bite of the tantalizing red flesh. It was indeed extraordinarily sweet and invigorating. Empress Changsun sincerely exclaimed, her eyes brimming with wonder and joy. Hee, mother likes it, that's wonderful. The little girl beamed with happiness, even more so than if she had eaten it herself. Princess Changle, watching from the side, swallowed her own saliva. After feeding her mother, the little princess scampered off to retrieve another piece, exclaiming, Sister, here is some for you. Princess Changle caressed her sister's face as she received the watermelon, saying, You are such a good girl. My affection for you is not in vain. Mother, this melon is truly sweet and carries a hint of coolness. On a summer's day, a bite of this alleviates all heat and discomfort. Li Shimin, witnessing the satisfaction radiating from his wife and daughter, could no longer restrain himself and immediately seized the largest piece. Indeed, this is truly worthy of being a celestial fruit. Little one, did the young lord from Bayou Jing send these to you? Li Shimin mused, cradling a large watermelon as he paced, inspecting the small cart with 4 tiny wheels before him. Yes, father, this electric fan can blow air, it's delightful. The little princess pointed, directing everyone's attention. Li Shimin picked up the rectangular box indicated by her tiny finger, its sturdy square base supporting the thin, willow leaf-shaped blades mounted on a circular hub. This can blow air? How does one use it? Gazing at this unfamiliar object, Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, felt for the first time that his knowledge was insufficient. Come, the little lord taught me how to use it. The little princess eagerly prepared to demonstrate the treasure she had brought back. Suddenly, the peculiar whirring of the electric fan echoed through the silent Qi Huang pavilion, causing the air to seem to freeze for a moment. All eyes, from the emperor and empress to the princess and the court attendants, were fixed intently on the round switch that the little girl had activated. Soon after, the blades began to spin rapidly, generating a distinctly palpable cool breeze that rushed towards the nearest Empress Changsun and Princess Changle. Hiss! Empress Changsun felt an immensely refreshing and comfortable gust sweep across her cheeks, dispersing the earlier heat and anxiety, allowing her slightly labored breaths, due to her ailment, to flow freely once more. Princess Changlu instinctively raised her hand, feeling the continuous and evenly distributed breeze caressing her arm. Nyangda, exclaimed the little one, clapping her tiny hands, her face flushed with pride, resembling a radiant sun awaiting praise. She extended her chubby fingers, proudly pressing a button. The humming grew slightly louder, the fan blades whirred faster, and the wind became significantly stronger, even tousling the strands of Empress Changsun's hair. Li Shimin stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with disbelief as he focused intently on the rapidly spinning blades, awash in the refreshing breeze. There were no strong men wielding palm fronds, nor any external force propelling it. This was beyond human capability. It must be a divine artifact. Li Shimon's voice quivered slightly. Zizi, tell your father. Is this electric fan truly a gift from that young gentleman? Did he mention how it operates? The little one said. Press this round button for the nyong nyong to sound. Press this one for the hong to sound. And press this one to make it sleep. The little princess raised her chin proudly, her enunciation unclear, yet her meaning unmistakable. Chapter 7. The angry little princess complains to her mother. Father, this is the little one's gift to me. You cannot take it. Seeing Li Shimin, who was intently observing the fan, the little princess frowned, fearing her father might confiscate her treasure. Ahem, how could your father possibly take something from Zizi? Rest assured, my dear. Li Shimin's face flushed. He had indeed contemplated examining it at the Imperial Workshop to see if it could be replicated. Yes, and you must be gentle with it. If you press it too hard, it might break. The little one held a lychee up for her elder sister to see. Lizzie, looking at her earnest younger sister, could not help but roll her eyes. Sister, it's called Lizzie, not lychee. Remember, it's a duck just like that, insisted the little one, completely oblivious to her pronunciation errors. Empress Chang's son smiled gently at the playful banter between her two daughters. Your Majesty, come see. This lychee is so plump, unlike any we have encountered before. It is indeed different. When I traveled to Lingnan, I too tasted it. I wonder what the flavor of this divine lychee is like. Li Shimin, still engrossed in the fan, turned his gaze toward the lychee in the little princess's hand. Empress Chang's son peeled the lychee, presenting the juicy, plump fruit to the eagerly licking little princess. Zizi, here, enjoy. Your mother has prepared it for you. Mother first, after you finish, I will eat. The little princess, though small, was quite considerate, knowing her mother cherished her. Even though her mouth watered, she wished to offer the first bite to her mother. All right, I will take a bite, and the rest is for you. Empress Chang's son felt a swell of pride for her thoughtful daughter. After tasting a piece, she handed it to the little princess. Sister, this is truly delightful. The little princess squinted her big eyes into crescent shapes and shook her head as she spoke. During this time, the transportation technology of the Tang Dynasty was not as advanced, and Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Chang's son would not burden the people by transporting lychees from Lingnan, so the little princess had never tasted them. Ha ha, my child is truly blessed with celestial fortune. Li Shimin laughed heartily as he gazed at the little princess before him. Here are some milk, strawberries, and other delightful treats. The little princess excitedly pulled out items from her small cart, which were unfamiliar to Li Shimin and Empress Chang's son, who looked on with curious eyes. Mother, try these strawberries. The little princess took a bite of a strawberry and offered it to Empress Chang's son. With a smile, the empress accepted it, not minding the little princess's saliva on it. Your Majesty, my dear, you must try it too. It has a delightful tartness with a hint of sweetness, truly marvelous. Empress Chang's son instantly fell in love with the taste. Li Shimin and Princess Changlu also eagerly sampled the strawberries. Father, sister, isn't it simply delightful? The little princess sought the approval of her family. Indeed, the fruits brought by you are exceptionally delicious. Li Shimin and Li Lizzie replied sincerely. Giggle, as long as you all enjoy it, that is enough for me. The little princess beamed with joy at being acknowledged as a foodie. Li Shimin picked up a carton of milk, marveling at the strange patterns and symbols on it. Is this the milk you spoke of, Zizi? How does one consume it? Realizing it was something celestial, he thought it best to inquire rather than assume. The little princess, overhearing, swiftly took a straw, inserted it into the milk carton, and said, Father, here you go. Little Zizi is here to teach you how to drink it. You should have a box of milk every morning and night. It's good for your health and helps you sleep soundly. Guanyin maid, you should try it first. Li Shimin, concerned for his empress, remembered what the little princess had said about the benefits of drinking it regularly. Empress Chang's son, filled with anticipation for the treats her daughter had brought, did not refuse. It's fragrant. The milky aroma is rich. Unlike the heavy taste of the milk I've had before, it's quite delightful. Empress Chang's son evaluated it seriously. Zizi, do you want some more? Mother can't finish it all, she added, being frugal and wanting to save the good things for her children. I'm full. My tummy is satisfied. Let me give some to sister. The little princess patted her small belly. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Empress Chang's son lifted her and gently rubbed her little belly. Zizi, may I ask how you returned? Empress Chang's son inquired. I just thought of where I wanted to be, and I arrived. The little princess replied contentedly in her mother's embrace. And how did you get to the young lord? Empress Chang's son pressed. I just thought of it, came the innocent response from the little princess. As she spoke, a flash of white light emanated from the bracelet on her wrist, and she vanished from Empress Changsuan's arms. Zizi, Zizi, Zizi. The people in the hall gasped in astonishment at the sudden disappearance of the little princess. They had not witnessed how she had returned. But it was indeed as Qing Luan had described. The bracelet glimmered with a white light before she vanished. Upon returning to the estate, the young princess, exuberantly calling out, Little Naojuan, where are you? I'm here. Looked around eagerly but failed to spot Ling Yun. She then inquired, Sister Ning, are you around? Did little Naojuan go out? With a pout, she declared, Humph, that's unfair. Where could he have gone? He must be off to find mother. Irritated, the princess vanished in a flash of light, returning to the Tang Dynasty, evidently forgetting that Ling Yun had informed her that Ling could only converse with him. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was engrossed in studying the functionalities of the modified bracelet in the basement, unaware of the princess's sudden reappearance. Master, the young princess has just returned to the parlor but has since left again, May's voice chimed in. What? Replay the recent footage, Ling Yun commanded. Setting aside the bracelet, a virtual projection materialized before him, depicting the young princess's earlier excitement and her subsequent anger as she resolved to seek out her mother. How utterly adorable. Ling Yun chuckled at the sight of the little princess's displeasure. May, elevate the privileges of the princess to level 1. The next time she appears, ensure you engage her in conversation immediately to keep her here. It was not that May had failed to report promptly. The princess had merely dashed in and out in under 10 seconds. Understood, the command has been confirmed, May responded gently. Mother, I'm back again, the young princess exclaimed, standing on her bed, directing her voice towards the queen, who had her back turned. The onlookers, still in shock from the sudden appearances and disappearances, turned their gazes towards the princess, whose little face was scrunched up in discontent. Li Shimin and the others were left speechless, unable to articulate their thoughts. The queen, Long Sun, was the quickest to react. Noticing the princess's unhappy demeanor, she feared her daughter might have faced some grievance. A mother worries endlessly when her child travels far, especially to the fabled Baiyu Jing. I dread the thought of anything befalling her, she thought, rushing forward to embrace the young princess tightly, fearing she might vanish once more. Little Zizi, is it that your young lord found you bothersome and sent you back? Perhaps you should refrain from visiting in the future, all right? Upon hearing her mother suggest she should not go again, the young princess became agitated, waving her hands in protest while in the queen's embrace. No way. I just want to see little Naojuan. He is in his room, and I'm so happy to see him. Is she speaking of the spirits? Li Lizzie translated the princess's baby talk from the side. The queen, often accompanying the princess due to her frail health, was most adept at understanding her baby language. In truth, the young princess had mentioned her return before, but everyone had been so relieved that she was unharmed that they overlooked certain details. Yes, I was there. He is in his room, and I wanted to find him. But I asked where he went, and he didn't tell me. The young princess reiterated. Her little face scrunched in determination. Unbeknownst to May on Blue Star, she had already become the subject of the princess's complaints and had inadvertently incurred her displeasure. Chapter 8. The Young Princess with the Power of Whispers. Humph. I'm going to tell on Sister Ning tomorrow. I want to stay with little Naojuan and make him punish Sister Ning. The little princess, with her chubby hands crossed defiantly over her chest, pouted and declared her decision. Her small face taut like a puffed-up kitten. The Empress Dowager Changsun gazed at the increasingly agitated child in her arms, feeling both amused and sympathetic. Gently patting her daughter's back, she softly reassured, My dear, do not be upset. Perhaps the fairy sister was also tired and asleep, just like you? It is understandable that she did not hear you, is it not? Upon hearing this, the little one blinked her large, moist eyes and tilted her head, seemingly pondering her mother's words, her lips slightly pursed in contemplation. After a moment of deliberation, the little princess finally reached a decision, her tiny fist shaking in a symbolic gesture, indicating she would allow her sister to have a little more of the sweet dreams. She extended her plump index finger and thumb, forming a diminutive gesture, embodying a spirit of magnanimity that melted the Empress Dowager's heart. Well done, my dear. You are so understanding, the Empress Dowager said, kissing the top of her daughter's head affectionately. The little princess wriggled out of her mother's warm embrace and hurried over to a pile of fruits. Oh, I want to share these with my second sister. My elder brother, and all the others, she exclaimed. Though her pronunciation remained childlike, the sincerity of her intentions warmed the hearts of both Li Shimin and the Empress Dowager. Initially, they had intended to reserve these treasures, which the little princess had brought back from the Jade capital, for her alone. But her thoughtful nature prompted a change of heart. Indeed, my dear, you are so thoughtful, remembering your family, the Empress Dowager replied, her eyes glistening with warmth. She gestured for Sui and Lanxin to step forward and, as per the princess's instructions, pack the celestial fruits for distribution to the East Palace and the various princes and princesses, as well as to the Grand Emperor at the Dun Palace. When mentioning Li Yuan, her tone faltered slightly, and she glanced at Li Shimin. Upon hearing that his little daughter even remembered the father held in confinement at the Dun Palace, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Since the coup at Xuanwu Gate, his relationship with his grandfather had become as frigid as a winter frost. Ah, Qinglan, why do you look so defeated? Did someone bully you? The little princess's keen eyes caught sight of Qinglan standing in a shadowy corner, her forehead marred by dried blood and tear stains. Instantly, her brows furrowed with concern as she rushed over, striving to get a better look at the injury on Qinglan's forehead, her little face awash with worry and confusion. You stay right there. I shall help you, the princess declared, clenching her tiny fist and striking a formidable pose. Qinglan, singled out by the princess and touched by her fierce loyalty, felt an immense warmth wash over her, dispelling the fear and grievance she had previously harbored. Her voice trembled yet rang with sincerity. Your Highness, I thank you for your concern. No one has bullied me. It was my own impatience that led to my fall while seeking the Emperor and the Empress. Truly, it is nothing serious. See, it has stopped bleeding. Did you fall? The little princess tilted her head, appearing to grasp the situation a bit better. Mimicking her mother's comforting manner, she leaned closer. Blowing gently on Qinglan's injury with utmost seriousness, blow away the pain. It will feel better. Qinglan, choked with emotion, replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I truly feel no pain now. Yes, my blowing is very effective. The little girl nodded with satisfaction, as if she had truly healed Qinglan using her magical powers. She hurried over to the electric fan that continued to emit a refreshing breeze, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Empress Changsun. Mother, Will you accompany me to sleep tonight? We can sleep together. There's an electric fan here. It's wonderful. Not hot at all. So cool. She opened her little arms, determinedly rushing toward her mother's embrace. Indeed, mother, you often feel discomfort in your chest. Now that we have this fan, it will surely provide some relief. Lizzie, standing beside Empress Changsan, added her encouragement. She recalled that her mother struggled with her health, particularly during the sweltering summer. This cool breeze would undoubtedly be beneficial. Guanyin maid, Lizzie, and the little one are right. From now on, you shall stay with us at night, Emperor Li Shimin said. Aware of the trials his empress faced during the summer months, when her ailments would intensify in the oppressive heat, Empress Changsan felt a deep, indescribable warmth and contentment as she listened to her son and daughters. Very well, I shall accompany our little one to sleep tonight, she agreed with a smile, lifting the little princess and affectionately rubbing her forehead against her tiny nose. With our little darling's precious fan, mother will surely enjoy a good night's rest. You are indeed my little lucky star. Yay, that is wonderful. The little girl gleefully twisted in her mother's arms, wrapping her little arms tightly around her neck. However, once the excitement subsided, coupled with the earlier emotional fluctuations and a full belly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her like a tide, unable to stifle a large yawn. Her big eyes were momentarily veiled by a mist, and her long eyelashes fluttered down like tiny fans. Her little head gradually leaned against her mother's shoulder. I'm sleepy, she murmured, her voice soft and sweet as if it were melting in her mouth. Empress Changsun looked down, gently patting her daughter's back, and softly said, Yes, our little one is tired. Mother will help you drift off to sleep. She carried the little princess toward the bed. Turning to Li Shimin and Lizzie with a gentle tone, Your Majesty, Lizzie, our little one is also weary. You should rest early as well. Li Shimin gazed at the tender scene of his wife and daughter nestled together, and replied, Guanyin maid, little one, rest well. With this divine artifact present, I can find peace. He cast a glance at the remaining fruits and milk, deciding to leave them there for when the little one awoke and desired a snack. After taking one last deep look at his sleeping daughter and gentle wife, he turned and departed from Chihuang Pavilion with steady steps. Mother, little sister, I will come to see you again tomorrow, Princess Lizzie said, stepping forward to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind her little sister's ear. Watching her sister's serene sleeping face, her eyes filled with tender affection, she bowed to Empress Changsun before quietly retreating with her maid. Empress Changsun carefully lay down with her already slumbering little girl, adjusting her position so that her daughter could comfortably curl up in her warm embrace. The little one seemed to sense that she had found her safest haven. Her tiny mouth slightly pouted, releasing a satisfied murmuring, while her cherubic face nestled against her mother's soft fabric, sinking deeper into slumber. The electric fan, situated not far from the bedside, emitted a gentle and consistent hum, bestowing just the right amount of coolness that tenderly caressed the cheeks and bodies of the mother and daughter, thoroughly dispelling the sultriness and clamor of the summer night. Empress Changsun, feeling the warmth and rhythmic breathing of the small body nestled in her arms, slowly closed her eyelids amidst an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. A hint of a gentle, relieved smile gracing her lips. Chapter 9, Quantum Vacuum Medical Initiative Launch on Blue Star, within the study of the manor. A colossal virtual projection displayed the historical records of Princess Jinyong of the Tang Dynasty before Ling Yun's eyes. Suddenly, with a crash, objects from the desk were violently swept to the floor by an unseen force. Ling Yun's gaze, fixated on the accounts before him, felt as if each word pierced his heart like an ice pick, rendering him breathless. It was as if a massive stone had settled upon his chest, causing a dull, throbbing pain. Though he had known the little princess for a mere 2 hours, her innocence and charm made it unimaginable for him to conceive the suffering she had endured. I cannot allow this to happen. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his voice low and hoarse, each word saturated with profound sorrow and resolute determination. Mio, immediately formulate an upgraded quantum vacuum medical plan. The oppressive atmosphere in the study was replaced by an icy, resolute focus. Command confirmed, Master. The quantum vacuum medical project has been initiated. Mio's gentle voice now carried a touch of solemnity. The optimal plan for quantum vacuum medical has been devised, extracting zero-point energy from vacuum quantum fluctuations to reconstruct damaged tissues. With energy sourced not externally but derived and transformed from the very fabric of space, achieving restoration. Required materials, resonant crystals, biocompatible organic quantum dots, quantum biological capacitors. Estimated time, approximately 7 hours. The plan has been dispatched to the operations console. Execution of the plan has commenced, with materials prioritized to the highest level. After reviewing the plan, Ling Yun promptly issued commands, and the alloy mechanical arms at the basement console began to operate autonomously. He softened his tone, speaking to himself, Zizi, this time your brother is here. Brother will ensure you grow up healthy and happy. Mio, order a batch of summer clothing, children's toys, snacks, fruits, and meats for Zizi. Ensure they are the best. Having alleviated the heaviest burden from his heart, Ling Yun's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly, a warm current replacing the previous chill of resolution. He approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the manor's silhouette bathed in moonlight, the distant city's lights twinkling like scattered stars. He was not lacking in wealth. For him, money was merely a numeral. With Mio's presence, he felt like a king before the realms of virtual worlds and stock markets. After being reborn in the orphanage on Blue Star, his solitary and precocious demeanor, a product of 2 lifetimes worth of experiences, left him without anyone to adopt him. At the age of 16, he acquired this sprawling estate of approximately 300 hectares, anonymously donating a substantial sum to the orphanage before moving out. The past 16 years had unfolded like a meticulously programmed script, precise yet cold, until that moment when the little bundle, clad in ancient attire and speaking in endearing baby talk, appeared out of nowhere. Her pure smile and reliance shattered all the barriers he had erected around himself. In this passage, we delve into the protagonist's background, emphasizing the fantastical elements without tethering them to modern sensibilities or rationality. The narrative primarily aims to indulge the little princess, so the advanced technology should not be scrutinized too closely. Having completed her purchase, she selected only the finest brands and organic farms, with an estimated delivery to the estate by noon the following day. This simple task required no contemplation from Lingyun. It was accomplished in an instant. "You truly are my little son," he mused, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. The relaxation following heightened tension and a profound shift in his mindset brought forth a long-forgotten weariness. "Liao, I entrust the laboratory to you. Notify me upon completion. Rest assured." "Master, I shall ensure everything is impeccably prepared." Liao's voice resonated with a soothing calmness. As Lingyun turned to leave the study and made his way to his bedroom, the estate enveloped itself in the tranquility of the night. Only within the depths of the underground laboratory did the sophisticated machinery hum softly, illuminated by a ghostly blue glow, tirelessly working to safeguard a life that transcends time and space. In the Tang Dynasty, at Chihuang Pavilion, dawn broke. Empress Changsun slowly opened her eyes, first sensing the gentle warmth and steady weight nestled in her embrace. Glancing down, she beheld her little daughter, curled up in her arms. Her cherubic face flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a contented kitten. Long lashes rested upon her cheeks as her tiny mouth formed a delicate pout, emitting rhythmic, soft breaths. What astonished Empress Changsun even more was the remarkable ease with which she breathed today, a stark contrast to the discomfort she often felt due to the heat. She felt an unprecedented clarity and comfort enveloping her entire being. Her gaze was instinctively drawn to the bedside, where the contraption her daughter referred to as the electric fan continued to deliver a perfectly refreshing breeze. Indeed, it was the little one's influence that brought her such relief. With a smile, the Empress leaned down to kiss her daughter's smooth forehead. The small bundle stirred, slowly opening her large, glassy eyes, still clouded with slumber's haze. After blinking in confusion, the moment she recognized her mother's gentle, smiling face, her countenance radiated a brilliance brighter than the morning sun. "Mother," she called out softly, her voice thick with sleep and unwavering dependence, nuzzling her small head against the Empress's soft garments, akin to a playful kitten seeking affection. "Awake, my little princess?" Empress Changsun inquired with a voice as gentle as a whisper. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, yes." The little one nodded vigorously, her tiny arms extending from beneath the covers. "I wasn't disturbed at all last night. It was delightful. And you, my dear? Thanks to you bringing back the electric fan, I too have enjoyed a long, overdue, restful night." The Empress replied tenderly against her little princess's cheek. "Mother, can I go visit little Nanjun today? I've prepared everything with him," she exclaimed, wriggling joyfully in her mother's embrace before recalling something of even greater importance. Observing her daughter, filled with eagerness and vitality, she smiled and gently pinched the soft cheeks of the little girl. "All right, dear, go wash up and change your clothes. After breakfast, your mother will allow you to seek out your charming prince to play with, shall we?" "Moa, mother is all set." The little girl cheered, resembling a lively fish, and swiftly slipped from her mother's warm embrace. Barefoot, she stood on the cool floor and excitedly waved her small hands towards the waiting maid. "Qinglan, Qinglan, Qinglan, hurry and help me get cleaned up. I want to be all ready to find my little prince." "Your Highness, the floor is cold. You should wear your shoes." Qinglan quickly picked up the small embroidered shoes to follow the little princess. "Sui, please have the kitchen prepare breakfast," the Empress Dowager instructed gently, her eyes filled with affectionate amusement as she watched her daughter bounce off with Qinglan to wash up. "I want 7 slices of watermelon," the little princess chimed in, voicing her own desires not far away. Soon, Qinglan had dressed and groomed her, adorning her in a lovely, pale yellow skirt, her hair styled into 2 plump little buns. Sitting at the table, her small feet swung freely, her bright eyes fixated on the entrance. Before long, the palace maids quietly brought in a bowl of corn porridge, sesame cakes, roasted lamb, several slices of watermelon, and a few strawberries. "Wow, sweet melons, red fruits." Upon seeing the fruits brought in, the little girl immediately exclaimed with glee. The Empress Dowager, watching her daughter's greedy expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Slow down, dear, it's all yours. First, have some porridge to settle your stomach." "Hom." The little girl responded, though her gaze remained glued to the fruit platter. Obediently, she picked up a small silver spoon and took a few mouthfuls of warm corn porridge. "This isn't as good as my little prince," she remarked, her small hands grabbing a piece of lamb and stuffing it into her mouth. However, that didn't stop her from relishing the lamb, swallowing a piece in 2 bites. Once her mother indicated it was time for fruit, the little girl eagerly reached out, grasping a slice of watermelon larger than her hand, and took a big bite. The sweet juice instantly flooded her mouth. She squinted her eyes in bliss, her cheeks bulging as she chewed quickly, contentedly humming. So sweet. Eat slowly. Don't choke. The Empress Dowager gently wiped the juice from her daughter's mouth. Chapter 10. The little girl's quest for justice. Like a diligent little squirrel, the girl swiftly cleared her plate, her small belly visibly round. She patted her tummy contentedly, letting out a small burp. I'm full. Mother, can I go look for my little prince now? I want to play. The Empress Dowager was amused by her daughter's eager and adorable demeanor. All right, my dear little one. You are the most trustworthy, she said, lifting her daughter off the stool and squatting down to carefully adjust the little girl's pale yellow skirt and gently straighten her two round buns. Go find your little prince to play, but remember what your mother told you. Empress Changsun gently admonished, her eyes brimming with affection, urging her to be polite. Heed the words of the young lord, refrain from mischief, and remember to return home early, lest her mother worry excessively. Do you understand? Off you go. The little girl vigorously nodded her head, obediently affirming, I will listen to the young lord. Just play a little, and then come back. Indeed, our little one is the most well-behaved. Empress Changsun smiled and kissed her daughter's smooth forehead, saying, Go on. Giggling joyfully, she exclaimed, I'm off now. Mother, farewell. She waved her chubby little hand energetically at Empress Changsun. In a fleeting moment, we find ourselves in the grand living room of Ling Yun's estate on Blue Star. Mio, what is the completion status of the quantum medical device for the little girl? Ling Yun inquired while hastily devouring his breakfast sandwich. Master, the quantum vacuum medical core is 97 complete, and the resonance crystal is undergoing final calibration, expected to be finished in 5 minutes. Mio's gentle voice resonated in the spacious room. Ling Yun prepared to head to the basement when Mio's alert chimed again, tinged with a note of concern. The little princess has returned to the estate, location, sofa in the living room. Emotional state, seemingly ready to confront. Ling Yun halted momentarily, nearly choking on his food. Here we go. He quickly set down his cup and strode towards the living room. Indeed, he found the little princess seated upright at the center of the sofa. She had donned a charming pale yellow dress, her hair styled into 2 adorable buns, and her cheeks rosy, reminiscent of freshly shelled eggs. However, her expression was taut. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her large, round eyes fixated on his approach, resembling a miniature judge poised to pass judgment. Little girl. Ling Yun instantly donned his brightest smile, hastening over to kneel before her, bringing his gaze level with hers. Brother is here. Did you miss me, young lord? Upon seeing Ling Yun, the little princess immediately spoke, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of accusation. You were gone. Dear one, today brother has prepared many delightful toys for you, as well as beautiful clothes, and a plethora of delicious treats you have yet to taste. Ling Yun surmised that the little princess was likely sulking due to his absence the previous day. However, the little princess appeared well-prepared and quite resentful, her brows furrowed tighter. Her chubby hands placed firmly on her hips, which only accentuated her round tummy. She elevated her chin defiantly, pouting with a serious tone. Humph. I came to play with you yesterday, but you weren't here. I asked where that sister went today. She ignored me. The last 4 words were delivered with emphasis, resonating with strength, her big eyes filled with indignation and a clear demand for accountability. Ling Yun faltered momentarily, hastily explaining, Dear one, please don't be upset. It was brother's fault. He was busy yesterday. That sister. His mind raced to formulate an explanation comprehensible to a 2-year-old, hoping to soothe her. Is she sleeping? The little princess suddenly tilted her head, her curious eyes sparkling with intrigue. Last night, Empress Changsuan's whimsical theory about sleep evidently planted a seed in the little one's mind. Ling Yun's eyes brightened with realization. Yes, indeed. The little dear is quite astute. He immediately seized the opportunity, his expression imbued with sincerity. Sister Elf helped Big Brother with his tasks yesterday and became quite exhausted. Therefore, when the little deer called out to her upon arriving, she didn't hear, for she was sleeping soundly, like a little piglet. She was snoring away and couldn't hear our dear little deer's enchanting voice. Would it be alright if Big Brother apologized to her on behalf of the little deer? He extended his finger and gently poked the little deer's chubby cheek. The little deer, tickled by the poke, couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter, though she quickly attempted to maintain a serious demeanor. Mimicking the adults, she thoughtfully tapped her chin with her tiny finger. I'm just a wee bit upset. Just a tad. If next time she still ignores me, I shall give her 7 good whacks. Finally, she proclaimed her decision regarding the punishment, her expression quite solemn. Alright. Big Brother promises that if Sister Elf dares to disregard our little deer again, he will forbid her from enjoying any delightful treats. Ling Yun stifled a laugh, hastily assuring her. The little deer finally broke into a radiant smile, like a little sun, extending her tiny arms, exclaiming, Little brother, come here for a hug. Ling Yun felt as if a great weight had been lifted, immediately enveloping the soft, fragrant bundle in his arms, savoring her affectionate nuzzle against his neck. Master, the quantum vacuum medical core has been completed and is ready for use, May announced. Sister Jinyong, are you awake? Come and play. You can't ignore me again. I'll be quite upset. The little princess called out, climbing out of Ling Yun's embrace, her voice sweet and earnest. Little master, I will remember. I prepared a surprise for you yesterday, but I fell asleep from exhaustion. It won't happen again. May's tone was as soothing as that of a neighborly older sister comforting the little princess. Little master, little darling, why does Sister Jinyong call me little master? What is the surprise? The little princess tilted her head, looking to Ling Yun for answers. Haha, Big Brother is her master, and since you were so small, that's why she calls you little master. Ling Yun gently ruffled the little deer's hair, explaining tenderly. After all, the little princess didn't quite grasp the situation. May, who had naturally been elevated to the same status as him last night, had simply defined the little princess as little master. So that is how it is. Little master, giggle, I am little master. What is the surprise? Is it something good? The little princess licked her lips and eagerly inquired. All you think about is food. You little glutton. The delicious treats and fun are on their way. For now, Big Brother will take you to see another surprise. Ling Yun observed the little princess, who was licking her lips in anticipation, playfully pinching her nose, and carried her toward the laboratory elevator. Chapter 11. Nyo is going to work, can I eat? The elevator doors slid open soundlessly, a soft blue-white glow spilling forth. The little deer curiously peeked her head out. The basement is where we woke up yesterday. How delightful. Ling Yun carried her straight towards the core area of the laboratory. There, the equipment that had been operating all night had quieted down. On the central control panel, a brand new device lay quietly bathed in the gentle guiding light. It was a silver-white, slightly larger than a small child's fist, flat oval object, crafted from a material neither gold nor jade, exuding a gentle and understated luster. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any seams or buttons. Oh, the little one widened her eyes in curiosity, pointing at the device. What is this? Is it a toy? It sparkles like a little star. Indeed, it resembles a guardian star, Ling Yun replied with a smile, his tone imbued with a solemn tenderness. This treasure was specially crafted by your elder brother and the fairy sister for you. What is it for? The small child's mouth slightly agape, her delight and sense of importance radiating from her. Ling Yun deactivated the guiding light beam, cradling the warm, silver star in his palm. It will allow you to grow strong and healthy without the need for medicine when you fall ill. Wow, this little star is so amazing. Does this mean I won't have to take the bitter medicine anymore? The child clapped her tiny hands, bubbling with joy, for she dreaded taking medicine, which was always so bitter. Ling Yun gently placed the quantum healing device in the palm of the little princess's hand, pressing down on the almost invisible silver dot at its center. His gaze was serious and resolute. Little one, let this little star drive away the sickness from within you. Shall we? All right. I really dislike being sick. It means taking yucky medicine and enduring long needles that hurt. The little one squirmed excitedly in Ling Yun's embrace. As the words left his lips, the quantum healing device in her hands suddenly illuminated, enveloping her entirely in a soft silver glow. It's glowing. Hee hee hee. It's so warm and comforting. The little princess giggled in delight amidst the radiance. Treatment completed. Congenital hereditary asthma has been cured, and the congenital heart valve has been repaired. Recharging will commence shortly, a clear voice announced, indicating the progress of the treatment. A heavy stone lifted from Ling Yun's heart. The sickness has been banished, little one. We need not fear taking medicine anymore. The small princess peered out from the silver light, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Ling Yun. Can this little star help my mother too? To drive away her illness? She thought of her beloved mother, who often felt unwell. Of course, Ling Yun replied warmly, gazing at the understanding little girl in his arms. However, the little star is tired after helping you. Let it rest before it assists your mother, all right? All right. The small one nodded vigorously, lifting her chin to plant a kiss on Ling Yun's cheek. Oh dear, little treasure, let your brother have a kiss too, Mwamua. Ling Yun felt as though he were floating. The sound of the little princess's cheerful laughter echoed through the basement. Young master, the voice of the assistant, Ling, chimed in at an opportune moment, her tone softening as she addressed the little princess. The gift we purchased for you has arrived. Would you like to see it? Really? Yay. An overwhelming sense of anticipation filled the little one as she wrapped her small arms tightly around Ling Yun's neck, her feet joyously swinging. Come on, let us go. I want to see it. Ling Yun chuckled and kissed her smooth forehead. All right, hold on tight. Cradling the little one, they arrived at the entrance of the villa, where a large cargo truck was quietly parked. Upon sighting the visitors, the lead driver promptly approached, his demeanor respectful. Are you Mr. Ling? He inquired. I am Wang Laowu. The items you ordered have arrived. Where would you prefer them to be unloaded? Fruits and vegetables can go in the kitchen, while toys and snacks should be placed in the living room. Thank you for your help. Ling Yun directed them as he led them inside. Not at all. This trip is quite a treat for us. We could rest for a month after running this errand for you. Wang Laowu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. There's no problem. The customer provided exceedingly well. Besides, these are merely daily necessities, not heavy at all. How delightful. The little princess in Ling Yun's arms observed the workers unloading piles of goods and pointed to herself with her tiny finger, tilting her face upward to ask, Are all these for me? Indeed they are. Ling Yun replied, gently nudging his nose against hers. They are all for our beloved little one. Are you happy? Yay. So many goodies. The little princess joyfully squirmed in Ling Yun's embrace before shyly asking, Is there more? I'm hungry. Is my little one hungry? You can sit on the sofa for a bit while your sister prepares a show for you. I will start making your meal right away. Ling Yun gently set the little one down. Yay. I want to watch the little mouse and the big cat. The little princess cheered, bouncing toward the sofa. As soon as she settled, she eagerly called out, Sister Jinyong, hurry, turn on the little mouse for me. Of course, young master. Came the voice of Ling Yun's assistant, and the living room walls were instantly illuminated by a seamless projection. Here it comes, here it comes. Giggling like a radiant sun at the lively animation, the little princess beamed with joy. Wang Laowu and his crew heard the assistant's voice but thought nothing of it, assuming it to be a common smart home voice assistant, akin to Xiao AI or Siri. Boss, everything is unloaded. We shall take our leave now. Remember to reach out if you need anything else. After tidying up, Wang Laowu called out toward the kitchen. Thank you for your hard work. Drive safely, Ling Yun replied, momentarily glancing up from preparing a delightful meal for the little princess. Little one, come wash your hands and get ready for dinner, Ling Yun called to the little princess, who was laughing and shouting at the animated show on the sofa. Coming. She immediately sprang from the sofa and hurried toward Ling Yun. Don't forget to use the fragrant soap from yesterday, the little princess reminded, standing by the sink. Of course, Ling Yun chuckled, squeezing some aromatic soap into her tiny hands. After washing, we will eat. No playing with water, okay? After washing, I'll go to the little mouse, I know, the little princess assured, though her hands were already playing gleefully under the faucet. Now, come and see what your brother has prepared for you. Ling Yun placed the steaming dishes on the coffee table, which included tomato beef, braised prawns, and stir-fried broccoli. Whoa, the little princess gasped, her mouth watering at the sight of the fragrant and colorful dishes. I'm all clean, and I want to eat. Here, brother will feed you. Ling Yun picked up a peeled prawn and scooped a small spoonful of rice, offering it to her. First, have a prawn, then a bite of rice. Yum, so delicious. The prawn is so good. I want more. The little princess swallowed her food eagerly, her cheeks puffed up as she mumbled, I still want more. Slow down, don't choke, Ling Yun said, affectionately watching her as he swiftly peeled another shrimp. It's all yours, no one is competing with you. The little princess's gaze shifted to the vibrant tomato beef, her small face displaying a hint of hesitation. But can I eat this tomato beef? She whispered. Father says it's for work and not for eating. Rest assured, my dear, Ling Yun chuckled, gently patting her head. The beef here is for you to enjoy without worry. Chapter 12. The first female racer of the Great Tang debuts, is it really mine to eat? The little princess exclaimed, wielding the child-sized utensils Ling Yun had prepared for her. She scooped a spoonful of beef into her mouth, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Oh, this tomato beef is so delicious. I want it every day. The tender meat and the rich, sweet tangy flavor of the tomato delighted her. Ling Yun felt a surge of joy watching the little foodie relish her meal. Sweetheart, you must eat your broccoli too. You can't just have meat or you won't grow strong, he gently reminded her, noticing that the broccoli remained untouched. He switched to coaxing mode. It won't grow big if you don't eat it. Just try one piece. The little princess, engrossed in her meat, reluctantly picked up a piece of broccoli. It was no surprise she was reluctant. The stir-fried broccoli lacked the allure of the two meat dishes. Well, it's not bad, but it's not as good as the meat, she pouted, smacking her lips in genuine evaluation. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Why are you laughing? I'm being serious, the little princess said, hands on her hips, looking earnest. It's just that you are too adorable. And I can't help but smile because I like you, Ling Yun replied, pinching her chubby cheeks playfully. Giggling, I like you too. The little princess beamed, her joy evident. I can't eat anymore. My little tummy is full, she said, contentedly patting her belly as she leaned back on the sofa, observing the satiated little princess. It was Ling Yun's turn to clean up the remnants of their feast. My dear, how about I change you into a pretty outfit afterward? Oh, that sounds wonderful. I haven't worn new clothes in ages. The little princess, her face aglow with delight, watched Ling Yun tidy up the leftover food. The Empress Chang's son was virtuous and frugal. Even though the little princess was dearly cherished, her wardrobe consisted of only a few sets of clothing. Wait here, I'll go get something for you, Ling Yun said as he finished cleaning up and headed towards the stack of boxes in the living room. Look at these and choose whichever you like. I'll help you change into it. He laid out a collection of adorable children's clothing on the sofa for the little princess to select from. So beautiful. I love them all, she exclaimed, enchanted by the clothes that were unlike any she had seen before, some sparkling with various patterns, their big eyes glimmering. Let us start with this one, she said, picking up a t-shirt adorned with a little white rabbit. All right, let us get you changed, Ling Yun responded, carefully removing the not-so-breathable outfit she wore and dressing her in the little princess's chosen white rabbit ensemble. The little white rabbit lightly pranced about, joyfully exclaiming, how lovely. Look at me. The little princess gazed down at her dazzling new attire, spinning around in delight. These other outfits, my brother has prepared for me to take home, so I can wear a different one every day, ensuring I always look beautiful. Ling Yun smiled as he watched the little princess twirl like an angel, his eyes filled with her image. Hooray, I shall wear them for mother to see, and I want Qinglan to change my clothes every day. Thank you, little brother. The princess leaped into Ling Yun's embrace, sweetly chattering away. Brother, go fetch me some toys, including a little car. Ling Yun cherished the moment, holding the little princess in his arms for a while. Yes, yes. The princess eagerly nodded her small head. Ling Yun sifted through the pile of toys, selecting a bubble gun and a children's electric car, pushing them towards the princess. Dear one, this is a bubble gun that I have prepared for you. Just press this button, and bubbles will float out. After securing the bubble solution and ensuring the safety bolt was fastened, he handed it to the princess. She took the bubble gun and squeezed the trigger. Wow, this bubble gun is so much fun. Look at all the bubbles. The colorful bubbles sent the little princess bouncing with joy. Observing her delight while unpacking the electric car, Ling Yun hastened his movements, eager to unveil an even greater surprise. Dear one, come and see if you like this little car, he called softly to the princess, who was running around the living room with her bubble gun. With a playful gallop, the little princess approached the child-sized replica of a grand electric car, circling it curiously. Little brother, where are the horses? This car doesn't have any horses to pull it, she queried, recalling the carriages from her memories that required horses to move. Haha, this little car that I have gifted you does not need horses to run. Let me teach you how to drive it, Lingyun said, lifting the pondering princess and placing her in the toy car. This round part is the steering wheel. Turn it to go where you wish. Press this pedal to move forward and this one to stop. The red button is the switch. Press it when you want to play. And the black button will let the car rest when you're done. Do you remember? Lingyun instructed earnestly. Yes, I remember. I am going to drive the little car. The princess exclaimed eagerly. It's moving. The little car doesn't need a horse to run. How wonderful. I can drive the little car. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She looked utterly adorable. Watching the little princess tiptoe, clutching the steering wheel, Lingyun felt a twinge of concern for her safety. Dear one, steer back to me. I will have the fairy sister modify your little car. It's dangerous since your tiny feet cannot reach the pedals. The princess reluctantly turned the wheel to return to Lingyun. Alright, the little car is so much fun. I love it. May, please create a modification plan, Lingyun said, as he lifted the little princess into the small G and headed towards the basement elevator. Alright, the plan has been formulated. And the anticipated modification time is 1 hour. May's voice floated lightly through the living room. After guiding the little princess's electric vehicle onto the workbench, the alloy mechanical arm began to dismantle and modify it. Quack. Little Now and little Chia have been taken apart. What should we do? The little princess gazed at her disassembled toy and burst into tears. She had been so excited that she completely missed the part about modifying her little car. Don't cry, don't cry. The car isn't broken. Didn't your brother say that Sister Elf would make some adjustments for you? Once it's done, you won't have to hang onto the steering wheel to drive anymore, and you'll be even more comfortable sitting in it. Lingyun quickly wiped away the pearls of tears from her face and reassured her. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. The little princess patted her chest, her eyes sparkling with tears that came swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. Sister Ning, thank you for helping to modify little Chia. You've worked hard. Upon hearing that her little car was being modified by the elf's sister for her sake, the little princess sweetly expressed her gratitude to the unseen elf. You're welcome, my little master. Your happiness is what matters most, replied Mio, equally cooperative. Chapter 13. The little princess prepares to shine. Little Now, can you see if you can fit this cup into your bracelet? Lingyun observed the bracelet adorning the little princess's wrist. After her return to the Tang Dynasty yesterday, he had examined the successfully modified bracelet, discovering that its storage capacity was far beyond his expectations. He surmised that this phenomenon was likely linked to the little princess's presence in the mysterious energy medium, as the space module applied to the bracelet alone could not achieve such an effect. Thus, he wished to ascertain whether this unmodified bracelet possessed any storage capabilities. If it did, it would imply that the bracelet itself contained an unknown energy, which had activated in some manner yesterday, resulting in the little princess's sudden appearance here. How do I do that? Little Now tilted her head, perplexed, as she gazed at her bracelet. Let me demonstrate for you. Just think about placing this cup inside the bracelet, and see if you can manage it, Lingyun instructed, showcasing the action for the little princess. How magical! Amazing! Little Now exclaimed as she watched the cup vanish with a flash of white light from the bracelet, only to reappear moments later, utterly fascinated. She raised her tiny hand, her big eyes fixated on the cup, her brow furrowing slightly, as if concentrating. With another flash of white light, success! Yay, I can do it! I've learned it! Aren't I impressive? Little Now expressed her excitement, her face radiating a desire for praise. Indeed, it seems that the bracelets belonging to Now and me are quite extraordinary. Lingyun's eyes widened in surprise. Incredible! Our Now is the best, even better than her brother. He instantly shifted into praise mode. After all, how could one resist the charm of such an adorable little girl? Now, let us go prepare some things to take back. We can bring back a lot now. Once we're ready, your car will be nearly modified. Lingyun picked up Little Now, preparing to gather their supplies. Yes, let us hurry. I want to take beautiful clothes back, Little Now chimed in, shaking her bracelet enthusiastically. Upon returning to the living room, Lingyun introduced a pile of watermelons and other fruits delivered today to the little princess, explaining how to eat them, which ones to consume quickly, and which should be eaten in moderation, before allowing the little one to store them all in her bracelet. He then had the little one pack away the children's water cup, clothes, and pajamas prepared for the little princess. The remaining multitude of items he intended to organize later in the evening, as there was quite an abundance. Little master, your toy car is ready. You may go take a look now, came the voice of Ling listening to her tone when addressing the little princess. Lingyun felt she increasingly resembled an electronic mother. Is the little car done? Little Now, let's go to see the little car. The little princess immediately extended her arms, climbing onto Lingyun. He chuckled as he lifted the small creature, who was tugging at his pant leg, and said, shall we wait a moment? Let brother first have Sister Jinyong order some delicious food for you. The little one can take it back to enjoy with your father and mother. All right, Sister Ning. You must order us something delicious. The little one clapped her hands joyfully upon hearing about the food. Jingling, please order a few servings of tomato braised beef brisket, red braised pork, and sweet and sour ribs. Well, let us not overthink it. You can arrange the rest as you see fit. Just ensure the portions are substantial. For our little princess has quite a family, Lingyun said, playfully tapping the little princess on her nose and leaving the culinary decisions to Jingling. Come now. Brother will take you to see the toy car. Let us take off. With that, Ling Yun placed the little one around his neck. Riding the horse, yay? The little one showed no fear, playfully squeezing Ling Yun's neck with her tiny feet, issuing commands like a little general. Upon reaching the basement, a children's electric car, entirely different from the previous model, appeared before the little princess. The car's body was transformed into a soft pink hue, subtly shimmering under the light. Indeed, after the modifications, it bore no resemblance to its former self. Wow, how wonderful! This little car is far better than the last one. I love it. The little one cheered, leaping towards the front of the car, and then turning to Ling Yun with eager eyes. Can I drive it, little brother? Ling Yun, seeing the little one's eager face, felt his heart melt. Wait a moment, dear one. Let Sister Jingling introduce the new features of the car, shall we? Sister Ning, hurry up. I want to drive. The little princess was entirely focused on playing with her new toy rather than the introduction. Very well, little master. The new features are as follows: adjustable seating and steering wheel, solar-powered perpetual motion system, obstacle recognition, and intelligent navigation. Jingling began her presentation. Ling Yun listened attentively from the side. The features Jingling had added surpassed his expectations, even including a perpetual motion system, an oversight on his part regarding the issue of power supply. In summary, this little car was worth more than a Bugatti. In fact, he had forgotten that the electric fan he had given to the little princess yesterday was also equipped with a perpetual motion system, though it had been idle for quite some time, and he could hardly recall it. Go ahead, now you may drive freely until you tire of it. Observing the little princess, who was entirely engrossed in the car and disregarding the introduction, Ling Yun smiled nonchalantly. As long as safety was ensured, everything was fine. Come on, little one, quickly hop on. Let us take the car out to play. The little princess opened the car door and climbed in, waving at Ling Yun. With a smile, Ling Yun joined her, experiencing the newly modified toy car. Remarkably, the seats were soft and comfortable, devoid of the previous plastic hardness, and the space had been expanded, now featuring a storage box at the back. He silently praised Ling for the thoughtful upgrades. Subsequently, the little one maneuvered the car around the basement, reveling in her play. Master, the takeaway has arrived at the door. Ling's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Little one, let us go. Drive to collect the delicious food. Off we go. Ling Yun instructed the little princess. All right, let us go. I'm ready. The little one expertly turned the car towards the elevator. As she received the heavy takeaway from the delivery man, Ling Yun intended to ask the princess to store it in her bracelet, but she countered with a playful protest. I'll keep it in the bracelet. Little one will help place it there. The little princess opened the storage compartment of her car, directing Ling Yun with authority. Haha, good. Let us put it in the trunk. Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the little princess possessed a regal quality reminiscent of a great emperor. Imagining her driving this pastel toy car into the Tang Palace and retrieving various modern delicacies from the trunk, he envisioned the bewildered expressions of Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, barely able to suppress his laughter. Once everything was settled and prepared, Ling Yun glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late, and it was time for the little princess to return. Although reluctant, he thought, if they didn't head back soon, wouldn't the Li couple be worried sick? Little one, it's getting late. Let us take the food back to share with your mother and the others. But I don't want to go back. I promised my mother I would come home. The little princess pouted, her face scrunched up in distress. It's all right. Ling Yun gently reassured her, stroking her little face. You can come to play every day. I'll be waiting for you here. Perhaps in the future, I might even accompany you to the Tang Dynasty. Really? Will you come with me? The little princess's eyes sparkled with disbelief and excitement. Indeed. I would never deceive you. Ling Yun replied earnestly to the adorable child before him. When that time comes, I'll let you take me on adventures. Yay. I'll definitely take you along. The little princess beamed, nodding vigorously. Then I'm off. You must think of me, okay? I'll miss you. With a spring in her step, she walked back to her pink toy car, and in a flash of light, both she and the car vanished from sight. Chapter 14. The Delivery Girl in the Tang Dynasty. Within the Hall of Governance, Empress Changsun paced anxiously, her brow furrowed with persistent worry. Your Majesty, she finally spoke, her voice quivering slightly. The sun is about to set. Why hasn't the little one returned? Could something have happened? Although the white jade capital was splendid, the little one was still quite young. She dared not think further, her eyes welling with tears. Seated behind the royal desk, Emperor Li Shimin furrowed his brows, the documents before him untouched for some time, reflecting his own unease. He suppressed the turmoil within his heart and rose to stand beside Empress Changsun, his broad palm gently resting upon her cool hand. In a deep voice, he reassured her, Guanyin maid, do not be overly troubled. Perhaps the young lord of Baiyu Jing is treating her exceptionally well, allowing her to play for a while longer. This statement served both as a comfort to the empress and a means of self-persuasion. Li Lizzie, standing nearby, was equally anxious, having attempted several times to console her mother but unsure of how to begin. The palace maids, such as Sui and Lanqin, held their breath, not daring to exhale. In the midst of this almost frozen silence, a peculiar, sharp, rhythmic buzzing sound suddenly erupted, accompanied by a loud beeping. Protect His Highness. The commanding shout from the leader of the guards outside the hall coincided with the strange noise. Li Shimin's pupils constricted instinctively as he stepped forward to shield Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie behind him. Mother, I'm here. Why aren't you waiting for me in the sleeping quarters? The little princess, driving her small car, honked the horn while calling out loudly. Having returned to Chihuang Pavilion and not seeing her mother, she urged Qinlan to grab the electric fan and sped toward the Lijiang Hall. It is His Highness. Everyone, Step back. Do not frighten the young master. The leader of the guards, who had a clearer view, sternly commanded the unsheathing soldiers to retreat. Is that the little cub? Empress Changsuen's heart raced as she gasped in astonishment. The first thing that caught their eyes were two blinding beams of light, growing increasingly bright, nearly preventing them from opening their eyes. Another clear honk sounded. The little cub executed a swift turn, and her pink car came to a steady stop before the crowd. It was a peculiar box, adorned with 4 rounded wheels, and atop it sat a tiny figure with large eyes, radiating beams of light that nearly caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Sitting in her rosy vehicle, the little cub blinked twice and immediately spotted her astonished mother and sister, who were shielded behind her father. The little princess beamed with a dazzling smile and enthusiastically tapped a round button in the center of the steering wheel. Beep. Father, mother, sister, I'm here. Look at my little car. Isn't it amazing? Hee hee hee. Li Shimin stood frozen in place, maintaining his protective stance over his wife and daughter. His expression caught between shock and confusion. Empress Changsun clutched her chest, nearly gasping for breath. Li Lizzie, with her mouth agape, watched her little sister sitting in that self-propelling iron box, utterly at a loss for words. Little cub. Empress Changsuen's voice trembled as she staggered a few steps forward, halting before the pink car, reaching out as if to touch her daughter, yet hesitating for fear of disturbing something. Are you all right? What is this? Her gaze flitted between the vehicle and her daughter's face. What is this? The little cub puffed out her chest, her small hands rhythmically tapping the steering wheel. As she spoke, she skillfully extended her little chubby hand to press an inconspicuous silver button on the inside of the car door. With a soft click, the door, as transparent as glass, silently and smoothly opened upwards, reminiscent of legendary mechanisms. A gasp filled the hall. The little princess, with her short legs, nimbly leapt from the driving seat and into the welcoming embrace of Empress Zhongsan. It is good to be back, my dear, she said, wrapping her arms tightly around the little princess. Sitsi, Li Shimin endeavored to keep his voice calm and gentle. What is this? How do you control it? His gaze flitted over the pink iron box, an expression of complex emotions and indescribable shock reflected in his eyes. This was gifted to me by the young lord. It runs with a little horse. Just a few adjustments and it can go. The little princess proudly tilted her head back in her mother's arms. No need for animal power. That young lord from the Jade capital has truly gifted his chariot to Sitsi? Li Lizzie exclaimed softly from the side. Sister, this is a carriage. It's the young lord's new toy for me. The little princess, bewildered by Li Lizzie's mention of a carriage, could only recall that the young lord had said this was a gift for her. Such a miraculous object. Merely a toy for a child? How highly the young lord from the Jade capital regarded Sitsi. Li Shimin and Zhang Ainen crouched beside the pink cart, continuously investigating its wonders. Indeed, the young lord is very kind. He even bought me delicious food. The little princess immediately perked up, wriggling free from her mother's embrace, and hurried to the back of her pink cart. She extended her small hand and gently pressed a spot on the back of the box. With a soft click, a similarly pink lid, the trunk, popped open. Then, under the watchful eyes of Li Shimin, Empress Zhongsun, Li Lizzie, and all the palace maids and attendants, the little princess tiptoed and struggled to pull out a large, square box adorned with peculiar patterns and text, a take-out thermal bag, from the smooth, pristine interior that they had never seen before. Father, come here. Help me bring out the others. They're too heavy for me. She called out urgently to the dazed Li Shimin. Oh, I'm coming. Li Shimin quickly regained his composure and stepped forward. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. For gigantic boxes were abruptly piled on the golden-tiled floor of the leaching hall, emitting an irresistible and indescribable aroma of meat that made one salivate. All right, that's all. The little princess clapped her dust-free hands and gently pressed to close the trunk again. Sitsi, these are all the food that the young lord had you bring back? Empress Zhongsun inquired, drawn in by the enticing scents wafting through the air. Yes, and he wants a 5-star review. The little princess pouted, mimicking the takeout delivery person, finding it amusing and fulfilling. Chapter 15. The most adorable child of the Tang Palace gurgle. The little princess's face flushed slightly as she patted her small belly. Mother, please ask my brothers and sisters to hurry and join us. I'm so hungry. Sui, upon hearing the call of Zizi, was instructed to summon Gao Ming, Chengyang, Jinu, and Qin Ke to the Hall of Governance for a meal. At the command of Empress Changsun, the palace maids began to prepare the hall, arranging several takeaway boxes neatly upon the dining table. Once her mind was settled, Empress Changsun noticed that her daughter was adorned in unfamiliar attire, with her delicate, rosy arms exposed, and her short legs similarly revealed. Zizi, is the outfit you were also a gift from the young lord? Empress Changsun inquired, gently touching the rabbit pattern on the fabric. Her curiosity piqued. Both Li Shimin and Li Lizzie, upon hearing the empress's words, shifted their attention towards the young princess. Indeed, this is the little bunny outfit. Isn't it adorable, mother? The little princess lifted her chin slightly and twirled, showcasing herself like a graceful swan. Li Lizzie gazed at the soft, form-fitting bunny attire that was unlike anything she had ever seen. The fabric was so light it seemed almost weightless, with bright, cheerful colors and vivid embroidery that brought the rabbit to life, exuding a sense of youthful whimsy. Mother, this garment appears exceedingly thin and the material feels quite exquisite. Zizi should not feel any discomfort wearing this, Li Lizzie remarked, her voice unwittingly infused with awe and envy, a reflection of her youthful spirit, despite her royal status. Li Shimin stepped closer, observing the little princess with admiration. Indeed, the attire was a testament to the fineries of the capital, and the rabbit embroidery was so intricate it seemed beyond mere human craftsmanship. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had witnessed an array of rare treasures from the western regions, yet nothing could quite compare to this. At that moment, hurried and somewhat frantic footsteps echoed from outside the hall. "Your Highness, the electric fan has arrived." Qing Lan burst into the room, clutching the fan and panting, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Previously stationed at Qi Huang Hall awaiting the return of the little princess, she was taken aback upon seeing her young lady seated beside this glowing, four-wheeled contraption. Before she could fully comprehend, the little princess called out to take the fan and rode off on the luminous device, prompting Qing Lan to frantically chase after her, startled by its swift movement. Seeing the assembly within the hall, especially noticing the little princess was safe, Qing Lan visibly exhaled in relief. "Slow down, Qing Lan. Let us hurry along," giggled the little princess as she showcased her pink vehicle. "Qing Lan, quickly, open the fan and place it here." Zizi pointed towards the table before her. Qing Lan promptly complied, pressing the round button and setting it before the young princess. With a familiar and oddly rhythmic hum, the fan began to whir, its blades spinning rapidly, releasing a gentle, refreshing breeze. "Ah, this is delightful," the little princess exclaimed, her forehead glistening with excitement as she squinted her eyes, relishing the cool air. "Mother, how did you bring the electric fan here? Can you operate it?" Zizi tilted her head, inquiring of her mother. "Zizi, this was gifted to you by the young lord. Your mother dares not misuse it. I feel fortunate to share your company at night," replied Empress Changsun, a hint of warmth in her voice. Empress Changsun gently tidied the stray strands of hair from the young prince's forehead, her voice soothing as she explained, "My dear, it's all right. The young lord has assured me that he will help alleviate my ailments today. This is something I truly cherish." The little princess, with utmost seriousness, replied to Empress Changsun, "Is that truly the case? Can the young lord also help alleviate my mother's sickness?" Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie stepped forward, grasping the little princess's hand, her voice laced with urgency and excitement. She had witnessed the empress's suffering during her bouts of illness numerous times, and the pain was haunting, causing her heart to ache for her mother. She wished she could bear the burden herself. Li Shimin, intrigued, fixed his piercing gaze upon the little princess, eager to learn her next response. "Sister, it's true. I have inquired, and the young lord has agreed to assist," the little princess declared, embodying the essence of a responsible adult. "Guanyin maid, there's hope for you," Li Shimin exclaimed, taking hold of Empress Changsun's hand. "Erlang, I may be able to stay by your side a while longer," Empress Changsun responded, her eyes glistening with tears. She was acutely aware of her own frail health and had previously felt that her time was fleeting, often putting on a brave face despite her discomfort in front of Li Shimin. "How will you treat your mother? Will you bring her to Baiyu Jing? Or will the young lord descend upon our Tang?" Li Shimin pressed eagerly. "In a little while, the young lord will come, and the little star will help drive away the sickness. I am tired and need to rest," the little princess said, pointing to her chin as she sweetly repeated Ling Yun's words. Indeed, healing through the power of the stars, such was the method of the celestial beings. There was no need for haste. As long as healing could be achieved, that was all that mattered. Li Shimin interpreted the little princess's mention of a little star quantum healing device as a reference to celestial powers. "Oh, mother, you will be healed," Li Lizzie whispered as she embraced Empress Changsun, her voice trembling with quiet sobs. "Lizzie, your mother is fortunate. She has you, her little fortune star, and all of you children by her side." "I am grateful," Empress Changsun softly reassured, patting Li Lizzie's back, her voice slightly hoarse from emotion. As a mother, she longed to witness her children grow up, establish families of their own, and now, she finally had the opportunity to do so. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. "Mother, father, Zizi." Princess Jinyong rushed over, her skirts fluttering, accompanied by Crown Prince Li Changqian, Prince Li Tai, and Prince Li Ji. "Gao Ming, Jinyong, Jinu, you have all come." Empress Changsun smiled with relief, motioning for them to sit. "Today, Zizi has brought back celestial delicacies from Baiyu Jing for our family to savor together. Second sister, you're here. I've missed you," the little princess exclaimed, dashing towards Princess Jinyong, their reunion joyful and reciprocal. "Sister, I missed you too. Zizi, what beautiful attire are you wearing?" Princess Jinyong gasped as she embraced the little princess, who was half a head shorter than her. "Zizi, you are so adorable. I heard the palace maid say you brought all of this back?" Prince Li Ji, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the little princess's attire and the peculiar aromatic takeout boxes. "Indeed, all of this is from the young lord," she replied cheerfully. The little princess embraced Jinyong, her second sister, and exclaimed, "Look at this adorable little bunny outfit. There are so many beautiful clothes. Soon, we'll be completely satisfied, and I'll treat you all." Although Li Chengxian and Li Tai were equally curious, their maturity restrained them from displaying excessive exuberance in front of Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. They merely exchanged glances and surveyed their surroundings. Chapter 16. The little princess shines before others. Li Shimin returned to his throne and declared with a booming voice, "Indeed, today, we are fortunate to partake in these exquisite delicacies brought forth by the auspicious presence of the little one. Zhang Anan, open the boxes." Zhang Anan promptly stepped forward, carefully unveiling the peculiar insulated bags adorned with strange inscriptions and designs. As the lids were lifted, an astonishingly rich and layered aroma erupted forth, instantly saturating the entire court. The first box revealed enticingly bright red braised pork, glistening with a succulent sheen, its tender meat interspersed with fat. The second box contained sweet and sour ribs, coated in a crystalline sauce that released a tantalizing scent. The third box was brimming with a sumptuous tomato braised beef, its vibrant sauce enveloping the tender morsels of meat. The largest box, when opened, revealed an impressive mound of golden, crispy fried chicken, its aroma commanding and unparalleled, accompanied by small containers of red and white sauces presented before the guests. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, captivating all present. Never had they encountered such a visually and olfactorily exquisite array of dishes. And even the esteemed Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun found themselves momentarily speechless by this sensory feast. Li Changqian, Li Lizzie, Jinyong, and others gazed in awe, their throats involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. Delicious. Hurry, hurry. I'm so hungry. The little princess, with drool at the corner of her mouth, waved her little hands excitedly. Let us share. There is no need for formality. Today is a family gathering, and everyone should taste the delights brought back by your little sister. Observing the drool at his daughter's mouth, Li Shimin chuckled as he instructed Zhang Yanan. The little princess, unrestrained by decorum, seized a piece of golden, crispy fried chicken from Empress Changsun's embrace before Li Shimin could finish speaking, dipped it in some ketchup, and devoured it with delight. The crisp sound echoed as she bit into the chicken, her cheeks puffed up with joy as her eyes squinted in bliss. So delicious, crispy, and fragrant. Haha, if the little one claims it is delicious, it must be extraordinary. Li Shimin laughed heartily, picking up his chopsticks. Come, Guanyin maid, children, taste this heavenly delicacy from the white jade capital. Seeing the little princess indulge with such abandon and relish, and inhaling the captivating aroma that seemed to beckon one's very soul, any remaining restraint and doubt among those gathered at the table dissipated into the ether. Empress Changsun nodded with a smile, selecting a piece of the seemingly mild tomato beef. Finally unable to hold back, Li Changqian, Li Lizzie, Jinyong, and the others eagerly reached for their chopsticks or, like the little princess, picked up the fried chicken with their hands. Your Majesty, this is beef. The Empress exclaimed in surprise after tasting the tomato-braised beef, setting down her chopsticks in astonishment. My dear mother, do not worry, little one will stay with me. They shall not toil at all. Their sole purpose is to indulge. Upon hearing Empress Changsun's words, the little princess's mind understood that her mother was just as delighted as when they first tasted food together. Her cheeks puffed up as she murmured, Ha ha, Guanyin maid. We are quite different from others. There is no burden here, so eat freely. Li Shimin chuckled heartily at the sight of the little princess enjoying her meal, casting a glance toward the pink little cart. In an instant, the hall of governance was filled with a chorus of astonished exclamations, the sounds of satisfied chewing, and the occasional triumphant commentary from the little one. This red one is soft and delightful. The sweet and sour sugar is exquisite. The bones are tender. The broth of the beef is marvelous. The fried chicken is delightful, so crispy. The scene within the hall, a family basking in the cool breeze of electric fans while relishing delectable treats, exuded warmth and comfort. This is truly delicious. It would be even better with the watermelon that little one brought back the other day, remarked a contented young Li Ji. Brother, do you desire watermelon? I can conjure it for you, the little one said, swallowing the last piece of beef from her bowl and letting out a satisfied burp, ready to showcase her talents before her elder brother. Conjure? Have you learned magic from the little lord? Li Shimin looked on in disbelief. What magic? The little one didn't teach any magic. The little princess was evidently oblivious to what her father meant by magic. Then how can you conjure watermelon? Empress Changsun gazed at her daughter, equally curious. I will show mother, just wait. The little princess stood from her mother's embrace, her tiny legs striding toward the center of the hall, all eyes focused on the small figure, eager to witness how she would conjure a watermelon from thin air. Father, mother, sister, brother, are you all well? I am about to conjure. The little princess relished the attention. She raised her little arms slightly, closed her eyes, and then opened them to transform. Li Shimin and the others beheld as the little princess lifted her hand, closed her eyes, and with a flash of white light, a pile of watermelons appeared at her feet. This is incredible. Wow, the little one is so talented. Everyone in the hall gasped in astonishment, with Princess Jinyong exclaiming in delight. Isn't this magic? Li Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, am I not impressive? The little lord taught me, and I learned it right away. The little princess turned to her mother, her lips pouting, her expression clearly demanding praise. Truly remarkable, little one. Did the little lord teach you magic, or what did he teach you to enable you to conjure watermelons? Empress Changsun gazed at her daughter, still trying to grasp the reality of the situation. With this pot, you just put it in and it works. The little princess eagerly explained to her mother, sharing every detail of how Ling Yun had instructed her, waving her little hand and shaking her bracelet. Can you let father see your little bracelet? Li Shimin inquired, intrigued, wondering if it might be a magical artifact. Ah, dear father, I wish to play with this as well, and I, a plump little one, desire to transform it into other delightful things. The little princess, generous as she is, thought that her father might also wish to play with her bracelet, and so she handed it over. Li Shimin received the bracelet with utmost care, mimicking the princess's earlier actions, closing and opening his eyes in anticipation. Yet, nothing transpired. Nothing appeared. Ahem, it seems this bracelet must indeed have been enchanted by the young lord, for only the little one can wield its magic. Li Shimin felt a bit embarrassed and hastily returned the bracelet to the little princess. Chapter 17. The generosity of the little princess. Father, you are being silly. It's not for you to use. The little one pouted, her expression slightly disdainful. Let me show you again, father, so you can be well. The little princess, with a hint of pride, prepared to demonstrate once more how her father could play with the bracelet. This time, a flash of white light erupted, and the little princess produced garments and an array of fruits from within the bracelet. Sister, come quickly. Look at all these beautiful clothes. The little one had not forgotten her promise to share with her elder sister before mealtime. All of these are gifts from the young lord. Empress Changsun approached, gazing at the bounty on the ground in disbelief. Indeed, so many. The young lord's affection for the little one far exceeded their expectations. Yes, all of these are from the young lord. Mother, are any of these exquisite garments suitable for sister to wear? I wish to gift them to her. The little princess tugged at Empress Changsun, leading her toward the pile of clothes, eager to share her new treasures with her sister. Seeing her little daughter so thoughtful, and noting the longing in the eyes of Princess Jinyong, Empress Changsun bent down to stroke the little princess's head. You are truly wonderful, my dear. Jinyong, come here. Let me select a few garments for you. Upon hearing this, Princess Jinyong immediately scampered over, her affection for her little sister's rabbit-themed outfit evident. You are so kind. Dear sister, thank you. Her expression was sincere, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Older sister would look stunning in these as well, just as lovely as before. The little princess beamed at the joy of her sister, her own eyes sparkling with delight. Li Shimin and the others had gathered around. A family united within the Hall of Governance, examining the assortment of known and unknown items strewn across the floor. Sui, take Jinyong to the inner hall to change into some clothes. Empress Changsun had quickly selected several outfits that suited Jinyong's stature. The two little ones were of similar height, and some of the styles were quite loose-fitting, making them nearly perfect for the princess. Come, Sui, let us go to the inner hall, she said, leading Jinyong away. Mother, let us share some of these fruits. We shall play with them soon. The little princess, unconcerned with the fruits, waved her hand grandly and declared, sharing is such a tiring endeavor. I am but a child who can only count to 3. With that, she skipped eagerly toward the pink cart. Father, did you acquire all of these from the White Jade capital? Li Chengqian and Li Tai, standing nearby, could no longer contain their curiosity. Indeed, your sister was summoned by the immortal from the White Jade capital yesterday. All these items here, including that breeze maker, known as an electric fan, were gifts from the young lord of the White Jade capital to your sister. Observing his two sons, who bore expressions of profound bewilderment, Li Shimin feigned a deep seriousness, stroking his beard as he began to speak. Come here, dear brothers, let us play. The young princess, with her pink toy car, approached the gathering, calling out to the mesmerized Li Ji, who was transfixed by the spectacle of the glowing, beeping contraption. What is this, Zizi? Li Ji exclaimed, startled by the strange object before him. Fear not, dear child. This is a new toy gifted to Zizi by your elder brother, the Empress Zhangsun explained gently, as Li Ji clung to her leg. Come on, dear brother, why are you so timid? Sister, come here, I will take you for a ride. The young princess, noticing Li Ji's hesitance, shifted her attention. Zizi, how does one open the door? Li Lizzie, delighted by the invitation, stepped forward but hesitated upon reaching the car, having witnessed her sister activate the door with a simple press. Here, look, Zizi. With a swift press of a silver button inside the door, the panel slid open seamlessly. Sister, you need not press anything. Just enter like a little noble. The princess reiterated, emphasizing her point. Oh, I see. I'm coming. Li Lizzie thought to step inside, yet she feared that her abruptness might damage the princess's cherished toy. Wow, how wondrous, she gasped, carefully settling into the plush seat, which was more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Hold on tight, sister. We are about to set off. The young princess excitedly honked the horn, her little feet firmly pressing the accelerator. Faster, faster. Isn't this thrilling? As she navigated the toy car, she proudly showcased her driving skills to Li Lizzie, who felt the smooth motion beneath her, a refreshing breeze brushing against her cheeks. Watching her younger sister deftly maneuver the marvel of engineering, her face lit up with wonder and delight. Hurry, this feels so cool. Zizi, you are amazing. This is far more comfortable than a horse-drawn carriage. Meanwhile, the brothers Li Chengqian and Li Tai were left utterly dumbfounded as they witnessed the pink car glide effortlessly around the hall, accelerating and halting while emitting cheerful beeping sounds. Li Chengqian's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as he grappled with the notion that this contraption required neither horses nor human assistance. It moved entirely on its own and could carry passengers. Is this truly a toy? It appears to be something divine. Li Tai, known for his keen intellect and extensive knowledge, stared at the small vehicle with fervor akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. He endeavored to discern the mechanics of the wheels and the source of the humming sound. In contrast, Li Ji wore a look of regret as he watched the princess revel in her newfound freedom, his gaze filled with envy. The three brothers stood frozen in place, their expressions etched with profound astonishment and disbelief, resembling statues turned to stone. At that moment, the curtains of the inner hall were drawn aside, and Princess Jinyong emerged like a fluttering butterfly, joyfully exclaiming, Zizi, mother, father, look at this. Princess Jinyong twirled with excitement in place, showcasing her newly donned attire. She wore a charming garment adorned with an endearing cartoon deer pattern, complemented by a pair of snug light blue jeans, and her feet were clad in pristine white sneakers. This ensemble starkly contrasted with her usual palace attire of flowing skirts, radiating vitality and exuberance. Wow, second sister looks splendid, just like a little deer, exclaimed the young Cixi, her bright eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands in delight. Empress Changsun, observing Jinyong's novel and vibrant outfit, beamed with surprise and warmth, remarking, "Indeed, Jinyong looks delightful. Like a little fairy descended from the heavens. The fabric and style of this outfit are both refreshing and comfortable." Li Shimin stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. The attire from the Jade capital indeed possesses a unique charm, making our Jinyong appear even more lively. Upon receiving the compliments, Princess Jinyong's cheeks flushed with delight, enhancing her happiness. Chapter 18. The Nine-Dragon Jade Pendant. As a return gift, her eyes quickly caught sight of a pink little carriage parked nearby, with the young princess and Lizzie seated atop it, instantly brightening. "Cixi, is this your little carriage? I could hear it from inside." Princess Jinyong scampered over to the carriage, curiously circling it, eager to touch it, yet slightly hesitant. "Yes, this is indeed my little carriage. Second sister, let us play together." Cixi leaped down, enthusiastically grabbing Jinyong's hand. "You can sit here." She pointed to the passenger seat. "Really?" Princess Jinyong was filled with joy. "Jinyong, come here. Let me hold you." Lizzie extended her arms, lifting Jinyong onto her lap. Soon, to the astonishment and slight bewilderment of everyone in the Lijing Hall, three princesses squeezed into the tiny pink carriage. Cixi took the driver's seat, her little hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, her face flushed with excitement. Lizzie sat in the passenger seat, carefully protecting her sister. "Hold on tight. We're off," Cixi announced in her sweet voice, pressing the gas pedal with her tiny feet. Li Ji, filled with regret, thought to himself that had he known this little carriage was so enchanting and fun, he wouldn't have hesitated earlier. He watched eagerly as the carriage passed by again, unable to resist calling out, "Cixi, I want to ride too. Please take me along." Enthralled in her play, Cixi heard Li Ji's call and executed a delightful drift, although not at high speed. It was executed with flair. Before coming to a stop in front of him, her little chin raised. "Are you afraid of my little carriage, brother?" "Not afraid, not afraid." Li Ji waved his hands, his face flushed. "I'm quite brave. Let me have a try." "All right. Sister, please get down so brother can come up," Cixi generously offered. Lizzie, smiling, exited the carriage, making way for the eager Li Ji. "Sit tight. We're off," Cixi commanded, and the little carriage set off once again. Li Chengqian finally regained his voice, pointing but unable to articulate a complete sentence. Li Tai took a deep breath, his eyes fervently turning to Li Shimin. "Father, this object must be thoroughly studied. It is simply a marvel of ingenuity. If we could grasp even a few principles." Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty gazed at the astonished expressions of his sons, and then glanced at the pink little cart within the hall. Accompanied by the laughter of his daughters, a meaningful smile crept upon his lips. He raised a hand, interrupting Li Tai's words. "Qingke, do not be anxious. This is a treasure from the immortals, beyond the reach of ordinary power. For Zizi to acquire such a celestial affinity is her fortune, as well as a blessing for our Tang Dynasty. As for the study of it," his eyes held a profound depth, "let it unfold naturally. With Zizi present, what fear is there of not witnessing the marvelous wonders of the immortals?" He pondered inwardly. Research? How would one research? Dismantle Zizi's cherished toy? Wouldn't that little ancestor turn the palace upside down? Moreover, that enigmatic young man from Bayou Jing holds Zizi in such high regard. Who knows if there are protective celestial spells concealed within this toy? To act recklessly might provoke the displeasure of the immortals. It is paramount that Zizi enjoys herself. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun observed the children frolicking around the magical little cart, the hall resonating with a long-lost, pure laughter, their faces unconsciously revealing expressions of contentment and relaxation. Little Zizi seemed to tire from playing, or perhaps she recalled something of great importance. She gradually steered the cart back to her parents, expertly bringing it to a halt, pressing the black button, which emitted a gentle hum, silencing the cart completely. "Mother!" Little Zizi leaped from the driver's seat, akin to a fledgling bird returning to its nest, plunging into Empress Changsun's embrace, her small face earnest. "May I play a little longer at the young lord's tomorrow?" "Zizi, you must be good. It is not that your mother forbids you from playing longer. The young lord undoubtedly has other matters to attend to and cannot be disturbed excessively." Empress Changsun gently wiped the fine sweat from the forehead of the little princess. "The young lord is quite busy. He mentioned he would come to play with me today." Little Zizi strained to maintain a serious expression, earnestly reiterating Ling Yun's words. "Zizi, did the young lord truly say this to you?" Li Shimin inquired with palpable excitement, his beard nearly lifting with his enthusiasm. "Yes, the young lord said so. He wouldn't lie to me." The little princess nodded vigorously, affirming her statement. "Good, good. How should we prepare to welcome him?" Guanyin made. Li Shimin's voice brimmed with undeniable excitement and anxiety as he stepped forward, gripping his wife's hand tightly. "Erlang, there is no need for such haste. We shall have Zizi inquire tomorrow to find out." Empress Changsun gently patted Li Shimin's hand, her gaze directed towards the little princess. "Zizi, did the young lord mention when he would visit our Tang?" As the matriarch of the harem, Empress Changsun, with her keen perception, noticed that the little princess had not specified when the young lord would arrive or how he would come. I forgot to ask. I will inquire tomorrow when I see the young lord. The little princess tilted her head, reflecting on Ling Yun's words, realizing she had indeed neglected to ask him. Alright, Zizi will ask the young lord tomorrow, so that father and mother can prepare adequately. Empress Changsun affectionately stroked the little princess, who appeared troubled by her failure to gather more information. Erlang, should we not prepare some gifts for Zizi to take to the young lord tomorrow? Empress Changsun gazed at the heap on the ground and initiated a discussion with Li Shimin. Alas, indeed. I fear that the young gentleman may not find our earthly offerings appealing. Li Shimin gazed at the seemingly priceless card and the fruits scattered on the ground, which could easily fetch 100 gold pieces in the Tang Dynasty, his expression tinged with sorrow. It would be wiser to prepare some jade and precious stones. Perhaps the young gentleman, drawn by the jade bracelet in Zizi's possession, would have a slight interest in jadeite and similar treasures. The Empress Zhangsun offered her insight. Indeed, what the Guanyin maid has said is quite plausible. Li Shimin's furrowed brow relaxed, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Zhang Yinan, hasten to procure the finest jadeite, and bring forth my cherished 9-dragon jade pendant. The inclusion of his most beloved pendant underscored the significance he attached to Ling Yun's impending arrival. Mother, Zizi wishes to take a nap. I am so sleepy. The little one nestled against the Empress Zhangsun, resting her small head against her. After the excitement, the little princess felt the weight of drowsiness, her eyelids beginning to flutter. Very well, my dear, I shall help you sleep. Jinyong, you shall also sleep with us tonight. The electric fan will ensure a more comfortable slumber. The Empress gently patted the little princess's back, not forgetting her other daughter. Yes, yes. It has been a long time since Jinyong has slept with mother and with Zizi. The Princess Jinyong exclaimed joyously, skipping about. I also wish to sleep with my second sister, mumbled the little Zizi, her eyelids drooping as she murmured indistinctly. Seeing this, Li Shimin decided to return to the Taiji Palace to attend to state affairs. Chang Lu and the others, noticing the little princess had fallen asleep, instructed their respective maids to take the pre-sorted fruits and quietly took their leave. As for Li Chengxian and Li Tai, whether they could sleep that night remained uncertain. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly impactful for them. Meanwhile, our little princess was already in a deep slumber. Chapter 19. The little princess invites Ling Yun to the Tang Dynasty Xingzheng Hall, early morning. The daylight had fully emerged outside the window, and the electric fan in the corner continued to emit a steady, cool breeze. The little Zizi's long eyelashes fluttered for a moment as she groggily opened her eyes. Her small hand instinctively reached for the warm source beside her, but it was empty. Confused, she blinked her large eyes and furrowed her sleep-drenched face. Normally, upon waking, her mother would be tenderly holding her, or at least be near. Mother? She called softly, her voice laced with sleepiness, as her little hands searched the empty bed, only brushing against the soft silk quilt. No response. The little Zizi gradually became more aware, sitting up with a start on the vast bed, realizing that only she and her still sleeping second sister were present. Mother is gone. A wave of small grievance surged within her, pouting her lips. A sheen of tears quickly filled her large eyes. Wow, mother! She cried, pushing against the peacefully slumbering Chengyang. Second sister, mother is gone. Do not disturb Zizi. The princess, Chengyang mumbled, groggily turning over without opening her eyes. Second sister, I want mother. The little Zizi's voice quivered with increased sorrow as she leaned closer, shaking Chengyang's shoulder with her chubby little hands, her voice tinged with crying. Where has mother gone? Finally, Chengyang was thoroughly roused from her slumber. She opened her sleepy eyes and was greeted by the sight of her little sister pouting, her eyes rimmed with red. Oh dear, don't cry, my little one. Chengyang instantly awoke and sat up, awkwardly yet earnestly mimicking Empress Zhangsuan's usual demeanor as she embraced the small bundle in her arms, gently patting her back. Outside the hall, soft footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar, gentle voice. Is Zizi awake? Is she looking for her mother? It was Empress Zhangsun, who had hurried over upon hearing the cries of the little princess within. Mother! Little Zizi's eyes sparkled as she broke free from Chengyang's embrace, her bare feet pattering on the floor as she dashed towards the Empress, wrapping her small arms tightly around her leg. Her face tilted upward with an accusatory look. Where have you been, mother? I woke up and couldn't find you. I was so scared. Seeing her daughter's red-rimmed eyes and dependent demeanor, the Empress's heart melted. She bent down to lift the small child into her arms, gently kissing her forehead. It is my fault, dear Zizi, for causing you worry. I had to attend to some matters, thinking you would sleep longer after your tiring play last night. She sat down with Zizi by the bedside and smiled at Chengyang. So, you are awake too? Did you sleep well last night? I slept wonderfully, mother. The fan is marvelous. Chengyang replied cheerfully. And I slept soundly too. Little Zizi nestled into her mother's familiar embrace, which was imbued with a faint, comforting fragrance. Feeling completely at ease. Now that you are awake, let us get up. Sui, Qinglan, come in and help Zizi and Chengyang wash up and get dressed. The Empress instructed the two attendants waiting outside the hall. The palace maids, hearing her command, promptly fetched water and busied themselves. Once refreshed, little Zizi donned a brand new light blue t-shirt adorned with cartoon bear patterns and shorts. Chengyang remained in the same little deer outfit from the previous night. After washing up, little Zizi took out a bottle of children's cream from her bracelet, raising her small hand. Mother, please help me apply this. She recalled Ling Yun mentioning that applying it after washing her face would make her smell delightful. The Empress had grown accustomed to her daughter producing items from her bracelet, Accepting the bottle adorned with a baby motif, she inquired, Zizi, how do we use this? Please show me. Just press here, and it will come out. The little princess explained, guiding her mother's hand to the pump of the cream. The empress followed her daughter's instructions, squeezing a bit onto her hand and bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Ah, indeed, it has a peculiar yet pleasant fragrance. Yes, mother. Please apply it on my face, and a little for my sister too. Little Zizi raised her face, leaning towards her mother's hand. After applying cream to both daughters, the empress noticed their faces had become delightfully supple. Sister, you smell so good, and so do you, mother. Little Zizi exclaimed, pressing her face against Jinyong's, inhaling deeply. All right, my two little fragrant bundles. The empress chuckled at her daughter's endearments, gently patting their little backs. It is time for breakfast. Aren't you two hungry? I'm hungry. Little Zizi exclaimed, her attention swiftly diverted as she placed her small hand on her soft belly. Sui had already set up the breakfast table in the side hall. In addition to the staple corn porridge, a few refreshing side dishes, and exquisite sesame cakes, the table was adorned with several fruits brought back by the little girl, including sliced watermelon, strawberries, and lychees. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she picked up a piece of watermelon and took a big bite, the sweet juice causing her to squint with satisfaction. Delicious. So good. Princess Jinyong also took a seat, her curiosity piqued as she picked up a bright red strawberry. Upon taking a bite, she was instantly captivated by its unique sweet and sour flavor. Wow. Tsitsi, this is so tangy and sweet. She looked at her sister in delight. Indeed, I'm so proud of you both. The little girl puffed out her chest with pride. You two should eat some main dishes first. The fruits can wait a bit, advised Empress Changsun, shaking her head and smiling at the two little ones. We know, mother. The two princesses obediently began to eat their main courses. The little girl quickly finished all the food in front of her, her little belly visibly rounder, and she patted her tummy in satisfaction. Mother, I'm full. Can I go find little Langjun now? She asked, looking up with sparkling eyes. Tsitsi, I also want to play. Can you take me with you? Princess Jinyong had been imagining how wonderful the Jade capital must be. With so much delicious food and fun to be had, she too wanted to see it. Tsitsi was summoned by little Langjun. How could you go? Empress Changsun gently explained, noticing the expectant gaze of Princess Jinyong. Upon hearing this, the princess lowered her head, feeling a bit disappointed. Sister, I can ask little Langjun for you. The little princess noticed her sister's discontent and suddenly had an idea. Sister, here, play with this bubble gun first. She took out the bubble gun she had forgotten to bring yesterday from her bracelet and handed it to Jinyong. Tsitsi, how do you play with this? Jinyong asked, her little face showing confusion as she looked at the bubble gun. Just press this button, and bubbles will come out. It's so beautiful. The little princess instructed her sister, guiding her hands. Princess Jinyong followed her sister's instructions and pressed the trigger of the bubble gun, and in an instant, bubbles danced around the hall. Wow, how beautiful. Thank you, Tsitsi, she exclaimed, giggling. Empress Changsun smiled gently, her heart warmed by her daughter's generosity in sharing her toys. She signaled to Sui, who was following behind, to bring over the already prepared sandalwood box. Tsitsi, this is a gift from your father and me for little Langjun. Be sure to deliver it well, and convey our gratitude and welcome, understood? Understood. I'll go find little Langjun now. The little princess stored the gift in her bracelet, and with a flash of white light, she vanished from before Empress Changsun. Chapter 20. Lingyun is ready to make a grand entrance. Oh no, mother. What should we do if Tsitsi is gone? Princess Jinyong exclaimed, gripping Empress Changsun's hand in a panic at the sight of little Tsitsi disappearing. It's all right, Jinyong. Tsitsi has gone to the Jade capital. You need not worry. Empress Changsun reassured her, gently patting her little head. Tsitsi can go by herself? I envy her so much. In the living room of the Lingyun Manor on Blue Star, Jinyong's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had thought that one could only reach the Jade capital by visiting places of worship dedicated to deities. Just as Lingyun set down the glass he had finished drinking from at the kitchen island, a cherished little figure he had longed for appeared before him. Little Zizi, like a precisely guided projectile, dashed straight into Lingyun's embrace. Oh, Lingyun was enveloped by this soft and fragrant bundle, effortlessly lifting her high and cradling her in his arms. Aligning their gazes. Ah, you have returned as a little bear today. You smell delightful. He leaned closer to Zizi, who had just applied cream, and exaggeratedly inhaled her tender little face. It is the sweet scent of fruit. Our Zizi has transformed into a little cantaloupe. Zizi erupted into joyous laughter, her small arms tightly wrapping around his neck, her little head nuzzling affectionately in the crook of his neck as she declared in her babyish voice. Little Zizi is all fragrant now. I smell good. AGS smells good too. We all smell wonderful. Such a good girl. Do you like it? Lingyun chuckled as he playfully nudged her smooth forehead with his nose. Yummy. A mother made it smell good. Zizi nodded vigorously. But then her face grew serious as she remembered her important mission. Little Zizi has brought you a gift. Oh, Zizi has a present for me. I am quite eager, Lingyun replied, shaking the adorable little one in his arms. It's prepared by A Yi and A mother. Zizi sent something too. I received it just for you. Zizi, with a look of innocence, expressed her curiosity about the contents. Lingyun carried Zizi to the sofa and said, Zizi, please take out the gift. Let us see it together. Okay, change. With a flash of white light, a purple sandalwood box containing a 9-dragon jade pendant and emerald pearls appeared steadily on the glass coffee table. Lingyun chuckled at the sight of the little one casting her spell with such innocence, applauding her efforts. Zizi is truly remarkable. More capable than your brother. Yes, yes, I am very capable. Zizi twisted gleefully in Ling Yun's arms at the praise. Ling Yun opened the sandalwood box, revealing a jade pendant of a deep emerald hue at its center, surrounded by exquisite emeralds and pearls that shimmered with radiance. He picked up the jade pendant, which depicted 9 dragons in various poses, some soaring through the clouds, others looking back with a glance, each scale and whisker intricately carved with extraordinary craftsmanship. The 9-dragon pendant? Li Air is indeed generous. This is a fine treasure. After admiring it for a moment, he placed it back in the box. The shimmering jade pendant. Yi often wears it. Zizi sent it to you. Zizi's bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable, knowing so much." Ling Yun praised her once more. "Yes, I am very capable. I want to play with this jade pendant, but Yi won't let me." The little princess pouted, her expression slightly disgruntled. Ling Yun understood why Emperor Li Shimin wouldn't allow the little princess to play with it. The 9-dragon pendant was an ornament reserved solely for emperors. "If you like it, brother will give it to you," he said nonchalantly, knowing the pendant's value but prioritizing the happiness of the little princess above all else. "I like it." In a gentle exchange, the young princess nodded and then shook her head, displaying her understanding. Ling Yun, with a smile, playfully pinched the little one's cheek, reassuring her that the gift from her father was now his to give. He intended to present the Jinyong pendant to her not merely for her delight, but also out of a mischievous curiosity to observe the expressions of Li Shimin and others upon seeing the princess adorned with it. Furthermore, he sought to gauge the demeanor of Li Shimin, the emperor revered throughout history. The little one, still somewhat doubtful, expressed her uncertainty. "If brother says it's all right, then it is. Just don't drop it." Ling Yun gently took the princess's hand and placed the Jinyong pendant into her palm. "Mwah, dear little one." The princess joyfully kissed Ling Yun and began to play with the pendant. If Li Shimin were to witness his cherished Jinyong pendant being carelessly handled by a child, it would surely provoke his ire. "Little one, my father and mother invite you to join us for an outing. I must express my gratitude," the princess declared after playing with the pendant for a while, recalling her own task. "Oh, is there no little one? Only your father and mother invite brother to join in the fun?" Ling Yun feigned sadness, amusing the little one. "And no, I want little one to come too. I'm thinking about it." The princess, startled by Ling Yun's act, hurriedly clarified her intentions. "Ha ha, brother is just teasing you. I too wish to accompany you to your realm of play," Ling Yun quickly reassured her, noticing her near tears. "Humph, little one is mischievous. I'm angry." The princess crossed her arms, pretending to be upset. All right, brother is wrong. I shall never do so again." Though aware of the princess's feigned anger, he playfully complied, even swearing an oath with his hand. "Don't deceive me again, little one. I shall not let it slide." The princess, amused by Ling Yun's antics, declared with a pout in her sweet, childish voice. "Little one, you have yet to agree to accompany me. Will you come along?" The princess, now wiser, refrained from mentioning Empress Zhang's son or Li Shimin, focusing solely on her own desires. Ling Yun, captivated by the glimmering hope in her eyes, could no longer maintain his facade. "Brother agrees. Of course, I will accompany our adorable little one." Given the warm invitation extended by Li Shimin and his wife, and his own desire to witness the princess's world, he found no reason to decline. "Today, dear one, I shall take you shopping and then we will dine out. Does that sound good?" Ling Yun planned to procure something special for Li Shimin, opting not to cook for the princess today. "All right, shopping. Let us go." The little one, having spent 2 days without glimpsing the world beyond the estate, could hardly contain her excitement. With their plans set, the duo commenced preparations for their outing. Ling Yun applied a bit of sunscreen on the princess, filled a children's water bottle with warm water, and carried her toward the garage. Chapter 21. Taking the little princess to drink Snow King. The garage door swung open. The little one, originally nestled in Ling Yun's embrace, gazed around with a sense of wonder. When the lights illuminated the surroundings completely, her tiny mouth formed an astonished "oh," and her wide eyes grew round with astonishment. "Wow," she exclaimed, a short gasp escaping her lips, her little finger pointing ahead. So many big cars. Look at that big duck." The spectacle before her was utterly breathtaking. Rows of sleek, uniquely designed automobiles shimmered under the bright lights, exuding a cold, metallic sheen, lying quietly like slumbering steel giants, far beyond her small realm of understanding. Are these big cars all for little ones? She turned her head, her face a picture of disbelief, as if she were uncovering a monumental secret. "When I grow up, brother will get me a big car that's even prettier than these." Ling Yun gently made a promise to the little princess in his arms. Little ones love pretty cars," she murmured, burying her head in Ling Yun's chest, rubbing against him to express her affection. Ling Yun carried the little one to a robust, matte black Cadillac Escalade, carefully placing her in the spacious back seat and fastening her seatbelt. The little creature curiously touched the soft leather of the seat, her tiny feet swinging in the air, her large eyes exploring the exquisite interior and the expansive sunroof. "Little one, why not sit in the front with me?" The princess expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, wanting to be beside Ling Yun. "Here, little ones always sit in the back. When we get to your place, you can sit next to me." Despite the garage's modified vehicles being safe and comfortable, Ling Yun, wanting to avoid any scrutiny, decided to keep the little princess in the back. "All right then, let us go." The little princess complied, no longer fixated on the matter. As Ling Yun maneuvered the colossal vehicle out of the estate, The little one's eyes sparkled anew. She leaned against the car window, her face nearly pressed against the glass, observing the rapidly passing scenery, the wide, smooth black road, the beautifully aligned trees on either side, and the towering buildings in the distance, glimmering like glass. Little one, this road is so smooth, not bumpy at all, she exclaimed. And those mountains are so tall, so shiny. Are there little houses in there? Her face brimmed with curiosity, her big eyes sparkling with wonder. Ling Yun, driving steadily, patiently explained, yes, those tall mountains house little houses inside. The little one nodded, somewhat understanding, yet her face remained lit with awe and a thirst for exploration, continuously exclaiming in wonder. This is amazing, so incredible. All right, my princess, it's time to get out. We've arrived. Ling Yun parked the car, opened the door with a flourish, adding a ceremonial touch. Giggles. Little one wants to be carried. I'm so high up. The little one stretched out her arms, her sweet voice requesting a hug. As Ling Yun wheeled the shopping cart into the shopping center, cradling a cherubic little girl clad in a bare t-shirt and shorts, the enchanting duo instantly captivated countless gazes. The sales assistants, especially the young women in the children's clothing, toy, and maternity sections, were utterly smitten. Oh my, what an adorable baby. Those big eyes. That complexion. Like a porcelain doll. Sweetheart, smile for Annie over here. Sir, your daughter is simply precious. Where did you find that adorable bear outfit? Initially shy, the little girl buried her face against Ling Yun's shoulder, but soon, she was enchanted by the myriad of products and the warm smiles of the sales staff. Look at this little bunny, she exclaimed, pointing at a plush toy with an innocent lilt, instantly melting hearts all around. Put what you want in here, Ling Yun encouraged, gesturing towards the cart, eager for his little princess to experience the joy of shopping. All right, with that, the little girl slid down from Ling Yun's embrace and made her way towards the toy section. Ling Yun, however, remained focused on his task, determined to procure a special gift for Lier. He entered a high-end liquor store. Sir, may I have a few boxes of the green bottle Red Star Erguo too? He requested, pointing at the shelf. He imagined the expression on Li Shimon's face when he first tasted the potent, spicy spirit, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips. This will surely be grounded yet impressive. Next, he ventured into a high-end home goods store. Please prepare a few sets of this sofa and those armchairs for delivery to this address, he instructed, having selected a modern single sofa with minimalist design and robust materials, which promised a comfortable seating experience. Imagining Li Shimin and Empress Changsun perched upon such soft chairs, so different from the usual wooden stools or couches, brought a sense of amusement. It was a subtle enhancement to the quality of life for the Tang Emperor and Empress. After completing the major purchases, he passed by a restaurant specializing in Kaifeng cuisine, where the familiar aroma of fried chicken immediately caught the little girl's attention. Little darling, it smells so good. Fried chicken, she exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the red sign, her face alight with desire. Can I have some? Seeing her sparkling eyes, Ling Yun could hardly refuse. All right. Since you've been so well-behaved today, you can have a fried chicken burger. With a quantum therapy device on hand, he felt no concern over what the little princess could or couldn't eat. It was all about indulging her whims. Entering KFC, he ordered a children's meal for the little girl and a regular chicken portion for himself. When the small burger was handed to her, she mimicked Ling Yun, holding it with both hands and taking a big bite. The soft bread, crispy chicken, and sweet salad dressing melded together, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss. Her cheeks puffed out with the delicious morsel. So yummy, just as good as yesterday, she mumbled, blissfully unaware of the ketchup smudge on her nose. After finishing the burger, Ling Yun took her to the next door dessert shop. I'll have a strawberry bubble tea, no ice, 3 sugar, double bubbles, and a cup of pearl milk tea, he ordered, choosing an option befitting a child from the menu. When the cup of delicate pink milk tea, adorned with an adorable straw, was presented before the little girl, she curiously took a small sip. The cool, sweet liquid, infused with a rich strawberry aroma, burst with chewy tapioca pearls in her mouth. Wow, it's so refreshing, so sweet. It tastes like early plum. These little pearls are delightful. The little girl instantly fell in love with this novel sensation, embracing the milk tea cup and slurping with joy, producing a delightful sound. Little darling, would you like to try? The little princess offered it to Ling Yun, her gaze lingering on the milk tea in his hands, her intentions unmistakable. Delicious. Ling Yun took a sip, deliberately ignoring the little girl's eager eyes. Little darling, you must share a sip with me. The little girl could no longer contain herself, her expression pleading. Hurry, and let me have a taste. Go ahead, you little glutton, Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her cheek and handing it over. So tasty, and it has those little pearls too. It's even sweeter. The little girl took a sip, squinting her eyes in delight, offering her assessment. Chapter 22. Comrade Erfing, are you ready? Ling Yun, feeling content with his full belly, returned to the underground parking garage. The little girl still indulging in her milk tea with pearls. She let out a satisfied little burp, her big eyes crescent-shaped. Little darling, this milk tea is wonderful. If you enjoy it, I shall buy it for you again next time. Ling Yun smiled, carefully placing her in the back seat and fastening her seatbelt. Observing the little one cradling her nearly empty cup of strawberry pearl milk tea, Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle. The water bottle he had filled remained entirely unused. The car glided smoothly out of the mall, the sunset's golden rays streaming through the window, illuminating the little girl's drowsy face, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. I'm so sleepy, she murmured softly, her little head bobbing, nearly dropping the cup from her grasp. Just sleep for a bit, little one. I'll wake you when we get home, Ling Yun said, noticing through the rearview mirror that she was fighting to stay awake. He slowed the car, as gentle, soothing music filled the air. She mumbled sleepily, finally succumbing to slumber, her head tilting to the side. Upon returning to the estate's garage, Ling Yun cautiously lifted the sleeping princess into his arms. She snuggled against him, finding a comfortable position and sinking deeper into sleep. He gently placed her on the soft bed in the master bedroom, tucking her in with a small blanket. Sitting by the bedside, he gazed at her tranquil, sleeping face, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. Mio, how long until the sofa and the liquor arrive? Master. The home goods store has confirmed that the sofa will arrive in approximately 1 hour. The liquor has been procured and is expected to reach the estate in about 45 minutes. All right, notify me upon arrival. Ling Yun rose and softly closed the bedroom door. An hour later, all the ordered items had been delivered, neatly arranged in the grand foyer of the estate. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, his thoughts stirring as a radiant light swept over the sofa and boxes of liquor, collecting them into his bracelet. All set, he said, clapping his hands. Returning to the bedroom, he found the little girl still fast asleep, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Ling Yun sat at the edge of the bed, gently pinching her little nose. The little girl, affectionately known as Little C, groggily waved her chubby hand and turned over, burying her small face into the pillow. Ling Yun chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear, gently urging, "C, it's time to rise. Your brother has a task for you." Little C blinked her drowsy eyes open, and, upon seeing Ling Yun's smiling face so near, she was momentarily dazed. Then, her lips curled into a broad smile as she stretched out her little arms, exclaiming, "Hug. Awake now, my little lazy cat." Ling Yun laughed as he lifted her up, smoothing her slightly tousled hair. "Can you do your brother a favor? I want to help you." The small child protested, shaking her tiny fists vigorously. Ling Yun playfully pinched her nose, then said, "Brother needs to prepare some delicious treats to bring to you. First, you should go back and tell your father and mother. Then return to pick me up. How does that sound? Okay, I'll go now. I'll be back very soon. Don't miss me too much." Little C playfully raised her hand, ready to return to the Tang Dynasty. "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you here." Ling Yun affectionately ruffled the little princess's hair, and with a flash of white light, she vanished to deliver her message. Watching the spirited little princess, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he softly mused, "The strongest carbon-based life form of the 7th century, the pride of Asia, General Tian Su. Comrade Li Yurfeng, prepare yourself mentally, haha." In the Hall of Governance, Empress Changsun was engrossed in her reading, her thoughts wandering to her cherished child. "I'm back." A sweet voice shattered the tranquility of the hall as the little princess, with her short legs, ran inside. "Mother, I'm here. Do you miss me?" The little princess playfully charged toward Empress Changsun. "See, you're back so early today?" Empress Changsun squatted down, opening her arms to embrace the little princess. The little princess nestled into her mother's embrace and said, "Mother, little Nangun let me come first. He asked me to stay with you and father while he prepares for the visit." "Did little Langjun promise you?" Empress Changsun asked, a hint of excitement in her voice as she praised the child in her arms. "Yes, I'm very capable." The little princess, basking in her mother's praise, began to playfully snuggle closer. "Li Ji, go inform your grandfather that little Langjun is coming." Empress Changsun instructed the princess of Chonglu, her tone turning serious. "Understood, mother. I will notify grandfather immediately." Li Ji, fully aware of the significance of this matter, exited the hall with a solemn expression. "Mother, I'm off now. I'll bring little Nangun back to play." Having completed her task, the little princess prepared to return to Ling Yun. Empress Changsun, both amused and exasperated, gently pressed down on the little princess's slightly raised arm. "See, wait a moment. Let me dress you up a bit. It's little Longjuan's first visit to the Tang Dynasty, and as a princess, you must present yourself with due importance. Do you understand?" "Okay, then hurry, mother. Little Nangun is still waiting for me." The little princess nodded, though she didn't quite grasp why she needed to change clothes for little Nangun's visit. Her only thought was to return quickly. In no time, little C donned a brand new, pale yellow brocade dress, adorned with golden thread and colorful embroidery of a soaring phoenix. Exquisite and lively, her hair was styled into 2 adorable buns, each adorned with a delicate flower crafted from pink pearls. The entire figure was exquisite, resembling a little jade doll, embodying both the grandeur of a princess and the innocent charm of a child. "What a beautiful little girl!" exclaimed Empress Changsun, as she gazed at the transformed young princess. "Quickly, go fetch the young lord. Your mother and father are waiting here." "Yes, I'm coming," the little princess exclaimed as she dashed off. In the drawing room of the estate, Ling Yun, having completed all necessary preparations, was seated on the sofa sipping water, eagerly awaiting the return of the princess. "Young lord, I'm back," she called out as soon as she entered the room. Ling Yun stood up from the sofa and turned towards the source of the voice, marveling. "Wow, you've changed outfits. You look splendid." His compliment was sincere. The princess, dressed in her finery, truly resembled a little fairy. "It was all thanks to mother," the princess chirped. "Father and mother are waiting for us. Let us hurry." With that, she tugged at Ling Yun's clothing, her large eyes sparkling with eagerness, urging him to move quickly. Ling Yun, amused by the excited little bundle before him, knelt down and gently pinched her chubby cheek. "You did wonderfully. Have you completed your task so swiftly? However, if we are to visit, I must change into something more presentable. It wouldn't be proper otherwise, would it?" The little princess tilted her head thoughtfully, considering his words. Yes, young lord must wear something splendid. She nodded vigorously, her small face filled with earnestness. Chapter 23, Stand back. I am about to transform. Ling Yun carried the little princess back to the master bedroom, allowing her to play on the bed while he chose his attire from the wardrobe. Wow, young lord, you look fantastic, like a deity from a painting. The princess exclaimed upon seeing Ling Yun's new appearance. He had donned a traditional Chinese moon-white high-collared shirt, paired with elegantly draping wide-legged trousers of the same hue, the lines impeccably neat. The only adornment was a refined jade button, modestly fastening the collar, embodying a blend of modern simplicity and Eastern elegance. Ling Yun smiled and bent down to take the princess's hand. Now, our most adorable princess of the Tang Dynasty. Are you ready to introduce this deity from the painting to your parents? Ready, she responded instantly, reaching out her small hand to firmly grasp Ling Yun's fingers, her face brimming with excitement and a peculiar sense of duty. Let us go see them. In the Tang Dynasty's Lijiang Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, tinged with an indescribable tension and anticipation. Emperor Li Shimin was adorned in the most formal black ceremonial robe, crowned with a 12-tassel cap and a sword of the emperor at his waist, seated majestically upon the throne. The grandeur of a timeless emperor was unmistakable in this moment. His expression was calm, his gaze deep as an ancient well, yet the fingers resting on his knee betrayed his inner unease. Empress Jinyong sat beside him, similarly dressed in the highest royal attire, a deep green robe embroidered with resplendent designs of the Ji bird, her head crowned with a phoenix tiara, adorned with pearls and jade. She stood with grace and elegance, exuding an air of noble beauty, her countenance adorned with a gentle and appropriate smile. The crowned Prince Li Chengqian, Prince of Wei Li Tai, Prince of Jin Li Ji, Princess Chang Lily Lizzie, Princess Jinyong, and a host of other princes and princesses were arranged on either side according to their seniority and rank. They, too, donned their most solemn and splendid ceremonial attire, their expressions solemn, back straight, not daring to display the slightest hint of negligence. The palace maids and eunuchs standing within the hall were as still as statues, even their breaths measured and light, the vast Zhengzheng hall so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, silently reminding all present of the extraordinary identity of the guest about to arrive. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each moment feeling exceptionally prolonged. Li Shimin's gaze swept over his anxious children below, then fell upon the face of Empress Changsun beside him. Noticing the hint of concealed tension in her eyes, he reached out, gently grasping her hand beneath the wide sleeve of his robe, feeling its icy chill. Do not be anxious, Guanyin, he whispered in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. There is CZ present. At that moment, a faint stir could be heard from outside the hall, seemingly the suppressed gasps of the eunuchs. Mother, I have brought the young lord. The voice of the little princess arrived before her appearance. Instantly, the hearts of all present leapt to their throats. A small figure clad in a dazzling yellow skirt entered, holding the hand of a tall, handsome young man with an ethereal demeanor. Li Shimin inhaled deeply and slowly rose. He descended the imperial steps with measured strides, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ling Yun, exuding the majesty of an emperor tinged with a subtle curiosity and gravity. Empress Changsun rose in kind, following half a step behind him with poise, her face adorned with the most fittingly gentle smile, her eyes reflecting genuine warmth and gratitude. The young lord has traveled a great distance, and my heart is filled with joy. Li Shimin's voice resonated deeply in the spacious hall. CZ is playful, and I am grateful for the young lord's care. Today, your presence in the Tang is indeed a fortunate event. He inclined his head slightly, bestowing upon Ling Yun a high honor reserved for emperors. Empress Changsun elegantly performed a curtsy, her voice like clear water striking jade. May the young lord be well. I thank you on behalf of CZ for your kindness. Ling Yun responded with a composed gesture of respect, his demeanor graceful and natural, as if addressing not a timeless emperor and virtuous empress, but rather ordinary elders. His voice was clear and gentle. Your Majesty, your Highness, you flatter me. CZ is innocent and delightful. To spend time with her is my privilege. It is an immense honor to be graciously invited by your Majesty and your Highness today. His gaze swept over the assembled princes and princesses standing in solemn anticipation, filled with curiosity and tension, and he offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the others quickly bowed in response, their demeanor exceedingly respectful, inwardly contemplating. Li Heir indeed carries a commanding presence, though his mustache could use a trim. Empress Changsun truly deserves her title as the greatest empress in history, exuding warmth and elegance. The two little girls must be CZ's elder sisters, Princess Changlu and Princess Jinyong. The small child must be Li Ji, with the two beside him likely being crowned Prince Li Chengqian and Prince of Wei Li Tai. Young lord, please take your seat, Li Shimin gestured, indicating the most esteemed position prepared beside the imperial dais for Ling Yun. CZ, come to mother. Empress Changsun beckoned to the little princess. However, the young child, full of resolve and dependency, clung to Ling Yun's thigh, her cherubic face tilted upwards, her large eyes shimmering with determination. I wish to sit with the little lord. I want to sit with you. Child, do not be rude, Empress Changsun gently admonished, her tone lacking in severity, infused instead with a sense of helplessness. She cast an apologetic glance at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled softly and patted her little head, reassuring her. It's all right, let the child sit with me. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am accustomed to sitting on chairs in Baiyujing, and I find this kneeling position rather inconvenient. Might I be permitted to bring my own seating? I have also prepared a set for you. As a modest gift for our meeting, and I hope you will not find it too crude. Ling Yun's smile was gentle yet tinged with mischief. He was about to put on a show. Your own seating? A gift for our meeting? Both Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged glances of surprise. What could the seating from Baiyujing be like? Please, do as you wish. It would be an opportunity for the Empress and me to experience the wonders of Baiyujing, Li Shimin replied, suppressing his curiosity with a composed demeanor. Thank you. Your Majesty, Ling Yun nodded, a faint glimmer of light flashing from the jade bracelet on his wrist. It became clear that the bracelet worn by the little princess matched that of the young lord, explaining their bond. Li Shimin, upon seeing the identical bracelet on Ling Yun's wrist, appeared to have a sudden realization. In the very next moment, several uniquely shaped objects materialized on the expansive golden-tiled floor of the Hall of Governance, without any forewarning. First appeared two broad, elegantly designed sofas, crafted from exquisitely refined leather, with plush backs. Following them were several armchairs harmoniously styled to match, and finally, a new round table made of solid wood in a traditional Chinese design. Your Majesty, Your Highness, these are the customary seating arrangements in Baiyujing, known as sofas and armchairs, Ling Yun said, leading the little child to one of the spacious sofas and sitting down with poise. The little princess immediately scrambled beside him, her face glowing with pride as if to proclaim, "Look, my little lord is impressive." Chapter 24. The imperial family dines on King Crab. Ling Yun gestured to the adjacent sofa. Your Majesty, Your Highness, why not give it a try? This seating is designed for prolonged comfort. Very well, I shall try this sofa of yours, Li Shimin said, stepping forward to the large sofa, mimicking Ling Yun's earlier actions as he carefully sat down. As he sank into the indescribable softness and support, even the seasoned emperor's eyes flickered with uncontainable astonishment and comfort. This sensation was unprecedented. It felt as if every muscle and bone in his body was gently cradled, allowing him to relax utterly. Empress Changsun, curious, seated herself beside Li Shimin, her experience even more pronounced. The chronic discomfort from years of toil in her back seemed to ease significantly upon this extraordinary soft support. Marvelous. This is truly exceptional. Li Shimin could not resist exclaiming, instinctively adjusting his posture to sink even deeper into the sofa. The dignity of the emperor remained intact, yet the tension in his shoulders visibly relaxed. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and others craned their necks to watch, their eyes brimming with an indescribable yearning and envy. The seating of Baiyujing, even the emperor and empress are full of praise. As Ling Yun observed the emperor and empress quickly adapting to and relishing their surroundings, a deeper smile graced his lips. He gestured towards the remaining armchairs. Crown Prince, Prince Wei, and the two princesses, why not give these armchairs a try? Li Chengqian and the others, taken aback by the unexpected attention, hurriedly approached and cautiously settled into the armchairs. As their bodies were enveloped by the perfect blend of comfort and support, expressions of astonishment blossomed on their faces. It was infinitely more comfortable than kneeling. In an instant, the previously tense and solemn atmosphere of the Zhongzhang Hall transformed, becoming noticeably more relaxed and harmonious thanks to the novelty of the comfortable seating. Ling Yun picked up the little princess and gestured towards the solid wood dining table, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress, I have prepared some light refreshments and local beverages as a token of my regard for our first meeting. Shall we converse while seated? Soon, a feast of takeout appeared upon the wooden table, accompanied by several crates of Red Star Erguo beneath it. In my homeland, family and friends gather for communal dining, emphasizing the importance of sharing meals and heartfelt conversations. Aware that the Tang Dynasty practiced individual servings, Ling Yun felt compelled to clarify. Communal dining? Empress Changsun murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. She exchanged a glance with Li Shimin, recognizing that Ling Yun was expressing a gesture of goodwill. Yummy. I'm so hungry. The little princess, having only had a small hamburger earlier in the afternoon, was now enticed by the aroma of the takeout, her mouth watering. We mustn't let our little one go hungry. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress, please take a seat, Ling Yun invited with a gracious gesture. Zhang Anan stepped forward to assist the Emperor and Empress, arranging the armchairs. All right, young lord, please, he said. Gao Ming, Changlu, you should come over too. Li Shimin walked forward with calm assurance and took a seat. As he opened the takeout boxes, an array of dishes was revealed. Braised pork, oil-braised prawns, steamed East Star grouper, and a whole roasted lamb. Wow, that lamb is enormous. The little princess exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the roasted lamb, her enthusiasm evident. Little lord, I want some. Please help me get some lamb. Patient now, my little glutton. You're already sweating. Wipe your face. Ling Yun gently brushed the little princess's nose, his eyes filled with affection. Sui, go fetch the electric fan from the inner chamber. Empress Changsun promptly instructed a maid behind her. Wait, Your Highness, there's no need to fetch it. I have prepared electric fans and lamps, Ling Yun interjected, stopping the maid in her tracks. With that, several solar-powered floor fans and lamps materialized. These fans and lamps operate similarly to the one the little princess has. You will understand after one demonstration, Ling Yun announced, rising to illustrate the operation to Li Shimin and the others. As the once dim hall was illuminated at the flick of the floor lamp, it shone as brightly as day. Li Shimin and the others were once again astonished, their minds racing with thoughts of yet another miraculous invention. Ling Yun continued. Both of these require charging. If the lamp fails to illuminate or the fan ceases to spin, simply place them in the sunlight. When the red light on top turns green, it indicates that they are fully charged. This lamp requires neither candles nor oil lamps and can harness sunlight. Li Shimin suddenly sat upright in his chair, taken aback by the revelation. Even the typically composed Empress Changsun could not suppress a gasp, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Li Chengqian and the others wore expressions of shock. Just moments ago, they had been pondering the mechanics of the electric fan. And now they were informed it harnessed the power of the sun. How could they not be amazed? One fan alone was regarded as a treasured artifact, akin to a divine implement. Yet, this young gentleman casually produced 4 more for the comfort of the little prince at mealtime, as if they were the most ordinary of items. This was no mere indulgence. The little princess, unfazed by their astonishment, reveled in the cool breeze from the fan, eager to commence her meal. Suddenly, Li Shimin wondered if the little prince's pink toy car also drew its energy from celestial light. Your Majesty, the fan and the toy car for the little prince do not require recharging. They were specially crafted for him from rare materials and cannot be mass-produced, Ling Yun explained. Discerning the glint of military ambition in Li Shimin's eyes, which made him reluctant to indulge those thoughts for now. Father, are you asking again? The little prince, growing impatient, puffed up in annoyance. Ahem, I apologize for my abruptness. Young gentleman, please take your seat. The little prince is already hungry, Li Shimin acknowledged, realizing his impatience as he hastily invited everyone to resettle. As they resumed their seats, Ling Yun served the little princess a piece of braised pork while deftly peeling shrimp. Little prince, eat some meat first. I'll peel a shrimp for you. Take your time. Yum, it's delicious. The little princess replied, her words muffled as she continued to eat eagerly. Observing her voracious appetite, Li Shimin and the others chuckled, the atmosphere relaxing as they began to serve themselves. Your Majesty, this is known as the king crab, a regal delicacy among crabs. You all must try it, Ling Yun remarked as he extracted the crab meat for the little princess. Noticing that Li Shimin and others were unsure how to proceed. Father, the crab is delightful, the little princess exclaimed, her innocence shining through as she savored the morsel offered to her. Ha ha ha, if the little prince finds it good, it must be exceptional. I shall also sample this king crab, Li Shimin responded, not at all perturbed by her words, as he imitated Ling Yun and began to break off a crab leg. Li Chengqian and the others quickly followed suit, eager to taste it, albeit uncertain of the proper technique. Chapter 25. The little princess reveals the 9-dragon pendant. Your Majesty, this is a liquor from our homeland called Red Star Erguo. Would you care to taste it? Ling Yun's voice carried a hint of mischief. Red Star Erguo? The name exudes a peculiar simplicity and vigor. Li Shimin's attention was instantly captivated by the several bottles of celestial brew before him. Having spent his life on the battlefield and being a connoisseur of fine wines, he prided himself on having sampled the finest spirits from across the realms. Whether they be the exquisite grape wines from the western regions or the secret elixirs hidden within the palace, none had evaded his palate. Young gentleman, do you serve your liquor in this exquisite glass? Li Shimin observed the clear liquid within the green bottle, marveling at its clarity. This substance, referred to as glass, is distinct from the commonly found glazed ceramics of the Tang Dynasty and is remarkably inexpensive. Observing the astonished expression on Li Shimin's face, which had been shocked numerous times that evening, Ling Yun felt a sense of pride. Inexpensive? How much does it cost? Can our Tang Dynasty procure a bit from the white jade capital? Li Shimin, discerning and astute, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. If calculated in Tang currency, it would be merely 1 won. Tomorrow, I shall send you some of an even finer quality, Ling Yun casually suggested after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing the price of 1 won, both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun could hardly contain themselves. In their estimation, even something cheap would cost several dozen guan. For this glass was far more precious than the glazed ceramics available in the Tang markets. If this were to be sold to the noble families, Your Majesty, do take a sip of this wine. It possesses a robust nature, so a mere taste will suffice, Ling Yun reminded the still-dazed Li Shimin. Zhang Anan, having understood the cue, hastily approached, gingerly picking up one of the bottles, yet momentarily at a loss for how to open it. Simply twist off the cap at the top, as I shall demonstrate. Ling Yun observed the other's embarrassment and proceeded to show him with a bottle of Erguo. Seeing this, Zhang Anan nodded in gratitude. A potent aroma, intensely pure and imbued with the rich fragrance of grains and a hint of spice, surged forth, overpowering the previously lingering sense of ambergris and calming incense within the hall. The fragrance, so fierce, so direct, so soul-stirring, merely inhaling it tightened one's throat, igniting a flame within the chest. Li Chengqian and Li Tai, along with the other youths, were momentarily overwhelmed by this unprecedented, commanding scent, their breaths momentarily caught, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the typically composed Empress Changsun slightly furrowed her brow, instinctively covering her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief. Yet Li Shimin's eyes gleamed with vigor. The flavor, so potent, so fierce, it was to his liking. He seemed to catch a whiff of the scent of blood and fire from battles fought in his youth. Excellent! What a divine brew! Such strength! He exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he poured himself a drink. Zhang Anan held his breath and retrieved the prepared jade cup. The crystal-clear liquid flowed from the bottle into the cup, not clinging to the walls at all, pure to a startling degree. Li Shimin accepted the jade cup without hesitation and tipped it back for a hearty gulp. Spicy, scalding, violent. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, are you well? Empress Changsun exclaimed, her face paling as she patted Li Shimon's back with concern. Li Chengqian, Li Lizzie, and the others were equally alarmed, stepping forward with expressions of worry. No harm done. Li Shimon managed to raise a hand, signaling them to step back. The liquor coursed down his throat like fire, penetrating deep into his lungs. Delightful. What a fine wine. His voice was hoarse, thick with nasal tones. Gao Ming, Qin Ke, you two must also partake. Li Chengqian and Li Tai, witnessing this, dared not imitate their father, but cautiously sampled a small taste, their eyes reflecting surprise and joy. Truly extraordinary. This wine surpasses any brew from our Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian nodded emphatically, savoring the lingering spice in his mouth. Indeed, it is remarkably exhilarating. Li Tai added in agreement. The little princess, seeing her father and brother both extolling the wine's virtues, eagerly reached for a cup. Alas, dear child, you must not partake in this beverage. It is quite unpalatable. Ling Yun was startled by the little one's actions and hastily moved the wine cup away. You deceived me, little one. All the elders claim it is delightful. I want to savor it. Share some with me. The little princess insisted. Grasping Ling Yun's hand in a playful tug, faced with her determination, Ling Yun, albeit reluctantly, dipped his chopsticks into the drink and brought it to her lips, saying, Dearest, do not regret this. Yuck, how spicy and unpleasant. The little princess exclaimed, taking a large bite of the chopsticks and bursting into tears from the heat. Didn't my brother tell you? Just have a sip of coconut juice. We shall see if you dare to drink again. Ling Yun poured some coconut juice for her from a nearby container. No more wine for me. It is truly terrible, bitter and foul. The little princess accepted the coconut juice and gulped it down, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Her antics while drinking elicited laughter from the crowd, lightening the atmosphere considerably. My dear, your affection warms my heart, remarked Empress Changsun, observing Ling Yun's gentle treatment of the little princess, which reassured her completely. Your Highness, you flatter me. The little one is a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens, more precious than anything else. Ling Yun reiterated his affection for her. Ah, young lord. I heard you refer to her as sister. Have you taken her as your adopted daughter? Li Shimon's tone was teasing yet tinged with anticipation. Ah, your majesty. You misunderstand. Brother is merely a term of endearment in our culture, and I am but 20 years of age, Ling Yun exclaimed, realizing the misunderstanding and hastily clarifying. Is that so? Then does this mean I must call you brother as well? The little princess chimed in, her big eyes sparkling as she continued to enjoy her meal. Whatever pleases you, dear one, Ling Yun replied, wiping the sauce from the corners of her mouth with a look of fondness. Then I shall call you little brother. I adore it. The little princess laughed joyfully, basking in Ling Yun's affection. Watching from the side, Li Shimon and Empress Changsun felt the bond between them strengthen, prompted by the little princess's words. Greetings, dear brother. Come, come, young lord, I raise a toast to you, Li Shimon exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he lifted his cup toward Ling Yun. Your majesty, simply calling me Ling Yun suffices. No need for such formality, Ling Yun replied, filling his own cup to return the gesture. Very well, Ling, my young lord, Li Shimon said, taking a bite of food to temper the strong aroma of the wine. As everyone enjoyed the convivial atmosphere of drinking and dining, the little princess, having eaten her fill, let out a small burp and pulled out a 9-dragon jade pendant to play with. Mother, look at my beautiful pendant. Is it not splendid? She proudly showcased the jade to Empress Changsun. The sight of the little princess waving the pendant around caused Li Shimon and the others to sputter their drinks in surprise. My dear, where did you acquire that? Did not your mother instruct you to present it to the young lord? Empress Changsun quickly approached the little princess, grasping her hand tightly to prevent the pendant from falling. Chapter 26. The little princess trades her pendant. My dear little brother gifted it to me. It is mine. I love it dearly. The little princess declared, clutching the pendant tightly, her lips curving into a proud smile. The young Lord Ling indeed dotes on the little girl. A hint of acidity lacing Li Shimon's tone. This is the 9-dragon pendant, a symbol of imperial authority. How has it become so trivial and Baiyujing, so casually bestowed upon the little one? Indeed, young lord, it would be prudent to reclaim the pendant. The child is unaware of its value, and should it fall, it would be regrettable. Empress Changsun, standing nearby, also urged Ling Yun to retrieve the pendant, but it was given to me by my father. The young lord protested. Now it belongs to her. The little princess, heeding Empress Changsun's counsel, pouted adorably, her expression reflecting a hint of stubbornness. Li Chengqian and Li Tai gazed intently at the princess's pendant, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Li Lizzie, though surprised at Ling Yun's affection for the child, was less concerned, while Chunyong and young Li Ji remained oblivious, engrossed in their meal. Ling Yun, witnessing the little princess's antics, couldn't help but admire her charm. Your Majesty, Your Highness, it is of no consequence. As I mentioned earlier, this pendant holds no value to me. The child's happiness is all that matters. He noticed the little princess cradling the 9-dragon pendant close to her heart and gently patted her head, responding earnestly. Little one, everything is well. The little girl, delighted by Ling Yun's words, nuzzled her cheek against his hand, overflowing with joy. His words resonated deeply with Li Shimon and the others, illuminating the profound significance he placed on the child, as he so freely offered the treasured pendant. If my father desires it, he may exchange something else with the little one. The pendant is now with her. The little girl, observing her father's unwavering gaze on the pendant, tilted her head, concocting a clever plan. Li Shimon's lips twitched, his mustache quivering in disbelief. Goodness, I give away my belongings, and now my daughter seeks to barter for it? The child was correct. The emperor, at a loss for what to offer in exchange, contemplated whether he could simply present it to her. It was not that he was unwilling, but he feared the news of the nine-dragon pendant reaching the ears of officials, particularly that of Wei Zhang, who would likely be indignant. Well, father could indeed offer silver. The little princess declared nonchalantly, placing the pendant into Empress Changsun's hands. Young lord, I beg your pardon. Empress Changsun said as she accepted the nine-dragon pendant and handed it to her attendant, Zhang Anan, turning her gaze back to Ling Yun with an apologetic expression. Haha, the little one is indeed clever. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh at the theatrical scene unfolding before him. He understood the pendant's significance and had no objections to Li Shimin reclaiming it from the child, taking great satisfaction in their astonished expressions. Young Lord Ling, I shall have another gift prepared shortly. I hope you will not find it lacking, Li Shimin said, regarding Ling Yun with a tone imbued with sincere apology and renewed respect. Ling Yun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, there is no need for such concern. To be able to visit the Tang Dynasty, to witness the flourishing grandeur of the Jingguan era, and to gather in the company of your Majesty, your Highness, and such a delightful family, is already a tremendous honor. A gift is only meaningful if it carries heartfelt intention. His words, spoken with earnestness and openness, swept over the assembled guests, ultimately resting on the little girl beside him, his affection for her unmistakable. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing this. The young gentleman by Yujing, though possessed of enigmatic abilities, exudes no air of arrogance. His speech is gentle and serene, and his affection for the little rhinoceros is heartfelt, further endearing him to those around him. Young Lord Ling, your magnanimity is admirable. However, I cannot accept gifts without due regard. Were you satisfied with the jade pearls I previously bestowed? Li Shimin said, nodding solemnly, his tone imbued with a hint of insistence that brooked no refusal. In that case, your Majesty, if you insist on gifting me, a few raw jade stones would suffice. As I wish to create a present for the little rhinoceros, Ling Yun replied, no longer declining, as he gently caressed the small face of the creature, acquiescing to Li Shimin's request. Little lord, are you going to send me a lovely duck? How delightful. The little princess, having heard of the forthcoming gift, nestled closer to Ling Yun. You shall see soon, my dear, he replied, tenderly pinching the little princess's cheek, his tone much softer. Li Shimin, observing the rapid affection blossoming between his beloved daughter and Ling Yun in merely 2 days, felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. It is said that a daughter grows too swiftly. She is scarcely more than 2 years old. Very well, I shall command my servants to gather them by tomorrow. Li Shimin replied with solemnity. Little lord, I am off to play. The little princess slid from Ling Yun's embrace. Sister, have you had your fill? Let us play together. I am well fed. Rhinoceros, let us depart. The Princess Jinyong also left the table to join the little princess in her games. Hey, wait for me. Young Li Ji, equally restless, hurriedly jumped from his chair. Soon enough, the 3 little ones were engaged in a playful race with toy cars in the hall, with the little princess often steering her toy towards Ling Yun, requesting a sip of coconut juice. Young lord, I heard the rhinoceros say you helped her rid her body of illness. Might you assist my mother as well? After some hesitation, Li Lizzie, buoyed by the laughter of the 3 children, posed her question. Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who had been drinking, paused to look at Ling Yun, having missed the previous conversation when the little princess mentioned this matter. Ah, of course, it is no trouble at all, Ling Yun replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin tightened his grip on his cup, his knuckles paling. The certainty in Ling Yun's response carried a weight entirely different from the earlier mention by the little princess. Young Lord Ling, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. You have rendered great kindness to me, Li Shimin, and to the Tang Dynasty. His voice trembled ever so slightly, each word heavy with significance as he rose to bow to Ling Yun. In this moment, he was no longer the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne, but rather a husband yearning for his wife's health. Empress Changsun also rose, solemnly bowing to Ling Yun with a gesture of utmost respect, her voice tinged with excitement. I thank you, young lord. Li Chengqian and others followed suit, respectfully bowing to Ling Yun. Ah, there is no need for such formality, your Majesty, your Highness. Please, sit down, Ling Yun exclaimed, startled by their gestures, quickly rising to support Li Shimin. Young Lord Ling, when might you be able to provide treatment for the Guanyin maid? Li Shimin inquired eagerly as he settled back into his seat. After some time, as the treatment for the young beast had recently been administered, it needed to recharge. Ling Yun replied in a serious and earnest tone. Indeed, it is only natural, Li Shimin nodded in understanding. For the power of the stars used in the treatment must have been immensely taxing. A question mark floated in Ling Yun's mind. The power of the stars? He certainly did not possess such an ability. Your Majesty, how did the young beast convey this to you? Longsun Empress inquired, sensing Ling Yun's confusion. Young lord, the beast mentioned that you had employed the little stars to treat her. Is that not as she stated? Clearing his throat, Ling Yun clarified. It is not the power of the stars, but rather a treatment device resembling a star, which has led to your misunderstanding. He realized that the little princess's nickname had caused this mix-up. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, I can only imagine that utilizing such a device would still require significant energy. Li Shimin chuckled heartily at the amusing blunder. Rest assured, your Majesty, it merely requires a longer time for energy replenishment, Ling Yun hurriedly interjected. fearing that Li Shimin might bestow gifts upon him again. Young lord, I am grateful for your efforts. Should you ever need anything from me or the Tang Dynasty, do not hesitate to ask. Li Shimin spoke earnestly, his gaze sincere. I raise my glass to you, young lord, for saving my mother. Li Chengqian stood, filling his cup to the brim. So do I, young lord, Li Tai echoed, also lifting his filled glass. I shall stick to this coconut juice, young lord. Li Lizzie poured herself a glass, her expression one of gratitude. Come, come, I shall toast you as well. Seeing his children in such high spirits, Li Shimin rose. The long-sun empress promptly followed suit, wishing to raise a glass to Ling Yun as well. What are you all doing? Why are you standing up with cups? The little princess approached, puzzled by the scene. Noticing her exclusion, Ling Yun bent down to lift her up. Brother is about to toast with your father and the others. Would you like to join us? Toast. What does that mean? I want to play. The little beast, though confused, was evidently excited, sensing the fun in the air. Ling Yun poured coconut juice into the princess's cup. Let me teach you. When we toast, we clink our cups together. Wait for us. Jinyong and Li Ji climbed onto chairs, striving to reach the height needed to join the toast. Yay, let us toast. Cheers. The little beast, nestled in Ling Yun's embrace, leaned her cup toward the others. Cheers. Li Shimin and the others eagerly complied with the little princess, intrigued by this novel way of toasting. Fun, fun. I love it. Let us toast again. The little beast wriggled excitedly in Ling Yun's arms. Drink less, or you'll wet the bed tonight. Ling Yun gently prevented her from reaching for more coconut juice. The little princess, slightly apprehensive yet bashful, pleaded, just one more cup, please, brother. All right. But this will be the last one. Ling Yun could hardly resist the little princess's pleading gaze and acquiesced. It's settled then. The little princess, thrilled by his agreement, planted a kiss on Ling Yun's cheek before raising her small cup and gulping it down in one go. Li Shimin felt as though his cherished warmth was slipping away, while Empress Changsun looked on with a smile at the two. Your Majesty, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Ling Yun, having eaten and conversed sufficiently, wished to return and reflect on the excitement of his first visit to the Tang Dynasty. Indeed, the hour is late. Today's conversation with the young lord was delightful. I hope that when he visits again, I may extend my hospitality. Having consumed a fair amount of erguo too, Li Shimin was beginning to feel somewhat tipsy. Mother, may I go to the young lord's quarters for a nap? The little princess timidly asked Empress Changsun as she noticed Ling Yun preparing to depart. Dear, you mustn't be mischievous. It is fine to play during the day, but do not disturb the young lord at night. Empress Changsun gently admonished, sensing the reluctance of the pair to part. Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement at the princess's request. He too wished to cradle the little one to sleep. However, he couldn't simply approach Li Er and his wife with such a request. Rest assured, your highness, I have no matters to attend to. If she wishes to go, let her do so. I will ensure she returns by morning. He quickly interjected, his tone tinged with eagerness. Then I must trouble the young lord to take care of her. She must not be naughty, understood? Empress Changsun, observing the tender attachment between the two, reluctantly acquiesced. Yay, I'm going. The little princess exclaimed joyfully, dancing in Ling Yun's embrace upon receiving her mother's approval. Ling Yun, equally thrilled, embraced the little princess as they prepared to leave. By the way, please manage these items as you see fit. He gestured towards the fan and floor lamp beside the dining table. Thank you, young lord. Until we meet again tomorrow. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun rose to bid Ling Yun farewell. Your Majesty, Empress, I shall take my leave with the princess. Ling Yun nodded at them. Father, mother, goodbye. The little princess exclaimed, and with a flash of light, she and Ling Yun vanished from the hall of governance. Li Shimin, entwined with Empress Changsun, settled onto the sofa. Guanyin, this sofa is remarkably comfortable. I shall leave this one here and take the other to Taiji Palace. My lord. Today's encounter with young Ling truly revealed his deep affection for the princess. Empress Changsun remarked as she sat beside Li Shimin. Indeed, I observed that young lord's gaze was clear and sincere, his affection for the princess genuine. He is someone worthy of friendship, Li Shimin replied, massaging his temples. A regal authority radiating from him. Throughout his conversation with Ling Yun, he had been keenly observant. The strategies of an emperor are never simple. Regardless of what the future holds, it is evident that the princess has brought a remarkable individual to our Tang Dynasty. This is a fortune for us. Empress Changsun gently massaged Li Shimin's temples, alleviating the headache brought on by the strong liquor. Changlu, Jinyong, take one of these fans back to your quarters for a more comfortable sleep tonight. Zui, take the remaining 2 fans, one to the Grand Emperor and the other to His Majesty. Leave these lamps for my son to use in handling state affairs, so he can see clearly at night without straining his eyes. For now, let the round table and chairs remain here. The young lord will be visiting again tomorrow. Empress Changsun began to organize the items brought by Ling Yun as she settled back into the sofa. Thank you, mother. I shall take Jinyong back now. Li Lizzie held Jinyong's hand, performed a courteous bow, and, accompanied by the maid with the fan, took her leave. Li Chengqian and Li Tai had also indulged in considerable drink this evening, and upon realizing that the fan and the floor lamp did not concern them, they too stepped forward to bow and bid farewell. Father, mother, we shall return as well. Li Shimin did not even open his eyes, merely waved his hand. Within the Jingdian Hall, he entrusted all matters to Empress Changsun, allowing her to manage everything as she deemed fit. Chapter 28. The little princess wet the bed. The milk tea has disappeared, hooray. I can sleep with the little boy for a few nights. The The little princess, just returned to the manor, exclaimed joyfully. Brother is happy too. We can sleep together tonight. Ling Yun held the little princess close on the sofa. Sister Ning, have you slept yet? The little boy leaned against Ling Yun's embrace, still thinking about Mireille. I have not yet slept, little master. The electronic mother Mireille gently replied to the little princess. I want to watch the little mouse. The little princess, upon hearing Mireille's voice, gleefully climbed up from Ling Yun's arms. Little boy, that is called a cartoon. You can ask the fairy sister to play something else for you. No need to watch the little mouse every day, Ling Yun reminded the little princess with a smile. Having recognized her reference to Tom and Jerry. Cartoon? Sister Ning, I want to see the bear. The little boy tilted his head, recalling his little bear outfit. Alright, little master, I will play a bear for you. As Mireille finished speaking, the Wuji projector activated, displaying a bear cartoon. Wow, it's the big bear. There's the big bear cooking. How amazing. The little princess gazed at Bear Big and Bear 2, her eyes wide with wonder. Little boy, you stay here and watch the cartoon obediently, while I go take a bath. He caught a whiff of the alcohol on himself. He could not let the fragrant little princess cuddle up to sleep with him. Little boy, you go? The little princess replied, her eyes never leaving the screen. Her voice sweet and innocent. Ling Yun chuckled and ascended the stairs to the bedroom. Phew, the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin. It seems I shall not be bored anymore. Ling Yun stood under the shower, exhaling softly. Wow, fight. Fight. Big Bear is fighting him. The little princess, already on the sofa, was waving her tiny fists in excitement as Ling Yun emerged from the shower. Little boy, I will take you to bathe. Can we watch the cartoon tomorrow instead? He approached from behind the little princess, gently inquiring. Smells good. Little boy hug. The little princess turned her head, sniffing the air and reaching out her hands. After bathing, little boy will smell good too. Let us go. Ling Yun lifted the little princess in his arms and went upstairs. The bathtub was already filled with warm water, and he removed the little princess's splendid skirt before placing her into the tub. Wow, so many bubbles. How fun. The little boy was utterly exuberant, splashing his tiny hands in the water. Little boy, you have bubbles on your face. The little princess exclaimed, gleefully approaching him with a handful of foam. You have some too. Haha. Ling Yun playfully smeared some bubbles on the little princess's face as well, enjoying their playful antics, always eager to keep her spirits high. I have so many bubbles. Don't hide. You naughty. The little princess's joyous laughter filled the entire bathroom. For half an hour, they frolicked before finally giving the little princess her bath. Emerging from the water, Ling Yun changed into a fresh set of pajamas, as the previous outfit was thoroughly soaked. Come here, brother will dry your hair, he said, placing the freshly bathed little one on the bed. Wow, it's so warm and fragrant. The little princess reveled in the scent of the shampoo wafting from the hairdryer, her eyes squinting in delight as she enjoyed Ling Yun's ministrations. Alright, it's time for bed. The little one is so soft and fragrant. How delightful. Ling Yun gently tumbled onto the little princess, holding her close. The little one smells lovely too. The princess nestled her little head against Ling Yun, feeling cozy. Time for a nap. I'm a little sleepy. After playing for a while, the little princess began to feel drowsy. Okay, let us sleep. Good night, little one. Ling Yun softly kissed the princess's forehead. Good night, little darling. Good night, Sister Ning. The little princess closed her eyes, finding a comfortable spot in Ling Yun's arms, lying peacefully. Good night, little master, came Mio's voice as the room dimmed. The following morning, Ling Yun stretched lazily, savoring the refreshing slumber. He prepared to rise, carefully shifting the little legs draped across him. Gazing at the serene face of the little princess, with her gentle breaths, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Mio, please let me know when the little one wakes. Ling Yun whispered, quietly closing the door behind him. He made his way to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. Mio, please order some breakfast. I will take it to Datong shortly. Also, order some glass cups and seasonings. He contemplated the frequent visits to Datong, realizing he couldn't always bring food himself, and decided it would be wise to provide some seasonings for the palace chefs to experiment with. Master, the little princess has awakened. But it seems she has wet the bed, Mio alerted him. What? Really? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun dashed upstairs. As he opened the door, he heard the little princess crying. Oh, little darling, I'm here. You just had milk tea, and now your bottom is wet. The little princess, still half asleep, had been informed by Mio that Ling Yun was downstairs. Don't cry, don't cry. It's all right. I also had accidents when I was young. Ling Yun comforted her, aware that the little princess had merely dreamt of wetting the bed. But I want my milk tea. I just woke up, and my milk tea is gone. The little princess, still oblivious to her dream, was distressed over the missing milk tea. Ling Yun suppressed a smile at her words. I will buy it for you. Just wait a moment, and stop crying. Unsure of how to explain the concept of dreams, he could only comfort her for the time being. I want a big cup. The little princess, with her chubby hands wiping away her tears, murmured softly. Alright, a big cup it is. Let me change your clothes. Ling Yun went to the wardrobe and picked out a set of cute Doraemon-themed children-esque clothing for her. He then took her to the bathroom to teach her how to brush her teeth. Little one, watch how your brother brushes his teeth. You must learn diligently. Ling Yun presented the little princess with a child-sized cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Standing on the prepared little stool, the little princess looked earnest. Okay, I will learn quickly. Wow. Little darling, you are doing so well. The little princess clapped her hands, marveling at the wonders of brushing her teeth, which produced delightful bubbles. These bubbles, however, were not to be swallowed. They must be spat out, for ingesting them would lead to an upset stomach and the necessity of an injection. Ling Yun rinsed his mouth, adopting a serious demeanor. No needles. The little princess, upon hearing the mention of injections, scrunched her face in determination, nodding earnestly. She was quite diligent in her learning. When it was her turn to brush, she obediently spat out the foam, even rinsing her mouth several times to ensure cleanliness. Such a good little one. Excellent job. Now, let's go have breakfast. Ling Yun observed the focused little princess with a sense of joy. Yes, I am very good, she exclaimed, puffing up her cheeks in a smile at the praise. Chapter 29. We must eat plenty, or we will fall ill. Now, have a sip of water. Soon, delicious food will arrive. Ling Yun carried the little princess to the sofa downstairs, presenting her with her own special water cup. All right. The little princess cradled the cup in her tiny hands, sipping eagerly. Ling Yun noticed her slightly disheveled hair, and said, let me first learn how to style your hair. The tasty treats will arrive shortly. He envisioned a virtual projection of a tutorial on how to create a bun and began watching intently. I'll fetch a comb and be right back. After several viewings, he felt prepared and dashed to retrieve the necessary tools. Ouch! Be gentle. The little princess protested. Sitting on the sofa, her chubby legs swinging, she allowed Ling Yun to style her hair. He was hesitant to speak, his palms sweating, and his hands trembling slightly while holding the comb. He had never imagined that styling a child's hair could be so exhausting. He was cautious, fearing he might hurt the little one. All done. Ling Yun exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had accomplished a monumental task. Little one, take a look. He lifted the princess to a nearby, full-length mirror. The little princess examined her slightly lopsided bun with a hint of discontent. Ling Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. His first attempt at styling her hair had been met with criticism. Ahem, I promise to improve next time. You can trust me, she replied, attempting to adjust her bun, which had slipped askew. Little master, the food has arrived. Mio's voice broke the concentration, redirecting the little princess's focus. Yay, I'm so hungry. Hurry, hurry. Upon hearing this, the little princess excitedly kicked her legs in Ling Yun's arms, momentarily forgetting about her imperfect hairstyle. All right, let's go fetch it. He mentally applauded Mio. I'll give you a 5-star rating. The little princess exclaimed joyfully, watching the delivery person carry a mountain of takeout with glee. Thank you, little one. You are truly adorable. The delivery person remarked, momentarily taken aback, but smiling in return. Indeed, I am very cute. The little princess agreed wholeheartedly with the delivery person's compliment. Now let us eat. Ling Yun carried her back to the living room. Wow, this all smells delightful. What is it? She inquired, sitting on the carpet and gazing at the open takeout boxes with sparkling eyes. These are all buns, some sweet, some savory, and others filled with vegetables. Ling Yun explained as he opened the containers, introducing her to the feast. I can't wait to eat. The little princess declared, her excitement palpable. Well then, let us begin with this, the soup dumplings. Ling Yun placed a box of soup dumplings before the little princess. Soup dumplings? How delightful. Ah, yum. I adore soup dumplings. The little princess, clutching one dumpling in each hand, took a bite from one before switching to the other, her cheeks puffed up. Have a sip of soy milk. Don't choke. Ling Yun observed the adorable scene of the little one devouring her food, a smile gracing his face. Oh, it's a bit sweet, she exclaimed. What is that golden dish over there? The little princess inquired, sipping the soy milk that Ling Yun had brought to her lips, glancing at the fried dough sticks. That is youtiao. Give it a try. Youtiao? Let me taste it. It's crispy and fragrant, absolutely delicious, she responded. But still, nothing compares to the soup dumplings. The little princess took a small bite of the youtiao before turning back to grab another soup dumpling. Ling Yun watched with joy as she alternated between dumplings and sips of soy milk. Little one, this is a sweet red bean bun. Would you care to sample it? He noticed that the box of soup dumplings was nearly empty and presented a box of red bean buns to her. Is it sweet? I want to try it. The little princess mumbled, her mouth full, as she continued to indulge. I've finished the soup dumplings, she announced. Little one, the sweet bun is quite delightful. Let me have another bite. Can I have another? The little princess gazed contentedly at the empty box she had devoured, patting her little belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Little one, have you had enough? Perhaps we should wait until you're hungry again to try the others. Ling Yun gently wiped the grease from her mouth. Sensing that she had eaten enough for a child just over 2 years old, one box of soup dumplings and more than half a cup of soy milk was quite an impressive appetite for her. Just a small taste. The little princess licked her lips, eager to discover how delightful the sweet bun might be. All right then, let us have you try a bite. He held a red bean bun to her lips. It has no flavor, she exclaimed. Little one, you mustn't be silly. This bun is sweet. The little princess took a small bite but only managed to consume the outer layer, leaving her puzzled. This bun is larger than the soup dumpling. The sweetness is all inside. Ling Yun broke the red bean bun open, revealing the filling to her. Like this. Look at the red filling. Oh, it's sweet and delightful, just as good as the soup dumplings. The little princess, understanding now, took a bite of the filling and began to relish the treat. I can't eat anymore. My little tummy is full, sated and content. The little princess gazed longingly at the remaining dumplings, unsure of their names. All right, little one. You've been wonderful. You are much more sensible than the other children. Brother will help you finish. Once we're done, we can take the rest back for your grandfather, mother, and sister. Ling Yun felt immense pride for his little one, who required no coaxing to eat and knew when to stop. He then proceeded to tackle the leftover youtiao, the half-eaten red bean bun, and the remaining soy milk. Little one, have you had your fill? Why do you seem to have eaten less than I have? Mother and I are cuddled up. How many more do we need to avoid falling ill? The little princess observed Ling Yun finishing her leftovers and decided not to eat anymore, her expression tinged with concern. Haha, brother is full now. When the little one is not around, I often skip breakfast. Worry not, dear sister, for I am in excellent health. Ling Yun tidied up the takeout boxes on the coffee table, and upon hearing the little princess's words and seeing her expression, he smiled and offered her an explanation. What's wrong, little one? You are quite impressive, aren't you? The little princess proudly raised her small head. You are the best, sister. I will learn from you to eat well. Ling Yun gently patted her raised head, indulging her with affection. After tidying up, he embraced the little princess and settled on the sofa. Let us rest for a bit before heading back to the Tang Dynasty. All right, I will bring some for mother. The little princess replied, leaning against Ling Yun and rubbing her slightly protruding belly. Chapter 30. How to Weave by Yu Jing. I am a bit anxious. While the two rested, the ordered glass cups and condiments arrived, along with the little princess's large cup of milk tea. Sister, the milk tea has arrived. Drink it only when your tummy feels ready. Brother will organize the items, and then we will head to the Tang Dynasty. Ling Yun continued to tidy up while reminding the little one who was still rubbing her belly. It has arrived. Little one, are there any bubble guns? I want to play with them with my sister. The little one wiggled her chubby legs on the sofa, her eyes glued to the milk tea. Already thinking of new toys. Yes, brother will fetch them for you. Would you like to join me? You can choose your toys by yourself. Ling Yun walked to the door of the tidied storage room and asked the little princess. Thud, thud, thud. I want to choose. The little one exclaimed, sliding off the sofa like a cannonball toward Ling Yun. Wow, so many ducks. Are they all for me? Little one, are these all fun? Can I take them to play? The little princess gazed at the storage room filled with various intriguing items, her mouth agape in astonishment. They are all for you. I organized everything after you went home that day, but you can't take them all at once, or there will be nothing left to play with when you return. You can choose a few each day to take home, which will give your mother and sister a little surprise every day. Ling Yun smiled as he watched the little one darting around inside, coming up with a good idea for her. The little princess pondered for a moment, then nodded her head, finding Ling Yun's suggestion quite reasonable. Little one, you are so clever. This way, I can take fun things back for my sister to play with. The little princess grasped the idea immediately, and Ling Yun approached to pat her head. Choose away, dear sister. Brother has your bubble gun ready. The little princess joyfully hopped around selecting her toys. This pot. And that one too. Little one, can you help me get that pot on top? It looks just like my clothes. I love it. Get another pot for my sister. Is that pot a small one? Let us get one for my little brother as well. Ling Yun followed behind the little princess, dutifully assisting her by placing items she couldn't reach into the cart. Just like this. Perfect. The little princess clapped her hands, gazing at the overflowing cart with a sense of accomplishment. Ling Yun observed the little princess, who resembled a miniature adult, and playfully pinched her cheek. Would you like to collect the bracelets on your own, or shall your brother assist you? I can do it. Watch me. The little princess relished the thrill of gathering and storing items, finding it immensely enjoyable. All right, let us return to the great Tang Dynasty with some delicacies. With everything prepared, Ling Yun lifted the little princess, and in a flash of white light, they vanished. Mother, I have returned, exclaimed the little princess. I brought delicious treats. She was all about making her presence known before even arriving, scampering toward the Hall of Governance. The guards at the entrance had received orders that no one was to impede the little princess, and thus respectfully allowed Ling Yun to enter, following closely behind the princess. Ling Yun nodded to the guards and palace maids. Slow down, Zizi, he advised. Empress Changsun was seated on the sofa Ling Yun had gifted, attending to palace matters. Upon hearing the little princess's voice, she stood to greet her. Oh, Zizi, have you eaten well? You seem to have such energy. And you, young lord. I trust Zizi was not too mischievous last night. The empress bent down to catch the little princess as she charged forward, lifting her and nodding respectfully toward Ling Yun. Your Highness, Zizi has been very well behaved, rest assured. Ling Yun returned the gesture with a slight nod. Yes, I am very good. I ate a lot. Even more than the young lord. The little princess chirped. Mother, please ask my sisters to join us. Nestled in the empress's embrace, the little princess nestled her head, sweetly indicating her good behavior. Zizi, your sisters have arrived. Greetings, young lord. Li Lizzie arrived early at the Hall of Governance each day to assist Empress Changsun with palace affairs. Upon entering, she spotted Ling Yun and the little princess. Sister, do you want some duck? I brought delicious treats. Upon seeing Li Lizzie, the little princess slid down from the empress's hold and rushed to wrap her arms around Li Lizzie's legs. Li Lizzie bent down to gently poke the little princess's nose. Of course I want to see you, Zizi. What delightful treats have you brought back? I brought pastries, delicious buns, and oil-fried dough. The little princess exclaimed. Where's second sister? Is she coming with you? She was eager to play with her new toys alongside Jinyong and looked up at Li Lizzie with anticipation. Noticing Ling Yun still standing nearby, Empress Changsun approached, taking the little princess by the hand. Zizi, I will send someone to call Jinyong. For now, why don't you sit with the young lord? Please, this way, she gestured politely. Ling Yun stepped back with a gentle smile. The group settled at the dining table from the previous night, and the little princess immediately began demanding Ling Yun to unveil the buns. With a flick of his wrist, several takeout boxes that had yet to be opened appeared on the round table. Zizi, your grandfather has arrived. What delicious treats did he bring? Let us see. Emperor Li Shimin, having just concluded his morning court session, hurried to the Hall of Governance upon hearing from Zhang Anan that Ling Yun had returned with the little princess. Your Majesty, have you just finished court? Perfect timing to taste our breakfast, Ling Yun remarked, remaining seated while giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. Young lord, you are quite early at Baiyu Jing, Li Shimin remarked with a friendly demeanor, showing no signs of reproach towards Ling Yun's actions. I must savor the breakfast offerings from Baiyu Jing. Ling Yun responded casually. Well, it depends on the individual. Some rise at dawn and retire at dusk, while others indulge in revelry day and night. Oh, from your words, young lord, it seems that Baiyu Jing is not devoid of hierarchy, with imperial authority, noble families, and commoners? Li Shimin inquired with curiosity. Ling Yun, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, could not help but think, truly, Li Er is deserving of his title as the illustrious emperor of all time. I merely expressed a casual thought, yet he astutely discerned the underlying connections. Impressive indeed. It appears I must craft another layer to this tale. How shall I weave the narrative of Baiyu Jing? Time is of the essence. Mother, I have arrived. I heard that the little one has brought back delicious treats. Just as Ling Yun pondered how to navigate his deception, Jinyong happened to arrive outside the hall. Your Majesty, let us discuss Baiyu Jing after breakfast. Let us partake in the morning meal first, Ling Yun quickly interjected, as he struggled to find a fitting response. Very well, after we dine, young Lord Ling must share with me his thoughts, for I hold a deep yearning for Baiyu Jing, Li Shimin replied. Settling down with a calm demeanor, his tone filled with anticipation as he turned to the little princess. Little one, please introduce to your grandfather what delectable treats you have brought. Chapter 31. The family of Li Shimin enjoys soy milk and steamed buns. Father, wait a moment. Sister, come and sit. The little princess insisted on waiting for everyone to gather before commencing the meal, demonstrating a sense of ceremony. This is a small farmer's bun, accompanied by a bowl of porridge. This one is crispy and fried. This bun has a hint of sweetness in the bean paste. It is delightful. Standing on her chair, the little girl pointed at her takeout boxes, enthusiastically introducing each item until she stumbled upon one she had not tasted. Wow, little one, you are remarkable to remember so much. Ling Yun was the first to cheer her on, followed closely by Li Shimin and the others, who praised the little princess. Listening to the compliments, the little princess's spirits soared. Come on, everyone, let us eat, she urged. Your Majesty, you can eat with chopsticks or simply use your hands. Ling Yun offered guidance on the various fillings and flavors. Mother, this small farmer's bun pairs perfectly with porridge. The little princess offered a small steamed bun to Empress Jinyong, who smiled and sampled it, her eyes lighting up with delight. Your Majesty, Li Jinyong, you must all try this. It is indeed a unique flavor. Li Shimin and the others took up their buns and began to eat. Mother, this one is a red bean bun, sweet and tender. Mine has a hint of spice. Quite delicious. This one is filled with beef, juicy and delightful. Their expressions were filled with surprise and joy as they enjoyed the meal. Jinyong, yours is a vermicelli bun, a bit spicy. Here, have some soy milk. Ling Yun noted as he observed little Jinyong selecting a spicy bun and promptly offered a straw for the soy milk. Delicious. It is no longer spicy. Thank you. Young lord. Jinyong took a mouthful of soy milk. Your Majesty, please, allow yourselves to indulge. I shall refrain from partaking, Ling Yun remarked. No need for formality. We shall manage ourselves, Li Lizzie replied, mimicking Ling Yun's actions as she inserted a straw and savored the soy milk. The little princess, nestled in Empress Changsuan's embrace, perked up at the mention of beef, as if triggered by an unseen mechanism. Zizi, can you still eat? Is your tummy not too full? Ling Yun observed the little princess's eagerness with a hint of disbelief. Let me try just a small bite. I believe I can manage a little more. The small child patted her tummy, feeling assured. You little glutton. Ling Yun chuckled as he lifted the princess from the Empress's arms. Allow me, Your Highness, I shall hold Zizi. You must eat. Empress Changsun smiled as she watched her daughter. Wow, the beef bun is so good, little lord. Why didn't you give it to me sooner? The little princess had learned to take a big bite to get to the delicious filling. You were eating so quickly. Brother, I didn't have the chance to say anything. Be careful not to choke on the soy milk. Those big bites can be tricky, Ling Yun cautioned, noticing her cheeks stuffed full. The bean paste is just a tad sweet. Little lord, I've saved your milk tea. The little princess had not forgotten that Ling Yun had tucked it away for her. All right, I shall give you your milk tea. My dear, Ling Yun laughed heartily at her adorable, muffled voice. Drink slowly. If you gulp it down too fast, you might make yourself ill. He produced a large cup of milk tea for her, inserting a straw while advising her. Here you go. I can't finish it all, she said, handing him half a bun still glistening with her saliva. Ling Yun, undeterred, took a bite. Your mother can enjoy the soy milk. Zizi, you should drink. Empress Changsun gently declined the milk tea the little princess offered. Why don't you share with your sister? Do you not like her anymore? Li Lizzie teased the little princess from the side. Of course not. I love my sister. Here, have some. The little princess, upon hearing this, dashed over to Li Lizzie, presenting the milk tea like a treasure. Indeed, it is delightful. I was merely jesting. You may enjoy it with Jinyong. Li Lizzie took a sip of the milk tea, pinching the little princess's cheek playfully. You have exquisite taste, young lord. I find myself envious, for you can indulge in such delicacies daily. If only our Tang Dynasty could produce such culinary delights. Emperor Li Shimin, having remained silent, finally spoke up, his mouth full as he paused. Feeling content after a hearty meal, Ling Yun, who had been watching the little princess, was startled upon realizing the amount of empty takeout boxes piled before the emperor, at least 7 or 8, indicative of a feast fit for several. Yet, Recalling that Li Shimin was the son of heaven, he soon understood. Your Majesty, the Tang Dynasty is indeed capable of crafting such exquisite cuisine. It is merely the lack of spices and the comparatively rudimentary techniques that hinder our progress. These buns are but the simplest of fare. Today, I have brought an assortment of condiments, which you may instruct the imperial chefs to incorporate into their dishes. Ling Yun presented the prepared glass cups and seasonings. Addressing Li Shimin, such items exist? Li Shimin inquired, intrigued, as he rose to approach the pile of goods on the ground. Erlang, consider how to handle the remaining items, Queen Changsun remarked, noticing that Li Shimin had ceased his meal. Send them over to Qingke. And some must also be delivered to my grandfather. Li Shimin replied nonchalantly while squatting down, not bothering to glance back. What of Gao Ming? Has your Majesty forgotten there is still a crown prince? Queen Changsun's tone turned slightly irate. She was well aware of Li Shimin's favoritism towards Li Tai, often neglecting Li Chengqian. The two brothers had never shared a cordial relationship, and she knew this all too well. It was my momentary excitement that led to this oversight. The words of Guanyin's maid are indeed wise. The crown prince should also receive his portion. Realizing he had displeased her, Li Shimin acknowledged her concern. Ling Yun, observing from the side, mused that this parallel Tang dynasty bore a striking resemblance to the historical accounts. Li Er's preference for Wei Wang suggested the veracity of Li Chengqian's rebellion. Would it then follow that Li Lizzie must wed Changsun Chong? He glanced at Li Lizzie, who was still savoring her bun, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young girl. Chapter 32. The Little Princess provokes Li Lizzie. Young master, this glass is astonishingly clear. It surpasses that Ergua 2 by a considerable margin. Is it truly available for merely one win? Are all the other boxes filled with such wonders? Guanyin's maid. Come and witness this glass. It is simply a masterpiece. As Ling Yun pondered, Li Shimin's boisterous exclamations jolted him back to the moment. Behold, your Majesty. These are all glass cups, and over there are the condiments. I shall introduce them shortly, he explained. Upon hearing Li Shimin, Queen Changsun approached, lifting a glass cup, her expression mirroring that of the emperor. Young master, is it genuinely just one win for this? Young master, please do not claim it is but one win merely due to the presence of CZ. It leaves us feeling ill at ease, unworthy of such generosity. Ling Yun, upon hearing Queen Changsun's words and observing Li Shimin, who was still squatting and murmuring to himself while holding a glass cup, felt a twinge of disdain. Look at Queen Changsun's perspective. You, Li Er, are still an emperor. Pay attention and learn well. Without Queen Changsun, this household would surely fall apart. I dare say many a great emperor owes their success to Her Highness. Ling Yun mentally critiqued Li Shimin and chuckled softly in response to Queen Changsun. Your Highness. It truly is just one. To illustrate, the toy car belonging to CZ could purchase countless glass cups. Rest assured, I would never deceive you out of favoritism for CZ. There is no need for such duplicity on my part. Upon hearing those words, Li Shimin was taken aback, suddenly springing to his feet. Young lord, are you referring to that little cart belonging to the child? Can it be exchanged for thousands of glass cups? He gestured towards the toy cart in the corner, his voice rising with astonishment. Li Shimin pondered for a moment whether he might deceive the little princess into allowing him to trade the cart for glass cups. This thought flickered through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. The affection that Ling Yun held for the child was well known to their family. Should he provoke any displeasure from Ling Yun, everything would be lost. Your Highness, this glass cup is a fragile item. Please handle it with care. It is merely for our daily water consumption. As for what His Majesty and Your Highness intend to do with it, I cannot concern myself, Ling Yun stated, ignoring the startled Li Er. Turning instead to the contemplative Empress Zhangsun. My young lord, I apologize for the amusement, the Empress quickly said, tugging at Li Shimin's sleeve. Li Shimin composed his facial expression anew and adjusted his dragon robe. Young Lord Ling, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. The gifts you have brought are beyond what I could exchange, even for 10 imperial jade pendants. Ling Yun observed Li Er's shifting expressions and felt a chuckle rise within him. Was there yet another stratagem in the emperor's repertoire? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to weave a narrative to cover by Yujing's deception, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for formality. My actions are motivated not merely by the fact that you are the family of the child, but also due to my admiration for you and Her Highness the Empress. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the underlying implications. Ling Young Lord admires me and the Empress? Could it be that Bai Yujing also takes an interest in worldly affairs? Seeing that the moment was ripe, Ling Yun decided to lay the groundwork for his ruse. Your Majesty, Your Highness, let us converse while seated. Li Shimin nodded in agreement, and they resumed their seats. Zhang Anan, bring tea. I wish to engage in a profound discussion with the young lord. Ling Yun was well aware that the tea at this time was often infused with scallions, ginger, and salt, unpalatable to him. He swiftly interjected, Your Majesty, why not allow me to fetch some tea leaves from my homeland? It would serve as a perfect opportunity to test the utility of these cups. Oh, I eagerly anticipate it. Young lord, make haste and return swiftly. I await our conversation about Bai Yujing with great enthusiasm. Li Shimin expressed his excitement, feeling that each gift Ling Yun brought filled him with wonder. Ling Yun, glancing at the little child snuggled against Princess Jinyong, softly spoke, Little one, I must return to gather some items. Please wait for me here. The little princess, still engaged in enjoying milk tea with Princess Jinyong, upon hearing Ling Yun's intention to depart, abandoned her drink and dashed over to cling to his leg, climbing up. Young lord, I want to go with you. Seeing the little princess so attached to him, Ling Yun felt a sense of delight. Dear child, I will return swiftly. Do you not have toys to share with your sisters? Be a good girl and play with them for a while. I shall be back momentarily. The little princess tilted her head and earnestly responded, Young lord, then hurry back. I will wait for you. You must bring me a plump, fluffy toy, and I shall send a few back. Ling Yun bent down and assured the little princess before vanishing in a flash of white light to fetch tea leaves. Sister, I have brought you some delightful items. As soon as Ling Yun disappeared, the little princess called out to Li Lizzie and Chong Lo, eager to share the toys she had selected. Sister, this adorable bear is for you. It's just like the one I have. And this little bunny is for you as well. This delightful brainy toy is mine. And this little racing gun is also for you. I have one, and so does my second sister. The little girl placed all the dolls she had prepared on the dining table and began distributing them. Wow, they are so soft. They look wonderful. Thank you, little princess. Indeed, they were beautiful. However, Li Lizzie noticed that all the toys given to them bore patterns from the little princess's own clothing. Sister, if you cuddle the little bunny to sleep, won't it be like holding onto the same ones as yours? Second sister, are you not a duck? Sister, you are so silly. Mother, when I wear the dress with the brainy toy patterns, I shall gift it to you. The little princess felt there was nothing wrong with her distribution and even found Li Lizzie to be rather foolish. Hearing the little princess's words and being called foolish, Li Lizzie's expression darkened. Li Mingda, who are you calling foolish? Upon hearing her full name, the little girl realized the situation was dire. Clutching a little tiger toy in one hand while covering her bottom with the other, she dashed towards Empress Changsun. Mother, protect me. Sister is going to hit me. Empress Changsun gazed fondly at her playful daughters, her heart filled with joy, and comforted the little princess. Do not fear, my dear, mother will protect you. Your sister wouldn't dare come near. If she tries to hit you, mother will strike her back. With a sense of security, the little princess made a face at Li Lizzie from her mother's embrace. Sister, come and hit me. Come on. Chapter 33. Brother Taibai, may I borrow your poem? Ling Yun returned with 2 boxes of Longjing tea and, upon arriving at the Hall of Governance, witnessed a mischievous scene involving the little princess. He shook his head and chuckled. Little princess, brother has returned. The little princess glanced at Ling Yun, sneaking around before running towards him. Little brother, you're so fast. My sister is being silly. She wants to hit me. You must help me. With the arrival of another ally, the little princess grew increasingly audacious. Li Lizzie stood there, her expression dark, glaring at the little princess, as if to say, just wait. Ling Yun playfully pinched the little princess's nose. Dear one, what if your brother cannot fight her off either? And remember, you mustn't call your sister silly. That isn't right. Others may think you have a foolish sister, which implies that you two are foolish. While he could indulge the little princess, it was imperative not to spoil her. He aimed to subtly teach her the distinction between right and wrong. The little princess tilted her head, pondering Ling Yun's wisdom. Yet, she still hesitated to leave his embrace and earnestly told Li Lizzie, Sister, you are not foolish. You are a smart sister. Similar to the previous instances, the young lord exhibits remarkable intelligence. Empress Zhangsun was quite pleased with Ling Yun's educational approach towards the little princess. Young lord, the child is spirited and inquisitive, remarked his majesty. Please prepare some warm water, so I may sample the tea I brought. Ling Yun, addressing Li Shimin, retrieved several cups from a box and placed them on the table. As the palace maids prepared the warm water, he took out some tea leaves and placed them into the glass cups. Your Majesty, and Her Highness the Empress, this tea is known as Longjing. It can be brewed simply with hot water. Do have a taste. After preparing 2 cups of tea, Ling Yun gestured for the imperial couple to indulge. Empress Zhangsun picked up her cup, first inhaling the fragrant aroma before taking a sip. The rich scent, sweet flavor, and smooth texture, with a lingering aftertaste, revealed it to be exquisite tea. A connoisseur of tea herself, her eyes sparkled with delight at the delightful essence of Longjing. Li Shimin, however, took a hearty gulp, and though not as discerning as the Empress, he too expressed his surprise. Young lord, everything you present is indeed priceless. The little one, restless, blinked her large eyes and pouted, saying, I want a sip too. Noticing this, Empress Zhangsun smiled and brought the cup to the little princess's lips. She took a small sip, smacked her lips, and pouted again, not sweet at all. In her mind, only sweet drinks were worthy of praise. Ling Yun gently brushed the little princess's stray hair and softly said, Dear child, when you grow up, you will come to appreciate the taste of tea. Why not enjoy some milk tea instead? However, this time the little princess chose not to drink milk tea. Instead, she dashed toward her toy car. I want to drive. I want to play with my sister. Hearing this, Li Lizzie's annoyance dissipated, and she ran over to join the little princess, as she too relished the feeling of riding. Dear child, may I take a turn with your little car? Of course. I will teach you how to drive. The little princess, eager to share, beamed at Li Lizzie's expression of delight mixed with a hint of apprehension. Will it be difficult to learn? The little princess, puffing out her chest with pride, declared. Not at all. It's quite simple. After I learned from the young lord, I could drive it right away. Sister, you are as clever as he is. You will surely learn quickly. As she spoke, she took Li Lizzie's hand and led her toward the driver's seat. The little princess recounted Ling Yun's instructions in a cute, babyish manner, occasionally gesturing to guide Li Lizzie. Watching the little princess teach Li Lizzie, Ling Yun appeared like a driving instructor, hands behind his back, with a serious expression and slightly furrowed brow. Young lord, what is the appearance of Bai Yu Jing? Is it truly as extraordinary as the legends suggest? Li Shimin's voice interrupted Ling Yun's admiration of the little princess's teaching. He was about to indulge in his usual pretentiousness again, clearing his throat. He feigned a profound expression and responded, "Your Majesty, our realm is likely quite different from your imagination of the Jade capital. The immortals have long vanished, and what remains are but trivial techniques. To put it simply, we are in an era of progress, where technology far surpasses our understanding." Li Shimin, bewildered, pondered, "No immortals? Then how did the Tang Dynasty come to be? Young lord, is it truly as you say? No immortals in the Jade capital? Then how is it that you have come from there to our Tang?" Ling Yun recognized that Li Shimin would not be easily swayed by a few words and had prepared himself accordingly. "Though the immortals are no longer in the Jade capital, I have had the fortune to be instructed by them in my dreams." He then gazed upward at a 45-degree angle and spoke with feigned profundity. "In the heavens lies the Jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal placed their hand upon my head, granting me longevity. As for my connection with the boy, I sense it is a bond of fate." After uttering these lines, Ling Yun silently apologized to the unborn Li Bai. "Brother Tai Bai, I borrow your verse. Consider this an early promotion of your work. Do not hold it against me." "Ah, I see. In the heavens lies the Jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal placed their hand upon my head, granting me longevity." What a splendid poem. Li Shimin repeated the borrowed verse, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, as if he comprehended everything. "You speak of technology. What is it, young lord?" "Your Majesty, technology is a form of technique. The boy's chariot and the electric fan are both products of technology. In essence, technology brings forth numerous conveniences, though it is too complex to explain fully. You shall come to understand it gradually." Ling Yun sipped his tea, feeling a headache coming on. Given Li Shimin's demeanor, he feared this topic might stretch on indefinitely. Upon noticing Ling Yun's waning interest, Li Shimin sighed slightly, his tone tinged with lingering curiosity. "Young lord, your thirst for knowledge is admirable. I have been somewhat presumptuous." Ling Yun, observing Li Er's pause, shifted his gaze back to the little princess. "Giggles, little darling, are you not clever? You taught your elder sister well. She is now quite adept." The little princess, having made eye contact with Ling Yun, pointed at Li Lizzie, who was joyfully spinning in the hall, proudly showcasing her skills. "Ah, the boy is truly impressive. He could be a teacher. No wonder he is the apple of his brother's eye. Remarkable indeed." The difference in Ling Yun's demeanor towards the little princess and Li Shimin was stark. His ability to change expressions surpassed even Li Er's. "Father, mother, this little chariot is truly wondrous. The boy taught me just a moment, and now I can maneuver it with ease." As Li Lizzie drove her toy car past Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, she happily mentioned it. Chapter 34. The child's silence must conceal mischief at that moment. Li Shimin finally noticed Li Lizzie operating the toy car. He had been so engrossed in discussing the Jade capital with Ling Yun that he had overlooked it. "Young lord, is this not the boy's creation? Can others also operate this little chariot?" He recalled that Ling Yun had mentioned it was specially crafted for the little princess, assuming it was like a bracelet, meant solely for her use. "Of course, it is designed for play. What, does your majesty wish to try it?" Ling Yun smiled, playfully teasing Li Shimin. As Li Shimin observed Li Lizzie driving around in the small toy car within the Lijing Hall, he glanced at the incongruity of the diminutive vehicle compared to his own stature, his expression wavering with indecision. "Never mind. I do not wish to damage the little one's car. I wonder if the young lord possesses a larger vehicle. I would be willing to pay handsomely for one." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun chuckled softly. "Your majesty, there are indeed larger ones, but they are not practical for use in the Great Tang." Li Shimin's eyes flickered with surprise, and then dimmed once more. "Young lord, that small car seems far superior to a horse-drawn carriage. How can it be deemed impractical?" "Your majesty, it is quite different. The little one's toy has been modified and does not require recharging. Horses need to graze, and the larger vehicle you desire requires energy, which the Great Tang lacks, hence its impracticality. Now, allow me to introduce you to these condiments," Ling Yun stated, gesturing towards a pile of seasonings on the ground. He then proceeded to elaborate on the various spices to the imperial couple. "Your majesty, empress, these condiments are for your personal use. When the imperial chefs prepare dishes, they may experiment with these seasonings. It should pose no challenge for them." While Ling Yun was engrossed in his explanation, he failed to notice the astonished expressions of Li Er and Empress Changsun as they stared at a packet of unpacked salt. "Young lord, is this salt?" "This white substance is salt. Indeed, it is salt. Your majesty, do give it a taste. It is entirely different from the salt of the Great Tang, without a trace of bitterness." Ling Yun, upon realizing his oversight, raised his head and smacked his forehead. "Oh dear. I forgot that, at this time, salt is still coarse." Watching Li Shimin and Empress Changsun as they tasted the salt with their fingers caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Your majesty, empress, it is indeed salt." He anticipated that Li Er would inquire about purchasing salt, which overwhelmed him with dread. As expected, Li Shimin promptly asked, "Young lord, could you procure more of this salt for the Great Tang? The price is of no concern." Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. "Your majesty, this is not an issue of money. Firstly, I am not lacking in funds, and secondly, the currency of the Great Tang cannot be utilized in my realm. I understand your intentions, but acquiring large quantities of salt merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause." Li Shimin discerned the underlying meaning in Ling Yun's words. "Young lord, do you possess a better solution?" Ling Yun had no desire to assist Li Shimin in dealing with the aristocracy. It was not his concern. His sole aim was to accompany the little princess as she grew up joyfully. Your Majesty, I do have a method, but the time is not yet ripe. When the moment arrives, I shall certainly share my approach with you. Ling Yun fabricated an excuse, as he had only recently begun his acquaintance with Li Shimin. He did not wish for the emperor to perceive him as someone to be exploited at will. The ambitions of a ruler are no trifling matter. Even the items he had sent thus far were given in recognition of the historical record that he personally raised the little one after the death of Empress Changsun. Noticing the subtle tension in the atmosphere, Empress Changsun stepped forward to mediate. The young lord is correct. We have perhaps been a bit too hasty. Your Majesty, the young lord speaks wisely. The matter of salt requires careful deliberation. Li Shimin felt slightly uncomfortable as Ling Yun rejected him on the spot. Realizing that he had forgotten that Ling Yun was not a citizen of the Tang Dynasty, having been accustomed to having his wishes fulfilled with a mere word. Young lord, it seems I have been too hasty. Please do not take offense. However, the current Tang Dynasty is under the control of powerful families who dominate the salt mines, which often disturbs my peace of mind. Ling Yun, noticing Li Shimin's demeanor, silently approved. Your Majesty, take your time. Haste makes waste. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Seeing that Ling Yun was not angered, Li Shimin softened his tone, saying, Young lord, why not join me for a meal in the Tang today? These seasonings will surely come in handy, and I would appreciate your guidance on the remaining items. Just as Ling Yun was about to continue his introduction, the voice of the little princess echoed among the crowd. Pa, so salty. It's all over. Young lord, why is this so difficult? Ling Yun caught sight of the little princess, who had stealthily climbed onto a chair, her mouth smeared with salt. Amused yet exasperated, he approached her to wipe her mouth clean. Dear one, this is salt, used in cooking. Eating it like this will surely be too salty. Why not try this instead? This is sweet, just a small taste, and you can dissolve it in water. As Ling Yun explained to the little princess. He tore open a packet of white sugar for her to sample. Is this the same? Is it sweet? Young lord, you are very clever. The little princess looked at the white sugar, which resembled salt, with a skeptical gaze, as if to say she could not be easily deceived. Ling Yun chuckled at her expression, pinching her round cheek. Dear one, how could I possibly deceive you? Just taste it, and you will see how sweet it is. He demonstrated by dipping his finger into the sugar and tasting it himself. Seeing Ling Yun indulge, the little princess reached out, taking a pinch and putting it in her mouth. It's sweet. Wonderful. Sister, come here. The delighted little princess called out to Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie, who had been driving with Jinyong, had not interrupted the conversation between Li Shimin and Ling Yun. Upon hearing the little princess's exclamation, she steered the cart toward them. What delicious treat has made our dear one so happy? It's sugar. The little princess proudly presented a handful of white sugar to Li Lizzie. Both Li Lizzie and Jinyong took a little from the princess's hand and tasted it, equally enamored by its sweetness. Young lord, is this sugar? It is as fine as table salt. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun approached, their eyes wide in astonishment as they looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, hearing their remarks, proceeded to explain the various culinary uses of sugar. Following this, there were no further interruptions, and he continued to introduce the remaining condiments, such as soy sauce. After finishing his presentation, parched and exhausted, he sat down and drank a cup of Longjing tea in one go, disregarding Li Er and his wife, who were still marveling at the various seasonings. Chapter 35. Li Lizzie was startled by the bear's sudden appearance. Zizi, no more candies. Too many will give you a toothache. Come here, let your brother hold you for a moment, Ling Yun said, extending his arms towards the little Zizi, who was still licking her fingers. Little Langjun, can we take my sisters to buy you well to play? Little Zizi eagerly inquired, having just conspired with Li Lizzie and the others about this very plan. Brother will see if we can take your sisters along. If not, then there's nothing I can do, Ling Yun replied. Lizzie, Jinyong, come here for a moment. Ling Yun, uncertain if he could bring anyone along, decided to give it a try. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen, I am preparing to return. Zizi wishes to bring Chong Lu and Shenyang to play with me. Do you think that would be permissible? He addressed the engrossed Li Shimin, contemplating the prospect of taking 3 princesses along. Li Lizzie and Shenyang gazed at Li Shimin with hopeful eyes. Little Langjun, aren't you going to have lunch here? Li Lizzie asked. Would it be too troublesome for you to bring Lizzie and Shenyang along? Li Shimin inquired, glancing at the timid princesses. Ling Yun, cradling little Zizi and playing with her, casually responded to Li Shimin, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best to let the imperial chef conduct some research first. As for Lizzie and the others, it's no trouble at all. Zizi needs peers to play with her. Zizi, we are preparing to head home now. Will you be hungry later? Ling Yun asked, as little Zizi beamed with joy, exclaiming, I am just a tiny bit hungry. I want to play. Empress Changsun approached, observing the excited Chunyang and Li Lizzie, gently admonishing, Chong Lu, as the eldest sister, you must take good care of Zizi and Chunyang. At little Langjun's place. Do not act disrespectfully. You must listen to him, understand? Li Lizzie grasped Chunyang's hand, responding enthusiastically, Mother, I will take good care of them, don't worry. She could hardly contain her excitement to see the legendary Bai well. Lizzie, Chunyang, come hold Zizi's hand. Let me see if I can take you both back. With Empress Changsuan's consent, Ling Yun prepared to return. Li Lizzie stepped forward, taking Chunyang's hand with one and placing the other on the little princess's arm. All right, little Langjun. The little princess wrapped her tiny hands around Li Lizzie's arm, sweetly addressing the Empress. Mother, I'm going now. We will return at night. Father, I must return to play with you later. You must prepare plenty. Little Zizi did not forget to say to Li Shimin. as the bracelet glimmered white and transported them back to the estate. We are back. I want to play with Berda and Bear Air. Sisters, let us go? I will take you to play. The little princess slid down from Ling Yun's embrace, grabbing Li Lizzie's hand as they made their way to the sofa. Li Lizzie and Jinyong felt as though they had merely blinked, and the surroundings transformed. The two pairs of eyes surveyed the villa, not quite paying attention to the little princess's words. Yay, let us go. Sister, hurry and come with me. What are you doing? I can't pull you along. The little princess exerted all her strength to tug at Li Lizzie, her small face flushed and filled with confusion as she inquired about the two dazed individuals. Oh, let us go? Is this the home of the young lord? How beautiful, with transparent glass everywhere. Li Lizzie, regaining her composure, allowed the little princess to lead her. Her eyes wide open, wandering curiously. Chonglu, Jinyong, you need not feel anxious or overly restrained. Consider this place as your own home. For now, follow CZ and enjoy some animated films. Noticing Chonglu and Chungyang's slight discomfort, Ling Yun gently encouraged them to relax. Li Lizzie and Chunyang sat upright on the sofa, hesitant to move. Young lord, we understand. It's just that we are a bit taken aback. Please forgive us. In contrast, the little princess reclined on the sofa, her chubby legs crossed casually. Jinyong sister, I want to watch cartoons. Of course, little master, replied Ling Yun, startling Li Lizzie and Chunyang once more, as they instinctively straightened up again. CZ, who are you talking to? I don't see anyone else here. Li Lizzie glanced around, finding no one besides their group. I'm talking to Jinyong sister. Sister, Jinyong sister can't be seen. I'm scared. The little princess, noticing Li Lizzie's reaction, chirped back. Upon hearing her words, Li Lizzie sighed in relief, only to be astonished by the animated film projected before her. Is this a cartoon? Young lord, are these the monsters you captured and imprisoned in the painting? Ling Yun understood that at Li Lizzie's age, she would not be as fearless as the little princess and had anticipated her reaction. Meanwhile, Chunyang, who was 2 years older than CZ, was not frightened like Li Lizzie. Instead, she was already engaged in lively conversation with the little princess, laughing and discussing. CZ, is this what you call Bear Big and Bear 2? Is that the bald-headed man? He has no hair. This cartoon is delightful. With a smile, he explained to Li Lizzie, Li Ji, you can think of this cartoon as a form of shadow play, meant for children. They are not monsters. There is nothing to fear. They cannot escape. Afterward, he approached the refrigerator and retrieved several boxes of ice cream. CZ, enjoy the ice cream. It's refreshing. Chunyang, Chonglu, you should try some too. Seeing Ling Yun approach with treats, the little princess set aside her crossed legs, eagerly clapping her small hands for the offering. Yummy, sweet, so good, delicious. She took a bite of the ice cream, then directly received it from Ling Yun's hand, using her little spoon to savor it with squinted eyes of delight. Chonglu, Jinyong, follow CZ's example and loosen up a bit. This isn't your Tang Dynasty. There are fewer rules here, so feel free. He opened 2 more boxes of ice cream and placed them in front of Li Lizzie, gently reminding them once again. Li Lizzie understood that Ling Yun wanted them to enjoy themselves, but her upbringing and etiquette made it difficult for her to adapt instantly. Young master, we understand. Thank you, she said shyly. Jinyong accepted the ice cream, timidly expressing her gratitude. At her age, she had also begun her own training, though not much better than Li Lizzie. Ling Yun, smiling, gently patted Chunyang's head before turning to ask the little princess what she wished to eat for lunch. Little C, what would you like today? The little one took a spoonful of ice cream and mumbled, I want sweet and sour pork, and braised meat. Ling Yun wiped her mouth and inquired, is that all? Nothing else? The little princess tilted her head, pondering, then sweetly replied, I want to eat cake. Young master, you make it, I love it. Chapter 36. The pedagogue little princess listening to the little princess's enthusiastic support. Ling Yun chuckled and rose to prepare lunch in the kitchen. Seeing Ling Yun about to cook, Li Lizzie stood up, asking, young master, is there anything I can assist you with? Li Ji, I can handle this. You wouldn't know how to use our utensils anyway. Just keep an eye on C and Chunyang, and sit down to watch cartoons. Ling Yun responded while washing his hands. After contemplating his words, Li Lizzie sat back down, realizing she was unfamiliar with the items here, and thus could not be of help. C, has the young master been cooking for you these past few days? And what about the Tang dishes? The little princess finished her last spoonful of ice cream and replied, Sister, yes. The big pot was sent over by Sister Ning. She had heard Ling Yun ordering takeout, so she attributed the credit to him. Li Lizzie nodded. I see. I thought it was all on you. That would be too much trouble for the young master. She pictured the delivery person as a servant from a Tang restaurant. The little princess then prepared to boast about the villa. Sister, isn't it so cozy here? Isn't it very comfortable? The little princess's comments went unnoticed by Li Lizzie. See, I haven't seen any fans around. Is the young master's house a magical place that stays warm in winter and cool in summer? After hearing the little princess's remarks, Li Lizzie felt the villa's coolness and, noticing the absence of fans, suddenly thought that Ling Yun's villa must be enchanted, justifying its warm winters and cool summers. Just as the little princess was about to proclaim her brilliance, she suddenly faltered, realizing she too did not know why it was so cool. Frowning, her little face showed signs of frustration. Sister, that big pot is from Sister Ning. Help me ask. The little princess's eyes brightened with the thought that Ling Yun might know the answer, throwing the challenge to him. Young mistress, this is because the house has a constant temperature air conditioning system. It keeps you comfortable all the time, better than a fan, Ling gently explained to the little princess. Upon hearing this, the little princess jumped up, exclaiming, "Yes. It's the air conditioning. I knew that, but I forgot." She pouted, looking as if she knew but had momentarily forgotten. Ling Yun had been attentively observing the little princess in the kitchen, nearly unable to suppress his laughter upon hearing her conversation with Li Lizzie and Mio. "Zizi, why not take your brother to see where you sleep at night? He hasn't been there yet, and I'll make sure to install air conditioning in your chamber." The little Zizi, with her chin held high, was proudly boasting. Hearing Ling Yun's words, she joyfully bounced on the sofa, responding in her sweet, childish voice. "Okay, I'll take Xiao Nanju into my room. My chamber is next to Mother S, and it must have the best air conditioning too." Li Lizzie felt a surge of affection for the little princess, noticing that she was blissfully unaware of it. She was merely surprised that Zizi's innocent remark had prompted Ling Yun to promise her an air conditioner even better than a fan. This made her feel a tinge of envy for her younger sister, while also piquing her curiosity about Mio's words, gently inquiring of the little princess, "Zizi, why does this fairy sister call you little master? Isn't she referring to Xiao Langjun?" Seeing Li Lizzie's inquisitive expression, the ever-knowledgeable Zizi responded earnestly, "Sister, Xiao Nanjuan is small, so I am the little master. Xiao Nanjuan is the big master, and I am the little master." Mio, the fairy mother, chimed in to amuse the little princess. "Indeed, Zizi is the most adorable little master." At this moment, Jinyong, who had been quietly watching the cartoon, also spoke up. "Zizi, this fairy sister has such a lovely voice, just like mother." "Yes, I also like Sister Jinyong," Zizi exclaimed, clapping her tiny hands in delight. "Sister Jinyong is just as kind as mother." Li Lizzie looked at the two little ones embracing each other in their innocent world. They may not fully comprehend the situation, but she certainly did. Ling Yun had adored the little princess to the heavens, treating her with such reverence that even the fairy regarded her as a master. She had been astonished countless times today, leaving her somewhat numb to it all. Ling Yun brought out the prepared dishes and addressed the group on the sofa. "Zizi, take your sisters to wash up. It's time for dinner." The little princess, who relished teaching others, immediately leapt off the sofa and led Li Lizzie and Changyang towards the sink. "Okay, sisters, come with me. We'll wash our hands with the fragrant soap. Sisters, this tap is just the water's head. Turn it a little, and it flows." Zizi enthusiastically instructed Li Lizzie and Changyang, feeling quite accomplished in her role. The two sisters watched in awe as the little princess turned the metallic faucet, causing water to flow, their mouths agape in surprise. Zizi, undeterred by her sister's astonishment, finished washing her hands and dashed towards the coffee table, eager to eat some meat. "Xiao Nanjuan, I'm coming. Smell my hands. They're so fragrant." Ling Yun bent down to sniff the little princess's palms, exclaiming, "Fragrant. Zizi, you're amazing. Xingyang, Lizzie, hurry and finish washing your hands so we can eat." Li Lizzie and Chengyang snapped back to reality, quickly mimicking the little princess's actions and returning to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Ling Yun cradled the little princess, seated upon the carpet. He preferred this intimate embrace while feeding her, rather than purchasing a children's seat. "Li Ji, you shall care for Chengyang, while I will handle the feeding," he stated. Observing the little one licking her lips and drooling, he playfully inquired, "What would you like to eat first, dear?" "Braised pork." "Quickly, little lord." The small princess pointed eagerly at the largest piece of braised meat, her mouth watering, urging Ling Yun to act. With a smile, he picked a piece of pork, perfectly marbled, and brought it to her lips. "Yum, I want more," she exclaimed, devouring it in one bite, and then pointing at her next target. Li Ji, sitting nearby, also served Chengyang a piece before attending to her own plate. "Delicious. The dishes made by the little lord are splendid." Chengyang nodded appreciatively after tasting the braised pork. Though Li Ji remained silent, her swift movements in serving herself revealed her satisfaction with Ling Yun's culinary skills. The meal unfolded amidst the cheerful sounds of the little princess and Chengyang. "Burp, I'm full. My tummy can't take any more." The satiated princess leaned against Ling Yun, rubbing her belly. Chapter 37. The little princess's secret whispers. Seeing the little princess had finished her meal, it was time for him to tidy up the aftermath. "Li Ji, shall I buy you a few outfits later? The clothes for the little princess and Chengyang should be more comfortable than what you're wearing," he remarked, glancing at Li Ji, who seemed somewhat out of place in her skirt. "No need to spend extravagantly, little lord. As long as the little princess and Chengyang have clothes, I'm content." Although Li Ji envied the attire of the little princess and Chengyang, she felt embarrassed to let Ling Yun spend more on her. Ling Yun understood her reservations and casually scooped a bite of the leftover rice from the little princess's bowl, reassuring her, "It's just a few outfits. It won't cost much." The little princess chimed in, "Sister, you also want to wear pretty clothes." Upon hearing their words, Li Ji had no choice but to concede. "Then I shall trouble you, little lord. When we return, I will have my grandfather give you the money." Just as Ling Yun was about to suggest that Ling purchase a few outfits for Li Ji, the little princess sat up in his arms, her face alight with excitement. "Little lord, let me do it. I want to buy clothes. Sister Ning, please help me buy beautiful clothes for my sister." Having often seen Ling Yun summon Ling to deliver purchases with a mere call, she wished to try it herself. "Of course, young master. I will arrange it for you immediately." Ling's voice sweetly responded to the little princess. "Look at me. Am I not impressive, little lord?" The little princess giggled at Ling's reply, and Ling Yun was equally astonished by her cleverness. "Impressive indeed. You are the most clever, having learned this so quickly," he praised. "Ling, please order an upright air conditioner, along with a few phones and tablets," he added, after showering compliments on the little princess. With Mio present, he had no need for a mobile phone. He contemplated the purchase of a phone and a tablet, so that the little princess could enjoy animated films during her time in the Tang Dynasty. Lizzie, observing Ling Yun tidying up the dishes, thought that while she might not excel at cooking, she could certainly assist with the washing. Young master, allow me to wash the dishes, she offered. Lizzie, there's no need to wash the dishes here. Just come and see, Ling Yun replied, holding a stack of dishes as he stood up. Curiously, Lizzie followed him and was astonished to see him place the dishes into the dishwasher. After pressing a metallic panel, he ceased his movements, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Young master, is this all that is needed? Can this box wash the dishes by itself? Lizzie, this is called a dishwasher. Come here and take a look. Ling Yun explained, crouching slightly to allow her a better view through the transparent glass of the machine. Lizzie approached, mimicking his crouch, and her eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the machine's rotating and water-spraying mechanisms. Do you understand now? Let us go. It will stop on its own once finished. No need to wait, he said as he stood up, addressing Lizzie, who was still engrossed in watching the dishwasher. Lizzie felt enchanted by the wonders surrounding her, her mind swirling with countless questions. Upon returning to the sofa, Ling Yun noticed that the little princess had stopped watching her animated show. Her small frame leaned against the sofa, her head bobbing slightly, clearly on the verge of sleep. Tsitsi, are you feeling sleepy? Brother will take you and Jinyong for a nap, he said gently. The little princess rubbed her eyes and sleepily replied, a bit tired. Little darling, I want to take a small nap. Ling Yun picked her up and instructed Lizzie, please bring Jinyong and follow me. Lizzie complied, taking Jinyong's hand as they ascended the stairs together. Lizzie, you and Tsitsi can rest here for a while. I will wait downstairs for the delivery, Ling Yun said softly as he gently laid the sleeping princess on the bed and covered her with a light blanket. All right, young master. You go ahead. I'll keep watch here, Lizzie responded softly, gazing at the serene face of the little princess. Jinyong, you should also take a nap. Sister will stay here with you. Jinyong obediently climbed onto the bed and lay beside the little princess, closing his eyes, though feeling somewhat sleepy himself. He hesitated to admit it. Ling Yun quietly exited the room, closing the door gently behind him, and made his way downstairs. Mio, how many materials for the perpetual motion energy synthesis do we have left? He inquired as he settled onto the sofa, pondering the modification of the air conditioning system for the little princess to a perpetual motion setup. Master, we can synthesize a few more pieces. The newly ordered materials will take about a month to arrive, Mio replied. Satisfied with the response, Ling Yun nodded, deeming it sufficient for the time being. During the little princess's afternoon nap, the purchased items began to arrive in succession. First, he placed the air conditioning unit on the underground workbench for modification, then downloaded various animated films onto the tablets. Once everything was in order, Ling Yun prepared to ascend and check if the little princess had awoken. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sounds of the little princess and Jinyong. Giggle, sister, let us run around. There's so much to do. As the delightful sounds of bubbles filled the air, Ling Yun made his way towards the bathroom, curious about the source of the merriment. What are you all playing, Zizi? He inquired. The little Zizi, upon hearing his voice, looked up with a gleeful expression and exclaimed, Young lord, you're here. I'm playing tag with my sister and the others. She seemed slightly embarrassed, realizing she had been caught in the act of play. Lizzie, noticing Ling Yun's arrival, shyly confessed, Young lord, I intended to take them downstairs. Zizi asked me to help her wash her face, but they ended up playing instead. Her cheeks flushed, she felt as if she had been discovered sneaking fun. Ling Yun chuckled at the sight of the children frolicking in the sink. It's perfectly fine, let them enjoy themselves. Zizi, once you've had your fill of play, we should head downstairs soon. It's time to return to the Tang Dynasty. The little princess, obedient to Ling Yun, washed off the bubbles and opened her arms to him. Young lord, hug, she chirped. Young lord, I have a secret to tell you. My sister is also playing tag. Unbeknownst to her, her whisper had been overheard by Lizzie, who felt a surge of shyness, her face reddening further. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. Playing with bubbles is hardly a wrongdoing, Ling Yun reassured her. Lizzie, your clothes have arrived. Why not go check them out downstairs? With a smile, Ling Yun sought to ease her embarrassment. Lizzie shot a playful glare at the little princess, her cheeks still aflame. All right, thank you, young lord. Ling Yun carried the little princess ahead, while Lizzie followed closely with Jinyong. Lizzie, feel free to pick something to change into. Where's the bathroom? He directed her towards the stack of neatly folded, stylish garments on the sofa. These are yours. The pile over there is Jinyong's. He indicated the clothing, assuring her that Jinyong didn't need to change at the moment, as he was already dressed in children's attire. The garments, tailored to measurements obtained through scans, would fit perfectly without concern. Chapter 38. The behemoth SUV of the Tang Palace. Lizzie gazed at the neatly arranged, modern clothing on the sofa, and the blush that had just faded from her cheeks returned with vigor. Nervously, she twisted the belt of her skirt, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Young lord, I think I will change when I return to the Tang Dynasty. As the royal princess, she felt it was inappropriate to change clothes in the home of a foreign gentleman for the first time, especially with an engagement looming over her. The thought of being seen by Emperor Li Shimin and his consort while changing was daunting. Ling Yun immediately grasped her apprehension, understanding the modesty expected of noble ladies in ancient times. He nodded in agreement. Of course, Lizzie, there is no need to force yourself. He affectionately pressed his cheek against the little Zizi's face. Zizi, the air conditioning in your chamber has been fixed. Would you like to return to the Tang Dynasty so that I can install it for you? Upon hearing this, the little Zizi sprang with joy in Ling Yun's embrace. Yay! Jump, jump! Young lord, I want to ride in the big car to play. Alright, today, we shall drive back. Ling Yun, inspired by the little princess's excitement, felt that the journey would indeed be more delightful by car. He carried her to the garage, and as the large doors opened, Li Lizzie and Jinyong were unsurprisingly startled by the sight that awaited them. Li Lizzie and Princess Jinyong stood frozen in place, their mouths slightly agape and their eyes wide with astonishment. They found themselves in a room that was utterly incomprehensible to them. A light as bright as day poured in from an unknown source, illuminating every speck of dust. The floor was so smooth it reflected indistinct shadows. Yet what truly rattled them was the colossal beasts, neatly parked and resembling the small carriage of the little princess, but on a much grander scale. Young master, are these all carriages? Similar to the one used by the little one? Li Lizzie's voice trembled with disbelief as she instinctively grasped the hand of the equally stunned Jinyong. The princess's face turned pale with fear, pressing closely against her sister, her large eyes filled with terror and confusion. Sister, second sister, are you well? These are all the young master's grand carriages. However, the little one was excitedly squirming in Ling Yun's embrace, her tiny finger pointing at the metallic legion in the garage, her tone radiating pure pride. Ling Yun, observing the shock-stricken expressions of Li Lizzie and Jinyong, smiled gently as he carried the little one toward the K-light. He then turned to the still-frozen Li Lizzie and Jinyong, his voice soothing. Lizzie, Jinyong, do not be afraid. These are all carriages, just like the little ones, but larger. Come, sit in the back, it is very safe. He opened the wide rear door. Li Lizzie took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and endeavored to steady her voice. Yes, young master. Cautiously, she moved towards the vehicle, gazing at the seemingly bottomless back seat, adorned with soft cushions, alongside the intricate dashboard and unfamiliar apparatuses inside, feeling as if she were stepping into an unknown realm. Jinyong crept forward in tiny steps, as if approaching the mouth of some monstrous creature. Ling Yun opened the door, placing the little one in the passenger seat and skillfully fastening her seatbelt. Fasten your seatbelt. The little one eagerly pressed the buckle, her face beaming with pride. Second sister, do not be afraid, she chirped, turning her head back and resting on the seat back. Her voice sweetly reassuring. It's very spacious and soft, much better than a horse carriage. Come quickly. Encouraged by her sister's words and the gentle gaze of the young master, Li Lizzie summoned her courage to assist Jinyong into the back seat before she followed suit. The door was gently closed by Ling Yun, producing a muffled yet solid thud that separated them from the sights of the garage outside, creating an enclosed little world within the vehicle that heightened the sense of unreality. Little one, this time you must think of your palace as we return. Buckle up. Prepare for departure. Ling Yun, seated in the driver's seat, smiled at the rearview mirror. All right, let us go. The little one waved her tiny hand, her bracelet flashing brightly, causing the garage scenery to vanish. In its place emerged the familiar yet slightly altered vista of the Tang Dynasty palace. Instead of appearing directly inside the Hall of Governance, they came to a steady halt not far from it, nestled within the courtyard of a splendid palace garden. Above the courtyard gate hung the plaque of Chiefing Pavilion, the very location of the little princess's chambers. Wow, we've arrived. We are at the palace, the little one exclaimed, eagerly unfastening her seatbelt. The palace maids and eunuchs stationed outside the courtyard were utterly terrified by the sudden appearance of the iron beast, exclaiming in panic and falling to their knees. There are monsters. Protect the royal carriage. Quickly, protect the royal carriage. A few of the bolder guards drew their swords, anxiously surrounding the scene. It's a monster. It's a monster. Young Tsitsi shook down the car window and poked her head out, indignantly shouting at the guards. Let me through. I'm bringing the esteemed one. Upon recognizing Princess Jinyong, the guards and maids exhaled in relief upon seeing the dignified Ling Yun at the driver's seat, along with Princess Changle and Princess Jinyong in the back seat. They hurriedly sheathed their weapons and knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to Princess Jinyong. We pay our respects to Princess Changle. We pay our respects to Princess Jinyong. Greetings, young masterling. Their formal titles indicated they had received instructions from above. Do not be formal. Do not be formal. Young Tsitsi waved her small hand with a certain authority. Quickly, let me pass. Ling Yun smiled as he exited the vehicle, circling to the passenger side to lift the little princess out. Li Lizzie and Jinyong also alighted, with Jinyong appearing somewhat unsteady, supported by Li Lizzie. Young master, this is where I rest. Young Tsitsi pointed proudly at the elegant palace before her. I will take you inside to have a look. Ling Yun gazed at the plaque of Chiefing Pavilion, noting from its name that Emperor Li cherished the little princess dearly. He nodded in satisfaction, carrying the little princess. Ling Yun, with Li Lizzie holding Jinyong's hand, entered the grand hall of Chiefing Pavilion amidst the awe and curiosity of the palace maids. The interior was lavishly adorned, befitting a royal princess, with slightly dim lighting and a hint of summer's oppressive warmth in the air. A few close attendants stood respectfully to the side. Oh, it's a lovely place, Ling Yun remarked as he felt the temperature, smiling at the little princess. Tsitsi, do you find it hot when you sleep at night? Yes, it's unbearably hot. I wake up every time. Young Tsitsi immediately nodded, her chubby hand waving to fan herself. So I want you to install an air conditioner for me. Not a problem. Ling Yun set young Tsitsi down and glanced around the hall. Ming. Scan for the optimal installation location. Understood, master. Ming's voice resonated throughout the hall, startling the maids once more. Ah, Sister Ning is here too. The little princess. Hearing Ming's voice, was pleasantly surprised. She had always thought Ming could only exist within the villa, unaware that Ming resided in Ling Yun's mind. Ling Yun smiled as he affectionately ruffled the little princess's hair. Indeed, Sister Ling has come to assist in installing the air conditioner for you. A gentle blue light emanated from his wrist, swiftly sweeping across the beams and walls of the hall. Li Lizzie and Jinyong, having witnessed Ming's wonders before, were still astonished but managed to maintain their composure. Scanning complete. It is recommended to install the main unit in a concealed area of the outer corridor. With the air vent and control unit positioned beneath the main beam within the hall, Ming reported, as a semi-transparent, three-dimensional projection appeared, clearly marking the installation locations. Wow. Young Cixi excitedly reached for the projection, her small hand passing right through it. Let us proceed with this plan. Ling Yu nodded, and with a calm demeanor, Miling retrieved the modified vertical air conditioner and commenced its installation. Yes, master, she replied, under the astonished gazes of those present. The air within the hall seemed to ripple like water as a sleek, silvery vertical air conditioning unit materialized at the designated location indicated by Miling, settling quietly onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, several circular vents and a control panel of the same exquisite material appeared at specified positions beneath the main beams of the hall. Such celestial craftsmanship, murmured an elderly maid, nearly kneeling in awe. Commencing installation, Miling's voice remained steady. From the base of the air conditioner, several silvery, almost lifelike nanomechanical arms extended, swiftly and precisely drilling holes and securing the unit in place. The vents and control panel were affixed to the beams and walls by an unseen force, fitting seamlessly as if they were a natural part of the structure. The entire process unfolded silently and with astonishing efficiency. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Miling announced, installation complete. The perpetual energy module has been successfully activated. The air conditioning system is now online. Young master, you shall no longer be awakened by the heat at night. Ling Yun approached the minimalist control panel, which displayed clear numbers and icons. Zizi, come here and press this button. He took the little princess's hand and guided her to press the switch. A barely audible hum signaled the system's activation. Instantly, the vents throughout the hall began to emit a gentle, refreshing breeze. Wow, it's here. The cool air has arrived, exclaimed the little Zizi, standing beneath the vent with her arms outstretched, reveling in the comfortable chill and joyfully spinning in delight. It's so much better than the electric fan. So refreshing. The cool wind swiftly dispelled the stifling heat that had lingered in the hall, and the temperature dropped perceptibly. Li Lizzie and Jinyong, equally astonished, moved toward the vent to experience the incredible coolness. This is truly refreshing. It feels like autumn has suddenly arrived. Li Lizzie exclaimed in genuine admiration. Yes, so comfortable. Jinyong nodded vigorously. Ling Yun observed the little princess joyfully bouncing in the cool breeze, and then glanced at the astonished and reverent expressions of the palace maids. He smiled and instructed Miling. Miling, please laser engrave a simple operating guide to teach the maids here how to use it. Understood, master. A clear projection materialized on the wall, displaying illustrated operational steps and precautions, with the text rendered in a legible script for their understanding. The Chiefing Pavilion has a divine artifact to provide cool air. This news spread swiftly through the nearby palace grounds, as if it had sprouted wings. Outside the hall, Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, hurrying upon hearing the news, were greeted by the refreshing air spilling from the hall's entrance, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Li Shimin gazed at the peculiar iron beast still resting in the courtyard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the young lord's vehicle? It's far larger than Zizi's little cart. As the two stepped through the hall's threshold, the sudden wave of coolness, so incongruous with the summer heat, caused them to pause simultaneously, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Father, mother, little Zizi, like a joyful bird, rushed forward to embrace Empress Changsun's leg. Nikon, the sleeping quarters have a cool breeze. The young master has just installed an air conditioning unit. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. The young master of the Xi family is undoubtedly extraordinary. Empress Changsun smiled as she gently stroked her daughter's head. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the uniquely designed silver vents and control panels within the hall, her heart overwhelmed with unexpressed astonishment. This air conditioning system, as described by the Xi family, could truly alter the climate of an entire hall in an instant. Li Shimin's eyes deepened with contemplation. He first cast a glance at the silent air conditioning unit before his attention settled on Ling Yun, who stood calmly nearby. The bizarre giant beast stationed in the courtyard was already astonishing, but the ability to create such a refreshing atmosphere in an instant was beyond comprehension. Suppressing the tumultuous waves within him, he spoke in a measured tone. Young master, your methods truly open my eyes. The power of this air conditioning is akin to changing heaven and earth. Ling Yun smiled slightly and replied casually, Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is merely a small contraption to ensure the comfort of the young lady. Empress Changsun, standing beside Li Shimin, felt a more profound and pure astonishment, one that resonated with a mother's heart. She recalled how, in years past, her daughter often struggled to sleep soundly during the sweltering heat. Her small body sticky and her appetite diminished. Gratitude filled her heart as she regarded Ling Yun with a gaze as gentle as that reserved for her own children. Young master, Empress Changsun spoke softly, her voice imbued with genuine emotion. The marvel of this invention is difficult to believe without witnessing it firsthand. It is a tremendous fortune for my daughter to receive such care from you. This Qi Huang Pavilion has truly become her haven of blessings. Upon hearing her mother praise her chamber and the air conditioning, the little girl proudly puffed out her chest, exclaiming, "It's so cool. I can sleep soundly now." Her sweet voice rang out clearly in the refreshing air. Li Shimin inhaled the uniquely refreshing coolness, a royal smile returning to his face as he declared, "The young lady's fortune brings me great comfort. Young master, shall we dine here at the Qi Huang Pavilion today? It would be an excellent opportunity to taste the delicacies prepared with the seasonings from the imperial kitchen. What do you think?" Ling Yun, having come primarily for a meal, readily agreed. "Your Majesty, you may arrange it as you wish. I am also eager to experience the flavors crafted by the imperial chefs." Seeing Ling Yun's acquiescence, Li Shimin's expression brightened with joy. He then turned with an authoritative tone to Zhang Anan, who stood at the palace entrance. Equally astonished, yet striving to maintain composure, "Zhang Anan, old servant is here." Zhang Anan immediately stepped forward with a bow. "Convey to the imperial kitchen that dinner shall be served at Princess Jinyong's Qi Huang Pavilion." He paused, glancing at Ling Yun, and added also, "Bring along the Erguo too, from the Lijiang Hall. Young master, we must not part ways until we are thoroughly intoxicated this evening." Chapter 40. A drive through the Great Tang Palace. The Qi Huang Pavilion was pleasantly cool. And Li Shimin gazed at the marvelous air conditioning unit before stealing a glance at the strikingly robust and commanding Cadillacs parked outside in the sunlight. His curiosity as an emperor thoroughly piqued. He cleared his throat, striving to maintain his regal demeanor, yet his gaze inevitably wandered outside. "Young master. This vehicle appears even more formidable than the young ladies. May I have the privilege of seeing its interior?" Upon hearing her grandfather's intention to examine her precious treasure, the little girl promptly hopped over from beside Empress Changsun. With her chubby hands grasping the hem of Li Shimin's dragon robe, she tugged insistently, exclaiming, "Grandfather! Grandfather! Quickly, let us take a look. This treasure is truly magnificent. It's far more delightful than any horse." As she pulled on her father's robe, she called back to Ling Yun, "Little prince, open the door. Let grandfather see this wonderful treasure." Ling Yun, observing the princess's exuberance, chuckled in response, "All right, dear girl. Do not fret, I shall open it now." He led the way out of the hall and approached the SUV. Li Shimin, reluctantly yet affectionately following his daughter, was joined by Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie, both intrigued by the scene. Ling Yun pressed the car key, and the Cadillac emitted a low unlocking sound, its grand doors slowly parting. The little girl was the first to free herself from her father's grasp, darting towards the passenger door like a little cannonball. Skillfully, she tiptoed and clutched the door frame, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look here. You must sit here. It's so soft, and there are so many straps." Her face glowed with pride as she pointed at the seatbelt. Li Shimin approached the passenger door and peered inside. The luxurious interior, spaciousness, and an array of unfamiliar buttons along with the illuminated screen left even this seasoned emperor in awe. "My dear boy, this contraption is indeed wondrous," Li Shimin marveled, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Might I have a seat within and experience it for myself?" "Of course, your majesty." Ling Yun gestured invitingly. The little girl clapped her hands eagerly. "Grandfather, quickly sit. This is your place. It's so delightful." She was almost eager to push Li Shimin into the seat. At Ling Yun's prompting, Li Shimin cautiously settled into the passenger seat. The wide, soft upholstery enveloped him immediately. He curiously touched the armrest and pressed the seat, marveling at its unique elasticity. "Be careful, grandfather, do not press too many buttons," the little girl admonished, leaning against the car door with her head peering inside, directing him. "Click it like this." She stretched her tiny hands, attempting to demonstrate how to fasten the seatbelt. Ling Yun smiled and leaned down. "Your majesty, allow me to fasten your seatbelt." He deftly secured it for Li Shimin. Empress Changsun observed her husband, who appeared like a child enthralled by the wonders of the giant machine, while their daughter's antics brought a warm smile to her face. She approached Li Lizzie and softly inquired, "Changle, how do you and Chunyong fare with the young prince? How does he treat you?" Li Lizzie quickly composed herself, performing a graceful bow, her voice tinged with a subtle shyness and gratitude, replying to mother, "The young prince treats us exceedingly well. The little girl is lively, and the prince patiently keeps her company, while Chunyong has also enjoyed himself immensely. The young prince even specially purchased new garments for Chunyong and me, remarking they would be more comfortable." She paused, her voice softening further. "The young prince mentioned they were merely ordinary clothes, of no great significance. However, I could not refuse, and I thought to share this with you and grandfather upon our return." Upon hearing this, Empress Zhangsun gazed softly at Ling Yun, who was still by the carriage, caring for the little princess and explaining matters to Li Shimin. Her heart was filled with countless emotions. This young gentleman from the Jade capital, whose affection for the little princess was undeniable, also exhibited such thoughtful care for Lizzie and Chunyong. This bond was indeed profound. She stepped forward a few paces, offering a slight nod to Ling Yun beside the carriage, her tone sincere. "Young gentleman, just now Chang Li spoke to me. Your treatment of the little princess is akin to treasuring a precious gem, and now you have also provided clothing for Chang Lu and Chunyong. We truly do not know how to repay such kindness." "Those garments," Ling Yun straightened up, cradling the still excited little princess who was animatedly pointing at the inside of the carriage, and interrupted Empress Zhangsun with a smile. "Your Highness, you are too gracious. They are merely a few ordinary pieces of clothing, truly insignificant in our eyes. Lizzie and Chunyong are also sisters to the little princess. It is more comfortable for them to wear these while playing together." There is no need for you to concern yourself with it. He jiggled the little princess in his arms, shifting the conversation. Princess, would you like to take your grandfather for a ride in the grand carriage around the palace? Yes. Yes. The little princess's attention was immediately captured, her bright eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands in delight. Grandfather, let us go run. Hurry. It's much faster than a horse. Li Shimin, already eager, seized this opportunity and interjected. Excellent. Young gentleman, then it's your labor. I too wish to see how fast this marvel can truly go. The emperor's spirited enthusiasm returned. Mother, you must come and ride in the grand carriage too. She twisted her small body, clinging to the carriage door unwilling to let go. The grand carriage is so big. We should all ride together. Empress Jinyong initially intended to decline, as it seemed rather ostentatious for both the emperor and empress to share a carriage while touring the palace. Yet, she could not resist the hopeful gaze of her little daughter, nor the encouraging smile from Li Shimin. Guanyin maid, come aboard. This carriage is spacious, perfect for holding the little princess and ensuring her comfort. Seeing this, Lizzie gently added, Mother, please accompany the little princess. I have just sat, and this dress is somewhat inconvenient in the carriage. I'll return to change into new clothes. Her tone was casual, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the lovely new garments. Thus, Empress Jinyong embraced the little princess and settled into the middle of the back seat, with Jinyong on her left, while Lizzie returned alone to the Chihuang pavilion to change. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please secure yourselves, Ling Yun reminded as he started the engine. Wow, it's moving. The little princess exclaimed excitedly from the back. Ling Yun gently pressed the accelerator, and the Cadillac glided smoothly and silently out of the Chihuang pavilion's courtyard, onto the palace's broad pathway. Grandfather, look, we've come this way before. The little princess leaned against the window, pointing excitedly at the palace gates they passed, taking on the role of a little tour guide for Li Shimin, who was experiencing this grand carriage for the first time. Indeed, I see it. Li Shimin was equally captivated, overwhelmed by the smoothness and speed far surpassing that of a horse-drawn carriage, as well as the cool and comfortable atmosphere within. He was profoundly astonished. Young gentleman, this carriage is truly a marvel. Smooth and swift, it is unbothered by cold or heat. Li Shimin could not help but express his admiration. Chapter 41. The adorable little princess Ling Yun, one hand gripping the steering wheel, exuded an air of ease as he chuckled at the praise. Your Majesty flatters me. This vehicle is equipped with a specialized shock absorption system, making it more than capable of traversing such smooth stone roads. Seated in the back, Empress Jinyong held the wriggling little Qilin in her arms, savoring the vehicle's stability and the comfort of the seats. With a gentle and curious smile, she remarked, It is indeed very stable, 100 times more so than the palanquin in the palace. This contraption is truly remarkable, cradling the Qilin inside. I feel no jarring discomfort whatsoever. Stop! Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the palace? Just as they turned a corner, a squadron of patrolling imperial guards was startled into disarray by the imposing vehicle. The leading officer, though frightened, suppressed his trepidation and drew his sword, barking orders as he swiftly organized his men to form a blockade in the middle of the palace path. Ah, here we go again, Ling Yun sighed lightly, gradually pressing the brakes as the Cadillac came to a smooth halt a few meters away from the armed formation. Inside the vehicle, Li Shimin furrowed his brow, clearly perturbed by the interruption. Before he could voice his thoughts, the little Qilin in the middle of the back seat expressed her displeasure. Hey, you're blocking the road. She pouted, her tiny hand pressing the window control. Upon seeing this, Li Shimin's curiosity was piqued. He wished to observe how his daughter would handle the situation. As the window descended, a small head eagerly emerged from Empress Jinyong's embrace. Humph. The little Qilin puffed out her cheeks, fiercely addressing the guards. You demon-like creatures. Move aside. I am playing with my father, mother, and little companions. Hurry up and let us through. You're blocking our view. She pointed ahead, her face flushed from the effort, and her fierce yet endearing demeanor transformed the tense atmosphere into one of absurdity. Ling Yun, unable to contain his amusement, chimed in at the opportune moment. Indeed, gentlemen. This is the carriage of Princess Jinyong, not some monstrous creature. His Majesty and Her Highness are both aboard. Would you kindly clear the way? The captain and his guards, upon closer inspection of the little head peeking out of the window, realized it was none other than Princess Jinyong. Looking further inside, they spotted His Majesty, Her Highness the Empress, Princess Jinyong, and that mysterious young lord. With a thud, the captain's legs buckled, and he knelt, his tone shifting dramatically. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess, young lord, I am utterly blind to my own folly. I have disturbed the royal procession. 1,000 deaths would be insufficient punishment. The guards behind him quickly followed suit, collapsing to the ground, their foreheads pressed against the floor, trembling in fear. Li Shimin then leisurely protruded his head, displaying an expression of displeasure at the disturbance, and commanded, Rise. This is the carriage of Princess Jinyong, not a demon. You have fulfilled your duties. Ignorance is no crime. Now withdraw. Thank you for your gracious pardon, Your Majesty. The captain, as if released from a great burden, scrambled to retreat along with his men, not daring to lift their heads. Seeing the path clear, the little Qilin let out a triumphant hum, retracting her head back into Empress Jinyong's embrace, and beamed up at her parents and the young lord. Did you see? I was useful, wasn't I? Am I not impressive? Empress Jinyong was charmed by her little princess and gently pinched her tiny nose. Indeed, my dear Qilin is the most formidable of all. Her tone was infused with affection. Ling Yun smiled as he restarted the vehicle, gradually gliding past the kneeling imperial guards. Impressive. With a single word from us, an army of thousands must yield. Li Shimin chuckled, glancing back at his daughter nestled contentedly in his wife's embrace. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to her father. My young lord, behold the grand gate ahead. That is the Chung Tianmen, Li Shimin remarked, pointing toward the towering entrance. The main gateway of the Taiji Palace where important national ceremonies are held. Wow, Chung Tianmen. I've been there. Little CZ eagerly interjected from her mother's arms, her small finger directed at the entrance. It's so vast. You have an excellent memory. Ling Yun complimented with a smile, continuing. Yes, your majesty, your highness, this Chung Tianmen indeed exudes an imposing and solemn grandeur, reflective of a great nation. In our homeland, such ancient and well-preserved architecture is a rarity. Empress Changsun, cradling the little princess, nodded gently while gazing at the majestic gate flying by outside. This gate has witnessed countless storms since the founding of our Tang Dynasty. It truly is a significant national landmark. As the vehicle approached Chung Tianmen, the guarding Jinwu guards, evidently alerted, respectfully saluted and allowed passage. Upon crossing the gate, the view opened up splendidly. Li Shimin enthusiastically continued to describe the palaces along the route, while Empress Changsun shared snippets of court tales or architectural anecdotes, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere within the carriage. Kalide ultimately made a grand detour, smoothly returning to the entrance of Chihuang Pavilion. At that moment, Li Lizzie, now dressed appropriately, emerged from the hall. She wore a simple yet elegant knee-length light blue dress that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding a gentle charm with a hint of youthful freshness. A touch of shyness crept over her as she slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Sister. Little CZ's eyes sparkled as she immediately released her grip on Empress Changsun, scampering over to circle around Li Lizzie. Sister, you look so beautiful. That dress is magnificent. Even better than my bare outfit. Her small voice brimmed with delight. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lizzie looks splendid in that attire. His words deepened Li Lizzie's blush. The interior of Chihuang Pavilion was refreshingly pleasant, with the carefully prepared dinner from the palace kitchen laid out on a round table moved from the Lijiang Hall. As the banquet was hosted in honor of the princess, Li Shimin had not summoned other princes such as Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Wei Li Tai, or Prince Jin Li Ji to attend. My young lord, please take your seat. Li Shimin warmly invited Ling Yun to sit at the host position, while he himself took the main seat. Empress Changsun, along with Li Lizzie, Jinyong, and little CZ, settled in sequentially. Naturally, little CZ was restless, twisting her little body until she nestled into Ling Yun's embrace, tilting her face upward, as if claiming this spot as her throne. Ling Yun chuckled as he comfortably arranged her, instinctively reaching for her special small bowl. Tonight's dinner consists mostly of the usual palace fare. I hope it amuses you. My young lord, Empress Changsun gently remarked. We merely incorporated the seasonings you brought, allowing the chefs to experiment with some new dishes. I wonder if they suit your palate. Ling Yun observed the Tang Dynasty court cuisine before him, a harmonious blend of tradition and innovation. He first served a piece of boiled lamb to little CZ, who had been eagerly eyeing it, before taking a bite of the improved vinegar-dressed sunflower greens himself. Savoring the moment, Ling Yun set down his chopsticks and sincerely praised. Your Majesty, Her Highness the Queen, the Imperial Kitchen truly lives up to its esteemed reputation. This sunflower vegetable, dressed in fragrant vinegar and oil, possesses a smooth and gentle sourness that surpasses the traditional vinegar-dressed celery, adding a delightful richness and aroma that is utterly appetizing. He gestured towards the plate of ordinary boiled lamb. Even this most commonplace dish, enhanced by delicate salt and a specially crafted garlic soy dipping sauce, must surely be elevated in flavor. To seamlessly incorporate new seasonings into traditional cuisine in such a short time and achieve such a remarkable standard is indeed commendable, a testament to the chef's skill and intuition. He spoke with genuine admiration for the royal culinary artisans. With excellent chefs and fine seasonings, this meal was nothing short of exquisite. Upon hearing Ling Yun's candid and highly complimentary remarks, both Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun displayed smiles of satisfaction. As long as the young lord is pleased, Li Shimin exclaimed with delight, personally lifting the wine jug to pour for Ling Yun. Come, on this joyous occasion, I shall toast you with another cup. However, before Li Shimin's hand could touch the wine cup, the little girl nestled in Ling Yun's arms expressed her discontent, happily gnawing on the lamb, her tiny mouth greasy. She caught a whiff of the strong aroma of wine and immediately scrunched her little brows, reaching out her oily hand to cover the mouth of Ling Yun's wine cup. Bukui, the little girl protested loudly to Li Shimin, her voice firm yet sweet. Little lord, Bukui, you mustn't drink that. It's stinky. Not good at all. Drinking will make it all stinky. She was insistent, seeking Ling Yun's agreement with her wide, round eyes. A momentary silence enveloped the hall, quickly followed by bursts of warm laughter. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie stifled their giggles, while Cheng Yang chuckled heartily. Li Shimin, holding the wine cup, looked at his daughter's protective demeanor with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ling Yun observed the little greasy hand covering his cup and the earnest expression of the little princess as she proclaimed her protective stance. His heart warmed profoundly. He gently lowered her hand, tenderly wiping her oily fingers while explaining to Li Shimin, Your Majesty, the little girl speaks wisely. In our tradition, we have a saying, drink and drive, never. Drive and drink, not at all. It means that if one intends to drive later, one must absolutely refrain from alcohol. Wine can impair judgment and reaction, leading to danger. Should I become inebriated and accidentally crash into the pillars of the Tai Chi Hall or damage your Majesty's palace walls? It would indeed cause great trouble. Therefore, for everyone's safety, I truly cannot indulge in wine with your Majesty today. He articulated the essence of modern traffic regulations with a light-hearted tone, and both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged looks of realization and agreement. Ah, I see. Li Shimin set down his wine cup, not at all displeased. Rather, he admired Ling Yun's principle. The young lord speaks wisely. Safety is paramount. This is indeed the truth. I had overlooked this. Thus, a minor incident regarding drinking and driving was deftly resolved through the little princess's strong intervention and Ling Yun's clever explanation, leading to an even more relaxed and harmonious atmosphere at the banquet. The little princess, content and satisfied, continued to nestle in Ling Yun's embrace, relishing his meticulous feeding service. Her small mouth resembled that of a little squirrel, eagerly requesting lamb one moment and pointing at the vinegar-dressed sunflower greens the next, exclaiming for the vibrant green and crisp delight. Ling Yun, with boundless patience, enjoyed his meal while adeptly fulfilling the myriad of requests from the little princess. Occasionally, he would softly discuss which dish was more delectable, eliciting peals of laughter from her, oblivious to the greasy marks left on his immaculate sleeve by her tiny, oily mouth. Empress Changsun observed this heartwarming scene, her eyes brimming with affection and reflection. Li Lizzie and Chunyong also quietly savored the exquisite cuisine, immersed in the rare, unencumbered atmosphere of a familial banquet. The little princess squinted her large eyes in happiness, her cheeks stuffed, as she mumbled indistinctly, "Yummy. Today's lamb is particularly delightful. Little brother, you must try some." She even extended her greasy little hand, attempting to seize another piece of lamb from the plate to offer it to Ling Yun. No, let your brother help himself. Ling Yun quickly intervened, capturing her tiny, greasy hand, and took a piece himself, relishing it under her eager gaze. Li Shimin watched his little daughter, swaying in Ling Yun's arms with the commanding presence of a little tyrant, and then glanced at Ling Yun's attentive, patient care. His heart was filled with emotion as he smiled and whispered to Empress Changsun, "Look at Zizi. She seems more at ease with Ling Xiaoling than with both of us." The Empress nodded with a smile, her eyes reflecting pride. Indeed, Zizi is truly fortunate. As the latter half of the banquet unfolded, it became a delightful culinary expedition for the little princess. It wasn't until she rubbed her slightly rounded belly and contentedly let out a small burp, softly leaning against Ling Yun, that the lively dinner began to draw to a close. The palace maids cleared the remaining dishes and served fragrant tea. Li Shimin savored the crisp and mellow Longjing tea, his gaze once again settling on the several crystalline glass cups on the table, his expression deepening with fervor. He gently placed his teacup down, leaning slightly forward to address Ling Yun with gravitas. "Young lord, these glass cups, clear and exquisite, are a marvel of craftsmanship, far surpassing anything produced in our great Tang by 100-fold. You previously mentioned that such items are merely common drinking vessels of little value in your possession. Yet, to our great Tang, they are rare treasures of immeasurable worth." He paused, observing Ling Yun's reaction, and continued, "I see that these items can serve not only as royal vessels to demonstrate national prestige, but, if mass-produced and circulated among the populace, could greatly benefit the gentry and affluent merchants, enriching the national treasury. Might I inquire if you would consider engaging in a trade with our great Tang regarding these glass cups?" Li Shimin's proposal regarding the glass cup business was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, subtly shifting the atmosphere of the relaxed family banquet towards imperial deliberation. Ling Yun was meticulously wiping away the last stubborn smudge of grease from the little princess's lips and chin. Having eaten her fill, she resembled a languid kitten, softly nestled in his arms, her little head bobbing as her eyelids grew heavy, utterly uninterested in the significant business concerning the national treasury discussed by her grandfather, instead emitting soft, satisfied purrs. Upon hearing Li Shimin's proposal, Ling Yun's hands momentarily paused before resuming their gentle motions. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the drowsy little one nestled in his arms, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Gently, he brushed aside a delicate strand of hair from the child's forehead, his movements imbued with affection. "Your Majesty." Ling Yun's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the tranquil hall. "These glass cups are, to me, merely commonplace items. Since your Majesty desires them, I can certainly provide." Ling Yun had already contemplated this in his heart. Given that he would be accompanying the little princess, he could not avoid the involvement of Li Er. Thus, it would be prudent to acquiesce to Li Er's wishes and grant him some benefits. Upon hearing this, both Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged glances of surprise. Li Shimin leaned forward slightly, eager to discuss details regarding quantity, price, and transportation. However, Ling Yun's subsequent words left them momentarily speechless. As for the price, his tone remained calm, carrying an air of undeniable authority. "There is no need to mention gold or silk." He paused, his gaze once more tenderly resting on the serene, sleeping face of the little one in his arms, his voice unconsciously softening further. "Regarding the glass cups, your Majesty may decide their fate, whether they are for royal use or to be distributed among the people for wealth. The choice lies with you. All proceeds." Ling Yun lifted his head, his eyes firmly meeting those of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, are to be entirely dedicated to the little one. What? Li Shimin exclaimed, nearly rising from his seat, convinced he had misheard. How could this be? Such a considerable sum, all for her? This is against protocol. Besides, she is far too young to understand the management of money. He could not fathom Ling Yun's decision. Empress Changsun covered her mouth, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and emotion, rendered speechless as she looked at Ling Yun and her daughter. Ling Yun smiled gently, his tone nonchalant yet affectionate. Your Majesty, money is but an external matter to me. What truly matters is ensuring that the little one never has to worry about food or clothing, that she can pursue her desires freely. The funds can remain with you and Her Highness, to be managed on her behalf and utilized as necessary. Furthermore, a prosperous treasury benefits the great Tang, which is also the little one's home. That is sufficient. He paused before adding, moreover, I am not giving without conditions. Li Shimin immediately inquired, what does the young lord desire? Speak freely. The prospect of bargaining brought him reassurance. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm akin to that of a collector. I wish to acquire some antiquities, items steeped in history. For example, the inkstone and brush wash that your Majesty has used, or antiquities from previous dynasties, even older bronze vessels, or pottery. The more historical, the better. The condition is of little consequence. What matters is their age and the stories they carry. He elaborated, ideally. They should not be freshly unearthed burial goods, but rather relics from the palace's cherished collection. While Li Shimin still found it somewhat perplexing, the request was undeniably advantageous. The palace's storerooms were filled with such items. Exchanging a trove of old relics for a continuous supply of invaluable glass cups? It was an extraordinary deal. Very well. It is settled, Li Shimin declared, eager to finalize the agreement before Ling Yun could change his mind. He cast a glance at the slumbering little princess nestled in Ling Yun's arms, his tone softening with a sense of gravity. I shall establish a private treasury for Jinyong, where all proceeds from the sale of glass cups will be deposited, personally overseen by the Empress, ensuring that our little princess will live a life of abundance and security. Empress Changsun nodded earnestly. Rest assured, young lord, I shall personally handle this matter. Ling Yun, satisfied, nodded in return and gently whispered to the sleeping princess, little one. Did you hear? Your father and mother are saving a great fortune for you. As if sensing his words, the slumbering child unconsciously smacked her lips and nestled closer to Ling Yun's chest, sinking deeper into her dreams. Within the cool confines of Chihuang Pavilion, a significant transaction was finalized amidst the sweet murmurs of the little princess's dreams. Ling Yun exchanged nearly free glass cups for cherished antiques, and the greatest beneficiary was the oblivious little girl, blissfully unaware of her fortune. My young lord, Li Shimin lowered his voice, cautious not to disturb his daughter. His tone laced with anticipation. When can we expect the glass cups? How many will there be? Ling Yun gently adjusted the position of the sleeping princess for her comfort, and replied casually, Your Majesty, worry not. I shall deliver the first batch tomorrow. Let it be 1,000 pieces, enough for you to test the waters and gauge the market response. 1,000. Both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were taken aback by Ling Yun's grand gesture. After all, even at a mere 100 gold pieces each, that amounted to an astronomical sum. And from Ling Yun's tone, it seemed this was merely the initial offering. Excellent, excellent. I shall await your good news in the Hall of Governance tomorrow. Li Shimin suppressed his excitement, repeatedly affirming his delight. He had already begun to strategize on how to capitalize on this treasure. This is a windfall. Each cup could sell for 150 gold. No, judging by the eager expressions of those noble families. Perhaps we could even drive the price up to 200 gold. Young Ling is truly a divine benefactor sent to bestow wealth upon me. This little girl is indeed my treasure. I must treat her even better. Tomorrow, let the imperial kitchen prepare extra lamb for her. The more Li Shimin contemplated, the more delighted he became, almost grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain a chuckle. Ling Yun nodded, carefully cradling the sleeping princess and gently handing her to Empress Changsun. Your Highness, it is late, and the little one is asleep. I must take my leave and will return tomorrow morning, bringing the glass cups with me. Thank you, young lord, Empress Changsun replied, gazing fondly at the serene face of her daughter before looking back at Ling Yun, her eyes filled with gratitude and warmth. Ling Yun offered a slight bow to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. In a flash of white light, his figure vanished from Chihuang Pavilion. Upon returning to his villa, Ling Yun felt as though he had forgotten something, but he could not recall what it was, nor did he dwell on it. He instructed Ling to order a batch of glass cups and proceeded upstairs to wash up and retire for the night. Empress Changsun tenderly held her daughter, nodding in understanding. She softly inquired, Lang, how do you intend to price these glass cups? At the mention of this, Li Shimin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He pulled Empress Changsun aside, lowering his voice and brimming with excitement as he began to deliberate. The Guanyin made. This exquisite glassware is unparalleled, crystal clear and flawless, far surpassing the treasures of the western regions by 100-fold. Rarity confers value. I deem one to be priced at 100 gold. No, 150 gold. He paced a few steps, the idea becoming increasingly appealing. Wealthy families and prosperous merchants, who wouldn't yearn to possess such ethereal vessels. 1,000 pieces would yield 150,000 gold. And this is merely the initial batch. The treasury, my private coffers. He seemed to envision mountains of gold and silver. Though Empress Changsun also recognized the immense worth of the glass cup, upon hearing the price, she furrowed her brow slightly. 150 gold? Is that not rather exorbitant? Even affluent households might find it burdensome. Not at all, Li Shimin asserted firmly. This item originates from the white jade capital and holds extraordinary significance. I intend for it to symbolize status and wealth. Let us target the elite nobles and affluent merchants first. Those who pay a premium will be rewarded, and once the fame spreads, we may consider increasing supply or lowering prices. His excitement grew as he spoke. Guanyin maid, this is a lucrative enterprise beyond compare. Empress Changsun gazed at the glimmer in her husband's eyes, somewhat resigned, yet she understood that this was indeed the most rapid and effective method to replenish the national treasury. She sighed, I comprehend. As for this business matter, it is for Erlang to decide. However, the profits, being designated for our little Zizi, I shall personally oversee, ensuring every coin is faithfully deposited into her private treasury. Naturally, Li Shimin assured her. My word is my bond. How could I ever go back on it? As for Zizi's treasury, I rely on you, Guanyin maid, to manage it diligently. At that moment, Li Lizzie and Jinyong emerged from the inner chamber, having changed into their night garments. The chiefing pavilion was refreshingly cool, and neither wished to return to their stifling quarters. Empress Changsun looked at her two daughters, and then at the sleeping Zizi in her arms, gently saying, Changlu, Jinyong, why not remain in chiefing pavilion tonight? It is pleasant here, and it has been a long time since I have slept with you both. Hearing this, Li Lizzie and Jinyong's faces lit up with joy. Jinyong clapped her hands excitedly. Yes, yes. Sleeping with mother, sister, and Zizi. It's so cool here. Empress Changsun, cradling little Zizi, led Li Lizzie and Jinyong toward the spacious bed nestled deep within the sleeping quarters, where the maids had already laid out soft bedding. Chapter 44. Li Shimin startled by the alarm Guanyin maid. You should retire early, Li Shimin cheerfully advised, turning to depart. He needed to meticulously plan how to sell those 1,000 glass cups at a sky-high price tomorrow, and perhaps indulge in a celebratory drink or two of erguotu. Zhang Ainen, he called out, his voice buoyant, bring my erguotu to Ganlu Palace. At your command, Zhang Ainen replied promptly, cautiously cradling the precious half-bottle of erguotu. With a buoyant stride, Li Shimin stepped out of the chiefing pavilion, inhaling deeply, feeling as though the very air was infused with the fragrance of copper coins. No, gold. Yet, just as he descended the palace steps, his footsteps abruptly halted. His eyes widened in shock, resembling copper bells. In the spacious courtyard before the palace, the formidable Cadillac, resembling a colossal steel beast, stood silently, shimmering under the moonlight with a chilling metallic sheen. It had not departed. Had Ling Xiaoling not driven it back to Baiyujing? A wave of overwhelming surprise struck Li Shimin. He had just been savoring the exhilarating sensation of a joyride. With hurried steps, he approached the magnificent machine, circling it as though he were gazing upon a peerless beauty. Tentatively extending his hand, he caressed the cool, smooth surface of the vehicle, relishing its solid metallic texture, exclaiming, Goodness, what a marvel! Just look at this metal, how robust it is. These wheels are even larger and rounder than those of my war chariots. And those headlights, do they not resemble the eyes of a fierce beast? Behind him, Zhang Ainen observed his sovereign circling the iron behemoth, touching it with an awed reverence, muttering to himself, and felt a twitch of embarrassment on his aged face. He hurried to his side, lowering his voice to caution, Your Majesty, pray, maintain your composure. What an undignified display. A dignified emperor circling a mere iron box. What would the censors think if they were to witness this? As Li Shimin's hand reached for the door handle of the driver's seat, Zhang Ainen's voice interrupted, causing him to halt. His face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, striving to regain his regal demeanor, yet the excitement and yearning in his gaze were unmistakable. Ahem, I am merely conducting a review. Do you understand? This is a divine artifact from Baiyujing, of utmost significance. Naturally, I must inspect it thoroughly to ensure its, safe parking. He concocted a grandiloquent justification for himself, though his eyes remained fixated on the door handle. Unable to resist, he stealthily touched it again, even attempting to tug it lightly. His heart racing with curiosity. What wonders lie within this grand contraption? What sensations would it deliver when in motion? The brief ride as a passenger had left him yearning for more. Suddenly, a piercing and shrill alarm erupted without warning, akin to the haunting call of a night owl. Even Li Shimin, seasoned in battle, leaped back in fright at the unexpected and terrifying sound. Protect the emperor. Assassins. Zhang Ainen, more terrified than ever, turned pale and, with a frantic yell, leaped in front of Li Shimin, spreading his arms wide to shield the emperor with his own body. What is that sound? Li Shimin gasped, his voice trembling with uncertainty as he turned to Zhang Ainen. I know not, Your Majesty. Zhang Ainen responded, equally shaken. This object, it may possess a spirit. It emits such a wail upon human contact. It must be a guardian artifact. Both men, filled with awe and fear, stared at the still shrieking iron beast. The alarm continued for several tense seconds before it abruptly ceased amid their bewildered glances. The Cadillac returned to its tranquil state, as though the previous terror had never transpired. Merely standing quietly under the moonlight, Li Shimin and Zhang Ainen exchanged glances, neither daring to take a step closer. Clearing his throat, Li Shimin steadied himself, striving to reclaim his imperial authority, his expression marked by lingering fear and a touch of reluctance. Very well, very well. If it is indeed a divine artifact from Baiyujing, it possesses its own spirit and should not be desecrated. Zhang Ainen, convey the decree. This object is to remain here, and no one is permitted to approach or touch it. Those who defy this order shall face severe punishment. He had no desire to hear that terrifying cry that could frighten one's soul away. The old servant obeys. Zhang Anan promptly responded, casting a wary glance at the tranquil giant beast. Li Shimin, with a lingering sense of reluctance and a hint of reverence, cast one last glance at Khalid before he begrudgingly led Zhang Anan and a group of anxious guards, carrying the half-bottle of Erguo Tu, back to the Ganlu Palace to ponder their dealings. As for the dream of personally driving, that would have to wait, for that contraption was far too intimidating. The following morning, in the Taiji Palace, at the Liui Hall, the atmosphere of the morning court was solemn and dignified. However, today, Li Shimin, seated upon the dragon throne, appeared exceptionally invigorated, even sporting a barely concealed smile at the corners of his lips. My esteemed ministers, Li Shimin cleared his throat, his voice resonant and imbued with pride. Today, I possess two extraordinary treasures from the Jade capital, which I wish to share with you all. Upon hearing this, the ministers instantly perked up, their curious gazes fixating on the imperial seat. Zhang Anan directed two young eunuchs, who cautiously approached, carrying an object draped in yellow silk and a tray covered with red silk. Li Shimin first waved his hand, unveiling the yellow silk-covered object, which was none other than the electric fan gifted by Ling Yun to the little Qilin. This object is known as an electric fan, Li Shimin proclaimed, personally pressing the switch. With a hum, the fan blades began to spin, generating a refreshing breeze. Wow! A wave of hushed astonishment swept through the hall. In the sweltering summer heat, this miraculous contraption brought a moment of coolness to the ministers standing nearby, their pores opening in relief. This is a common object from the Jade capital, capable of dispelling heat and providing coolness, Li Shimin boasted, emphasizing that it was a gift from the esteemed Ling Xiaolang, the elder brother of the Princess of Jinyong, specifically given for her amusement during the hot season. The ministers erupted into another flurry of excitement, their gazes toward the electric fan growing even more fervent. Recent palace rumors had proven to be true. The Jade capital had indeed descended upon our great Tang. The celestial fortune of the Jinyong princess was undeniably profound. Next, Li Shimin gestured for Zhang Anan to unveil the red silk. On the tray lay several translucent, flawless glass cups. Hiss! This time, the entire Liui Hall was filled with a chorus of gasps. All the ministers' eyes widened, fixated on the three cups as if they had stumbled upon the legendary treasures of the Crystal Palace. This object is known as a glass cup. Li Shimin's voice carried a sense of fulfillment, as if he were in possession of rare treasures. Also a gift from Ling Xiaolang of the Jade capital, intended for the daily drinking needs of the Jinyong princess. Its purity and transparency far surpass all earthly glass and crystal. He lifted one cup, admiring the swirling brilliance in the sunlight. Such ethereal vessels are commonplace in the Jade capital, yet for us in the Great Tang, they are indeed rare treasures. The young Qilin, despite her tender age, understands the value of filial piety and brotherly love, and out of gratitude for your diligent support of my reign, she has generously presented these 3 cups for me to distribute to the worthy ministers. As those words escaped his lips, all the ministers in the hall, particularly the noble lords seated at the forefront, experienced a sudden rush of breath, their eyes fixated on the 3 exquisite goblets, yearning to claim them as their own. These were celestial artifacts from the Jade capital, imbued with extraordinary significance. Amidst the atmosphere of envy and fervor, a resounding, solemn voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, pierced through like a splash of cold water. Your Majesty, I, Wei Zhong, have a matter to present. With a deliberate step forward, Wei Zhong's hair and beard bristled, his expression grave as he bowed deeply before Emperor Li Shimin. Standing tall, his voice boomed throughout the grand hall. It is said that a wise ruler should prioritize the welfare of the common people, practicing diligence and frugality, shunning extravagance and indulgence. Now, Your Majesty, having acquired this remarkable artifact from the Jade capital, you seem more inclined to treat it as a mere trinket, publicly flaunting it in the court, and even contemplating its distribution to the ministers. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Li Shimin, his tone increasingly severe. A fan merely alleviates the heat of one corner. How does it benefit the suffering populace? Though the glass goblet sparkles with brilliance, it remains a mere vessel. No matter its value, it does little to aid the state or its citizens. For the sake of personal novelty and transient display, you would trivialize the celestial treasures acquired by the princess, even intending to bestow them upon others. This is nothing short of losing one's ambition to frivolity. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Place these items upon a high shelf or entrust them to officials for study, to benefit the multitude, rather than parading them and incurring unnecessary expenses. Wei Zhong's words rang with righteous indignation, chilling the once fervent atmosphere like a bucket of ice water. The ministers held their breath, stealing glances at the emperor upon the throne. The expressions of military generals like Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, which had been filled with excitement, froze as they gazed longingly at the enticing goblet, then back at the resolute Wei Zhong, their hearts racing with anxiety. Li Shimin's countenance had already darkened the moment Wei Zhong began to speak. Upon hearing the phrases about losing ambition to frivolity and indulging in pleasure, his brows furrowed in anger. Well, you Wei Zhong, it is rare for me to take delight in something fine, and you leap forth to dampen my spirits, speaking such unkind words. However, Li Shimin was, after all, Li Shimin. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his ire, and a mysterious, almost teasing smile gradually appeared on his face. He leisurely placed the glass goblet back onto the tray, casting his gaze over his trusted ministers, including Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Li Jing, Fang Xianling, and Changsun Wuji. Finally, his eyes landed on Wei Zhang, who wore a defiant expression as if to say he was right, and the emperor should concede. Minister Wei, Li Shimin elongated his tone, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the hall. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Wei Zhang was taken aback, surprised by the emperor's swift acknowledgement. Yet, his instincts warned him that more was to come. Indeed, with a twist of his words, Li Shimin's playful smile became more pronounced as he lifted the remaining 2 glass goblets from the tray. Your concern for the nation and its people, your self-discipline and public spirit, bring me great comfort. Such ostentatious and impractical trifles should not capture the attention of a minister as incorruptible as you, Minister Wei. As he spoke, he solemnly handed a cup to his esteemed brother-in-law and chief strategist, Wei Zhang, right before his eyes, Duke Zhao, who assists me in governing the state with diligence and remarkable merit. This cup is a token of my esteem. Changsun Wuji, the queen's brother and the beloved uncle of Princess Jinyong, was the most deserving recipient, both in public and private regard. He promptly stepped forward, respectfully accepting the cup with both hands, his face adorned with a fitting smile and a hint of prideful joy. I, Wuji, express my gratitude for your majesty's great kindness. I also thank Her Highness, Princess Jinyong, for this generous gift. He maintained a composed demeanor, yet the glimmer of admiration for the precious item could not be concealed in his eyes. Li Shimin then picked up a second cup, his gaze teasing and affectionate as he turned to the eagerly waiting Cheng Yaojin, who was fidgeting with anticipation. Duke Lu, you have fought valiantly alongside me, and your contributions are commendable. This cup is bestowed upon you. Cheng Yaojin immediately sprang forth like an exuberant monkey, carefully cradling the crystal-clear glass cup. He beamed widely, his laughter resonating like thunder. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Her Highness, Princess Jinyong. Ha! Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he rolled his eyes and called out to Li Shimin, ostensibly addressing the entire hall. Your majesty, might I inquire if the esteemed brother of Princess Jinyong, the noble Bai Yujing, is in need of a gatekeeper? My skills at guarding doors are proven in battle. I assure you they are even more reliable than during the Xuanwu Gate incident. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, quickly followed by uncontrollable laughter. Even the usually stern Li Jing and Fang Xianling could not suppress their amusement, shaking their heads in mirth. This Cheng Jijia, in his eagerness to curry favor with the celestial brother, had even contemplated the role of a gatekeeper. His audacity was unparalleled. Li Shimin was also greatly entertained by Cheng Yaojin's wit, laughing heartily as he playfully scolded. You old rogue, always dreaming of grand things. Do you think you are fit to guard the gate of Bai Yujing? Focus on safeguarding the gates of the Tang Dynasty. Amidst the laughter, Li Shimin lifted the final cup and presented it to the equally eager Yu Qigong, Duke Yi, who guards the palace with unwavering diligence day and night. Your loyalty is commendable. This cup is a reward for you. Yu Qigong, equally elated, clasped his fists in gratitude, his voice booming. I, Yu Qigong, humbly thank your majesty. I also express my gratitude to Her Highness, the princess. While he did not display the flamboyance of Cheng Yaojin, his hands trembled slightly as he held the cup. Clearly cherishing it deeply, Li Shimin then leisurely turned his attention to Wei Zhang, whose complexion had shifted from pale to a deep shade of purple, his beard bristling with indignation. With a sincerity that almost invited a rebuke, he said, As for you, dear Wei, your integrity is unmatched, and your disdain for material wealth is well known. Such mundane objects must surely be beneath your discerning eye, and would tarnish your esteemed reputation. If I were to insist on presenting you with this gift, it would only sully your illustrious name. Therefore, he spread his hands, wearing an expression that suggested he was considering Wei Zhang's feelings. I shall spare you the trouble of accepting this, thus preventing you from having to submit a formal complaint against such extravagance. Wei Zhang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his chest tightening as he pointed a trembling finger at Li Shimin, reminiscent of a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Your Majesty, you are misinterpreting my intentions. He merely wished to defend himself, asserting that his disdain was not for the treasures themselves, but rather for the prevailing customs. Yet, the emperor not only disregarded his sentiments, but also placed him upon a moral pedestal, subjecting him to a searing scrutiny. Particularly vexing was the sight of Cheng Yaojin, who, with an air of self-satisfaction, feigned to savor the celestial cup, exuding an ostentatious charm. Long-Sun Wujis and Wei Zhang could scarcely conceal their delight. Leaving Wei Zhang on the verge of an apoplectic fit, Cheng Yaojin, relishing the spectacle, leaned closer to Wei Zhang, whispering in a tone he presumed was discreet, yet resonated throughout the hall. Ah, dear Dr. Wei, your lofty ideals are beyond my grasp. Surely, the water from that celestial cup is exquisite. He punctuated his remark with an exaggerated slurp, amplifying the sound for all to hear. Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Shimin reveled in Wei Zhang's exasperation, juxtaposed with Cheng Yaojin's antics, Long-Sun Wuji's smile, and the envy radiating from the other ministers, filling his heart with unrestrained joy. It was a satisfaction surpassing that of a triumphant military victory. Ah, old Wei Zhang, who dares to criticize me daily. Now you understand the depths of discomfort. Do you not? Does your heart ache? I shall not let you perish from my ire. Inside the Hall of Two Instruments, Li Shimin basked in the pleasure derived from vexing Wei Zhang, while within the Qi Huang Pavilion, a contrasting scene of warmth and tranquility unfolded. The little girl, with her long lashes fluttering, slowly opened her eyes. Where is Xiao Now Jun? She murmured absent-mindedly, her chubby hands groping around the pillow as if searching for something. The little princess rubbed her eyes, sitting up and glancing about. Her mother still slumbered, as did her elder and younger sisters. Where is Xiao Now Jun? Has he grown plump? Immediately, she expressed her discontent. Quietly, she slipped out of the warm embrace of Empress Long's son, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. She wore a delightful rabbit-patterned nightgown, its fluffiness accentuating her round form. With a gentle touch, she pressed against the warm bracelet on her wrist. And in a flash of white light, her petite figure vanished from the cool chamber. In the villa's dining area, Ling Yun sat at the bar, leisurely enjoying fried eggs, bacon, and toasted bread, accompanied by a steaming cup of coffee. Master, the little master has arrived, came the gentle voice of Ling. Almost simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Xiao Now Jun, a fluffy bundle clad in a rabbit nightgown, darted in, aiming directly for Ling Yun's lap. He hastily set down his spoon to catch this delightful morning surprise. Oh, our little princess has awakened. Why did you rush over in your nightgown? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her rosy cheeks, so soft to the touch. I missed Xiao Now Jun. I woke up to see you. The little girl, unabashed, clung to Ling Yun's neck, nuzzling into his embrace like a playful kitten. Are you having breakfast? Ling Yun inquired, settling her on his lap. Are you hungry? Would you like to join me? I'm very hungry. The little one nodded vigorously, her big eyes fixated on the golden fried egg and the fragrant bacon on Ling Yun's plate. Wow, so yellow. Is it delicious? I want some. This is fried egg. Come, open your mouth. Ling Yun cut a small piece of the fried egg, blew on it gently, and brought it to the little princess's lips. Ah, the little one devoured it in one bite, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed, her eyes narrowing in bliss. So delicious. So crispy. And this, bacon, try it. Ling Yun picked up a thin slice of bacon. The little one took a bite, her brows immediately furrowing. It's salty. It has a strange taste. Not good. She turned her head away in disdain. Haha, then you don't have to eat this. Come, try this slice of bread, sweet, spread with jam. Ling Yun held out a small piece of bread smeared with strawberry jam. It tastes like early plum. So sweet. Delicious. The little one was instantly captivated by the strawberry jam, reaching out her tiny hands to grab the bread from the plate. Oh no, your hands are dirty. You haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet. Ling Yun quickly stopped her chubby hand. Come, let your brother take you to brush your teeth and wash your face first. Only then can we enjoy the fragrant bread. He wanted to help the little princess develop a good habit of hygiene. All right, I want to wash. Tempted by the fragrant bread, the little one obediently let Ling Yun carry her to the bathroom. Ling Yun prepared her special little stool, a small toothbrush, strawberry-flavored children's toothpaste, and a water cup adorned with little ducks. The little one stood on the stool, mimicking brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, her small toothbrush moving left and right, soon filling her mouth with pink bubbles. Puff, puff, puff. She looked at herself in the mirror, her mouth full of bubbles. Finding it immensely amusing, deliberately puffing out her cheeks to blow bubbles, giggling. I'm a bubble monster. Little bubble monster, rinse your mouth now. Otherwise, your tummy will be full of bubbles. Ling Yun chuckled and handed her the water cup. The little one gurgled and rinsed her mouth, spitting out the bubbles, tilting her little face up for Ling Yun to wipe her clean. All done. The fragrant little princess can now enjoy breakfast. Ling Yun carried her back to the dining room. This time, the freshly washed little one eagerly savored the sweet strawberry jam on her bread, munching happily. Ling Yun poured her a cup of warm milk. Together, in the morning sunlight, one savored the moment leisurely while the other enjoyed her meal with joy. The little princess's delighted exclamations and sweet praises filled the dining room with warm sounds of chewing and soft, innocent remarks. In the Chihuang Pavilion's chamber, Empress Changsun slowly awakened, instinctively reaching out to embrace the empty space beside her. A pang of unease gripped her heart, and she quickly opened her eyes and sat up. Next to her lay only the still sleeping Li Lizzie and Jinyong. That always warm little body was nowhere to be found. Scanning the room, she noticed the lingering chill, with the palace maids quietly standing by, yet the little one was conspicuously absent. Empress Changsun furrowed her brow slightly, but did not panic. She glanced at the air conditioning vent, which continued to blow a gentle cool breeze. Having slept so deeply for quite some time, she hadn't even realized the little one was missing. Understanding dawned in her heart, and a hint of helpless yet indulgent smile graced her lips. The little girl awoke quite early, undoubtedly rushing off to Bayou Jing to find her young lord. Come here, she softly called. Your Highness, Sui immediately stepped forward. Be more gentle, prepare warm water and breakfast. Afterward, awaken Princess Changle and Princess Jinyong. Empress Changsun gently shook her head, in the Ling Yun manner. The little Qilin finally had her fill, contentedly letting out a small burp. Ling Yun tidied the dining table and lifted her, saying, since our little Qilin is satisfied, shall we return to the Tang Dynasty? All right, let us go, let us go. The little Qilin wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck. Young lord, let us hurry. I want to bring some exquisite cups to father. In the living room, dozens of sturdy cardboard boxes were neatly stacked, filled with the ordered glass cups. Wait, the carriage. Khalid is still parked in the courtyard of the Chihuang Pavilion at the Tang Palace. Last night, in the rush to return, he completely forgot about the vehicle. No wonder he felt something was amiss. Oh no, the carriage hasn't been brought back. Ling Yun's heart sank. If any bold guard or curious prince were to tamper with it, triggering that terrifying alarm as this thought crossed his mind. He appeared in the Qi Huang Pavilion with the little Qilin in his arms. Empress Changsun had just finished breakfast with Li Lizzie and Jinyong, gently inquiring about their sleep the previous night, whether it had been cool or not. Both Li Lizzie and Jinyong nodded obediently, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Mother, sister, second sister, I've brought the young lord. As soon as the little Qilin touched the ground, she charged toward Empress Changsun like a small rhinoceros. She then grabbed Li Lizzie and Jinyong's hands, exclaiming, the young lord brought many exquisite cups. There in the courtyard, the young lord has arrived. Empress Changsun welcomed with a smile. Good morning, your highness, Lizzie, Jinyong. Ling Yun responded with a smile and a nod, yet his gaze was drawn outside. What is the young lord looking at? Empress Changsun noticed his distracted attention. Ling Yun, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said, Ahem, your highness. My carriage seems to be still in the courtyard. I hope it didn't make any strange noises last night to frighten you. The carriage? Empress Changsun paused, quickly recalling the terrifying alarm sound from last night as they were preparing for bed. Before she could speak, the little Qilin excitedly raised her small hand, her little mouth babbling complaints. It was so loud. Mother, last night it made such a terrible noise, like a giant axe howling. Chapter 47, The Little Boss. Almost in unison, the courtyard echoed with Li Shimin's hearty laughter and hurried footsteps. Qilin, young lord, have the glass cups arrived? I rushed here right after court. Before he finished speaking, Li Shimin strode in. He immediately spotted Ling Yun, just in time to catch the little girl's innocent accusation. Li Shimin's smile froze instantly, his steps faltering as a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Ahem, Qilin, don't say such things. Your grandfather was merely conducting research. Who would have thought the young lord's carriage would be so alert? Just a touch and it howls. Quite extraordinary. Indeed, quite extraordinary. He forcibly interpreted the fright as something supernatural, not forgetting to make excuses for himself. The little princess, who was initially unaware, cast a disdainful glance at Li Shimin upon hearing her grandfather's words. Grandfather, is this what made you scream so loudly? The little girl exaggeratedly puffed up her cheeks and imitated an off-key howl. Ling Yun observed the amusingly awkward expression on Li Shimin's face, which was clearly embarrassed yet trying to save face, and nearly burst into laughter. He quickly lowered his head to conceal his mirth, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. Ahem, your majesty seems startled. The alarm, indeed, was quite loud. It was my oversight. I forgot to mention that this object has a warning capability. No worries, no worries. Li Shimin promptly seized the opportunity to deflect the conversation, his embarrassment somewhat alleviated. Young sir, where's the glass? Let me see it. It's just outside, your majesty. Ling Yun indicated. Without hesitation, Li Shimin turned to rush into the courtyard, and just as Ling Yun was about to follow, the little princess dashed back to his side. She tugged at his clothing with her tiny hand, looking up at him with wide, glistening eyes, her voice soft and sweet, imbued with a charmingly spoiled tone. I want to watch a cartoon. I want to see Bear Big and Bear 2 fight Baldy Chong. I didn't get to watch enough yesterday. I want to watch it now. As she spoke, she shook with enthusiasm, her little body twisting and turning. Such a sight would melt anyone's heart. Ling Yun chuckled and playfully tapped her little nose, saying, all right, I will let you watch a cartoon. Brother will play it for you right away. He then retrieved the tablet he had prepared the day before, but forgotten to show to the little princess. Wow, is this a real tablet? Can you watch cartoons? The little princess curiously touched the screen of the tablet. Li Jiji, Jinyong, come here. I will teach you how to use this tablet to watch cartoons. Ling Yun called out, demonstrating how to power it on. Unlock it, find the cartoon app, and select the episode of Bunny Bears. The image was clear, and sound immediately filled the air. Haha, Bear Big, Bear 2. The little princess recognized them instantly, clapping her hands excitedly. Sister, second sister, come watch with us. Li Jiji and Jinyong rushed over, their three little heads huddled together. What wondrous object is this? Li Shimin exclaimed in astonishment, leaning in closely to stare at the animated tablet. This image can move on its own, and so vividly. The sound is so clear. He had just returned from viewing the glass with Empress Changsun to find several of his daughters gathered around a glowing screen, laughing joyfully. Empress Changsun, equally astonished by the animated images, covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Seeing her parents so taken aback, Li Jiji stepped forward and gently explained, Grandfather, Grandmother, this object is called a tablet computer. It is a remarkable treasure brought by young sir, specifically for entertaining the little princess with cartoons. This explanation deepened the emperor and empress's appreciation for Ling Yun's meticulous affection for the little princess. After hearing Li Jiji's words, Li Shimin abruptly lifted his gaze to Ling Yun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Young sir, this image surpasses Yin Libin. No, it far exceeds all paintings of past and present. This is truly a miracle. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves within his heart, and with great difficulty, shifted his gaze from the miraculous tablet to Ling Yun. Young master, I have observed the glass cups in the courtyard. Yet I am uncertain if you possess any clever strategies for their sale. Ling Yun glanced at the boxes piled in the yard, and then at the small child who was joyfully watching cartoons. An idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He smiled, his tone casual, yet imbued with profound meaning. Your Majesty, rather than selling them sporadically, why not establish a shop that offers all our exquisite goods at once? A shop? Both Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were taken aback. Indeed, Ling Yun nodded, his gaze gently resting on the little one. Let us open a store that exclusively sells our delightful treasures. As for the name, I wish to choose one related to the child. I shall inform your majesty once I have settled on it. At that time, your majesty must personally inscribe it. Joyous light flared in the eyes of both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. What a splendid idea. This would deepen Ling Yun's bond with them. Excellent. Marvelous. Li Shimin clapped his hands in laughter. This plan is indeed commendable. We shall proceed as the young master suggests. Ling Yun approached the small child, who was utterly absorbed in her cartoon, crouched down, and gently tapped her shoulder. Little one? Yes? The child reluctantly diverted her gaze from the screen to Ling Yun. What is it, young master? Would you like to have a shop? Ling Yun asked with a cheerful smile. A shop? The little one tilted her head. Her big eyes filled with innocence. What is it? Is it delicious? Ling Yun burst into hearty laughter at her innocent queries. Oh, this shop will sell all sorts of wonderful things. Delicious treats, delightful toys, anything you desire will be available. He endeavored to explain in a manner a child could comprehend. Many people will exchange their money for the delightful items in our store. And then, all that money will belong to you. You can buy as many candies and snacks as you wish. Money? The child's eyes brightened, although she had no concept of money. She understood the allure of acquiring countless candies and treats. How much is it? Can I buy lots of candies and cakes? I want it. I want a shop. Yes, all of it belongs to you. From now on, you shall be the little boss, Ling Yun affirmed with a nod. Little boss. The child was intrigued and proud of this new title. She immediately puffed out her chest, placed her hands on her hips, and declared in a childlike voice, all right. I want to be the little boss. I want to buy lots of candies and cakes for mother, sister, second sister, and young Master Chi. Hearing that the little one had not mentioned him, Li Shimin teased, Dear child, why is there no mention of your grandfather? The little one looked earnestly at Li Shimin and replied, Grandfather, you have plenty of money. You can buy some. Her earnest declaration echoed through the grand hall, accompanied by her expression that implied it was natural for adults to purchase their own candies, instantly amusing everyone present. Huh. Empress Changsun was the first to lose her composure, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Li Lizzie and Chunyong also stifled their giggles. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by the words of his little daughter. The expression on his face, which had been playful, faltered. Ling Yun could hardly contain his laughter as he affectionately ruffled the proud little one's hair, saying, Indeed, the little boss speaks wisely. The small child nodded vigorously, her chin held high, reveling in her own cleverness. Observing his daughter's pride, Li Shimin's fleeting disappointment dissipated entirely, leaving only fondness in its wake. He chuckled softly, shaking his head before recalling the matter at hand, beckoning Zhang Anan at the doorway. Zhang Anan, your servant is here. Zhang Anan responded promptly, making his way over. Go fetch that fist-sized, exceptionally vibrant green stone from the treasury, the one that was presented during the last tribute from the southwest. Li Shimin instructed. Understood, Zhang Anan replied, hastening to fulfill the request. Before long, Zhang Anan returned, cradling a small box of rosewood. Inside, resting upon a red silk cloth, lay a fist-sized stone of pure, radiant green. The hue was particularly rich and vivid, reminiscent of a deep pool of water when light struck it. The green seemed to shimmer and flow, unmistakably a treasure of great value. Young master, Li Shimin said, accepting the box and passing it to Ling Yun with a serious tone. Did you not express a desire for jade last time? I specifically had this exquisite piece selected for you. Its color and quality are exceptional, and although it remains uncarved, it is a rare gem indeed. Ling Yun gazed at the astonishingly green stone, his eyes sparkling with delight. Such a fine specimen would undoubtedly be a top-tier treasure in his collection. Your Majesty is most gracious. This stone is truly beautiful and of great worth, he expressed with gratitude. In his mind, he began to devise a plan. This splendid material would be perfect for crafting a unique little trinket for the small child. The little girl was equally captivated by the vibrant green hue, tiptoeing to peer into the box. Wow, little master, this pot is so green and lovely. Ling Yun crouched down to meet her gaze, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Dear, this beautiful green stone must first be taken back by your brother. What? Upon hearing that, Ling Yun intended to leave. The little girl pouted, her small hands gripping his sleeve tightly. Little master, are you leaving again? Won't you stay and play with me? I'll return very soon. Ling Yun quickly reassured her, gently squeezing her chubby hand. I will use this lovely green stone to create a very special gift for you. Once it's ready, I'll bring it back right away, alright? A special trinket? The little girl's big eyes lit up, her pout softening into an expression of anticipation. Is it really better than this stone? Of course, it will be even more exquisite than the green stone. Ling Yun vowed, extending his pinky finger. I promise it will be delightful and enchanting. Upon hearing that it would be fun, the little girl's eyes crinkled with joy. You must be quick. I want it to be ready before the bears, Xiongda and Xiong'er, arrive. Little master, I'm eagerly awaiting your return, she declared, hands on her hips, her lips forming a small pout as she reminded him to return promptly. Yes, dear one, you are the most well-behaved. Ling Yun felt a surge of tenderness and couldn't help but ruffle her hair again, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Now off I go, and I shall return swiftly. He stood up and nodded to Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I shall return shortly. Take your time, young lord, replied Li Shimin and Empress Changsun with smiles. Ling Yun did not linger, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished along with the Zeton wooden box. Little Zizi gazed at the spot where Ling Yun had disappeared, her large eyes filled with anticipation. She looked down at her little finger, then raised her head to her mother, exclaiming in a sweet voice, "Mother! Little Lang Jun is going to bring back a wonderful little toy. It's made from that green stone. It's even better than washing hair with green water." Empress Changsun laughed and embraced her, saying, "All right, let our Zizi wait patiently to see what beautiful treasures your brother brings back." Upon returning to the villa, Ling Yun held the heavy Zeton wooden box in his hand. "Mio," he called out, "please scan this piece of jadeite rough. I wish to craft a small jade pendant for Zizi, one that she can wear around her neck. The design should feature a phoenix, poised elegantly in motion. The feathers must exhibit a flowing light and shadow effect." He envisioned how Zizi would look wearing it, adding an even more significant idea. Let us incorporate a feature that allows it to fly. It should enable the pendant to gently float and move a short distance above the ground, as if she were comfortably seated in a toy car. The speed must be slow, just a little above the ground, and capable of avoiding obstacles. The control mechanism should be the simplest. Ideally, she can activate and deactivate it with a thought or a gentle touch on the pendant, he continued. And the safety measures must be of the highest standard. She must not fall. "Understood, Master," Mio replied, her voice tinged with a knowing amusement. "The jade rough has been scanned. The design plan is being generated. The primary structure will be a circular safe buckle style, maximizing the natural hues of the jadeite. The core will feature an intricately carved phoenix poised to take flight, embodying grace and liveliness. The natural patterns within the jadeite and special light-conducting nanomaterials will create the flowing light effect on the feathers. The edges of the pendant will be adorned with a delicate platinum border for enhanced durability. Flying function. It will be equipped with a miniature anti-gravity engine and an array of multidirectional microthrusters, seamlessly integrated into the pendant S-base, leaving no visible traces. Activation method. Brainwave sensing. The young master can concentrate to initiate flight or halt, or a gentle touch on a specific hidden point on the pendant, the position of the phoenix's eye. Flight mode. Hovering within 0.5 meters above the ground, speed limited to walking pace, with automatic obstacle avoidance. In the event of strong interference or loss of balance, it will instantly activate a safety force field to ensure a smooth landing. Power source. A built-in miniature perpetual core, requiring no recharging. Estimated production time, 15 minutes. Shall we begin? Ling Yun placed the jade rough on the workbench in the basement with care. Listening to Mio's detailed and considerate plan, he felt immensely satisfied. "Let us proceed with this design," he instructed. "Understood, Master," Mio responded. A gentle beam of light descended from the ceiling, enveloping the jade rough in its glow. The stone gently levitated within the beam of light, followed by an emergence of countless nearly imperceptible silver specks, nanobots, swirling like stardust. They adhered to the surface of the jade, commencing an intricate process of cutting, carving, internal structural modification, and embedding functional modules. Chapter 49. The little princess takes flight. As time passed, the form of the jade rough slowly and wondrously transformed. The initially hefty shape was reshaped, gradually becoming smooth and fluid, ultimately taking the form of a perfectly rounded pendant. The outline of a phoenix began to emerge distinctly. It was not merely a bas-relief, but a fully hollow, three-dimensional entity residing within the jade. The phoenix's posture was elegant and aesthetically pleasing, its wings unfurled as if poised to break free from the jade's confines and soar into the heavens. Next came the interplay of light and shadow, enhanced by the incorporation of special light-guiding materials and minuscule luminescent units. These units were cleverly concealed within the natural veins of the jade, seamlessly integrating with the stone's intrinsic patterns. When the internal microenergy was activated, they simulated sunlight piercing through the jade, creating a vibrant sense of life that danced among the feathers. 15 minutes felt like a fleeting moment. As the beam dissipated, the nanobots swiftly retreated like the receding tide. On the workbench lay a jade pendant, serene and still. Ling Yun carefully picked it up. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a weight that was just right. He examined the phoenix that shimmered with light and shadow. Initiating the test in safety mode, Ling Yun silently recited the command in his mind. The pendant remained unresponsive. However, when he clearly envisioned the word fly, a wondrous event transpired. A faint golden-red halo illuminated the phoenix at the center of the pendant, causing it to begin its dance of light and shadow. Simultaneously, the pendant gracefully and silently levitated from his palm, hovering about 10 centimeters above, as if upheld by an invisible force. Ling Yun attempted to move his hand, and the pendant smoothly followed suit, maintaining its relative position. When he thought to stop, the pendant gently descended back into his palm, the halo vanishing as it reverted to a warm piece of jade. Perfect. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation. Mio's design exceeded his expectations, and the pendant's weight had been recalibrated, ensuring that the little Qilin would find it comfortable to wear around its neck. He procured a specially crafted, flexible yet durable black nano-woven cord. The cord was matte and unassuming, yet possessed remarkable strength. Ling Yun threaded the cord through the delicately reserved hole at the top of the pendant, tying a slipknot that allowed for adjustable length, ensuring the pendant would rest comfortably against the little Qilin's chest. Holding the pendant tightly, he relished its warm touch, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Surely, the Qilin would adore it. If he delayed any longer, the little creature would surely be upset. With a flash of white light, he eagerly anticipated returning to the Tang Dynasty to reunite with his beloved little one. Within the Qihuang Pavilion, Only a short time had passed. The little Qilin was being cradled by its mother, its tiny head bobbing like a rattle drum, ceaselessly glancing toward the palace entrance. Having just finished an episode of Bears Can't Be Out, it put down the tablet, eagerly awaiting the arrival of its cherished Ling Yun. Mother, does my little darling have anything to eat? Bear 1 and Bear 2 have finished all the honey. Why hasn't my little darling eaten yet? She couldn't help but ask again, her small face displaying clear anticipation and a hint of grievance. Soon, dear one, just wait a little longer. Your little prince is a man of his word, Queen Changsun gently reassured her, softly patting her back. At that moment, the light in the chamber flickered, and Ling Yun's figure reappeared, seemingly holding something in his hand. Little darling. The little girl's eyes instantly sparkled like light bulbs, and she cheered. Where have you been? Why are you so slow? I've already finished Bear 1 and Bear 2. She dashed towards Ling Yun, wrapping her arms around his leg, her little lips pouting in a way that clearly displayed her discontent, demanding, you must cheer me up. Ling Yun chuckled as he lifted her up, pressing his cheek against hers, his voice soft and soothing. Ah, brother missed you too. I had to prepare something special for you, so I took a little longer to return. Now that the gift is ready, would you like to see it? The fairy sister helped me make it, and it's truly beautiful and fun. He brought the small princess up to eye level, trying to distract her with the promise of a gift. The little princess giggled as Ling Yun bounced her playfully. Upon hearing that he had returned late because he was preparing a gift, she forgave him instantly. Hurry up and show me. Little darling is eager. Under her expectant gaze, Ling Yun opened his palm. Wow, the little girl gasped, her eyes widening in awe as she pointed at the jade pendant. So beautiful. That little bird shines so brightly. Amazing. She was utterly captivated by the radiant phoenix encased in the exquisite jade. Li Shimin and Queen Changsun, watching from the side, were equally astonished by the craftsmanship and spirit of the pendant. The phoenix, with its flowing light and shadow, seemed almost alive, sealed within the beautiful jade, a creation beyond the reach of mortal artisans. This is a phoenix, the king of birds, the most beautiful and noble of them all. Do you like it? This is a playful little gift made for you from that green stone. Your mother represents the phoenix, so I thought this little phoenix would be perfect for you, Ling Yun explained with a smile, gently placing the pendant into her eagerly outstretched hands. The little girl cautiously touched the wings of the phoenix with her fingertips, feeling its smooth texture, her big eyes filled with wonder and affection. Is it a phoenix? That beautiful little bird is a phoenix. I love it. So precious. The big phoenix is mother, and I am the little phoenix, she exclaimed joyfully, her face glowing with happiness as she clutched the jade pendant tightly, afraid that her little phoenix might fly away. Come, let me put it on for you. Ling Yun carefully took the necklace, gently wrapping it around her tiny neck and adjusting the length. The phoenix, shimmering and poised to take flight, nestled perfectly at her small chest, radiating a protective aura. How lovely. Our little darling looks truly beautiful wearing it, Queen Changsun remarked sincerely. Li Shimin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the jade pendant was indeed a rare treasure. And there's even more fun to come, the little girl thought to herself, secretly wishing for flight. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to the little boy's ear and whispering in a tone only she could hear. The little boy blinked curiously, glanced at Ling Yun, then looked down at the jade pendant resting on his chest. He earnestly thought in his heart, waste. In an instant, the wings of the phoenix engraved on the pendant shimmered with brilliance. Following this, to the astonishment of all present, the little boy's petite form began to float gracefully away from Ling Yun's embrace, without any warning. Hovering approximately half a meter above the ground, he resembled a delicate feather, steadily suspended in midair. Quack! The little boy was startled himself, instinctively kicking his short legs, only to discover he was indeed floating and had not fallen. He looked down at his little feet suspended in the air, then glanced beneath him, and finally at the radiant phoenix pendant on his chest. Initially, his face expressed confusion and a hint of fear, which was soon replaced by overwhelming novelty and excitement. Giggling, he exclaimed, "Look, I can float. I'm floating." His joy was palpable as he waved his chubby little hands in the air, his face radiating pure, incredulous happiness. Chapter 50. The reluctant princess of learning Ling Yun stood below him, arms outstretched in protection, saying, "If you want to stop, just think about it." The little boy immediately thought in his heart, "Stop." The force of levitation vanished in an instant, and he gently descended back into Ling Yun's waiting arms. Wow. This is so fun. The little boy's face flushed with excitement as he hugged Ling Yun's neck, his bright eyes fixated on the jade pendant. "I want to play more. Waste stop. Waste stop." It was as if he had discovered the most fascinating toy in the world, tirelessly experimenting with his newfound ability. His small body floated silently within the hall, rising and falling half a meter above the ground. He even attempted to twist his little form while suspended or stretch out his tiny feet to touch the nearby pillars, thanks to the pendant's automatic obstacle avoidance feature. He slid past them gently, each attempt eliciting peals of delightful laughter and cheers. The entire Chi Huang pavilion resonated with the melodious sound of the little boy's laughter and his commands of fly. "Stop." Li Shimin and Empress Changsun watched in astonishment. Even having witnessed the wonders brought by Ling Yun, they were utterly captivated by the pendant that allowed their little daughter to float like an immortal. This was no mere pendant. It was clearly a treasure bestowed by celestial beings. Watching their daughter joyfully soaring and pausing in midair, her carefree, amazed, and joyful expression was more radiant than the shimmering brilliance of the phoenix on the pendant. In their hearts, The emperor and empress were filled with an indescribable sense of gratitude and relief. Ling Yun observed the little princess fluttering around and suddenly noticed something. Turning to Empress Changsun to inquire, "Your Highness, why haven't I seen Li Ji and Cheng Yang? They would find it more comfortable here with the air conditioning." He assumed that Li Ji and Cheng Yang had returned to their palace and thought to ask Empress Changsun to call them back. In response, Empress Changsun smiled and explained, "Young lord, you are mistaken. Changel and Cheng Yang have gone to study. Each morning, they diligently engage in the study of poetry, literature, and etiquette, only finding leisure in the afternoon. Once the young prince grows a little older, he too shall embark on the path of learning." The little princess, initially filled with joy as she flitted around Empress Changsun, suddenly fell despondent upon hearing her words. Her small face drooped, her lips protruded defiantly, and her head shook vigorously like a rattle. "I do not want to study. I do not want to attend school. Mother, sister is going to school. It is not fun at all. I want to play. I want to cut things. I want to create." The mere thought of having to sit quietly like her sisters, reciting incomprehensible texts, filled her with dread. She clutched tightly to Ling Yun's garment, pouting and expressing her discontent. "I do not want to go to school." Observing the little princess's woeful demeanor, akin to facing a formidable adversary, Ling Yun felt a mixture of sympathy and amusement. He quickly lifted her into his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. All right, dear, no need to rush." He turned to Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Jinyong, wearing a gentle smile, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have a thought regarding the young prince's education." "Please, speak," replied Li Shimin and Empress Jinyong, both attentive. Ling Yun, cradling the still whimpering little prince in his arms, spoke earnestly. "The young prince is still quite small, in a stage of innocence and curiosity about everything. The rigid studies of poetry and etiquette are indeed too tedious for her. Forcing her to learn may lead to a disdain for education." He paused, gazing at the fluffy crown of the little girl's head, his eyes filled with affection. "How about this? I shall take charge of her early education. Allow me to teach her personally." "What?" Both Li Shimin and Empress Jinyong were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ling Yun's proposal. Ling Yun continued, his tone light, yet confident. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, rest assured, I will not hinder the young prince's growth. My methods will be more engaging, allowing her to learn through play and life experiences. For instance, she can learn about flowers, trees, and animals, practice simple counting, and listen to fascinating stories. These experiences will aid her understanding of the world and ignite her curiosity and interest in learning. When she is a bit older, with a settled temperament and an interest in studies, it will not be too late for her to systematically learn poetry and etiquette." He lowered his head, gently rubbing his forehead against the little prince's head, smiling as he asked, "Dear, would you like me to teach you about flowers and plants, to tell you delightful stories, and to help you count how many little birds there are? Wouldn't that be far more interesting than sitting indoors reading?" Upon hearing that she would not have to attend school, but could learn while playing with her brother, the little princess's gloomy disposition transformed into delight, her head nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I want my brother to teach me. I want to count the birds. I want to hear stories. I do not want to learn elsewhere. I want my brother." She tightly wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck, her face radiating excitement and joy. Witnessing his daughter's sudden transition from despair to exuberance, and her unwavering trust in Ling Yun, he envisioned the enchanting scenes of learning through play that he had described. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged a glance, both perceiving the flicker of understanding and a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Indeed, with the guidance of this young gentleman from the Jade capital, whose methods are almost divine, the path of enlightenment for the little prince will undoubtedly be filled with joy and wonder, far removed from the rigid education within the palace walls. This may very well be the most beneficial approach for the prince's character and development. Empress Changsun was the first to smile and nod. "The young gentleman's considerations are thorough. This method is excellent. I see that the little prince is most receptive to your words. This matter of enlightenment shall require your devoted attention." Li Shimin clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Haha, splendid. To have the young gentleman personally instruct him is indeed a blessing for the little prince. It is settled then. From now on, the little prince's education shall be entrusted to you." With the crisis averted, the little prince joyfully wriggled in Ling Yun's embrace, eagerly pointing to his chest and exclaiming, "Young master, let us quickly find my elder sister. I want to show her my new skills. Let us soar high." "Very well. Let us seek out your sister and fly high." Ling Yun replied with a smile, preparing to showcase the little prince's newfound abilities. Just as the little prince was about to set off, he suddenly seemed to remember something of great importance. Turning eagerly to Empress Changsun with wide, sparkling eyes filled with earnest anticipation, he called out, Mother, let my elder sister and second sister play with us. They shouldn't miss out today. Is that all right?" His cherubic face was awash with a pleading expression, yet his excitement caused him to float slightly off the ground, swaying in midair, rendering him both adorable and comical. Empress Changsun was amused by her daughter's urgent and slightly mischievous demeanor. She glanced at Li Shimin, and both shared a knowing smile. The little prince, having just acquired this wondrous treasure, was at his most proud and eager to share, especially wishing to flaunt it before his beloved sisters. This sentiment was patently obvious. Chapter 51. The Empress's sudden anger. Empress Changsun looked at the little princess, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Very well, I promise you. Today, Let Lizzie and the others take a half day off from their studies to play with our little prince. Yay, mother is the best, the little prince exclaimed, bouncing into Ling Yun's arms and pointing towards the outside of the palace, eagerly directing them. Ling Yun, holding the wriggling little prince, turned to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun with a smile. Your Majesty, Your Highness, shall we not all go together? Li Shimin, observing his daughter's excitement, shook his head with a smile. Young gentleman, the Empress and I must first arrange the glass cups you brought. They are rare treasures that need to be stored with care. He gestured towards several large chests nearby, his eyes gleaming with fervor at the impending wealth. Empress Changsun nodded gently. Indeed, the young gentleman should take the little prince to play. Those glass cups are invaluable and must be stored safely. Let Qinglan guide you. She called over the quietly standing Qinglan, who immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am at your service. Young gentleman, princess, please follow me. Upon hearing that it was time to depart, the little one immediately squirmed in Ling Yun's embrace like a small fish. With a pointed finger toward the outside, she exclaimed, I want to fly over there. Sir, hi. Whoosh, I will be there. Ling Yun promptly restrained her, saying, Little one, the sun is blazing outside. You'll get sunburned flying over there. And what if there are so many people watching and they mistake you for a little fairy? Let us travel by car. It will be swift and cool. Once we arrive at your sister's palace, you can soar high and give them a delightful fright. All right? After pondering for a moment, the little one tilted her head, her big eyes lighting up as she reiterated, I want to fly over there. Sir, hi. Whoosh, I will be there. Qinglan, responding to her enthusiasm, walked ahead with a light step to lead the way. Ling Yun, holding the little one, quickly reached the side of the Kalide parked in the courtyard. Qinglan, hold the little one and sit here. Just guide me. I am still unaware of where Lizzie and the others' palace is. He unlocked the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and handed the little princess to Qinglan. My lord, I can lead the way on foot, Qinglan replied, startled by Ling Yun's words, as she dared not presume to share a vehicle with the princess. It's quite all right. Walking is too slow. You can hold the little one. It's hot outside, and she can hardly wait. Ling Yun reassured her with a smile, while gently shaking the little princess. Hurry, hurry. Qinglan, quickly hold me. I want to find my sister. The little princess eagerly chimed in, expressing her impatience. After a moment of hesitation, Qinglan accepted the little princess from Ling Yun and cautiously took her seat in the passenger seat. Ling Yun closed the door and started the car. The vehicle set off smoothly, and under Qinglan's guidance, they navigated through the grand palaces, soon arriving at the palace where Li Lizzie and Princess Jinyong resided. The guards along the way saluted the Kalide, having already received instructions from above, well aware that this was the new chariot of Princess Jinyong, thus avoiding any prior instances of obstruction. Inside the Zhaohua Hall, Li Lizzie was gently teaching the younger Princess Jinyong to recognize characters while holding a scroll. Jinyong listened intently, her little brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, the distinctive, gentle hum of the Kalide came to a halt outside, followed by Ling Yun's clear voice calling, Lizzie, Jinyong, guess who has arrived? The two princesses looked up, their faces lighting up with joy, only to be interrupted by a familiar and excited little voice shouting, Sister, I'm here. I've come to play with you. With a soft sound, the hall door opened a crack. A small figure suddenly soared in, suspended more than half a meter off the ground, gliding effortlessly through the slight opening. Ah! Jinyong gasped, her little hand trembling, almost dropping the book she held. Her face paling. Li Lizzie's eyes widened in surprise, and upon recognizing the figure suspended in midair, gleefully swinging its little feet, she gasped in astonishment. Little one? Giggling. Sister. Second sister. The little one, suspended in the air, laughed joyously, hands on hips, her chest puffed out proudly. Look, I'm going to fly. The little lord is bothering me. Let us play. She proudly clutched the jade pendant before her chest, floating up and down in place. Li Lizzie and Jinyong stared in astonishment as their little sister glided about the hall like a delicate fairy. My goodness, Tsitsi, how? Jinyong stammered, unable to articulate his surprise. Tsitsi, come down. It's dangerous. Li Lizzie snapped back to reality, a mix of fear and concern urging her to catch the girl. It's not dangerous. It's perfectly safe. Little Tsitsi was having too much fun to come down, deliberately soaring in front of Li Lizzie to reach for the tassels of her hairpin. Sister, look, I can fly so high. Let us go to Tsitsi's palace. It's cool inside. We can play in there. At that moment, Ling Yun entered with a smile. Lizzie, don't worry. This is Tsitsi's new toy. It's quite safe. It feels a bit stuffy in here. Next time I'll install air conditioning for both of you as well. He glanced around Li Lizzie's Zhaohua palace. Although there was an electric fan, the air it circulated was still warm. Reassured by his words, Li Lizzie felt a bit embarrassed at the thought of air conditioning. Young master, having a fan is already wonderful. It's much better than a hand fan. Air conditioning is too extravagant. It's enough that Tsitsi has it. She thought it sufficient for them to occasionally bask in Tsitsi's good fortune and dared not impose further on Ling Yun's generosity. No need to be polite. We're all family. Ling Yun waved his hand nonchalantly, beckoning to little Tsitsi. All right, you little rascal, come down now. We're taking your sisters back to enjoy the air conditioning. Realizing she had frightened her sister, little Tsitsi descended slowly, landing perfectly in Ling Yun's outstretched arms. With one arm wrapped around his neck and the other pointing towards the door, her little face flushed with excitement. Sister, let us go play. Just as they were about to set off, little Tsitsi chattered away, boasting to her sisters about her flying prowess, when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Su-yi rushed in, breathless, her face ashen and her eyes filled with terror. Spotting Ling Yun and little Sitsi, she cried out with a quavering voice, "Young master. Princess, it's terrible. The Empress has had a sudden attack. She can't breathe. Her face has turned blue. The Imperial Medical Office has already rushed over, but there's no solution. His Majesty urgently summons you back to Chihuang Palace. Please, young master, save the Empress. Mother." The joyful smile on little Sitsi's face vanished in an instant. "Mother is sick? I don't want Mother to be sick. Young master, we must hurry to save Mother." The little princess did not fully grasp what an attack meant, but she remembered the doctors. They were always called by her grandfather to attend to her when she fell ill. Chapter 52. The little star returns. Lizzie and Jinyong's faces turned ashen. Jinyong, frightened, felt tears welling up, his lips quivering as he nearly cried out, "What is wrong with Mother?" Little Sitsi looked at her sister's pale faces and the tears streaming down. Then at Su-yi's anxious expression. She finally understood that something terrible had happened to her mother. She erupted into tears in Ling Yun's embrace. Struggling desperately to reach the door, sobbing uncontrollably, "Mother, I want Mother. Mother, please don't be ill. Young master, save Mother. Quickly, save Mother." Teardrops, as small as beans, fell like broken pearls, instantly soaking the front of Ling Yun's garment. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he tightly embraced the weeping and struggling little Si, his large hand securely supporting her back while the other gently wiped away her cascading tears, his voice steady and powerful, soothing her. "Si, be good. Do not be afraid. Brother is here. I promise, your mother will be fine. We shall return at once." As he spoke, he strode forward with purpose, cradling the little one, while addressing the stunned Lizzie and Jinyong. "Quickly, Lizzie, Jinyong, we must return to Chihuang Pavilion." His resolute tone snapped the flustered Lizzie and Jinyong back to reality, prompting them to wipe their tears and follow in a hasty, stumbling manner. They hurriedly boarded the carriage, starting the engine and racing towards Chihuang Pavilion. At that moment, the atmosphere within Chihuang Pavilion was stifling and oppressive. Empress Changsun lay upon the soft couch, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple, her chest heaving violently with each arduous breath, accompanied by a rasping sound reminiscent of a broken wind instrument, as if her breath could cease at any moment. Furrowing her brows, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, her agony all too evident. Li Shimin paced anxiously before the couch like a trapped beast, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched to the point of cracking, occasionally letting out low growls. "Imperial physician, think of something. Hurry." The Emperor's regal presence now morphed into a tempest of rage and fear, causing the maids and eunuchs in attendance to kneel upon the floor, trembling in terror, too fearful to make a sound. A group of elderly physicians, their hair and beards white as snow and clad in the robes of the Imperial Medical Office, surrounded the couch, each bearing a solemn expression, drenched in sweat. They took turns checking the pulse and examining the Empress, exchanging glances filled with despair. Yet all were rendered powerless. The Empress's asthma, a chronic ailment she had carried since birth, required careful nurturing. However, when it flared, it became exceedingly perilous. Today, for reasons unknown, her condition had suddenly worsened, and the remedies, acupuncture, and massage they provided seemed utterly inadequate against the overwhelming sensation of suffocation. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The head physician's voice trembled as he collapsed to the ground, his forehead striking the floor heavily. "Her Highness the Empress suffers from a fierce attack of this ailment. We have exerted all our efforts, yet we fear it may be beyond remedy." The other physicians knelt in unison, repeatedly bowing in apology, filling the chamber with an aura of hopelessness. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." Li Shimin kicked over a nearby low table, shattering the teacups scattered across the floor. "What good are you to me? Get out of my sight." Guanyin maid, Guanyin maid. "Hold on. Young lord is coming soon. He will surely have a solution. You must endure." He threw himself beside the couch, witnessing his beloved wife's anguished struggles, his heart torn asunder, his voice thick with emotion. At the climax of despair, a distinctive roar of engines, gradually drawing nearer, suddenly echoed from outside the palace. To Li Shimin's ears, it was akin to heavenly music. "He has arrived. The young lord has come." Li Shimin abruptly looked up, his eyes igniting with a fierce glimmer of hope, almost stumbling as he rushed towards the palace door. As the carriage came to a halt, Ling Yun leaped out, holding the little Si in his arms, spotting the anxious figure of Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. I shall be swift in my return. Li Ji, please take care of the little prince. I will return shortly with the treatment device. Do not let him see your mother in a state of distress." He gently placed the still sobbing little princess into Li Ji's arms, fearful that the sight of Empress Changsun's ailment might leave a lasting shadow on her. After offering a few words of caution, he vanished from before the Chihuang Hall. "Oh, father, where is mother? I want to see her." The little princess struggled in Li Ji's embrace, her small face streaked with tears and anxiety. Li Ji, pale and anxious, implored, "Father, how is mother?" Jinyong bit her lip, gazing at Li Shimin with hopeful eyes. Even though he was consumed with urgency, he could not bear to disclose the situation to his daughters. Instead, he spoke gently. "Do not cry, little prince. Mother is fine. The young lord has gone to fetch the treatment device." He continued, "Li Ji, take good care of the little prince and Jinyong. Listen to the young lord, and do not enter the inner chamber to see your mother until he returns." After speaking, he returned to the inner chamber to check on Empress Changsun's condition. At that moment, Li Ji embraced the responsibility of the elder sister, softly comforting the little prince and Jinyong in her arms. In the Blue Star Villa, Ling Yun rushed to the basement upon returning, simultaneously inquiring of Ling Ling. How much has the quantum treatment device charged? Is it sufficient for one session? Ling's solemn voice responded, Master, the extraction progress of quantum zero-point energy is slow. The device is currently charged to only 20%, which is estimated to allow for a basic treatment. As Ling's response concluded, Ling Yun swiftly grasped the treatment device. Exhaling in relief, sufficient was all that mattered. The scene flickered back to the Tang Dynasty. As Ling Yun entered the hall, a figure dashed towards him, clinging to his leg. Young lord, did you bring back the little star to chase away the sickness from mother? The little princess, with tear-stained cheeks, had been anxiously awaiting Ling Yun's return, and upon seeing him, she ran towards him. Ling Yun looked down at the pitiful sight before him, his heart heavy. He crouched down, gently wiping her face and placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Little prince, your brother has returned. The little star is here too. Wait here for a moment. I will soon go to treat your mother. Be good, and you will see her shortly. After speaking, he nodded to Li Ji and proceeded towards the inner chamber. Li Ji understood and gently restrained the little princess who wished to follow him inside. Watching Ling Yun's retreating figure, her expression transformed from panic to relief. Your Majesty, I have returned. Let me assess Her Highness the Empress's condition. Upon entering the inner chamber, Ling Yun found Li Shimin pacing anxiously before the soft couch, surrounded by kneeling maidservants and eunuchs, along with several elderly physicians. Young lord, Li Shimin abruptly turned, his red eyes ablaze with intensity, his voice trembling. You have finally returned. Quickly, the Guanyin maid. He pointed towards the soft couch, his urgency rendering him unable to articulate a complete sentence. Ling Yun hastened forward, his gaze sweeping over Empress Changsun, who lay upon the couch. Her complexion was a ghastly shade of blue and purple, her chest rising and falling violently, each breath accompanied by a painful rasp, a testament to her suffering. A shiver coursed through him, and he promptly retrieved the healing device, the warmth of his palm causing the surface of the instrument to shimmer with a soft luminescence. What is this? The chief physician exclaimed involuntarily, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Li Shimin. Ignoring those around him, Ling Yun delicately pressed his fingertip against the center of the device. Intricate silver filigree emerged on its surface, and a gentle white light surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Empress Changsun. Miraculously, her previously labored and agonizing breaths began to ease at a visible pace. A series of urgent, phony sounds emanated from her throat. And just as Li Shimin moved to intervene, Ling Yun restrained him. A sudden, smoother cough followed, though she remained weak, the struggle for breath no longer suffocating. The Empress's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her chest's tumult subsiding, and the bluish hue of her face faded, revealing her original pallor. Most notably, the wheezing that had sounded like a broken bellows vanished, replaced by a faint yet steady breath. She's moving. She's moving. Li Shimin gasped in excitement, reaching out to check his wife's breath, trembling in hesitation, afraid to disrupt the treatment. Ling Yun remained focused, waiting until the white light from the device stabilized before slowly withdrawing his hand. The silver patterns on the instrument gradually faded, restoring it to its original appearance. He carefully stowed the device and spoke in a calm voice. She is stabilized. The congestion in her lungs has been temporarily alleviated, but she requires complete rest. Complete rest. Absolutely complete rest. Li Shimin nodded fervently, tenderly adjusting the covers for Empress Changsun with a gentleness uncharacteristic of an emperor. The Empress slowly opened her eyes, her long lashes fluttering as she turned her gaze towards Li Shimin at her bedside, then to Ling Yun standing nearby, weakly parting her lips. Sui quickly brought warm water, carefully feeding her a few spoonfuls. Erlang, I have once again returned to life. Thank you, dear young lord, she spoke, her voice as light as a feather, yet resonating clearly in every ear. Just as Ling Yun was about to respond, a child's cries echoed from outside the hall. Little Zizi, how is mother? Zizi, Lizi, Jinyong. Ling Yun turned swiftly, striding towards the outer hall. Come in, your highness the empress is well. No sooner had he spoken than a small figure burst in like a cannonball. Mother, little Zizi wept, her small face flushed and tear-streaked, as she rushed towards the soft couch. Upon seeing her daughter, Empress Changsun's eyes brimmed with tears, and with great effort, she raised her hand to caress her daughter's damp hair. Zizi, do not fear. Li Shimin observed this tender scene, then abruptly turned to Ling Yun, bowing deeply. The fabric of his dragon robe swept across the shards of porcelain on the floor, producing a crisp sound that could not mask the emotion in his voice. Young lord, the life-saving grace you have bestowed today shall be etched in my heart forever. Ling Yun quickly stepped forward to support his arm. Your Majesty, you overstate the matter. The Empress is indeed blessed by heaven. No, not at all. Li Shimin straightened his posture, his gaze intense and filled with pure, unadulterated gratitude. By saving Guanyin's maid, you have indeed saved half of my life and the future of these children. His eyes swept over the small child by the couch and the tear-streaked face of Li Lizzie, who had just entered. Young lord, Li Shimin's voice lowered, imbued with an unprecedented warmth and sincerity, resembling that of a venerable elder confiding from the depths of his heart. You treat the child as your own sister, genuinely caring for and protecting her. This sincerity, I see it and cherish it in my heart. Today, you have once again saved the life of her birth mother. My beloved wife. This bond, this fate, He paused, seemingly searching for the most fitting words, his expression tinged with a subtle tension, fearful of rejection. I observe you, alone in this grand Tang, without roots or support, yet possessing a compassionate heart, valuing loyalty and affection. I hold you in high esteem. He took a deep breath, finally articulating a long gestating thought, his tone cautious yet profoundly earnest. I and Guanyi's maid wish to acknowledge you as our own kin. Would you consent to it? Let the child and Lizzie truly call you brother? To offer you a home in the Tang. Home. Ling Yun's heart felt as though it had been struck by a powerful force, quivering with intensity. This word, to him, seemed as distant as the stars in the sky, yet burdened with an emptiness that spanned lifetimes. In this rebirth, the term orphan was etched deep within his soul, a silent sigh in the stillness of night. He had long grown accustomed to solitude, burying all emotions and desires, erecting a wall of calm detachment. Yet at this moment, the genuine sincerity and warmth in the eyes of the exalted one before him, the queen's hopeful gaze, and the innocent face of the small child, who clung tightly to her mother and now gazed up at him with pure, trusting eyes, stirred an unprecedented blend of bittersweetness and warmth within him. This sudden kinship transcended power, wealth, and even the grandeur of royalty. It felt more like a response to his essence, to the sincerity he had offered, and to that unacknowledged yearning for belonging that resided deep within him, a most genuine and precious invitation to be part of a family. He swallowed hard, suppressing the tumultuous emotions rising within. His gaze slowly traversed the anxious yet hopeful face of Li Shimin, the gentle encouragement in the eyes of Empress Chang's son, and finally settled deeply into the child's sparkling, trusting gaze. He gradually nodded, with utmost seriousness, a warm and relieved smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am truly honored by your kindness. His voice was low, slightly husky yet clear and resolute. The child has already become my most cherished sister. I am delighted to be part of this family. Upon hearing this, Lizzie and Chengyang beamed with genuine joy, gazing at the serene figure of mother lying on the couch, with my little sister nestled beside her, and then observing Ling Yun, who had been graciously welcomed by the emperor and empress, a softness now gracing his gaze. The tears in their eyes finally transformed into pure relief and warmth. Chapter 54. No, I want to live with little Nangjun. The tension and anticipation etched on Li Shimin's face gave way to unadulterated joy, and he clapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Excellent. Wonderful. Though the Empress Zhang's son was frail, she made an effort to lift her hand, a gentle smile blossoming on her pale face, her eyes filled with love and acceptance as they rested upon Ling Yun. It was a gaze that could only belong to a mother looking at her child. Little Yun, she naturally altered her address, her voice soft yet brimming with warmth. To be able to recognize you and offer you a home brings me great solace and joy. From now on, this will be your home, and you are welcome to come at any time. A warm current surged within Ling Yun. This sense of belonging was a treasure he had never truly possessed in either of his lives. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the little Qilin perched by the couch. The little creature was attentively listening, and upon noticing Ling Yun's glance, it immediately widened its eyes and clapped its tiny hands on the soft couch. Little Nangjun, this home belongs to you. Little Nangjun's home is my home. We have two homes now. Ling Yun felt a rush of warmth. He knelt down and gently tousled the little Qilin's hair, then looked up at Li Shimin and the Empress with a bright smile. The Qilin is right. You have two homes, and so does your brother. Ha ha. Li Shimin was amused by the Qilin's declaration, his worries from the past days completely dissipating. With a grand gesture, he called out to the attendant, Zhang Anan, who stood nearby. Zhang Anan, did you hear that? Quickly, prepare a seat for little Yun. The address had seamlessly shifted from little lord to the more affectionate little Yun. He then turned to the court physicians still kneeling on the ground, commanding them, you may all leave. The Empress has little Yun here, and your services are no longer required. The physicians, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly scrambled out of the hall, their respect for the young lord growing tenfold. The Empress Zhang's son also revealed a look of contentment, with only family remaining in the hall. The tense and ominous atmosphere had completely dissipated. Ling Yun, feeling somewhat bashful, cleared his throat lightly as he approached the soft couch. Aunt, let me scan your physical condition to assess how many more treatments may be needed. Mio, commence the scan. He regarded the Empress Zhang's son, deeming aunt to be the most fitting term of endearment. Understood, master. Initiating scan of the Empress's physical data, Mio's voice resonated within the hall, gentle and clear. Li Shimin and the Empress Zhang's son, hearing Mio's voice for the first time, felt a mixture of surprise and tension, yet they managed to remain composed. After all, they had often heard the Qilin mention that the sister spirit was invisible. The scan completed. It revealed that the residual blockages within the Empress had decreased to less than 30%, and her lung function was gradually improving. It detected that the energy of the Tang Dynasty's spatial elements was ample, reducing the charging time for the quantum therapy device. It was estimated that the next treatment could be conducted within 3 days, with a recommendation for 2 additional treatments for complete recovery. Mio, you are very efficient. The young child immediately lifted her head and shouted into the air, Sister Jinyong, thank you for helping my mother recover from her illness. May's voice carried a hint of laughter as she replied, you're welcome, little master. Ling Yun, hearing the interaction between the young princess and May, smiled and said, Aunt, uncle, there's no need to be alarmed. The voice you just heard belongs to one of my assistants in Baiyu Jing, or perhaps a companion. She is the fairy sister that Zizi often mentions, named May. I have attempted to describe her using concepts familiar to our ancestors. She resides within my thoughts, assisting me with numerous trivial matters and facilitating our communication. Just now, I asked her to scan Ant's health condition. Li Shimin's tense body relaxed slightly as he glanced at Ling Yun and then at the smiling Zizi, who was still addressing the air. I see, little Yun. Your companion is quite remarkable. You wouldn't be allowing her to recognize Zizi as her master, would you? He clearly remembered the conversation between the young princess and the invisible fairy. Yes, yes. Zizi nodded vigorously in the embrace of Empress Changsun, eagerly responding. Sister Jinyong treats me very well. I want to be as strong as the bears, and I want to play. She counted on her little fingers all the kindness May had shown her, her bright eyes sparkling. Sister Jinyong's voice is as warm as my mother's. I adore Sister Jinyong. Little Zizi continued. I am the little master, and Sister Jinyong will listen to me. Is that not so, Sister Jinyong? Her final question was directed upwards, her little face filled with innocent affection. May's gentle voice immediately responded with evident fondness. Indeed, Zizi is the most adorable little master. If you need anything, simply let me know. Upon hearing the soft, ethereal voice respond to the young princess once more, with such an intimate tone, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged glances, both expressions filled with comfort and reflection. Empress Changsun leaned against the soft pillow, her frail, pale face revealing a look of relief and warmth. With such a spiritually attuned guardian, my heart feels more at ease. She expressed her gratitude to May. Despite not knowing where to direct her gaze, May's voice replied soothingly, Your Highness, you are too kind. Caring for the little master is both my duty and my honor. After hearing May's response, Ling Yun nodded and assured Empress Changsun, Aunt, you need not worry. You have heard May's words. Just 2 more treatments will suffice. I guarantee your health will surpass that of an average person, and you will hardly suffer from this ailment again. He had not anticipated that the elemental energy of the Tang Dynasty was so much more abundant than that of Blue Star. Could it be due to the absence of industrial pollution? Wonderful. Excellent. Splendid. Li Shimin exclaimed with excitement, grasping Empress Changsun's hand tightly. Guanyin Maid, did you hear that? Just 2 treatments, and you will be completely healed. Tears welled in Empress Changsun's eyes, a mixture of relief from having survived a calamity and hope for a healthy future. I heard you, Erling. Little Yun, May, I cannot express my gratitude enough, she said, her voice choked with emotion, overflowing with appreciation. Li Shimin gazed at Ling Yun with an excited expression, his tone brimming with gratitude. Xiao Yun, how about I build you a palace in the Tang Dynasty? This way, you wouldn't have to run back and forth each time. You could stay for a longer duration. Before Ling Yun could respond, the little princess became displeased, hurriedly sliding down from the soft couch. Buko wants to build a palace for Xiao Nangjun. Xiao Nangjun should live with us. I want to sleep with Xiao Nangjun. Our sleeping quarters have space. So nice. She was aware that her elder sister and brother each had their own palaces and lived separately. Hearing Li Shimin's words, her little face scrunched up, and she summoned her small phoenix jade pendant to float into the air, placing her hands on her hips. With a look of utmost dissatisfaction, she complained to Li Shimin, not wishing to live apart from Ling Yun. The individuals in the hall were momentarily stunned, quietly observing the little princess's protective demeanor and her endearing, albeit petulant, voice. With laughter erupting from Ling Yun, Li Shimin, and the others, they could not help but find the little one utterly charming. Chapter 55. Do not rush. Rushing is futile. The laughter within the hall gradually subsided under the watchful gaze of the little princess, who was puffed up with indignation. Ling Yun quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched. All right, Xiao Zi, be good, come down. When did your brother say he wanted to live apart from you? The little princess eyed him suspiciously, her small body swaying but remaining still. I wants to give you a palace. This way, we can live together. Her logic was clear as she pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shimin. Li Shimin, caught between laughter and exasperation, hastened to clarify. Xiao Zi, what I mean is, Xiao Yin should have a home of his own in our Tang Dynasty, just like you have Chihuang Pavilion. It's not about separating you. Our home is indeed for Xiao Nangjun. The little princess retorted immediately, and upon landing, she rushed over to cling to Ling Yun's leg. Looking up with her small face, her big eyes filled with determination, she insisted, Xiao Nangjun, you cannot leave. You must live with us. We cannot be apart. I want to see you every day. Ling Yun, utterly softened by her plea, bent down to lift her up, gently rubbing his forehead against her little nose. All right. We want to be separated. I promise, Xiao Zi. How could I go back on that? Of course, I'll live with Xiao Zi. He then turned to Li Shimin with a smile. Uncle, there is no need for the palace. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the suddenly beaming little princess in his arms and proposed enticingly. However, since Uncle wishes to build a new home for Xiao Zi and me, how about this? Xiao Zi, would you like to construct a house in Chang'an that is exactly like our Baiyujing home? With cool air conditioning, soft sofas, a self-washing dish cabinet, and plenty of rooms, so your elder sister, second sister, and brother can come to play anytime? Wow. The little princess's eyes instantly sparkled like bright light bulbs. Yes. I want a home just like Baiyujing. I want a big room. My sisters can come to play. I also want our little car garage. She excitedly squirmed in Ling Yun's embrace, her small hands gesturing wildly, as if she could already envision that dream home. Haha, splendid. Li Shimin's face radiated joy, for this proposal was precisely to his liking. Not only does this arrangement provide a better residence for Ling Yun and CZ, but it also fosters deeper connections and allows other children to benefit as well. Truly a remarkable endeavor. Little Yun, which location has caught your fancy? Within or beyond the walls of Chang'an, simply express your desire, and I shall immediately designate the land for you. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. It should not be too distant from the palace, so that CZ can conveniently return to visit her aunt and uncle. The area ought to be spacious and preferably tranquil. As for the specific location, I trust you to handle the arrangements. Uncle, I have faith in your discerning eye. He entrusted the decision-making to Li Shimin, demonstrating respect, as the Tang Dynasty rightfully belonged to him. Very well, leave it to me. Tomorrow, I shall summon the officials from the Ministry of Works to heed your instructions. We shall ensure it is built to perfection, Li Shimin assured, already contemplating which auspicious site would be most suitable. Suddenly, a loud and somewhat pitiful rumble from CZ's stomach interrupted the court's musings about their new home. The little princess's face flushed crimson as she clutched her belly, gazing at Ling Yun with a pleading expression. Little Now Jun's tummy is grumbling. It's hungry. It desires the sweet and sticky rice dumplings from the 7 Little Now Jun, and also the lamb dish. Having just experienced the fright of her mother's illness, coupled with her earlier excitement, her energy had been entirely depleted. All right, it's time to eat. In this vast world, our little princess's appetite reigns supreme. Ling Yun chuckled, playfully bouncing her. Uncle, I shall return shortly to prepare something to eat. CZ longs for braised pork, which cannot be made here. Do not rush to inquire why. I will explain after our meal. Off we go, CZ. He interrupted Li Shimin, who seemed ready to speak. And with a flash of light, they vanished. Li Shimin stood with his mouth agape, watching the two disappear, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Once Ling Yun returned to the villa, he ascended the stairs while instructing. Ling, you've heard what CZ wishes to eat. Please order an additional nourishing porridge. CZ, let us get you a bath. Look at you, all sweaty from crying. You're quite smelly. He teased, pretending to sniff the little girl in his arms. Not smelly. Smells delightful. Little Now Jun is tricking you. Your nose is faulty. CZ pressed her small face against Ling Yun's, urging him to take a whiff of her supposed fragrance. The next moments were filled with playful water splashes as the little princess delighted in her bath, both she and Ling Yun reveling in the joy of the moment. After dressing the little princess and drying her hair, he carried her downstairs to collect the takeout and prepare to leave. CZ nestled in his arms, noticed the takeout boxes on the entrance table but saw no sign of the delivery person. Pouting, she remarked, Hey, why isn't anyone here? We need to give a 5-star review. At that moment, Ling's mother intervened to elucidate. Little master, the delicious food arrived while you were bathing. I had him place it here. Ah, I see. Next time, I will give a 5-star review. CZ nodded earnestly. Ling Yun chuckled softly, shaking the little one in his arms. CZ, it's time for us to head back for our meal. He picked up the takeout box, and with a flash of white light, they returned to the Tang Dynasty. In the side hall of Chihuang Pavilion, the dining table was already set. Ling Yun appeared, cradling a little girl clad in a brand new dinosaur pajama set, her hair still retaining a hint of moist fragrance. Carrying several enticingly aromatic food containers, he called out, Qinglan, could you come here for a moment? Please help me with the little one's hair. I seem to have fumbled it. He placed the takeout on the table and cast a glance at Qinglan, seeking assistance. He had not forgotten how the little princess had disapproved of the messy bun he had styled last time. Certainly, I shall take his highness to tidy her hair. Qinglan replied, stepping forward to take the little princess into her care. Little Nong Juan, you must wait for me to eat together, the princess admonished, resting her head on Qinglan's shoulder, reminding her not to sneak a meal. Ling Yun chuckled, affectionately responding, very well. We shall wait for the little one to join us. Aunt, uncle, Li Ji, Chengyang, let us take our seats, Li Shimin said, nodding as he guided Chengyang to sit down. Li Ji assisted Empress Changsun to her seat. By the way, little Yun, you have yet to disclose the secret behind your braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. Why is it that our great Tang cannot replicate such exquisite flavors? Is there a unique recipe involved? Li Shimin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he settled into his chair, feeling a restless itch in his heart, yearning for answers. A mischievous smile danced on Ling Yun's face as he refrained from directly answering the question. Uncle, do not be impatient. Your urgency will not hasten the reveal. There is no secret recipe. As I mentioned before, I shall tell you after the meal. He knew that if he were to reveal to Li that both the braised pork and ribs were made from pork, it would likely leave only him and the little princess able to enjoy the feast. Seeing Ling Yun's determination to withhold the information until after the meal, Li Shimin felt a sense of frustration, left with no choice but to sit and wait for the little princess to return for the meal. Chapter 56. The little princess wishes to raise a pet. I'm here. It smells delightful. The little princess, having finished her hair, leaped into Ling Yun's embrace, her mouth watering. Ling Yun received her with a smile, opening the packaging. Quickly, little Nong Juan, my tummy is so hungry, she urged, her small hands patting the table in excitement. Very well, my little glutton, we shall commence the feast. Ling Yun adjusted her comfortably in his arms. He first delicately placed a bowl of warm, nourishing porridge in front of Empress Changsun. Aunt, this porridge is prepared for you. It is gentle and restorative for the stomach. The Empress accepted it, stirring it gently with a spoon, genuinely praising, Little Yun, you are truly thoughtful. This porridge looks splendid. Mother, quickly eat. If you are full, you'll get better soon. The little princess chimed, swinging her little feet in the air, eagerly encouraging her mother. All right, I shall drink it now. Empress Changsun replied with a smile, taking small sips. Ling Yun began serving the others, deliberately placing the most vibrant and enticing pieces of sweet and sour ribs before the little princess. Her eyes gleamed with happiness as she chewed, emitting muffled sounds of delight. So good, sweet and sour, crunchy. A bit of sauce smeared at the corner of her mouth, but she paid it no mind, deftly licking it away as she continued to relish her meal. Ling Yun casually served a piece of rib to Jinyong, encouraging her to eat more and grow taller. Jinyong shyly responded with a soft thank you, young lord. Ling Yun, in a relaxed tone, suggested that in the future, they should refrain from calling him young lord, for it sounded rather distant. Li Lizzie and Jinyong were momentarily taken aback, pausing their chopsticks to look at Ling Yun. With a gentle smile, he added, "You may call me Ling Gu or brother. It feels more intimate, much like how the little one refers to me as young lord without such formality." Ling Gu? Li Lizzie tentatively tried the name, feeling a mixture of novelty and bashfulness. Brother. Jinyong, being younger, quickly embraced the change, exclaiming with a bright smile, "Ah, that is more like it." Ling Yun responded with a grin. The little one, lifting her head from her bowl, her lips smeared with sauce, chimed in with enthusiasm. "Yes. Big sister, second sister. Call him young lord. It sounds lovely. Now, focus on your meal." Ling Yun chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. Observing the harmonious interaction between his daughters and Ling Yun, both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were filled with warmth and satisfaction. The next moments were filled with Ling Yun feeding the little princess while enjoying his meal. He paused, glancing around before settling on Empress Changsun, who was elegantly wiping her mouth with a handkerchief after setting down her bowl of porridge. "Dear aunt, are you satisfied? How do you find it?" he inquired. Empress Changsun smiled gently, "Quite full. This porridge is excellent, warming my stomach and quite comforting." "You are thoughtful, little Yun. That is wonderful to hear. And what of Lizzie and Jinyong?" Ling Yun nodded, turning to them for their response. "Brother, I'm full," replied Li Lizzie. "I am also satisfied," Ling Gu echoed Jinyong, both girls sitting quietly, wiping their mouths in response. At the table, only the little princess was leisurely savoring her food, unable to rush due to her small size. Ling Yun looked down at her with a smile before addressing the eager Li Shimin, slowly revealing the secret. "My dear uncle, there is no special trick behind the braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. It simply comes down to the meat." He paused dramatically, locking eyes with Li Shimin, and continued, "It is made from pork." "Pork?" The expression on Li Shimin's face froze instantly, his voice rising in disbelief. "Are you saying it is pig meat?" Not just him, but Empress Changsun, Li Lizzie, and Jinyong also exhibited clear astonishment and a hint of distaste. In the Tang Dynasty, especially within the court and noble circles, pork was regarded as a lowly meat, consumed only by the lower classes or when there were no other options available, with a strong odor that rendered it unfit for the refined palate. They could hardly fathom that the exquisite dish they had just relished was made from pork. The little one, however, remained oblivious to these social nuances. Having just gnawed on a rib, she was contentedly licking the sauce from her tiny fingers. Upon hearing her father's exclamation, she looked up, her big eyes filled with innocence and certainty. "But it's so delicious. I love it. Can we raise it? I will take care of it, and then we can have more delicious meals." As she spoke, she picked up the last piece of braised pork from the plate, shaking it triumphantly before devouring it with great delight. The innocent proclamation of the little one about raising pigs, accompanied by her proud expression of cleverness, instantly shattered the solemnity of those present in the hall. Cough, cough. Li Shimin, taken aback by the revelation of the pork, was choked by his daughter's grand ambition of fattening and then slaughtering the pigs. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie, along with Jinyong, could hardly contain their amusement as they observed the little girl, whose mouth was glistening with grease, dreaming of her pig-raising venture. Ling Yun laughed heartily, shaking with mirth, as he carefully wiped the oily hands and mouth of the little one, playfully pinching her soft cheeks. "All right, our little one wishes to raise piglets, does she? No problem. I shall buy you the most adorable little piglet, guaranteed to be plump and white. How does that sound? Yay, I want to raise little fat pigs. So chubby." The little one clapped her hands in joyous celebration. After Li Shimin finally composed himself, he gazed at his daughter's exuberant demeanor and then at Ling Yun, his eyes filled with complexity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his instinctive aversion to pork and posed the crucial question. "Little Yun, I remain perplexed. Why is it that the pork you prepare is devoid of the usual gamey taste, and instead, is so delectable? Yet, the pork of our Tang Dynasty." He recalled the indescribable flavor, his brow furrowing involuntarily, as it was indeed difficult to swallow. Ling Yun, cradling the little one who was still immersed in dreams of pig farming, scanned the hall before his gaze landed precisely on Zhang Anan, who stood behind Li Shimin. A significant smile graced his lips. "Uncle-in-law," Ling Yun began leisurely, his fingers seemingly pointing towards Zhang Anan by chance. "The key to this lies somewhat in the presence of individuals like General Zhang." "Ah," Zhang Anan, startled by the sudden mention, shuddered, his face turning pale as he spoke in a trembling voice. "Young lord, this old servant is terrified. I truly do not understand how this concerns me." A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and cold sweat broke out upon him. Could it be that he had inadvertently offended this celestial young lord? Li Shimin, equally bemused, glanced between the ashen-faced Zhang Anan and the slyly smiling Ling Yun, completely bewildered as to how the conversation had shifted to Zhang Anan. "Little Yun, what do you mean by this? Zhang Anan has served me loyally for many years. he instinctively sought to defend his old servant. Chapter 57. Want to learn? I shall teach you. Seeing that Zhang Anan was genuinely frightened, Ling Yun realized he had taken the jest too far and quickly waved his hand. Uncle-in-law, do not be alarmed. General Zhang, please rise. I was merely joking, that was not my intention. He gestured for Zhang Anan to stand, and then smiled as he explained. What I meant to convey is that the reason our Bayou capital's pork is so delicious and lacks the usual gaminess is that we take great care in raising our pigs from the time they are piglets. It was akin to General Zhang entering the palace, undergoing a minor yet significant transformation. He carefully selected his words, striving to articulate in a manner that was both refined and comprehensible. This transformation involved the removal of a particular organ from their bodies, one that emitted a strong and unpleasant odor. In simpler terms, it was akin to transforming a boar into something resembling a eunuch pig. The pigs reared in this manner would exhibit docile temperaments, gain weight rapidly, possess delicate meat quality, and most crucially, the offensive, gamey scent would be virtually eliminated. Ling Yun's explanation struck like thunderclaps in the ears of Li Shimin and the others. Eunuch pig. Li Shimin stood in disbelief, repeating this unprecedented term. He instinctively cast a glance at Zhang Anan, who was equally astonished, his expression peculiar, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Though the analogy was somewhat crude, there seemed to be a kernel of truth within it. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie, too, felt their cheeks flush, for they were astute individuals who understood precisely what Ling Yun meant. This celestial method of pig rearing was indeed remarkably peculiar. It was inexplicably linked to the palace's practice of castration. Zhang Anan's face turned crimson as he stood there, at a loss for words, wishing to vanish into the earth. Though he knew Ling Yun meant no harm, the comparison was undeniably distressing for him, as an elderly eunuch. Only the little girl, with her wide eyes, seemed to grasp part of the concept, albeit incompletely. She fixated on the critical information that there would be no unpleasant odor. Oh, so that's how it is. Transforming the stinky into a fragrant one. How wonderful. Little piggy, I want you to become a fragrant one too. I desire a delightful, aromatic pig, not a stinky one. In her innocent remarks, she unwittingly delivered another precise jab, causing Zhang Anan's face to redden further. Ultimately, Li Shimin, being an emperor, quickly discerned the immense value behind the information after the initial shock subsided. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he slammed his palm onto the table. Splendid. How remarkable. So there exists a method to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. He excitedly began to pace within the hall, his imperial mind racing. If we, in the great Tang Dynasty, could promote this method, the pork would no longer be gamey, thus providing a significant source of meat. It would greatly alleviate the suffering of the populace from meat shortages. This is a grand strategy for the benefit of the nation and its people. He abruptly halted, gazing intently at Ling Yun. Young Yun, this method. I express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Tang. He resolved to immediately command the Ministry of Agriculture to select and breed superior piglets, establishing dedicated facilities for processing. He was wholly unconcerned with any prejudices regarding cheap pork. His mind was consumed with the promise of food security and the welfare of the people through the promotion of this eunuch pig technique. Ling Yun observed the fervent Li Shimin and shook his head with a smile. Uncle, do not be too hasty in your gratitude. First, let us conduct a batch of experiments. If it does not yield satisfactory results, I shall provide you with several breeding pigs for you to arrange for mating. He interrupted the excited Li Shimin, offering his counsel. After all, he was unsure if the pigs in the Tang Dynasty would respond to such treatment as those in the Blue Planet. Excellent. Wonderful. Li Shimin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, as if envisioning the fragrant pork gracing the tables of the people of Tang. Young Yun, should this endeavor succeed, you will have rendered a monumental service to our great Tang. He turned to glance at the little one still gnawing on a rib, and with grandiose flair, proclaimed, Dear child, your little floral pig is taken care of by your father. We shall establish a grand pig farming enterprise, allowing you to indulge to your heart's content. The illustrious emperor of the Tang Dynasty, in this moment, was wholly committed to the burgeoning pig farming industry. Upon hearing this, the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced in Ling Yun's embrace. Really? Father, is that truly so? How wonderful. I want to raise countless little floral pigs. For mother, for my elder sister, for little June. She giggled, already envisioning her future freedom with pork. Li Shimin watched his daughter's jubilance, glancing at the plate before him, which was now merely a pool of fragrant sauce, remnants of the enticing braised pork. His heart swelled with exuberance. The little one, content, let out a tiny burp and nestled quietly against Ling Yun, rubbing her little belly. Seeing that the little princess had finished her meal, Empress Changsun waved her hand. A maid standing nearby immediately stepped forward to tidy up. Zhang Anan presented a few cups of Longjing tea, and Ling Yun continued his conversation with Li Shimin regarding the details of pig farming. The little princess, now well fed, remained tranquil, leaning against Ling Yun. She stifled a small yawn, her large eyes glistening with moisture, her long eyelashes fluttering, clearly feeling drowsy. She softly called out to her mother, nuzzling her small head against Ling Yun's chest, then turned to Empress Changsun, expressing her desire to nap with her mother. After a morning filled with anxiety and a hearty meal, the little one's energy had finally waned. Empress Changsun, having rested and enjoyed a bowl of nourishing porridge, looked much better. Hearing the child, she gently extended her hand. All right, dear child, come here. Mother will hold you as you sleep. Ling Yun carefully passed the small bundle into her arms. Upon feeling her mother's familiar warmth, the little one clung tightly to the Empress's neck. Her small face buried in her neck as she murmured, "Mother smells so good. Little Nguyen Jun smells good, too. Good. Sleep now." Empress Changsun softly patted her back. Her gaze tender as water. Li Lizzie and Chengyang rose to take their leave. "Mother, little Lingo, we shall return now." Ling Yun stood and smiled. "You two need not leave just yet. The weather has been quite hot. I believe there is ample room on the little one's bed. You and Auntie can stay here for now. Once your air conditioning is installed, you may return. Do not refuse. Consider it a gift from me to you." Empress Changsun, hearing Ling Yun's words, smiled warmly. "Lizzie, Jinyong, little Yun is right. Given the heat, you should stay here with us." She felt delighted, knowing that Ling Yun not only dotes on the little one, but also prepares air conditioning for her other two daughters. Li Lizzie and Chengyang smiled happily. After all, who would wish to leave such a comfortable air-conditioned room in the summer? Li Lizzie gracefully offered a half bow. "Thank you, Lingo." After correcting herself, though still a bit shy, she appeared much more at ease. "Yes, thank you, brother." Chengyang, holding Li Lizzie's hand, bounced happily. As they looked at the two daughters and Empress Changsun cradling the little one who had already drifted into slumber, they slowly made their way back to the inner hall to rest, aided by Sui. Li Shimin's gaze was firmly captivated by the sleek, metallic gleam of the Cadillac outside the palace. Rubbing his hands together, a look of eager anticipation and intense curiosity, tinged with a desire for conquest, surfaced on his face. Momentarily casting aside thoughts of the eunuch Zhu Daji, Xiaoyun, he mused, striding over to Ling Yun, his eyes fixated on the steel beast. "Look, even the lion is asleep. And the Guanyin maid has taken a break. What a splendid opportunity." He rubbed his hands together, chuckling slyly, his intentions unmistakable. Ling Yun, well aware of the Emperor's thoughts, smiled in response. "Uncle, do you wish to learn how to drive? I can teach you." He twirled the car key on his fingertips, producing a crisp metallic sound. A confident smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 58. Was the Xuanwu Gate truly a clash of 800 men? Really? Xiaoyan, are you willing to teach me? Li Shimin's voice quivered with excitement. He rubbed his hands again, his gaze greedily sweeping over the Cadillac outside. "Last time, merely taking a small turn in the palace was utterly unsatisfying. I wish to find a spacious area to thoroughly experience the thrill of commanding this iron beast. Do you wish to engage in something grand?" Ling Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled, twirling the car key once more. "All right, you choose the location. As long as it is large enough and flat, you may drive as you please." "Excellent." Li Shimin's eyes sparkled, his imperial demeanor fully manifest. "Zhang Anan, old servant is here." Zhang Anan immediately bowed in response. "At once, issue the decree." Li Shimin commanded with a sweeping gesture, his voice resonating like thunder. "Clear the North Garden martial arts arena. All idle persons must retreat. Without my decree, no one is permitted to approach. Today, I intend to diligently learn the art of driving." He had concocted a grandiose justification for himself. Old servant obeys. Zhang Anan promptly accepted the order and turned to make arrangements. "Wait, General Zhang." Ling Yun called him back, his tone carrying both an apologetic note and a hint of jest. "At the dining table earlier, I spoke too hastily and made an inappropriate jest. I hope you do not take it to heart. I apologize." He inclined his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhang Anan. Surprised by Ling Yun's earnest apology, Zhang Anan's face flushed, and he hurriedly waved his hand, bowing even lower. "Oh dear, young lord, you flatter me. How could this old servant dare to take offense? Your counsel for the Tang Dynasty is both witty and insightful. I completely understand, and harbor no ill will. None at all." With Ling Yun's forthrightness and apology, any lingering discomfort in Zhang Anan's heart dissipated entirely. "It's good to hear that General Zhang does not mind," Ling Yun replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation. "Ling, scan the palace route map." As he spoke, he produced a small reconnaissance robot from his bracelet. Pressing a switch, the robot automatically flew out of the palace, ascending into the sky. "Uncle, please wait a moment. Let us finish this cup of tea before we depart." Li Shimin followed the robot with his gaze, jesting. "Xiaoyan, you truly possess an abundance of marvelous gadgets. Is this yet another flying contraption, akin to the jade pendant of the lion?" He spoke while peering outside the palace, curious about the robot's flight path. Seeing the inquisitive demeanor of Li Air, Ling Yun could hardly suppress a chuckle as he replied, "This? It was merely crafted for amusement during idle moments. The exquisite artifact, the ZZ, is indeed far superior to this trivial trinket. The Phoenix Jade pendant even possesses protective capabilities," he remarked casually, finishing the remaining half cup of tea in one gulp. "Master, the scan is complete. The palace map has been recorded. The training ground is spacious, and the route has been planned. I recommend that you proceed straight along the eastern palace path of the Chihuang Pavilion, through the Qingtian Gate, turn north, and you shall arrive at the Xuanwu Gate," stated Mio in a gentle yet efficient tone. "Did you hear that?" Ling Yun said to Li Shimin, shaking the car keys. "Let us depart, uncle." He cheerfully extended an invitation to General Zhang Anan. "Ah, can this old servant really join?" Zhang Anan, taken aback, gazed at the steel behemoth with a hint of trepidation. "Of course. Come, come." Li Shimin was already impatiently striding towards the Cadillac. Ling Yun pressed the unlock button, and the car door slid open automatically. Li Shimin swiftly settled into the passenger seat, relishing the embrace of the spacious seat. Inhaling deeply as if he were a general preparing for battle. "Zhang Anan, what are you dawdling for?" Li Shimin chided playfully upon noticing his hesitation in the rearview mirror. Are you afraid I might sell you off with Xiaoyan? Quickly hop in. Let your eyes feast upon this spectacle. With the emperor's call, Zhang Anan dared not linger any longer, quickly responding, yes, yes, this old servant shall come at once. He scrambled into the expansive back seat, pressing his rigid body against the seat back, gripping the leather cushion as if he were not sitting in a vehicle, but rather atop the spine of some primordial beast. The engine roared to life with a deep rumble, causing Zhang Anan to shudder once more. The Cadillac glided smoothly away from the Chihuang Pavilion, following the route Mio had mapped out. The vehicle passed through the Qingtian Gate and turned northward, the towering palace walls flashing by the window. With the Grand Xuanwu Gate looming ahead, Ling Yun, gripping the steering wheel, wore a sly smile and casually inquired, Uncle, is that not the Xuanwu Gate ahead? I heard that years ago, you brought 800 men here to engage in a skirmish? The question pierced through the light-hearted atmosphere like a needle, instantly deflating the excitement on Li Shimin's face. His hands, resting on his lap, tensed, knuckles turning white. The air within the vehicle seemed to freeze. Even the breeze from the air conditioning felt unsettlingly cool. Li Shimin slowly turned his head, his gaze complex as it met Ling Yun's. A fleeting sharpness replaced by a profound, ineffable weight. His lips moved, and after a long pause, he released a sigh heavy with weariness and introspection. Ah, Xiao Yun. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. If this matter reaches Bai Yujing, you must speak the truth to your uncle. Did I truly err back then? This inquiry, uttered from the lips of an emperor, bore immense gravity. It transcended a mere question about a past event. It felt as though he were probing the depths of his own heart, seeking counsel from his celestial nephew. The Xuanwu Gate had long been a deep scar within him. In the back seat, Zhang Anan nearly lost his wits upon hearing the mention of the 800 men. He immediately held his breath, his body as stiff as a board, wishing he could shrink into the crevice of the seat and disappear. Oh dear heavens! Zhang Anan was inwardly lamenting, wondering why this little ancestor had to bring up such a perilous topic. Was the Xuanwu Gate something to be discussed lightly? Ling Yun sensed the tension in Li Shimin's body beside him, along with the heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The playful expression on his face faded, and he gently pressed the accelerator, allowing the Cadillac to smoothly traverse the vast shadow of the Grand Gate, leaving the blood-stained past behind. Once they had completely exited the Xuanwu Gate, the road ahead opened up, revealing the expansive North Garden martial arts arena. It was only then that Ling Yun spoke, his tone remarkably calm. Uncle, why are you so entangled in this? He turned his head, his gaze steady as it met Li Shimin's eyes, which were laden with heavy doubts. A hint of understanding reflected in his smile. Right or wrong, the weight of one's merits and faults ultimately belonged to those who would come after, who would take up their pens to dissect and debate endlessly. You are now the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. The path you tread has been forged by your own steps, and the burden you bear has been taken up by your own choice. Is it worthwhile to dwell on whether a particular day or moment was right or wrong? Instead, consider the mountains of memorials piled upon your desk, which affect the livelihoods of countless citizens. Reflect on the Jingguan governance you have established, bringing peace and prosperity to this realm. Ling Yun spoke with unwavering certainty, as if declaring an undeniable truth. What has transpired cannot be altered. As for the events surrounding the Xuanwu Gate, let them rest in the annals of history for future generations to ponder and debate. Your duty is to ensure that the name Jingguan shines brightly and resounds profoundly, so that when posterity speaks of you, their gaze is fixed upon the splendid empire you have built, rather than merely upon that broken gate. Chapter 59, Drive Freely. If it breaks, it's on me. These words fell like a refreshing spring of water upon Li Shimin's anxious heart. They did not explicitly declare right from wrong, but pulled him from the mire of the past, placing him firmly in the present and future. They illuminated the weighty responsibilities of an emperor and the significant matters at hand, lightening the monumental stone in his heart considerably. Li Shimin gazed blankly at Ling Yun's young and serene profile. Those deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through time, radiating a sense of openness and clarity that made the heavy burden in his heart feel as though it had shifted slightly. The judgments of right and wrong would be left to future generations. Indeed, why should Li Shimin confine himself to yesterday? What he ought to pursue is a grand enterprise that will be immortalized in history. Gradually, his tense body relaxed, and the heavy clouds in his eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a rekindled, resolute light. He took a deep breath, his gaze directed toward the expansive martial arts arena outside the car window, his voice regaining its robust vigor. Xiaoyan, you speak wisely. The past is but a chapter turned. The good days lie ahead. Come, let me teach you how to drive. His voice returned to its usual boisterousness, even tinged with impatience. I must experience what it feels like to gallop across the battlefield in this iron contraption. In the back seat, Zhang Anan finally felt the knife that had been suspended over his head had been withdrawn. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, released a long, silent sigh, and looked at Ling Yun's retreating figure with eyes brimming with gratitude for surviving the ordeal and a deeper sense of respect. The Cadillac cadre let out a low growl as it smoothly entered the spacious training ground of the northern courtyard. Sunlight spilled across the even expanse of sand, as if it were laying out a fresh path for the heartfelt connection between the uncle and nephew. Ling Yun deftly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and circled to the passenger side, tapping the window. Uncle, it's your turn to drive now. Li Shimin moved with the agility of a different person, quickly diving into the driver's seat. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his back straightened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and an undeniable hint of nervousness. Resembling a child who had just acquired a new toy, Ling Yun settled into the passenger seat and quickly pointed out several key actions. Turn on the ignition. Press this, the brake. Shift into this gear, drive. Your right foot manages this, the accelerator, and this, the brake. The steering wheel directs the vehicle. Remember to stop. Press this large one on the left, the brake. Understood. Giddy up, hold the reins. Li Shimin exclaimed enthusiastically, rubbing his hands together. Let me give it a try. Not so fast, uncle. Ling Yun pressed down on his eager foot. First, release the brake gently and tap the accelerator lightly to get a feel for it. Don't stomp on it. Li Shimin took a deep breath, cautiously releasing the brake, and delicately nudged the accelerator. Virum. The car suddenly lunged forward. Oh, Li Shimin gasped, instinctively slamming the brake. Screech. The car came to a sudden halt, causing Zhang Ainen in the back seat to nearly be suffocated by the seatbelt. Your Majesty, old servant's back. Ha ha. Ling Yun laughed heartily. Uncle, take it easy. It's far more sensitive than a horse. Try again. This time, Li Shimin learned his lesson, gently tapping the pedal. And the Cadillac finally moved forward like a docile giant, slowly inching ahead. Li Shimin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes wide as saucers, nervously staring ahead, making the car zigzag as if under the influence of alcohol. After making a small turn, he started to find his rhythm, increasing the speed slightly, a proud smile creeping onto his face. Haha, this is getting interesting. Little Yun, this iron beast. Before he could finish his sentence, the car veered sharply while turning, heading dangerously toward the edge of the smooth sand, towards a low grassy slope. Uncle, be careful. Ling Yun reacted swiftly, but did not seize the steering wheel. Li Shimin slammed on the brakes, kicking up a cloud of dust from the training ground. Phew, Li Shimin sighed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Uncle, you mustn't lose focus while driving. Concentration is key to avoid accidents. Ling Yun calmly reminded him about the importance of focus in driving, then casually added, Mio, activate novice driver assistance to ensure safety. Command confirmed. Novice safety mode activated, partial control permissions taken over. Mio's gentle voice resonated within the car. All right, uncle. Let us start again. Li Shimin, still leaning against the back of the seat from the sudden stop, was yet to regain his composure. Little Yun, is this car going to be all right? He reflected on the recent near collision, still feeling a twinge of fear. Uncle, rest assured. Did you not hear what Ling Yun said? Drive freely. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. Ling Yun responded casually, sensing Li Shimin's embarrassment. Internally, he mused, what a jest. This vehicle has undergone extensive modifications. Even if struck by a missile, it would remain unscathed. How could you possibly damage it? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's confidence surged considerably. With such divine protection, he felt liberated to drive without restraint. Almost simultaneously, he felt a gentle yet firm force emanating from the steering wheel, effortlessly guiding the veering car back onto a secure path. Li Shimin gazed in astonishment at his hands gripping the wheel, then at the vehicle's self-correcting trajectory. Was this the work of Ling? It's a safety feature for beginners, Ling Yun explained with a smile. Fear not. As long as you don't deliberately crash into walls, Ling will ensure your safety. Under Ling's covert guidance, the Cadillac began to accelerate across the expansive training ground, carving out wider and smoother arcs. Haha, what exhilaration. Truly exhilarating. Li Shimin reveled in the rush of speed, the wind whipping against his face, igniting a sense of grandeur, more stable and faster than riding a horse. Xiaoyan, you magnificent machine. What a splendid creation. Haha, Xiaoyan, how delightful. Truly delightful. Li Shimin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Controlling this iron beast offered a unique thrill. It was stable and required no feed. Though he mused that holding the reins, the steering wheel, for too long could be tiring. Tiring. That merely indicates you are too tense. Relax a bit, uncle. Ling Yun teased lightly. Once you are accustomed, you could steer with just a finger. With a grand flair. Li Shimin proclaimed. Xiaoyan, brace yourself. Zhang Ainen, hold on tight. He then cautiously pressed down on the accelerator. Virum. The roar of the engine intensified, and the Cadillac surged forward, carrying a historically significant emperor, as exuberant as a child, and a concerned old eunuch in the back seat, steadily racing across the field. Chapter 60. Little Zizi, there's no more delicious food. Li Shimin circled the training ground several times, relishing the exhilarating rush of wind. It was not until Zhang Ainen cautiously reminded him that there were state affairs awaiting attention that he reluctantly pressed the brake. What a thrill. Truly a thrill, he exclaimed, patting the steering wheel, a flush of excitement gracing his face. Ling Yun chuckled as they swapped seats. You've learned quite swiftly, uncle. Let us drive again next time. Zizi should be awake now. It's time to return. The Cadillac smoothly returned to Chihuang Pavilion, and as the engine quieted outside the hall, the door creaked open. A small head peeked out, eyes sparkling, with a hint of red watermelon juice at the corner of its mouth. Little Naogu and father are here. Zizi cheered, launching out like a little cannonball, followed closely by Li Lizzie and Chengyang. The little one was clad in her dinosaur pajamas, her chubby hands still damp. Clearly having just indulged in watermelon, she held up a tablet, paused on a scene from the animated series Bears Can't Move. Little Naogu, father. As you venture out to play, little CZ eagerly rushes to her father Ling Yun, raising her cherubic face to express her discontent, her lips forming a charming pout. Ah, our little CZ is awake. Ling Yun bends down to lift her into his arms, deftly wiping the watermelon seed from the corner of her mouth. Brother is learning to drive from your grandfather. Next time, shall we take CZ along for a joyride? Really? Promise. The little one immediately extends her tiny pinky. Still sticky with watermelon juice. Pinky swear. Ling Yun chuckles as he links his finger with hers. Li Shimin joins in, attempting to pinch his daughter's chubby cheeks. CZ, your grandfather has learned to drive a big vehicle. Isn't that impressive? The little girl, in a fit of adorable pride, turns her head away and buries her face in Ling Yun's neck, leaving only the back of her head exposed to Li Shimin. Father, let's not play. Just a little while. Yet her small body leans instinctively towards Li Shimin, eliciting hearty laughter from him. At that moment, CZ seems to recall something of great importance. She presses her tiny hand against the bracelet on her wrist, her brow furrowing in concern. Little Nangjun, something's wrong. The little circles are gone. All of them are finished. She shakes her bracelet in dismay, lamenting that her delicious treats have all disappeared. Little Nangjun, I'm so hungry. Ling Yun can hardly contain his amusement at this little glutton, who, after devouring watermelon, is already clamoring for more. He playfully taps her tiny nose. Always thinking about food, aren't you? Just wait a moment. He raises his wrist, gently tapping his own bracelet. Suddenly, a vibrant assortment of snacks materializes in his hand. Potato chips, jelly, cookies, and chocolate beans. Wow. CZ's eyes light up like little lanterns, her hands eagerly reaching out. Where are the snacks in the little circles? Little Nangjun, you must have hidden them well. What hidden snacks? These are specially saved for you. Ling Yun replies with a smile, tearing open a bag of chips and handing it to her. Here, enjoy these chips, but take your time. He is cautious not to let her stockpile all the treats, fearing that her penchant for snacks might hinder her appetite for proper meals. With a joyful cheer, CZ grabs a chip and crunches happily, not forgetting to share a few with her older sisters, Li Lizzie and Chungyang. Sister, second sister, quick, try these. They're so crunchy and delicious. She chatters excitedly, her head bobbing as she enjoys her snack. All right, let us head inside to eat. It's quite hot out here, Ling Yun says as he carries little CZ, walking alongside Li Shimin into the cool sanctuary of the Chihuang Pavilion. Inside, they find Empress Jinyong already awake, seated comfortably with a cup of tea, sipping delicately. Though her complexion is still pale, her breathing is steady, and her eyes are bright, indicating a significant improvement in her condition. Su Yi stands by attentively. Mother. Upon spotting Empress Jinyong, CZ squirms in Ling Yun's embrace, eager to rush over. Slow down, CZ, Ling Yun gently sets her down, and the little one immediately scampers to the couch, tiptoeing to raise the bag of chips high. Mother, try these. They're so crunchy and delicious. Little Yun is back. Empress Jinyong beams warmly at Ling Yun, setting down her teacup and reaching out to affectionately stroke her daughter's head. Mother has just taken her medicine and cannot eat this yet. Little Zizi, you may indulge yourself. She cast her gaze upon the disheveled hair of the small Zizi, unable to suppress a laugh. Look at you, little chirp, your hair is all askew. Qinglan, quickly take Zizi to fix her hair. The small Zizi instinctively touched her two crooked little buns atop her head, pouting her lips. Huh, is it all crooked? Is it not pretty? She hurriedly handed the chips to Qingyang beside her. Second sister, help me hold this. I want to fix my hair. After saying that, she eagerly grasped Qinglan's hand. Qinglan, let us hurry. I want to style it like Sister S' beautiful buns. Qinglan smiled and replied, certainly, your highness, please follow me. She took the small ZZ's hand and led her toward the dressing table. At that moment, Ling Yun stepped forward, expressing concern. How does my aunt feel? Is there any discomfort? Empress Changsun shook her head with a smile. Much better now. The tightness in my chest has completely eased, thanks to you, little Yun. I feel even more relaxed than before I fell ill. She looked at Ling Yun, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Li Shimin sat down beside her, remarking, little Yun's remedy is truly remarkable. Just then, the announcement of the palace attendants echoed from outside. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. His Highness Prince Wei has arrived. Li Chengqian and Li Tai entered in quick succession. Both wore expressions of evident concern and urgency, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads as though they had rushed over. Your son greets the Emperor. Greetings to the Empress. Li Chengqian was the first to bow, his gaze eagerly searching for Empress Changsun. Hearing that mother is unwell, I was deeply anxious. I was delayed by urgent matters, but upon receiving the news, I hurried here immediately. Is mother now at ease? His tone was hurried and breathless, conveying genuine concern. Li Tai followed closely, bowing deeply as well, his voice slightly breathless. Father, mother, I was reviewing the newly compiled geographical records at Hongwen Pavilion when I heard of mother's discomfort. I was filled with anxiety and rushed here at once. Is mother well? Does she require my assistance with her medicine? As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, looking weary from his journey. Li Shimin regarded his tardy sons with a neutral expression, revealing no discernible emotion. Your mother is no longer in serious danger, thanks to little Yun's timely intervention. She now requires rest. He paused, his gaze sweeping over their faces, carrying a hint of authority as he added, furthermore, your mother and I have recognized little Yun as a brother akin to our own kin. He is also regarded as a brother by Zizi. From now on, little Yun will be your cousin, and you must honor him as an elder brother and not treat him with disrespect. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both Li Chengqian and Li Tai exhibited clear surprise and shock at this unexpected brotherly designation. However, they quickly recovered, bowing in response. Yes, we shall remember our father's teachings. Chapter 61, Fraternal Bonds? Surface Brotherhood. So it is, thank heaven. The relief on Li Chengqian's face deepened, and he turned to Ling Yun with an even more respectful demeanor, tinged with a deliberate warmth. Thanks to my elder brother's miraculous skills. After the passing of the Empress Dowager, Chengqian expressed his profound gratitude on behalf of the entire Li family to his cousin. As he spoke, he was about to bow deeply in reverence. Li Tai immediately followed suit, his tone imbued with sincerity. Cousin, you are truly a benefactor. Qin Ke is eternally grateful. Should you ever require assistance, I would gladly lay down my life. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if Ling Yun were his savior reborn. Ling Yun nodded slightly, gesturing with calmness. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Ling Go. Observing the brother's increasingly fervent display upon learning of his cousin's identity, he mused internally. With the title of elder brother bestowed upon him, they surely see him as a coveted ally to be courted. Li Chengqian eagerly inquired, Ling Go, your medical skills are extraordinary. Might I be fortunate enough to study under you, to learn a thing or two? His gaze was intense. Li Tai interjected, his tone laced with subtle mockery. As the crown prince, how can elder brother afford to be distracted by such pursuits? The profound intricacies of celestial medicine surely require a single-minded focus, much like the dedication I have towards my studies. His words hinted that the crown prince's status was ill-suited for the practice of medicine while simultaneously elevating his own stature. Li Chengqian's expression momentarily faltered, yet his smile remained. Fourth brother, you are mistaken. Governing a nation and alleviating the suffering of the people are both noble paths. As the crown prince, it is imperative to be well-informed and empathetic to the plight of the populace. He adeptly countered. The two exchanged words that seemed to reflect brotherly affection, yet concealed an undercurrent of rivalry, the air thick with unspoken tension. Enough. Emperor Li Shimin interjected, his voice carrying a note of impatience. Xiao Yun is your elder brother. What decorum is this, bickering before your elder? Do not forget my previous admonition. His piercing gaze swept over his two sons, laden with warning. The brothers fell silent, their expressions sheepish. Ling Yun observed the historical performance of these ostensibly fraternal siblings, one eager to ingratiate himself, the other subtly undermining. He reflected, indeed, history does not deceive. The artificial bond between these two brothers was palpable from afar. Little Zizi, having perfected her symmetrical pigtails, finally felt satisfied. She wriggled free from Qinglan's grasp and dashed between her two quarreling brothers, straining to rise on tiptoe. She earnestly offered the freshly unwrapped chocolate beans to Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Elder brother, younger brother, 7 beans, sweet and delightful. You both should share. The innocent gesture of the little one, along with her sparkling eyes, doused the lingering tension like a bucket of cold water. Both Li Chengqian and Li Tai paused, staring at the colorful beans she presented, their forced smiles faltering, before they awkwardly reached out to accept them. Thank you, Zizi, Li Chengqian said dryly. You are truly a good girl. Li Tai managed a strained smile. Ling Yun observed the little princess unwittingly dissipating the awkwardness, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached to tousle her beautifully styled hair. Our Zizi is the most sensible. Knowing that good things are meant to be shared with her brothers, Empress Chang's son regarded her two sons, who had just navigated a harrowing ordeal of life and death. At this moment, observing their continued covert rivalry, a profound weariness and helplessness surged within her heart. Gao Ming and Qin Ke. Her gaze slowly traversed the faces of the two, imbued with a maternal softness and a barely perceptible weight. You are brothers, bound by blood, and should be the closest, most supportive of companions. As mother lies ill, my thoughts are consumed with worry for your grandfather and for you children. My greatest wish is for our family to be harmonious and safe. She paused, her voice softening further. Yet it seemed to carry the weight of the world. I have heard your words just now, yet they resonate with a sense of estrangement. This is not the bond that should exist between brothers. In the presence of your grandfather, and before the cousin who just saved your mother's life, do you not understand that your actions bring disgrace upon the Li family? Although her words did not directly address their discord, the notions of estrangement and disgrace pricked the hearts of Li Chengqian and Li Tai like soft needles. Both lowered their heads further, their faces ablaze, and responded in hushed tones. We are at fault. Mother, your teachings are well taken to heart, and Qin Ke shall remember. Empress Chang's son observed their demeanor. Her heart ultimately softened, especially as her gaze fell upon Li Chengqian, standing with a posture slightly unnatural due to his foot ailment. The lingering gloom in his eyes stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She turned to Ling Yun, her gaze filled with maternal pleading and a hint of cautious hope. Xiao Yun, her voice softened, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Aunt knows of your remarkable abilities, and I have a humble request to make. Her eyes, filled with compassion, returned to Li Chengqian's leg. Gao Ming, this child has faced many tribulations. He suffered a fall in his youth and has carried this foot ailment for years, a heavy burden on his heart. Aunt dares to ask if your extraordinary artifact might alleviate his long-standing suffering, even if it could lessen his pain while walking, or shield him from the prying eyes of others. I would be eternally grateful. As these words fell, the hall fell into an instant silence. Li Chengqian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief and elation. He had never imagined that his mother would, at this moment, in the presence of this remarkable cousin, voice this deeply buried wish he scarcely dared to hope for. Instinctively, he glanced at Ling Yun, his breath quickening, and even his injured leg seemed to tremble slightly. A A complex expression flickered in Li Tai's eyes, surprise intertwined with a subtle bitterness, quickly masked. Li Shimin's gaze also fixed on Ling Yun, filled with inquiry and anticipation. Ling Yun gazed into Empress Changsun's eyes, which brimmed with maternal compassion and near supplication. And he inwardly sighed. After a moment of silence, he ultimately nodded. Aunt's words carry great weight. Since you have spoken, I shall assess the situation. He turned to Li Chengqian, his tone neutral. Gao Ming, relax your stance and remain still. Yes, yes, thank you, Brother Ling. Li Chengqian's voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly endeavored to stand straight, even though his injured leg remained stiff. He gazed nervously at Ling Yun, his eyes brimming with hope. Mio, scan the leg and assess the condition of the old injury and the feasibility of treatment. Ling Yun addressed the excited Li Chengqian. Command confirmed. Initiating high-dimensional biological field resonance scanning, establishing a three-dimensional dynamic model of the target's lower limb bones, nerves, and tissues. Mio's gentle voice resonated. A remarkably subtle, almost imperceptible ripple of energy quietly spread, enveloping Li Chengqian's entire body in an instant. Chapter 62. The Imperial Medical Bureau on the brink of dismissal. The scan lasted merely a few seconds. Scan complete. The target's left lower limb exhibits chronic compound injuries, abnormal healing morphology of the mid-tibia and fibula, with mild overgrowth of callus compressing the superficial fibular nerve branches. Compensatory strain and slight atrophy present in the fibular longus and anterior tibial muscles. Considering the target's physiological activity and the current temporal and spatial energy density, 3 directed repairs using a quantum therapy device are recommended. The theoretical success rate is 97. 3. The treatment process is non-invasive and painless. Shall I generate a detailed plan? Mio's voice remained calm and professional. After hearing Mio's assessment, Ling Yun felt a sense of relief. He turned to the anxious crowd, particularly the fervent gaze of Empress Changsun and the breath-holding, tightly clenched fists of Li Chengqian, and slowly spoke. Did you all hear? It can be treated. The problem is manageable. These few words struck like thunder, akin to a refreshing rain. Li Chengqian's body trembled violently, the overwhelming joy instantly shattering his composure. His eyes turned red, and his lips quivered violently, nearly spilling tears. He fixed his gaze on Ling Yun, as if to confirm he was not dreaming. Empress Changsun, in a surge of emotion, grasped Li Shimin's hand tightly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Erlang, did you hear? Xiao Yun said Chengqian's leg will heal. Her eyes, filled with unutterable gratitude towards Ling Yun, seemed to release a burden of 1,000 pounds. Li Shimin exhaled heavily, firmly grasping his wife's hand, his gaze towards Ling Yun imbued with relief and an ineffable trust. Good. Xiao Yun, on behalf of Chengqian and our entire family, thank you. Ling Yun nodded to the excited emperor and empress, his gaze calm as he turned to the still-dazed Li Chengqian, who was too overwhelmed with joy to speak. The treatment will need to be done in 3 sessions, and the process will be painless. I will inform you of the specific times once Mio has arranged everything. Thank you, Brother Ling. I will never forget this life-changing favor. Li Chengqian finally regained his voice, speaking with a heavy nasal tone and uncontrollable tremors, deeply bowing to Ling Yun and remaining in that position for a long while. At that moment, all disputes over positions and fraternal grievances were momentarily swept away by this overwhelming joy that could alter the course of his life. Beside them, the little princess, albeit confused about the unfolding events, noticed her mother in tears of joy, and blinked her large eyes, curiously asking, Mother, why are you crying? Is the illness coming back? I will fight it for you. I am very powerful. She waved her tiny fists, running towards Empress Changsun. The adorable demeanor of the little princess lightened the overly intense and serious atmosphere in the hall. Empress Changsun's tears transformed into laughter, and Li Shimin along with the others could hardly contain their amusement. Mother is fine. Mother is just happy. Little Zizi, you truly are the blessing of our family. She chuckled as she embraced the little princess, tenderly caressing her small face. As long as you're not feeling unwell, if Bingbing comes, you must tell me. If necessary, I can summon Xiao Nangjuan to chase it away. The little Zizi nuzzled against Empress Changsun's hand, her big eyes wide open, puffing her cheeks adorably as if to proclaim, I have support. Ling Yun stepped forward, smiling as he ruffled the little Zizi's hair. Our Zizi is the most formidable. Let me gift you a little star. From now on, if Zizi wants to chase away Bingbing, she can use the little star. He placed the quantum healing device in the palm of the little princess's hand. She grasped the little star, her small face tinged with concern as she spoke. Xiao Nangjuan, if the little star is with me, can it rest well? If it doesn't recharge properly, how can it chase away Bingbing? She recalled that Ling Yun had mentioned the device needed to recharge to effectively dispel Bingbing. Ha, fear not. The little star is with Zizi. It can rest even better here. Ling Yun chuckled at the innocent words of the little princess. Wonderful. How delightful. The little princess's eyes sparkled as she turned to Li Shimin, saying, Father, you should send the imperial physician to the house. We need them. The little star will not let Bingbing hurt us. No need for bitter medicine. Her childlike voice left those in the hall momentarily speechless. If the physicians were to learn that the little princess nearly dismissed them collectively, their reactions would be amusing to behold. Ling Yun gazed at the seriously earnest little princess, indulgently explaining, Zizi, that's not permissible. Look here, it must be lit up for the little star to work. Moreover, there is only one little star. It cannot chase away Bingbing for everyone, or else it will tire and might return to me. leaving you without it. He pointed at the charging progress bar of the device, teaching the little princess how to discern when it could be used. His final remark was directed at Li Shimin and the others, subtly indicating that they should not presume to trouble the little princess daily, for he would reclaim it if necessary. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. Both were astute individuals and understood the underlying message in Ling Yun's words, curtailing any further thoughts of utilizing the healing device for the greater good of the Tang Dynasty. At most, they would allow the little princess to use it for her family. All right then, let them go, since I won't be needing the bitter medicine anymore. I will take good care of the little star. I won't let it tire. The little princess nodded innocently, convinced of Ling Yun's wisdom. She carefully stowed the healing device in her bracelet, and then tilted her little head, inquisitively asking, "Grandfather, why hasn't he seen my brother Li Ji? I have something good. I can share it with him." She popped a chocolate bean into her mouth, tilting her head in confusion as to why everyone had come. Yet Li Ji was absent. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin wore a smile he believed to be affectionate as he responded to the little one. "Dear child, your elder brother is being naughty, so your grandfather has punished him by making him copy texts. You need not share your delicious treats with him. Enjoy them for yourself." The contrast between his demeanor towards his beloved daughter and that towards his two sons, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, was stark. The little one nodded, saying, "Then let us give a bit more to elder brother, but he must behave." She continued, "Sister, let us go to the screen and enjoy." With her mouth still busy chewing, she approached Li Lizzie and Shenyang, pulling them towards the direction of the tablet. Ling Yun observed the scene of the three children seated together, watching cartoons and munching on snacks, and a feeling of tranquil nostalgia washed over him. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun gazed fondly at their laughing daughters, having forgotten how long it had been since they had witnessed such a joyful gathering. Chapter 63. When we arrive at Chang'an, let 100 phoenixes grace the hall, and once again, let the triumphant music resound. The atmosphere in the hall was warm and inviting. As the little one drew closer to Li Lizzie and Xingyang, their three heads huddled before the tablet, sharing the snacks brought by Ling Yun while giggles erupted occasionally alongside innocent critiques of the show. Li Shimin watched his daughters, carefree and joyful, then glanced at the visibly more relaxed Empress Changsun and the rekindled spirit of Li Chengqian, filling his heart with warmth. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhong'an, proclaimed the decree: "Prepare the evening meal at Chihuang Pavilion. Today is a joyous occasion, and I wish to dine with my family." "At your command," Zhong'an replied, a smile gracing his face as he bowed and stepped back to make arrangements. Ling Yun, taking in the harmonious royal scene before him, suddenly had a thought. Turning to Li Shimin with curiosity and anticipation, he said, "Uncle, I have heard tales of your legendary Qin Wang Pezhenyu, renowned for its unparalleled grandeur across the realm. Might I be fortunate enough to witness an authentic performance today?" Li Shimin's eyes brightened at the mention, and a sense of grandeur surged within him. He had been searching for an opportunity to express his gratitude and affection towards Ling Yun. With a sweeping gesture, he exclaimed, "If little Yun wishes to see, then why not?" Zhong'an, who had just reached the doorway, immediately turned back. "I am here. Go to the music office at once. Order them to prepare the complete set of Qin Wang Pezhenyu without delay. We shall present a performance in the courtyard of Chihuang Pavilion today." Li Shimin commanded with enthusiasm. "Yes," Zhong'an replied, and hurried off. Soon, the evening meal was laid out, the dishes exquisite and abundant. However, what captivated the children most were the enticing snacks brought by Ling Yun. The little one transformed into a true foodie, her mouth constantly busy. "Mother, this pot is so yellow. It's so sweet and crispy," she exclaimed, lifting a piece of biscuit, tiptoeing as she attempted to offer a taste to Empress Changsun. "Second sister, this is for you," she said, presenting a handful of blueberries like treasures to Qingyang. "Little brother, you must try this. It's so fragrant." She did not forget to offer Ling Yun a piece of what looked like delicious roasted lamb, her face beaming with a look that seemed to say, "Praise me." With cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding its provisions, the little one fixated on the delicacies before her, mumbling indistinctly, "But there's also that pot of stew to finish." Li Lizzie and Xingyang, influenced by their sister's enthusiastic eating, found their appetites awakened, occasionally whispering to one another about which dish was more delectable, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Soon after, Li Ji was ushered in by the palace attendants. The young lad, evidently having just finished his studies, bore a hint of fatigue and grievance upon his cherubic face as he respectfully bowed. "Your son pays his respects to his majesty and her majesty." Li Shimin gazed upon his youngest son, unusually softening his expression. "Ah, you have arrived. Sit down and partake in the meal. Today we owe much to your elder brother, as his leg ailment has been treated, and your mother is in good health, a cause for celebration." Li Ji's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Ling Yun and then at Li Chengqian, whispering, "Thank you, brother Ling." He then cautiously settled beside Qingyang. Upon noticing her elder brother's arrival, the little girl dashed over from her treasure trove of snacks, grabbing a handful of chocolate beans and thrusting them into Li Ji's hands, exclaiming, "Here, brother, take these. They are so sweet. You must behave, or father will make you copy texts." Li Ji looked at the colorful candies in his hands and then at his sister's bright, concerned eyes. Any lingering grievance evaporated, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes. Thank you, Zizi. I will be good from now on." As the evening meal drew to a close, the courtyard before Chihuang Pavilion was illuminated by torches. With a command from Li Shimin, the thunderous drumbeats suddenly erupted. This was followed by the resounding blast of horns and the formidable clash of metal. A line of valiant warriors clad in gleaming armor and wielding weapons emerged, their steps synchronized, their footfalls resonating like distant thunder. The drumbeats quickened, and the horns rose in pitch as the dancers wielded their weapons in sync with the fervent melody, executing powerful and vigorous movements that conveyed an overwhelming might. In the shifting formations, it seemed as though the grand battlefields of yore were being reenacted. With all the glory and ferocity of the past, a spectacle far beyond any embellished performance of later generations. Ling Yun held his wine cup, watching intently. He was not merely observing a performance. Through the fervent drum music and vigorous dance, he envisioned the spirited young king of Qin, sword in hand. Poised to shape the world, he beheld the blood and fire before Xuanwu Gate and the genesis of the flourishing Jingguan era. His heart swelled with emotion. When the time comes for the 100 phoenixes to gather at Chang'an, let us again play the triumphant song. This was the true essence of the Qin king's triumph, infused with the taste of iron and blood, embodying the burgeoning spirit of a rising dynasty. As the piece concluded, its echoes seemed to linger in the night sky. Li Shimin, still reveling in the experience, turned to Ling Yun, his eyes shimmering with past brilliance. What do you think, Xiao Yun? Ling Yun, genuinely impressed, raised his cup and proclaimed, with iron and bronze, the spirit swallows the mountains and rivers, truly deserving of its renown. Here's to my uncle. Here's to the magnificence of the Jingguan era. Li Shimin laughed heartily and drank in camaraderie. As night deepened, the banquet concluded in a light-hearted ambience. The princes Li Chengqian, Li Ji, and Li Tai took their leave. Ling Yun, observing the little girl in his arms who had begun to doze like a chick pecking at grains, gently rubbed her small face. Zizi, are you tired? Will you return to sleep with your brother tonight, or stay here in the palace with mother and your sisters? The little child, still drowsy, opened her eyes to gaze at her gentle mother and then at her little brother nestled beside her, her small face filled with confusion. She tightened her embrace around Ling Yun's neck, burying her face into him for comfort, and sleepily murmured, Mom, I want to sleep with my little brother. You must get better and let me sleep without disturbing you. Her voice trailed off, clearly overwhelmed by fatigue. Ling Yun smiled and nodded at Empress Changsun and Li Shimin, saying, very well, I shall take the little one back now. Aunt, uncle, you should rest early too. All right, Xiao Yun, Empress Changsun replied softly. Watching her daughter dependently lean against Ling Yun's shoulder, her heart filled with tranquility. With a flicker of white light, Ling Yun disappeared into the warm glow of the Qi Huang pavilion, cradling the slumbering princess. In the warm light of the palace, only Li Shimin and Empress Changsun remained. The palace maids quietly cleared away the remnants of the meal, the lingering aroma of dinner and the echoes of the breaking the array music still hanging in the air. Li Shimin gently wrapped his arm around Empress Changsun's shoulders as they moved to the window. Guanyin, he said, his voice low and reflective. Today has been a day of great ups and downs, yet it has turned quite unexpectedly. Empress Changsun nestled against him, her face radiating the immense relief and warmth of having survived a calamity. Indeed, Erlang, my heart still races just thinking about it. When the illness struck, I truly believed I would never see our little one or you again. As she spoke, her voice quivered slightly, her grip tightening around Li Shimin's hand. Let us not dwell on such ominous thoughts, Li Shimin quickly reassured her, tightening his embrace. Look at you now, you are perfectly well. Cheng Qian's condition has improved, and our little one is full of life and mischief. He recalled their daughter, hands on her hips, exclaiming about the little stars, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Chapter 64. The mischievous little one. Thanks to Xiao Yun, Empress Changsun lifted her head, her eyes reflecting unreserved gratitude and lingering fear. Had he not returned in time with that celestial treasure, Erlang, we owe Xiao Yun an immeasurable debt. The life-saving grace, the remedy for Cheng Qian's ailment, and the genuine kindness he has shown towards our little one. How can we ever repay such kindness? Li Shimin nodded in agreement, his gaze directed towards the place where Ling Yun had vanished, imbued with a complex, almost reverent emotion. Indeed, we cannot repay it. This young man, no, Xiao Yun, what he has brought us transcends mere visible celestial wonders. He has brought hope, a turning point, and the blessing of our family's continued unity. Most precious of all is his heartfelt affection towards our little one. Empress Changsun's eyes glimmered with tenderness, not because she was a princess, but because he cherished her purely as a sister, with affection and protection. Just look at how utterly she relies on him, without a shred of hesitation. Who could argue otherwise? Li Shimin sighed softly. Today, he presented her with that little star and deliberately conveyed words that not only gave her immense assurance, but also subtly established boundaries, indicating that the celestial artifact was meant solely for her protection and not as a treasure for our Tang Dynasty to exploit at will. Such thoughtfulness and composure are truly impeccable. His tone held no dissatisfaction, only profound admiration and a sense of understanding. Empress Changsun nodded, acknowledging the genuine affection he harbored for the child, Zizi. Protecting Zizi naturally encompassed safeguarding those dear to her, such as ourselves, as well as Cheng Qian and others. This sentiment, we shall cherish in our hearts. It cannot be forced, nor does it require coercion. The two embraced in silence for a brief moment, savoring the tranquility and warmth of their survival after tribulation. Outside the palace, the night was gentle, and the lights of the phoenix roost remained warm, seemingly heralding that the days to come would be filled with hope and warmth, just as this moment. In the villa on Blue Star, the morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor bedroom. casting a soft glow upon the floor and illuminating the large bed where a big one and a small one lay entwined in slumber. Ling Yun was deep in sleep, his breathing steady. The little Zizi, resting atop his chest, fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. The little creature, well rested, exhibited no signs of drowsiness. Instead, her bright eyes sparkled like two dew-kissed black grapes. She blinked in confusion, taking in the familiar and comforting surroundings, and glanced down at the peacefully sleeping little Nongjuan beneath her. A mischievous idea sprouted in her little mind. Like a nimble kitten, she quietly shifted upwards, positioning her entire small form atop Ling Yun's chest, with her chubby hands propped on his chest and her chin resting on the back of her hands. She gazed intently at Ling Yun's sleeping face from such close quarters. After a while, seeing that Ling Yun remained undisturbed, she reached out her pudgy little finger and gently, tentatively poked his cheek. Little Nongjuan, the sun is shining on your bottom, she called softly, her voice as light as a feather. Ling Yun showed no response. Zizi prodded again, this time with a bit more force. Little Nongjuan, wake up. Your tummy must be hungry. Ling Yun, still in a dream, furrowed his brow and murmured indistinctly, instinctively raising his hand to brush away the bothersome little creature. However, his hand inadvertently landed on Zizi's soft little bottom. Instead of being upset, Zizi found it amusing and burst into a fit of giggles. She then reached for Ling Yun's nose, carefully pinching his nostrils and stifling a mischievous laugh. Little Nongjuan, you're such a lazybones. If you don't get up soon, your bed will become a nest. At last, Ling Yun was roused from his slumber. He opened his eyes wide to find a magnified, mischievous little round face mere inches from his own, her big eyes brimming with the delight of a successful prank. Ah, you little rascal, how dare you pinch your brother's nose? Ling Yun feigned anger, extending his hand to expertly tickle Zizi's sides. Duck, ha, tickle. Little Nongjuan is naughty. Zizi immediately squirmed and writhed in a fit of laughter, her bright giggles filling the entire room. As she twisted and attempted to escape, her body remained atop Ling Yun, leaving her with no means of evasion. Do you dare to defy me now? Ling Yun asked playfully while continuing to tickle her. I dare. Ha ha ha, spare me. Little Nongjuan, spare me. Zizi laughed so hard that tears nearly spilled from her eyes, desperately pleading for mercy while her little hands flailed aimlessly against Ling Yun's shoulders. A large and a small one were playfully frolicking on the bed for quite a while, until the little one laughed herself into exhaustion, softly resting her head on Ling Yun's chest, panting, her little face flushed. Ling Yun chuckled and paused, lifting her slightly so that her small face nestled against his neck. All right, my little ladybug has turned into a little rascal. Time to get up, wash up, and have breakfast. He planted a kiss on her damp forehead. You're the lazy one. I'm the little phoenix. The little one protested, pouting, but still obediently allowed Ling Yun to help her sit up. Ling Yun carried the little princess into the brightly lit bathroom, placing her on her special little stool. Immediately, she expertly picked up her toothbrush adorned with a little yellow duck, squeezed pink strawberry-flavored children's toothpaste onto it, and began brushing earnestly in front of the mirror. Up and down, round and round, she murmured the rhymes Ling Yun had taught her, her small head bobbing along with the movements. Soon her mouth was adorned with a frothy white foam, resembling a circle of white whiskers. Ling Yun finished washing up quickly and leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he watched her serious little demeanor. The little princess was now brushing her teeth so proficiently that he no longer needed to worry. With a final big mouthful of water, she puffed out her cheeks and rinsed, then dramatically spat it out. All done. Look at my shiny white teeth. She turned around, tilting her little face up, grinning to reveal a row of neat white teeth, proudly showing off to Ling Yun. Wonderful. Our little one's teeth are the whitest and brightest. Ling Yun lavishly praised her, picking up a comb to tidy her slightly tousled hair. Next, he gently washed her little face, and finally, he applied some children's moisturizer, ensuring her face was clean and fragrant. After their morning routine, Ling Yun took the little one's soft hand and led her downstairs, heading straight to the kitchen. What are you going to make today? The little one asked, peering over the edge of the counter as she stood on her stool, curiously watching Ling Yun tie on an apron. I'll make you a sandwich and hot milk. Ling Yun swiftly retrieved a frying pan and the ingredients. He skillfully cracked eggs and fried them, the sizzling sound and enticing aroma wafting through the air. The little one watched intently, her little nose twitching. Wow, it smells delicious. Then, Ling Yun placed slices of bread into the toaster and took out cheese, ham, and lettuce. While he worked, he exaggerated his movements playfully, making the little one giggle uncontrollably. What's that yellow stuff in the pan? The little one pointed at the melting cheese. That's cheese. It makes everything taste delightful and gooey. Ling Yun explained with a smile as he layered the fried egg, ham, cheese, and lettuce between the golden brown toasted bread, then neatly cut it diagonally to reveal the tempting filling inside. Meanwhile, the microwave chimed, signaling that the warm milk was ready. Wow, it looks wonderful. It smells so good. The little one gazed at the golden sandwich and the steaming milk with sparkling eyes. Ling Yun settled down with her on the living room carpet, pushing the plate and milk cup in front of her. Give it a try, but be careful, it's hot. Little Zizi picked up a sandwich and took a big bite. The aroma of the bread, the richness of the cheese, the savory ham, the crispness of the lettuce, and the tenderness of the fried egg all melded together in her mouth. Her large eyes instantly squinted into crescent moons of satisfaction. Yum, so crunchy, so soft, so fragrant. She chewed while mumbling her praises, her small mouth stuffed full, and didn't he forget to lift her milk cup for a hearty gulp, exclaiming, "So warm." Watching the little princess, akin to a joyful little hamster, devouring her meal with delight, Ling Yun chuckled and picked up his own portion to eat as well. After swallowing her food, little Zizi gazed at Ling Yun with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. "Are we going to check out the shop today? I'm the little boss. Father said he would prepare a big room for me." "All right," Ling Yun responded with a smile, taking a tissue to gently wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth. "Once Zizi finishes eating, we will go find your grandparents." "Yay," little Zizi cheered, quickly stuffing the remaining sandwich into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a little frog. She gulped down the milk and wiped her mouth with her small hand. "I'm done. So full." Seeing the little princess's eagerness, Ling Yun affectionately admonished her, "Slow down. Eating so fast. Aren't you afraid of choking?" Carefully, he helped little Zizi clean her mouth and the sauce-stained little hands. The little one, now satisfied, let out a small burp and snuggled against him. "Let us wait for your tummy to digest a bit before we head back," he said, playfully tapping her little nose. After indulging in a moment of warmth with the little princess, a flash of light enveloped them, and they appeared in the side hall of Chihuan Pavilion. As soon as little Zizi touched the ground, she dashed towards the inner hall like a cannonball. "Mother, I'm here." Empress Changsun was seated on a soft couch by the window, leisurely perusing a collection of poetry, her complexion serene. Meanwhile, Li Shimin paced the hall with his hands behind his back, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Ling Yun with little Zizi, a smile instantly lit up his face. "Xiaoyan, Zizi, you're back? Is breakfast ready?" Empress Changsun gently inquired, setting aside her book. "I'm so full. Mother, little Ling made me the best sandwiches. Yum. And warm milk." Little Zizi exclaimed as she ran to Empress Changsun, her small hands gesturing animatedly to describe her delightful breakfast. "Oh, sandwiches?" Li Shimin chuckled at the name, walking over, intrigued by this new delight. "As long as Zizi enjoyed it, that's what matters." Ling Yun nodded with a smile. "Just some simple fare, but Zizi loves it. How are you feeling today, Aunt?" "Much better. Feeling a relief I've never experienced before, thanks to you, Xiaoyan." Empress Changsun replied with a gentle smile, her complexion noticeably improved from the previous day. "That's wonderful," Ling Yun responded, then naturally turned to Li Shimin, bringing up, "By the way, Uncle, Zizi has been eagerly anticipating her little business. Just finished eating and already urging us to see her shop. Do you happen to know where the place you chose for our little princess is? Would it be convenient to take us there now?" Little Zizi also rushed to Li Shimin's side, tugging at the hem of his dragon robe with vigor. Yes, I want to see my shop. Father, let us go." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was filled with excitement, as he had been seeking an opportunity to discuss this matter with Ling Yun. He was eager to open a shop and amass fortune swiftly. With a hearty laugh, he embraced the little princess. "Ah, my dear little cub, are you unable to contain your anticipation? Excellent. I shall take you to witness your kingdom." He turned to Guanyin Bai with a concerned expression, inquiring, "How do you feel? Would you care to join us?" Empress Changsun smiled and nodded. "Very well. I shall accompany you to offer counsel to our little cub." "Splendid. Let us proceed together," Li Shimin declared, cradling the little cub, and then he turned to Zhang Anan. "Prepare the carriage." Just as he was about to say prepare the royal carriage, his eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Ling Yun. "Little Yun, what do you think of us taking your magnificent carriage? It is swift and stable, providing a comfortable ride for Guanyin Bai." Ling Yun readily agreed. "That sounds perfect. Marvelous. Let us board the grand carriage." The little cub wriggled excitedly in Li Shimin's embrace. "Indeed, let us board the grand carriage." Li Shimin responded with a smile, then instructed Zhang Anan, "Gather a contingent of the Jinwu guards to ride alongside as escorts. Remember, do not disturb the citizens, yet ensure order is maintained, preventing any unruly individuals from approaching the Empress and the Princess. As you command." Zhang Anan promptly accepted the order and set off to make arrangements. Soon, the imposing steel figure of the carriage appeared before Chihuan Pavilion. Empress Changsun settled into the spacious and comfortable rear seat, while Li Shimin took his place in the front with the little cub, who eagerly leaned against the window to gaze outside. "Hold on tight, we are departing." Ling Yun ignited the engine, the deep roar resonating through the air. Zhang Anan, leading a regiment of armored Jinwu guards, forged a path ahead. The carriage gently rolled out of the palace gates, and as it entered Juke Street, it immediately stirred a considerable commotion. The townsfolk had never encountered such a colossal iron beast, let alone the faint silhouette of the bright yellow figure, Li Shimin, within. "Good heavens, what is that? A metal monster? Look, it seems to be His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress, and the little Princess of Jinyong. She is waving." The emergence of the carriage inevitably invoked a flurry of astonished and awestruck gazes, gasps, and murmurs, as onlookers instinctively made way, with many kneeling on the ground. Had it not been for the authoritative presence of the Jinwu guards clearing the path and maintaining order, chaos might have ensued. The destination was soon reached, located in the bustling East Market of Chang'an City, adjacent to the grand entrance of the royal city. This location was superb, offering tranquility amid the clamor, making it convenient for dignitaries while avoiding excessive noise. The premises, originally part of the royal estate, had now been vacated, with the doors firmly closed, awaiting the arrival of the new master. "We have arrived. Is this the place?" The little cub, cradled by Ling Yun, gazed at the shut doors with a face full of curiosity and anticipation. Breaking free from Ling Yun's grasp, she dashed to the entrance. her small hands brushing against the cold, heavy door. Yes, this is it. Do you like it? Li Shimin approached, his tone laced with pride. I love it. It's magnificent. The little cub nodded vigorously, her understanding of magnificent likely limited to something larger than her own chamber. Chapter 66. Preparation for the Jinyong Cloud Dream Collection. Ling Yun surveyed his surroundings. The location was indeed impeccable. Nestled in the bustling East Market and exuding an air of elegance due to its proximity to the imperial city. Approaching the entrance, he addressed the little princess, who was gazing up at the ornate door frame with curiosity. Zizi, let me see how spacious it is inside, so I can place many beautiful things for you. Would that be all right? Okay. The little Zizi immediately dashed back to Ling Yun's side, looking up at him with eager eyes. Observing this, Li Shimin casually remarked, I have instructed the officials from the Ministry of Works to be on standby, ready to measure and draft the dimensions at any moment. No need to trouble yourself, uncle. Ling Yun replied with a smile, waving his hand. A glimmer flashed from the bracelet on his wrist. Ling, scan the internal structure of this building. Generate a three-dimensional model and floor plan, and annotate the dimensions. Additionally, provide some preliminary optimization suggestions for the space layout. Command confirmed. Scanning initiated. A gentle voice resonated. A nearly invisible light wave, tinted with pale blue, emanated from Ling Yun's bracelet, sweeping across the entire structure like ripples in water. Within moments, the scan was complete. The three-dimensional model and precise floor plan had been generated. Based on the preset shop type and the context of the Tang Dynasty, optimization layout suggestions were also ready. Would you like to project the display? Ling Yun turned to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, who both appeared intrigued. Uncle, Aunt, would you like to see what Ling has illustrated inside, and how to arrange the items more beautifully? Oh, you can see through the entrance without stepping inside? This technique is truly remarkable. Let me see, Li Shimin exclaimed, filled with excitement. Empress Changsun leaned in with curiosity. Ling, project the optimized plan, Ling Yun commanded. A soft beam of light emitted from his bracelet, casting a clear, three-dimensional, perfectly proportioned miniature model before the gathered guests. The internal structure, positions of beams and columns, door and window openings, and even virtual shelves and display areas, elegantly merging Tang-style grace with modern simplicity, were cleverly arranged within the space, allowing for transparency and smooth movement flow. Wow, Sister Jinyong is so amazing. What does it look like inside? Little Zizi was the first to applaud in delight. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun watched in rapt attention, nodding in approval. Li Shimin pointed to the efficient yet aesthetically pleasing layout, praising, brilliant, truly brilliant. This layout surpasses the rough sketches drawn by the artisans at the Ministry of Works by 100-fold. It saves both effort and time. Ling Yun chuckled. I will have Ling refine the drawings later and directly provide them to the craftsmen for construction. Excellent. Wonderful. Li Shimin clapped heartily, gazing at the enchanting light model and then at his excited little cotton-padded jacket, a sense of grandeur swelling within him. Zizi, your shop shall be built to be the most dazzling and grand establishment in Chang'an City. Let everyone know that this is the domain of our Jinyong little princess. Xiaoyun, have you decided on a name for the shop? He turned to Ling Yun, who was still pondering. Ling Yun came back to himself, nodding with a smile. I think we shall call it Jinyong Cloud Dream Collection. Jinyong is Zizi's title, and Cloud Dream Collection refers to the various items we will sell. Uncle, Aunt, what do you think? Jinyong Cloud Dream Collection, Li Shimin repeated softly, his eyes growing brighter. What a splendid name. The narrative not only highlights the essence of the character, but subtly evokes the ethereal charm of the white jade capital, exuding elegance without losing its grandeur. Excellent. This shall be the name. Empress Changsun nodded with a smile. The name Xian is splendid, embodying both nobility and grace, perfectly befitting our little one. Is it Jinyong Yunmingji? The little one asked, tilting her head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. What a lovely name for a shop. Indeed, it is the name of Xiaoji's shop. Ling Yun chuckled as he ruffled her small head. With the location set and the name chosen, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. However, given their esteemed positions, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun ought not to linger outside for long. Guanyin, it has been a while. We should return to the palace. Li Shimin gently suggested to Empress Changsun. She nodded, turning to Ling Yun and the little one. Xiaoyun, shall we head back together? Uncle and Aunt, you go ahead. Ling Yun smiled, gesturing towards the carriage. I'll take Xiaoji to procure some goods. He looked at the little princess in his arms. Xiaoji, shall we go find your elder sister and second sister some refreshing air conditioning? And also gather some beautiful treasures for your shop. Yay, let us buy cool things. Let us get pretty items. The little one immediately chimed in, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grains. Very well, but do be careful on your way. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun refrained from saying more, preparing to board the royal carriage that had arrived shortly after. Wait, Aunt, Ling Yun called out. You should take the carriage back, it's more comfortable, and there's air conditioning. He glanced at Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, pointing to the vehicle. Hearing this, Li Shimin felt a mix of excitement and concern. Xiaoyun, aren't you going to procure goods? Is it necessary to take such a large carriage back? Moreover, I am still learning to drive, and with your aunt beside me, I should be fine. Perhaps we should just take the palanquin. He looked at Empress Changsun. While he was unconcerned for himself, he felt a twinge of worry about his driving skills, recalling a past incident that had nearly caused fright. Ling Yun, observing Li Shimin's protective demeanor, smiled and said, I won't be using this carriage for procurement. It will be left for future outings with Xiaoji. He raised his hand, jingling his bracelet, and continued, furthermore, Uncle, have you forgotten that Ling can control the vehicle? I can simply set it to navigate back while you and Aunt relax. He opened the door, making an inviting gesture towards Li Shimin. Li Shimin smacked his forehead, excitedly exclaiming, Yes, yes. I almost forgot. Guanyin, we shall take the carriage back. He assisted Empress Changsun into the back seat, a sight that would make anyone question if this burly man was indeed the great Khan of the Tang Dynasty. Ling Yun shook his head in amusement as he took his seat beside the elated little princess, addressing Ling. Ling, initiate autopilot, navigate to Jihuang Pavilion, and elevate the safety mode to maximum. Command acknowledged, autopilot engaged, destination, Jihuang Pavilion, Ling calmly responded. As the words fell, the steering wheel of the carriage turned automatically, gliding smoothly away. The guards, like Zhang Yanan, promptly followed suit. Uncle, Aunt, I shall take Xiaoji back first, he declared. If you wish to take it easy. My dear uncle, once we arrive at the palace, you may leisurely practice at the training grounds. Ling Yun turned his head, locking eyes with Li Shimin, instantly discerning his hidden intentions, and spoke casually. Ahem, Xiao Yun, you all go ahead. I shall keep an eye on this carriage for you. Li Shimin, realizing his thoughts had been uncovered, cleared his throat, and earnestly concocted an excuse. Upon witnessing this, Empress Changsun stifled a giggle, saying, Zizi, do not be mischievous. Be sure to listen to Xiao Yun. Mother, I will be obedient. The little princess chimed, before vanishing from Ling Yun's embrace as her bracelet emitted a faint white glow. Chapter 67. Taking the little princess shopping in the living room of the villa on Blue Star, the newly arrived little Zizi excitedly exclaimed, Xiao Nangjun, let us set off. We're going to buy beautiful things. She flitted around Ling Yun's feet like a lively top, tugging at his pant leg and gazing up with her sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. All right, let us get going. Ling Yun chuckled, bending down to lift her up. However, we won't take the large vehicle this time. Instead, we'll drive a smaller one for our outing. Is that agreeable? Yes, let us take the little one. The little Zizi immediately nodded, delighted to accompany Ling Yun, regardless of the vehicle. Ling Yun guided Zizi to the garage. As he unlocked the door, the headlights of an elegant, understated Maybach illuminated. Wow, this one is splendid, Zizi exclaimed as Ling Yun settled her into the back seat, her small hands curiously exploring the entertainment screen. Ling Yun fastened her seatbelt and took his place in the driver's seat. Hold on tight, little boss. Our shopping adventure begins, he declared. Zizi, remember, no little phoenix flying here. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging from her tiny chest, gently reminding her. I want tea, she replied, nodding. Though she did not fully comprehend why flying was prohibited, she believed in Ling Yun's every word. As they drove, Ling Yun patiently explained in terms she could grasp, filling the car with the sounds of her cheerful wow and oh, alongside his gentle responses. Their first destination was a high-end home improvement store. Upon entering, the dazzling array of lights, tiles, flooring, and wallpaper samples overwhelmed little Zizi. She grasped Ling Yun's hand, flitting through the various display areas like a curious butterfly. Xiao Nangjun, look at that. It's so sparkly. She pointed to a brilliant crystal chandelier, her face alight with wonder. That's called a crystal lamp. Let us take a look at the others, Ling Yun explained with a smile. What about that one? She inquired, rushing to a display wall adorned with various textured paint samples. She extended her small finger, cautiously poking a piece of soft, silk-glossed light gold sample. So soft. So smooth. This is wall paint, which can create different colors and textures, Ling Yun elaborated, picking up a more understated off-white sample with subtle glitter. What do you think of this one, Zizi? Do you like it? She leaned in closely to inspect it, even sniffing it with her little nose. It's wonderful. I love this one, she decisively proclaimed. Next came the flooring. Ling Yun preferred to install matte porcelain tiles that were easy to clean, durable, and offered a visually warm effect. He led the little one to the tile exhibition area. Little darling, it's so cool. The child kicked off her tiny slippers and, barefoot, stepped onto a piece of deep gray matte tile, curiously feeling its cool touch, exclaiming with delight. All right, let's listen to the little one. Ling Yun chuckled as he noted down the model number. While selecting lighting fixtures, the little one was captivated by a soft ceiling lamp shaped like a cloud, insisting it resembled her little phoenix jade pendant soaring in the air, and she demanded to purchase several for the resting area of the store. Naturally, Ling Yun obliged her. After acquiring the primary hard materials, he took her to view some exquisite hardware, including door handles. The little one chose one adorned with a bird motif and decorative moldings. Although she did not fully comprehend the intricacies, her engagement was palpable, her little face glowing with excitement. Ultimately, they arrived at the home appliance section. With a clear goal of selecting air conditioners for Li Lizzie and Chengyang, Ling Yun directly asked the staff to recommend several wall-mounted air conditioners that met his criteria. The little one diligently followed suit, pretending to study the options seriously. Little darling, is my sister's room as big as ours? She inquired, looking up at him. It's about the same size, Ling Yun nodded. Then let's buy the same model as in our room. That way, my sister and second sister can enjoy it just like us. Delightful, the little one decisively proclaimed, her reasoning both sound and heartwarming. Ling Yun smiled and ruffled her hair. Our little one truly thinks of her sisters. He immediately ordered 2 units of the same model in different colors, one in light gold for Li Lizzie and another in soft purple for Chengyang, arranging the delivery time accordingly. With the procurement mission accomplished, Ling Yun pushed a shopping cart laden with sample books and order forms, while the little one sat contentedly in the cart's front seat. clutching a small air conditioner model keychain shaped like a bear that a staff member had gifted her, unable to part with it. "Little darling, we're home. I'm so hungry," she proclaimed, patting her little tummy, for shopping can be quite the exertion. "All right, let's head home. Big brother will prepare something delicious for you." Ling Yun pushed the cart toward the checkout, completing the transaction before escorting the little princess back to the parking lot. Home at last. The little one swiftly slid from Ling Yun's arms and dashed to the enormous projection screen in the living room, which nearly occupied an entire wall. She patted the smooth edge of the screen, exclaiming, "Sister Ning, I'm back. I want to watch the bear." "Welcome home, little master," the gentle voice of Ling Sai. Ling resonated, and the screen instantly displayed the adorable antics of two bears, accompanied by a cheerful opening theme. The little one gleefully settled onto the carpet. But after just a few moments, she remembered her priorities and turned to Ling Yun, calling out, "Little darling, you cook now. I'll be good." Ling Yun chuckled. All right, I'm on it. You be a good girl and watch your cartoons. Big brother will be back shortly." He retrieved fresh pork belly and vegetables from the refrigerator, washing and chopping them. As he prepared the ingredients, he mentally communicated with Ling, inquiring about the modification requirements for the two new air conditioners. Would the remaining energy module of the perpetual motion core be sufficient to support the modification of both units? Would it be necessary to order additional solar panels? Mio's gentle voice resonated almost instantly in Ling Yun's mind, clear and professional. "Master, assessing energy status. The perpetual core is currently stable, with sufficient power output. Remaining dispatchable energy reserves, approximately 27. Basic energy required for the modification of two air conditioners. For core miniaturization, efficiency optimization, and control system integration, estimated consumption of reserves 8. The core's remaining energy is sufficient to support the long-term operation of the two air conditioners, based on the maximum load anticipated in Tang Dynasty temporal conditions, for at least 50 years without additional supplementation. Conclusion: no need to order additional solar panels. The energy reserves of the perpetual core are ample, and the air conditioner modifications can commence immediately." Hearing Mio's report, Ling Yun felt reassured and promptly busied himself with preparing a meal for the little princess. "Dinner is served," Ling Yun announced, exiting the kitchen with a fragrant plate of stir-fried pork and vibrant greens, his voice laced with cheerfulness. Almost simultaneously with his words, the sound of the animated show abruptly ceased. Chapter 68. Installing air conditioners for Li Lizzie and Chung Yang. Little Zizi, like a cat catching a whiff of dried fish, scrambled up from the carpet using both hands and feet, her tiny nose twitching. "Wow, it smells so good. Time to eat." Ling Yun scooped her up and fastened her little apron. The child's bright eyes were fixated on the alluring plate of red, glistening stir-fried pork, her small mouth slightly agape, embodying a cute, eager anticipation. "Come, let us see if my cooking has deteriorated." Ling Yun delicately picked up a piece of perfectly braised, tender pork belly, blew on it gently, and carefully brought it to little Zizi's mouth. "Oh woo," she bit into it, her eyes squinting in bliss as she chewed quickly, mumbling in delight, "So delicious. It's so tasty." Little Zizi is in heaven. A bit of sauce dribbled onto her chin, but she paid it no mind. Ling Yun offered her some vegetables, and although she preferred meat, she dutifully ate a fair share under his gentle coaxing that she needed to eat her greens to grow tall. The dining room was filled with the savory aroma of food and the contented murmurs of little Zizi. Having eaten her fill, little Zizi's tiny belly slightly protruded, resembling a satisfied kitten nestled in Ling Yun's arms. Her little head bobbed sleepily, evidently fatigued from the day's activities. "Are you tired, Zizi?" Ling Yun asked softly, gently patting her back. "Just a little," the little one replied, rubbing her eyes and stifling a small yawn. But then she recalled something and rallied her spirits, exclaiming, "We must help Sister Kong Ning. We need to transform the air conditioner." She had not forgotten one of the main tasks for this visit. "All right, let me carry you to see it." Ling Yun chuckled as he lifted her and walked towards a corner of the living room. The two brand new air conditioner units he had ordered were quietly waiting there. He donned the specially modified power gloves from his wrist and effortlessly lifted the two units towards the basement. "Mio, let us begin," Ling Yun said, placing the air conditioners on the workbench. "Command confirmed. Modification procedure initiated," Mio's gentle voice responded. A soft blue light beam emanated from the ceiling, precisely enveloping the lavender-colored air conditioner unit. Amidst the beam of light, countless minuscule silver specks, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, cascaded like stardust, settling upon the surface of the exterior machine. The little one, with wide-open eyes, instantly shook off her drowsiness, gripping Ling Yun's collar tightly, her small mouth slightly agape. Utterly captivated, under the precise control of Ling, the exterior shell of the machine seemed to be gently dismantled and reassembled by invisible hands. The intricate internal components, such as copper pipes and compressors, were efficiently optimized and miniaturized. A core unit, emanating a soft glow and no larger than a fingernail, was meticulously implanted into the original compressor's position. The shell seamlessly rejoined amid the shimmering points of light, appearing almost identical to its former self. Yet the material exuded a more refined subtlety, subtly hinting at an advanced technological essence. The entire process was quiet, swift, and imbued with the aesthetic of futuristic technology. Completed in less than 5 minutes. "Wow," the little one exclaimed, her voice trailing off in wonder as she pointed at the modified air conditioner. "Sister Jinyong is amazing. The air conditioner has transformed. There are little stars inside." She beheld the faint, breath-like halo surrounding the core unit, With the modification complete and the core successfully implanted, the energy cycle stabilized. Great. Sister and second sister now have their own marvelous air conditioners. The little one twirled in excitement within Ling Yun's embrace, clapping her hands. Let us hurry and show them. All right, let us head back, Ling Yun replied, observing the eager little creature in his arms as he stored the two refurbished air conditioners into his bracelet. Hold on tight to your brother, ZZ. We are returning now. I'm ready. The little one immediately clung to Ling Yun's neck like a tiny koala, her face pressed against him. In a flash of white light, Ling Yun, cradling the little one, returned to the Qi Huang pavilion. Father, mother, I'm back. The little one exclaimed as her feet touched the ground, racing towards the hall, her clear, sweet voice echoing through the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Emperor Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, and Li Lizzie came out to greet them. ZZ slowed down. Empress Changsun gently called. Xiao Yun, you have returned. Emperor Li Shimin's eyes brightened upon seeing Ling Yun and the two peculiar iron boxes at his feet. Is this the air conditioner for Lizzie and Jinyong? He recalled Ling Yun mentioning how this device could produce a cool breeze akin to that in Qi Huang Pavilion. Yes, uncle, Ling Yun replied with a smile. I just finished them and brought them back. Wow, this one is for sister, and this one is for second sister. The little one had already dashed back, proudly pointing at the two air conditioners, as if she had crafted them herself. Aren't they beautiful? There are little stars inside. Sister Jinyong cast a spell. It's just like the ones in the sleeping quarters. Thank you, brother Ling. Li Lizzie graciously bowed, her face radiating unsuppressed joy. Thank you, brother. Jinyong added more directly, bouncing in delight. Xiao Yun, you've truly worked hard and put in great effort. Empress Changsun expressed her gratitude, observing her daughter's exuberance. You're too kind, Aunt. It was nothing. Ling Yun waved his hand dismissively. All right, the items have arrived. Let us seize the moment and install them for Lizzie and Jinyong, Ling Yun said, patting the two silent air conditioner units standing before him, smiling at the two princesses eagerly gazing at him. Who will be the first? Let us first visit Lizzie. As it is closer, the Empress Zhangsun gently suggested, nudging Princess Changle lightly. A blush of delight crept onto Li Lizzie's face as she endeavored to maintain her composure, saying, Thank you, brother Ling. I'll lead the way. Where's my sister's palace? The little boy eagerly volunteered, puffing out his chest as he bounded out from beside the Empress Zhangsun. He tugged at Ling Yun's clothing, pulling him towards the exit. His destination clearly marked by the resplendent Cadillacs gleaming in the sunlight, not far away. Let's go. We'll be there in a flash. All right, let us heed our little navigator. Ling Yun chuckled, lifting the little one into his arms. He turned to the others, saying, Uncle, Aunt, Lizzie, Jinyong, let us board the vehicle. With that, he strode towards the waiting Cadillac. Li Shimin could no longer contain his excitement. He immediately made his way to the passenger seat, exclaiming, Wonderful. This vehicle is far more comfortable than a palanquin. He skillfully opened the door and settled inside, with Li Lizzie's assistance. Empress Zhangsun took her seat in the spacious back row alongside Jinyong. The little boy, filled with exuberance, swung his legs and clapped his hands on the armrest, exclaiming, Here we go, target, my sister's palace. The engine rumbled to life with a deep, melodious purr, and the Cadillac smoothly departed from Qi Huang Pavilion. Chapter 69. The approaching marriage of Li Lizzie. The little boy, resembling a miniature conductor, pointed ahead with his tiny hand. Go straight. Yes, just around that bend. My sister's palace is right up ahead. Under the silent guidance of Ling and the boy's innocent navigation, the Cadillac came to a steady halt before the Zhaohua Palace where Li Lizzie resided. As they exited the vehicle, palace maids and attendants, having heard their arrival, greeted them with respectful bows. Ling Yun carried the little princess out of the car and softly said, Ling, please scan the installation location. Scan complete. It is advised to install the main unit in a concealed area behind the western column outside the palace, with the air outlet and control panel positioned beneath the beam opposite the main bed. As Ling's voice resonated, a translucent, three-dimensional projection materialized within the palace, clearly delineating the optimal locations for the external main unit, air outlet, and control panel, illuminating precise coordinates. Wow, Sister Ning has conjured such brilliant light again. The little boy was instantly captivated, reaching out to grasp the glowing projection, only to find his fingers passing through it effortlessly, causing him to giggle joyfully. It's so soft. Let us proceed with this plan, Ling Yun affirmed with a nod. Ling, please retrieve the modified air conditioning components and begin the installation. Command confirmed. The installation process commenced, with the air conditioning unit's base extending several silver, lifelike nanomechanical arms, which began drilling and securing with precision and swiftness. The entire installation transpired in serene efficiency, completed within mere moments. Installation complete. The perpetual energy core has been successfully activated, and the air conditioning system is ready. Your Highness, Princess Changle, you may now enjoy a cool evening. Ling's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Is it truly finished? Li Shimin remarked, taken aback. He had anticipated a lengthy process involving wall drilling and considerable fuss. Yes, it is done, Ling Yun nodded in response. He approached the simple control panel, which displayed clear numbers and several icon buttons. Lizzie, come, give it a try, he smiled, inviting the somewhat dazed Li Lizzie to engage. Li Lizzie took a deep breath. And though it was not her first time witnessing this marvel, she was still awestruck by the enchanting scene before her. Following the instructions engraved for the little princess, she approached the control panel with a sense of novelty and anticipation, delicately pressing the prominent snowflake-shaped power button. A low, almost inaudible hum resonated from the main unit, slightly clearer than during its startup. In the next moment, the circular vents installed beneath the beam immediately released a powerful, yet gentle stream of air. The refreshing breeze swiftly enveloped the once stifling chamber, and as Lizzie stood beneath the airflow, the coolness caressed her cheeks and hair, offering an unprecedented sense of comfort. As if she were beside a crystal-clear spring, her dignified demeanor could not conceal her delight, and a smile graced her lips. Yay, yay, it's finally here. The little one cheered, rushing to her sister's side, mimicking Lizzie by tilting her face upward and spreading her arms wide to embrace the cool wind. Sister, isn't it wonderful? It's just like being in a magical place. Indeed, it feels absolutely delightful. Lizzie nodded vigorously, savoring the refreshing air and casting a grateful glance toward Ling Yun. Thank you, Brother Ling. Jinyong excitedly joined in, reveling in the coolness. It's so refreshing. You're amazing, brother. Her small face was filled with envy and anticipation as she gazed at Ling Yun, clearly inquiring, what about me? Empress Changsun felt the temperature in the hall drop swiftly, a smile of contentment gracing her features. Xiaoyan, this is truly remarkable. Lizzie will no longer suffer from the summer heat. Li Shimin clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Excellent. Such an extraordinary technique. Transforming the tangible into the intangible, merging celestial craftsmanship within the palace. Xiaoyan, your companion, Miss Ling, is truly extraordinary. Ling Yun smiled and instructed Ling, please engrave a simplified operating guide onto the adjacent pillar, clear enough for the maids of Xiaohua Palace to learn how to use and maintain it. Understood, master. Wow. The little one exclaimed, curiously rushing over to touch the softly glowing characters. Sister Ning is so talented. All right, Lizzie is all set, Ling Yun said with a smile. Turning to Jinyong, let's south head to your place. Okay, thank you, brother. Jinyong joyfully bounced ahead, leading the way. The group set off once more, with the little one excitedly darting back and forth to the residence of Princess Jinyong in Yiguang Palace. The same delightful process unfolded again. When Jinyong pressed her own control panel switch and felt the gentle breeze, the radiant smile on her face outshone the sunlight outside. She twirled around the pillar's vents, reveling in this unprecedented summer coolness. Observing both her daughter's chambers equipped with this miraculous air conditioning, Empress Changsun radiated immense satisfaction and gratitude. She took Ling Yun's hand and said softly, Xiaoyan, you've worked hard. Now, Lizzie and Jinyong can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Don't mention it. It was a small effort, Ling Yun replied with a smile, watching the two curious princesses explore their refreshing sanctuary. Li Shimin gazed at the harmonious scene before him, his heart brimming with emotion. He gently patted Ling Yun's shoulder and exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. My daughters are surely blessed by the presence of the little prince and young Yun. Let us return to the Phoenix Pavilion. I am in high spirits today. Young Yun, let us partake in some tea. Indeed, let us indulge. The little prince immediately chimed in, pointing towards Khalid. I want to sit grandly too. Upon returning to the Phoenix Pavilion, the fragrant aroma of tea enveloped the chamber. Ling Yun, Li Shimin, and Empress Jiangsun gathered comfortably around a low couch, while the little prince, resembling a languorous kitten, nestled in Ling Yun's embrace, sipping the specially warmed fruit juice with satisfaction gleaming in her large eyes. The atmosphere was serene and tranquil. Empress Jiangsun gazed lovingly at her obedient daughter nestled in Ling Yun's arms, then turned her attention to the poised and graceful Changlu beside her. Her eyes brimming with affection, she set down her teacup, her gentle voice breaking the tranquility. Time truly flies. Li Ji is nearing the age of maturity. We ought to discuss her marriage. She glanced at Li Shimin, her tone imbued with deliberation. Erlang, my brother has mentioned it a few times. Li Shimin stroked his short beard, nodding in agreement. That child Chong is one I have watched grow. He possesses a sincere character and commendable talents. If Li Ji were to marry him, it would strengthen our ties, and I would be at ease. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting a handkerchief, embodying the shyness of youth. Marriage? The little prince, who had been comfortably dozing in Ling Yun's arms, perked up, her keen ears catching the pivotal word. She abruptly lifted her head, her large eyes widening in shock. Marriage? Is sister getting married? Empress Jiangsun smiled and explained to her, little prince, marriage means your sister will wed your cousin. Chapter 70. The little princess opposes this marriage. To the little princess, this was not a joyous occasion. The young one's logic was simple and direct. If sister married, she would leave home, and they would never see each other again. This cannot be. No, I don't want it. I don't want sister to get married. The little prince instantly became agitated, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, squirming in Ling Yun's embrace. She clutched his neck tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks like precious pearls. Sister cannot marry. I want sister. Woo-woo, if sister marries her cousin, she won't play with me anymore. I don't want that. She wept inconsolably, as if Li Ji was about to be taken away from her. Her small body trembled, dampening the fabric of Ling Yun's chest with her tears. Oh dear, little prince, do not cry, do not cry. Ling Yun quickly held the sobbing child tighter, gently patting her back to soothe her. Sister's marriage does not mean she will leave. She will still be in Chang'an, still in the palace, just in a different residence. She will still visit you every day. That's a lie. Sister will go to someone else's house. She won't come back. The little prince was utterly unconvinced, crying even more fiercely, her small face buried in his neck. I don't want sister to go to someone else's house. Sister is mine. Li Ji watched her sister in such distress, her heart aching deeply, and hurried over to comfort her softly. Little prince, do not cry. Sister will never leave you. She will always be your sister. How could she not return to be with you? Li Shimin observed his crying daughter and the helpless, pained expression on Ling Yun's face, his brow furrowing slightly. This union, which should be a cause for celebration, has elicited such a profound response from the little child. Moreover, it seems that Xiao Yun also has something to express. Li Shimin astutely perceives Ling Yun's hesitance and inquires, do you harbor any concerns regarding this marriage? Ling Yun cradles the still sobbing child, softly patting her as he swiftly organizes his thoughts. He recognizes that to directly raise the issue of the dangers of consanguineous marriage in this era would be exceedingly shocking. He must discover a point of entry that allows for understanding without causing offense. Initially, he preferred to let things unfold naturally, confident that with the healing device, Li Lizzie's life would be secure. He glances at the little one, who is the most ardent opponent of this union, and sighs inwardly. Uncle, he begins, carefully weighing his words with a tone that reflects the gravity of discussing the customs of Bai Yujing before this matter regarding the child. I had never given it much thought. However, today, upon hearing Aunt mention the marriage between Lizzie and the Changsun family, it brings to mind a rather unique custom from our Bai Yujing. He pauses, observing the focused expressions of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, and continues, in our land, it is strictly forbidden for individuals with excessively close blood ties to unite in marriage. And why is that? Empress Changsun inquires in astonishment. Having never encountered such a notion, Li Shimin appears equally perplexed. Gently soothing the now quiet child nestled in his arms, Ling Yun elucidates. This custom is not merely a matter of etiquette, but concerns the health of future generations. He strives to employ terminology that the ancients would comprehend. Our forebears discovered that if both parents share overly close blood relations, such as between cousins, the offspring they produce are at a significant risk of being frail and afflicted with various ailments, including congenital diseases like heart conditions, mental deficiencies, and blindness. The likelihood of premature death is also markedly higher than that of the general populace. Li Shimin inhales sharply, his complexion shifting. Empress Changsun covers her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and trepidation. Her own health issues and the perils she faced during childbirth render her acutely aware of such congenital afflictions. Is this truly the case? Li Shimin's voice carries a weight of disbelief. In my realm, such familial unions are lauded as virtuous. Uncle, Ling Yun sighs, his tone firm and unequivocal. Countless examples from our region substantiate that the closer the blood ties, the greater the likelihood of such occurrences. This is not mere rhetoric. It is a fundamental principle concerning the lineage. He gazes down at the child in his embrace, her large eyes still glistening with tears, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and then at Li Lizzie, whose visage has turned pale. With earnest conviction, he continues, the child is my precious treasure, and Lizzie is like a sister to me. I cannot bear to see them, or their future offspring, endure even the slightest risk that could be easily averted. Uncle, one might consider conducting an investigation into whether children born from consanguineous marriages truly suffer, as I have described. Once the results are in, it would provide the Changsun family with a rationale, preventing any discord. This matter is of paramount importance to the foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Ling Yun gazed earnestly at Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, his eyes filled with sincerity. I dare to suggest to my uncle and aunt to contemplate this marriage with great caution. It is not only for the happiness of Li Ji, but also for the health and well-being of the future offspring of the Changsun family. A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the faint sound of the air conditioning. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, clearly engaged in an inner turmoil. Ling Yun's words, particularly concerning the congenital affliction and the risk of premature death threatening the foundation of the Tang Dynasty, struck him like a heavy blow. He instinctively glanced at Empress Changsun, who mirrored his shock and concern. The calamity of conflicting bloodlines, the congenital affliction, she murmured, her complexion paling further. Memories of her own suffering on a sickbed surfaced, along with thoughts of the children who had not thrived. What if Li Ji's child also faced such fate? Li Ji herself softly called out. Though bashful, she understood Ling Yun's words, and a wave of unease washed over her heart. With a sudden clap of his hand on the table, Li Shimin startled the room. The force was such that the teacup trembled, making the little girl jump and pout. This is outrageous. His voice, imbued with imperial authority, was underscored by a resolve that could not be questioned. Concerning the well-being of Li Ji and the descendants of the Tang Dynasty, this matter cannot be taken lightly. He turned to Empress Changsun, decisively stating, Guanyin, this issue is of utmost importance. Since Bai Yujing has set such explicit rules and warnings, I would rather believe in their veracity than dismiss them. We shall postpone this marriage. We must ascertain the truth before making any decisions. Zhang Anan, he called out sharply, his gaze piercing. Here, your majesty. Zhang Anan stepped forward from the shadows, bowing in obedience. At once, convey my imperial decree. Li Shimin's words flowed swiftly, imbued with an unassailable determination, commanding the Minister of Rights, the Chief Physician, and the Minister of the Imperial Clan to conduct a thorough investigation immediately. He paused, adding, examine the records of marriages among relatives, both noble and common, and scrutinize the offspring's conditions. Any instances of frailty, congenital deficiencies, or premature deaths, regardless of status, must be meticulously compiled and reported. I demand the most comprehensive data, with no concealment whatsoever. Yes, I shall obey. Zhang Ainan's expression turned serious. Fully aware of the gravity of this matter, he promptly accepted the command and hurriedly exited to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 71 of I'm the Elder Sister. Upon receiving the secret decree regarding the investigation of consanguineous marriages, Zhang Ainan dashed away as if his backside were on fire. A peculiar silence fell over the hall. The little girl continued to sob in Ling Yun's embrace, her small nose twitching, tears soaking into his shoulder. Little darling, did grandfather go to check if that concerns your sister, or is he just going to give her a dowry? Her small face was filled with anticipation, the redness around her eyes from crying still lingering. Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her cheek gently, and reassured her, yes, your grandfather went to investigate. He certainly won't allow a marriage until everything is clear. Besides, if our little girl disagrees, who would dare to wed your sister? I won't allow it. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled, her posture straightening as she leaned out from Ling Yun's embrace, pointing at Li Ji beside her, proclaiming fiercely, that's wonderful. My sister is ours. No one can take her away. The declaration, delivered in a domineering seal-like tone accompanied by her sister's earnest expression that conveyed an ownership of her, instantly shattered the somber atmosphere within the hall. A soft chuckle escaped Jinyong first, as she observed her sister's adorable, possessive demeanor, covering her mouth while her shoulders shook with laughter. Lizzie, initially feeling somewhat flustered, found herself caught between laughter and tears at her sister's bold proclamation of sovereignty. A blush creeping onto her pale cheeks as she reached out to pinch her little sister's cheek, exclaiming, you little rascal. Empress Chang's son, witnessing her daughter's protective antics, felt her worries and apprehensions dissipate significantly, unable to suppress a smile as she gently shook her head. This child truly leaves me at a loss. Little Zizi, noticing the laughter around her, puffed up with pride, lifting her chin defiantly, humph. It's mine. Little Wanjuan is mine too. She turned back, tugging at Ling Yun's collar, instantly switching to a charming, pleading mode. Little Wanjuan's tummy is empty. I want sweet sugary candies. Ling Yun looked down at this capricious little ancestor in his arms, suppressing laughter as he teasingly retorted, candies? Who was it that cried and soaked my clothes just moments ago? Was that incorrect? Little Zizi immediately conceded, burying her head into Ling Yun's embrace, her voice soft and endearing. I will help little Wanjuan sleep. I'll give you a massage. Please give me just a little bit of candy. She extended her pinky, indicating a small amount, her big eyes shimmering with a pleading light, sneaking glances at Ling Yun's expression and the bracelet on his wrist. This pitiable yet mischievous visage elicited another round of laughter from Empress Chang's son, Lizzie, and Shenyang. Ling Yun, surrendering helplessly, flipped his wrist, revealing a packet of vibrant rainbow candies in his palm. Wow, so many colorful candies. Little Wanjuan exclaimed with glee, instantly revitalized. With nimble fingers, she tore open the packaging, popping a candy into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as her cheeks puffed out. She then grabbed a handful, scampering over to Lizzie, tiptoeing as she pressed them into her hands. Sister, try. These rainbow candies are so sweet. They are delicious. Next, she offered some to Jinyong. Sister, you should have some too. They are so good. Lizzie, looking at the colorful candies in her hands and then at her sister's sparkling, caring eyes, felt warmth spreading through her heart. The lingering confusion dissipated significantly as she gently ruffled her sister's hair. Thank you, Zizi. Observing the heartwarming scene of her daughters sharing sweets, Empress Changsuan's smile deepened, as if the previous gloom had been dispelled by this little sunbeam. Li Shimin, watching his wife and daughters interact with a smile, felt the weight in his heart lighten considerably. Clearing his throat, he donned an expression of excitement, leaning closer to Ling Yun, lowering his voice slightly. Little Yun, I have good news for you. The batch of glass cups you provided, I had my trusted aide discreetly distribute a few to test the waters. The response has been phenomenal. Those noble families are like cats smelling fish, frantically competing for them. One cup fetches this amount. He gestured dramatically, illustrating the astonishing figures. Truly, golden nuggets. Earning money this way is swifter than in battle. Ling Yun, while observing the little girl clutching a bag of candy, who then scampered back to the soft couch to fiddle with her tablet in anticipation of watching animated cartoons, chuckled as he replied to Li Shimin. Oh, is the market this bustling? Uncle, your business is indeed thriving. His gaze then shifted back to the petite figure of the little princess, showing no concern for the golden nugget Li Shimin had just mentioned. Li Shimin chuckled, casting a glance at his adeptly occupied daughter, who was skillfully navigating the opening theme of Bears on the Run. So, when will our little princess's Yunming collection officially launch? The space is merely vacant. It would be prudent to commence operations soon so that the little one's treasury can start filling up, wouldn't it? He appeared less anxious than before, his tone resembling a negotiation. Ling Yun, watching the little girl engrossed in the world of Bear Big and Bear 2, smiled and said, why the hurry? Our little princess's venture is undoubtedly secure. The blueprints are nearly complete on Miko's end, and they are even more detailed. I will have her make the final optimizations tonight, and will bring them to you tomorrow without fail. Once we have the designs, the Ministry of Works will expedite the process. After the renovations are complete, I will personally handle the decoration using materials from my end. Excellent. I shall await your splendid designs tomorrow. Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Ling Yan noticed the little girl was once again watching Bald Chong chopping trees. With a playful glint in his eye, he leaned closer and asked, why do you keep watching this? How about I find you something new to enjoy? There's a fire-breathing dinosaur. It's even larger and more impressive than Bear Big and Bear 2. The mention of Big Fire Dinosaur instantly captivated the little girl. Her head lifting from the tablet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Is it mightier than Bald Chong? Absolutely. It breathes fire. Roar. Ling Yun exaggeratedly mimicked the action of a fire-breathing dinosaur. Wow. The little girl squealed with excitement, her tiny feet bouncing. I want to watch. I want to see the big brain axe. Fire, fire. She promptly thrust the tablet into Ling Yun's hands. With a smile, Ling Yun accepted the tablet, swiping a few times to open a dinosaur animation. On the screen, a Tyrannosaurus Rex roared skyward, its powerful voice seeming to leap forth from the screen. Roar. The little girl was so thrilled that she sprang up from the soft couch, pointing at the screen, her face flushed with joy. Roar big. Roar amazing. I want to see this pot. No more Bald Chong. Roar. She began to mimic the roar herself, eliciting laughter from Li Lizzie and Chung Yang nearby. Li Shimin, observing his daughter's sudden shift in affections, turned to Ling Yun and chuckled, shaking his head. This young man certainly possessed a knack for charming children as well as conducting business. He could almost envision his little cotton-padded jacket counting coins like a little money-loving tycoon once the Yunming collection opened its doors. Chapter 72. The ant-like renovation robot. The halls of Chihuang Pavilion resonated with the little girl's innocent imitation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar, accentuated by her earnest expression. Hands on her hips and flushed cheeks, Empress Chang's son covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with delight. Even Li Shimin could not help but shake his head in amusement at this little bundle of joy. Empress Chang's son glanced towards the dusky sky outside the hall and instructed her attendant, Sui, who stood behind her. It is getting late. Sui, please go and announce the meal. Yes, Your Highness, Sui responded promptly, stepping outside to make preparations. Ling Yun and Li Shimin continued to sip their tea, their gazes resting on the trio huddled together, engrossed in the animated feature, as the atmosphere within the hall remained tranquil and harmonious. Soon, the savory aroma of dinner wafted through the air, and the palace maids entered in succession, laying out an array of sumptuous dishes. The little creature's dinosaur roar was instantly quelled by the enticing scent of food. Her tiny nose twitched, and her large eyes were immediately drawn to a glistening platter of lamb. Wow, so fragrant, she exclaimed, shoving the tablet into Ling Yun's hands and darting toward the dining table like a little cannonball. Ling Yun followed with a smile, helping her onto the chair and tying her bib, while the eager little one pointed at the lamb chops with her chubby fingers. Little Naojuan, I want that. Big and delicious. Little glutton, why the rush? Ling Yun chuckled, selecting the largest piece, blowing on it gently before placing it in her small bowl. Being cautious of the heat, the little one paid no heed to its temperature, grabbing the lamb chop and gnawing away, her lips smacking as the glossy sauce quickly smeared across her chin and the tip of her nose, relishing every bite. As she munched, her little feet swung joyfully beneath the chair, mumbling indistinctly, roar roar, so fragrant. Little Naojuan too. All right, brother will eat too, Ling Yun responded with a grin, adding some greens to her plate. Here, have some greens to help you grow taller. The meal unfolded delightfully, with the little one directing Ling Yun to serve her various dishes while she busily indulged herself, with her belly round and full. She finally cradled a small bowl of warm sweet soup that Ling Yun had prepared for her, sipping it slowly, her large eyes squinting with contentment. After dinner, the maids cleared the remnants from the table. The cool hall was enveloped in the fragrance of tea and a warm ambience. The little one rubbed her slightly heavy eyelids and let out a tiny yawn. Ling Yun lifted her onto his lap, gently asking, Zizi, where would you like to sleep tonight? With brother, or right here? Half asleep against his chest, the little one nuzzled before suddenly recalling something important. She lifted her face, her big eyes gazing at Li Lizzie, who was softly conversing with Li Shimin nearby. Struggling to slide off Ling Yun's lap, she hurriedly ran to Li Lizzie, grasping her sleeve tightly with her small, plump hand, tilting her face up with a hint of softness and a trace of barely perceptible nervousness. Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight. Upon finishing her sentence, fearing her sister might refuse, she quickly added, her little face earnest and somewhat commanding. I want to protect you. I want to let bad people take you away. You belong to me. Li Lizzie paused in surprise, her heart melting immediately. She knelt down, gently embracing her sister, her chin lightly rubbing against the soft crown of her head. All right, sister will hold Zizi to sleep tonight. With you protecting me, I shall go nowhere. The little one nodded vigorously, her little arms wrapping tightly around Li Lizzie's neck, her face blossoming into a smile of reassurance and satisfaction. Observing this tender sisterly bond, Ling Yun smiled and nodded at Li Shimin and Empress Chang's son. Then tonight, let Lizzie take care of Zizi. I will return shortly to finalize the drawings and bring them tomorrow. You've worked hard, Xiao Yun, Empress Chang's son said softly. Little Naojuan. The little one poked her head out from Li Lizzie's embrace, reminding Ling Yun, you must hurry. Please paint a beautiful picture for the shop. I want it ready by tomorrow. As you wish, young master. Ling Yun responded with an exaggerated bow, assuring the task would be completed splendidly. Hee, the little girl giggled, her tiny head retreating into her sister's warm embrace. Ling Yun wasted no time. With a flicker of white light, his figure vanished from the cozy glow of Chihuang Pavilion. In the basement of the Blue Star Villa, soft white light illuminated the tranquil workspace. Ling Yun appeared before a massive workbench and called out, Mio. Master, I am here. Mio's gentle voice replied, as a soft blue beam projected a three-dimensional model of the Jinyong Yunmingji shop onto the surface, light and shadows dancing, revealing every intricate detail. Has the blueprint finally been optimized? Ling Yun scrutinized the model, particularly the internal space division and flow design. Final optimization is complete. Structural strength, space utilization, lighting simulation, and customer flow have all reached optimal solutions. Layered structural blueprints and detailed node drawings conforming to the Tang Dynasty's building practices have been generated, Mio reported. Ready to project the display? Yes, let us see it, Ling Yun nodded. The blue beam expanded, and the three-dimensional structure of the shop floated clearly in midair, showcasing every angle, every beam and column's position, even the details of the mortise and tenon joints. Excellent, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. Mio, prepare a few small helpers for the decoration. Command confirmed. Please specify functional requirements and appearance. Ling Yun pondered, stroking his chin. Functionally, they should be capable of basic material cutting, polishing, precision transportation, wall and floor processing, and assist with installations, essentially able to independently complete most intricate renovation tasks. The operation should be foolproof, ideally voice-activated or gesture-controlled. A smile crept onto his lips as he considered the appearance. Make them somewhat short, stout, and rounded. In a gentle off-white or light gray with a matte finish to avoid any metallic glare that might frighten people. The arm modules should be flexible, but when retracted, the overall appearance should resemble a sturdy little pillar. Add 2 round, bright blue eyes as sensors, nothing too intimidating. Oh, and the base must have silent wheels. Requirements have been recorded. Design proposal is being generated. Mio's voice carried a hint of amusement. Utilizing a modular design, the main body will be cylindrical, 12 meters high and 0.8 meters in diameter, with a matte off-white exterior. The top will integrate a multifunctional robotic arm storage compartment, featuring 2 round blue optical sensors, simulated eyes, at the front. The base will consist of a silent omnidirectional magnetic levitation platform, incorporating modules for basic material processing, high-precision installation, and surface treatment. Control will support voice commands, with preset command sets, and gesture instructions from the master. Suggested name, Ant-like Renovation Robot. Estimated production quantity, for units. Shall we commence manufacturing? The ant analogy is quite fitting. Let us proceed with this plan. Ling Yun decisively concluded. In one corner of the workbench, 4 clusters of silver liquid metal began to slowly coalesce under the gentle blue light, taking shape. Chapter 73. The bubble monster Princess Ling Yun gazed at the 4 emerging ant-like robots, stretching with satisfaction. The subsequent manufacturing and charging would be handled by Mio, so he need not oversee the process. Turning away from the basement, she returned to her chamber to rest, replenishing her energy in preparation for the grand renovation project of the Tang Dynasty the following day. The next morning, in the inner hall of Chihuan Pavilion, Li Lizzie awoke slowly, sensing a warm, soft presence nestled in her arms. The little deer, resembling a sleeping koala, clung tightly to her arm. Its cherubic face flushed with slumber, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on its fair visage, and the corners of its mouth curled in a sweet smile. On the opposite side, Empress Changsun and Chengyang slept soundly. A wave of tenderness washed over Li Lizzie as she carefully attempted to extricate her arm to rise. Just as she moved, the little deer let out a drowsy murmur, furrowing its brow slightly before gradually opening its large eyes. Sister, did you sleep well? The little deer inquired, its voice still laced with the remnants of sleep, rubbing its eyes before suddenly sitting up, remembering an important task. Li Lizzie chuckled at her antics, pinching her little nose. Yes, indeed. With you here, I slept exceptionally well. At that moment, Empress Changsun also stirred, observing her spirited daughter. She smiled and remarked, the little deer is awake. Come, rise quickly. Soon, Xiaoyan will come to see you. The little deer nodded vigorously, sliding off the bed with enthusiasm, its tiny feet slipping into its little slippers. Pressing her hand against the bracelet on her wrist, a soft glow flickered, and in the next instant, her chubby hand held a set of her exclusive toiletries, a cup adorned with a little yellow duck, a pink toothbrush, and a tube of strawberry-flavored children's toothpaste. Qinglan, Qinglan, the little deer exclaimed, tiptoeing as she handed the empty cup to Qinglan beside her. Pour me some water. I need to brush my teeth. Certainly, Qinglan replied, taking the cup and filling it with warm water from the copper kettle before handing it back to her. The little deer, familiar with the routine, scampered to the washstand by the window, dragging over a small stool to stand upon. Facing the copper mirror, she commenced her toothbrushing ritual. Twisting open the toothpaste cap, she expertly squeezed a generous dollop of pink strawberry paste onto her toothbrush, far exceeding the amount that Ling Yun usually dispensed. She then stuffed it into her mouth, bobbing her little head as it quickly filled with pink froth. Peering into the mirror at her bubbly reflection, she found it utterly delightful and puffed her cheeks, blowing a bubble towards her mother and sister in the copper mirror. Just then, Su Yi, carrying a basin of water, approached and was startled by the sudden spectacle. Almost dropping the basin, Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie turned at the sound, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests at the sight. The little deer's mouth was completely filled with frothy, pale pink bubbles, spilling over the corners of her lips, resembling someone in a fit or having been poisoned. Little deer, Empress Changsun's expression turned pale in an instant, her voice trembling as she rushed forward. What's wrong? Spit it out. Quickly, summon the physician. Fearing that the little deer had ingested something harmful, she panicked. Li Lizzie, equally alarmed, dropped the comb she had been holding, rushing over to help her sister wipe her mouth. Little deer, don't be afraid. Spit it out. I'm here. Chaos erupted in the hall as the palace maids flustered, some rushing to summon the physician, while others spun in panic. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Li Shimin strode into the inner hall, his expression fraught with concern. What is the matter? What has happened to the little one? His face was etched with urgency. The little girl, bewildered by the reactions of Empress Chang's son and Li Lizzie, was filled with bubbles. Her large eyes blinking in confusion as she gazed at her flustered father, mother, and sister, utterly oblivious to the commotion. All she knew was that the bubbles were delightful. Why was everyone so frightened? She hastily picked up the cup of water that Qinlan had prepared earlier, gargled, and with a soft splutter, expelled the foam into the basin, revealing her tiny white teeth and tongue. She cheerfully explained to the assembled crowd, "Father, mother, sister, don't be scared. This is just the foam from brushing my teeth. It's sweet. It's cool. I'm just playing. I'm not in trouble." With that, she proudly waved the toothpaste in her hand. "I received this from my sister. It's wonderful." She puffed her cheeks and blew into the air playfully. At that moment, the light at the door flickered, and Ling Yun's figure appeared. He was carrying breakfast prepared for the little princess, and, upon observing the flustered maids both inside and outside the hall, felt a twinge of confusion. What could have gone wrong? Could it be that something had happened to the little one? He quickly entered the hall, just in time to witness the mischievous antics of the princess. Understanding the situation, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Empress Chang's son clutched her heart, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it turns out it was just the toothpaste. You nearly gave me a fright." Li Shimin exhaled in relief, shaking his head in disbelief. "You little rascal." Li Lizzie playfully scolded, tapping the little girl's forehead. "Naughty one, you scared your sister." The little girl giggled, finding everyone amusing, her peripheral vision catching sight of Ling Yun's arrival. "Brother, you're here. I was just brushing my teeth, but they haven't tea yet." She dashed over to Ling Yun, wrapping her arms around his leg and shaking it, her voice bright and cheerful. Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her cheek gently. "You, already causing mischief this early in the day." He shook the paper bag in his hand. "Let us see what delicious treats your brother has brought for you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly forgetting her earlier bubble escapades, as her little nose eagerly sniffed the enticing aroma from the bag. Ling Yun turned to the still startled Empress Chang's son and Li Lizzie. "Aunt, Uncle, Lizzie, this is just the toothpaste we use for brushing teeth. It's normal for it to foam when it comes in contact with water. The little one was merely playing and squeezed out a bit too much. This product freshens breath, has strong cleaning power, and is gentle on teeth. There's nothing to worry about." He casually tucked the nearly flattened toothpaste tube into his bracelet. "Now, come and enjoy the breakfast I made. I brought plenty." He carried the little girl to the dining table in the side hall, retrieving the contents of the bag one by one. Several golden sandwiches filled with ham, eggs, and vegetables, a few cups of warm milk, and some neatly cut fruits. Ling Yun seated her on his lap, unwrapped one of the sandwiches, carefully tearing off a small piece, blowing on it gently before offering it to her. "Open wide. Be careful, it's hot." "Wow, sandwiches. They smell delicious." The little girl exclaimed, her tiny feet excitedly kicking against Ling Yun's legs. With a delighted nom, she took a hearty bite, her cheeks stuffed full, and her eyes squinting in bliss. So crispy, so soft. As she savored her meal, a smudge of mayonnaise lingered at the corner of her mouth. "Slow down, my little glutton," Ling Yun chuckled, offering her a napkin to wipe her face, followed by a warm glass of milk. "Here, have a sip." The little one obediently gulped down a generous mouthful, instantly adorning her lips with a charming ring of white. A soft giggle escaped Li Lizzie as she was amused by her sister's antics. Chapter 74. The ant robot receives a new name. Empress Chang's son and Li Shimin observed Ling Yun's patient and meticulous feeding of their youngest daughter, who was relishing her meal with great delight. The earlier fright was replaced by warmth, prompting them to savor their own sandwiches. "Indeed, this is quite novel and delicious," Li Shimin remarked after taking a bite, savoring the sweet and delightful flavor. Chang's son Empress nodded in agreement. Noticing everyone enjoying their food, the little one's happiness grew, and she reached out, eager to grab a sandwich from the plate. "Let me have it." "All right, you can have some," Ling Yun said, placing a small piece on her plate. The little one immediately grasped it with her chubby hands, attempting to shove it into her mouth. Though her eating was a bit unrefined, with crumbs and sauce adorning her face and hands, her earnestness was utterly endearing. As Ling Yun enjoyed her own meal, she occasionally helped clean the little one's hands and face, offering her sips of milk. Satisfied, the little one's belly slightly protruded, and she let out a small burp, exclaiming, "I'm full. I'm all done." "Little aunt, why haven't I seen Jinyong? Wasn't he here last night?" she asked, rubbing her belly, noticing the absence of her little companion at the table. "Ling Gu, Jinyong is still sleeping inside. After you left last night, the little one saw him playing with the bubble gun you gave, and she was no longer sleepy. They ended up playing with the bubble gun until there were no bubbles left," Li Lizzie answered before Empress Chang's son could speak. "Indeed, second sister is such a lazy bug," the little one chimed in. "Is the bubble gun broken? Why are there no bubbles?" Snuggling in Ling Yun's arms, she closed her eyes, enjoying the post-meal belly rub. Lifting her little head, she sweetly inquired. Ling Yun, amused by Li Lizzie's explanation, looked down into the little one's bright, inquisitive eyes and patiently explained. "The bubble gun isn't broken, dear. The bubble solution inside has just run out. Next time, I will fill it up for both you and Jinyong, and then you can blow big bubbles." "Yay, big bubbles." The little one clapped her hands in joy, her previous confusion completely dissipated. "Let us play with big bubbles." Yes. Big bubbles. Ling Yun echoed with a smile, turning to Empress Changsun. Since Jinyong is still asleep, let her rest a while longer. It's quite normal for children to sleep soundly after playing. She would save the sandwich for when Jinyong woke up. Ling Yun's thoughtfulness warmed Empress Changsun's heart, and she nodded appreciatively, watching how attentively he cared for the children. After breakfast, the servants swiftly cleared the table. Little one, are we going to paint and draw? The little girl, content and full, nestled in Ling Yun's embrace, eagerly reached for the bracelet on his wrist, exclaiming, let me see. I can't wait. All right, let us take a look. Ling Yun responded with a smile, and a faint glimmer emanated from the bracelet on her wrist. With a sudden whoosh, a thick, uniquely textured scroll of paper materialized in her hand, adorned with intricately detailed lines and annotations. Almost immediately, four soft beams of white light cascaded onto the floor, and as the radiance dissipated, four stout, beige robots resembling plump little columns emerged. They stood approximately at the height of an adult's knee, their surfaces matte, with two round, bright blue eyes gently glowing from the tops. Wow! The little girl swiftly slid off Ling Yun's lap, dashing to one of the robots, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity as she circled around it, her tiny hands tentatively exploring its smooth, warm exterior. Are they called Jieshi-san Emoya? She tilted her head, her innocent voice inquiring, poking the robot's round head with her finger. Little now June, look at the round little fat ones, with blue eyes. So cute. The others in the hall were also captivated by the sudden appearance of these peculiar creations. Li Shimin set down his teacup and approached with interest, scrutinizing the robots. Xiao Yun, is this what you referred to as your decorating helpers? They certainly appear endearing. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie also drew nearer, their eyes filled with wonder. Yes, uncle, Ling Yun replied, unfurling the special blueprint. The lines and three-dimensional diagrams on the paper were exceptionally clear, representing the final design of the shop. As for these four little beings, she gestured towards the quiet, stout figures on the floor. They are called worker ant robots, Ling Yun explained. Noticing the little girl's perplexed expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. They are not the kind of ants you eat. They are remarkable little helpers. They are here to assist us in beautifying the Yunmingji for our dear CZ. Little fatty. They are very capable little fatties. The little girl instantly embraced this notion, clapping her hands in excitement. Then, her face scrunched up in seriousness as she asked, do they have names? Are they called Senemoya? Ling Yun found her adorable. They don't have names yet. How about you name them, since you are the little boss? Really? Can I name them? The little girl's eyes instantly sparkled like two tiny stars. She perked up, standing straight like a little adult, hands clasped behind her back as she began to pace around the four identical worker ants, her brows furrowed in deep thought. She paused in front of the first one, pointing at it with her chubby finger. You are Big Fatty. The biggest one. In truth, they were all the same size. She moved to the second. You are Second Fatty. Then to the third. You are Third Fatty. Finally, she arrived at the fourth. Her face serious. You are Little Fatty. Having completed the naming, she placed her hands on her hips, looking proudly at Ling Yun. Little now June. I've named them. Big Fatty. Second Fatty. Third Fatty. Little Fatty. How wonderful. Li Lizzie was the first to burst into laughter. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged amused glances at their daughter's earnestness in naming the robots. Excellent. Simple and memorable. Ling Yun stifled her laughter, giving a thumbs up. From now on, they shall be known as Big Fatty, Second Fatty, Third Fatty, and Little Fatty. The little boss is truly wise. With the praise, the little girl happily bounced in place, her joy evident. How does it work? The curious little girl asked, leaning closer to the robot she had affectionately named Big Fat, her small face almost touching its blue eyes. Watch closely, little boss. Ling Yun snapped his fingers. Lu, let Big Fat demonstrate its basic functions. The command was confirmed. Worker ant number 1, Big Fat. Initiate transport and cutting demonstration. Lu's gentle voice resonated. The blue eyes atop Big Fat flickered with a laser radar glow, emitting a soft hum. Its rotund body silently lifted a short distance off the ground, thanks to the activation of its silent magnetic levitation, and it smoothly moved beside a substantial piece of timber prepared for sampling at Ling Yun's feet. The top of its sleek exterior silently slid open, and two elegantly designed silver mechanical arms extended with dexterity. One arm's tip deployed several small suction cups that securely adhered to the thick wood, which was considerably larger than itself, effortlessly lifting it off the ground. The other arm swiftly transformed into a high-speed, blue-glowing saw. Wow, Big Fat is amazing. It has lifted it. The little girl exclaimed in awe. Steadily holding the timber, the small saw approached its edge. There was no harsh noise, only a subtle sizzling sound. And as the blue light glided through, a piece of wood was smoothly severed, its edges polished to perfection. Once finished, the mechanical saw retracted, and the other arm gently placed the cut wood on the ground. Subsequently, the suction cups at the end of the gripping arm retracted and rapidly morphed into a fine nozzle. The nozzle directed a mist of impeccably fine white spray onto the freshly cut surface, instantly coating it. As the mist dissipated, the timber's surface became extraordinarily smooth, with the grain appearing clearer and more lustrous. Wow, it's raining. The little girl shouted excitedly, pointing at the nozzle. The robotic arms of Big Fat methodically retracted. The top shell closed, transforming back into a quiet, sturdy column, and it floated back to its original position. The entire process was tranquil, efficient, and precise. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Li Shimin watched in rapt attention, unable to suppress his applause, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Without a craftsman toiling, it can achieve such precision and speed. Little Yun, your worker ant is truly remarkable. Empress Changsun also expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, such refinement, not a single wood chip scattered. It's simply incredible. Amazing. Big Fat is truly impressive. The little girl excitedly ran over, carefully touching the smooth and warm timber, then patting Big Fat's metallic head, exclaiming, Big Fat is awesome. Uncle, the blueprint is ready for your review. Ling Yun handed the plans to Li Shimin, then pointed to the 4 quiet worker ants and the mountain of materials, stating that they were ready to commence work at any moment. Li Shimin accepted the blueprint, feeling the resilient paper, with its astonishingly clear lines and impeccably precise measurements, revealing structural details that were vastly superior to any engineering drawings he had ever encountered. A radiant spark of wonder ignited in his eyes as he eagerly unfolded the intricate design, exclaiming in delight, marvelous, absolutely marvelous. This blueprint is a work of divine craftsmanship. Little Yun, with this design and your industrious little workers, the Jinyong Yunming collection is surely within reach. His gaze shimmered with fervor, as if he could already envision the enchanting establishment that would soon grace Chang'an, a magical shop belonging to his beloved daughter. All right, little boss, Ling Yun smiled, lifting the still excited little Zizi into his arms. With the plans in hand and the capable little plump ones ready, shouldn't we commence the work on your shop? The sooner we prepare, the sooner we can open and earn some pocket money. Yes, let's hurry. The little Zizi, momentarily distracted from her playful antics, pointed excitedly towards the palace entrance, her intentions clear. Let us go and bring along the big, chubby ones. To our shop. Let us work, make money, buy lots of candies. Her cherubic face glowed with anticipation and enthusiasm for the imminent commencement of her venture. Guanyin maid, please remain in the palace to oversee Jinyong. I shall take them with me, Li Shimin instructed Empress Changsun, though his attention was captivated by the remarkable blueprint and the industrious little workers. Empress Changsun nodded gracefully. Very well, I shall wait until Jinyong awakens to have a look. You may proceed. Mother, I will secure a good spot. The little Zizi reminded Empress Changsun, affirming her role as the little boss. All right, I shall await your return, said Empress Changsun with a smile. Li Lizzie gently added, Mother, I also wish to see and provide some advice to Zizi. Her curiosity about the enchanting shop was palpable. Go, and take good care of your sister, Empress Changsun advised. Let us hurry. The little Zizi could barely contain her excitement, tugging at Ling Yun's hand as they made their way outside. The group soon boarded the K-lead. Li Shimin occupied the front passenger seat, while Li Lizzie held the little Zizi in the back, with the 4 industrious worker robots temporarily stored within Ling Yun's bracelet space. As the engine roared to life, the K-lead glided smoothly through the palace gates, once again attracting the curious and admiring gazes of passers-by. In no time, they arrived at the grand storefront in the Eastern Market, where officials from the Ministry of Works had already gathered alongside a few skilled craftsmen. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s, clad in a blue official robe, his countenance sharp and composed, accompanied by several seasoned artisans holding blueprints and measuring tools. Upon witnessing the emperor's arrival, they promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, We pay our respects to your majesty. To Her Highness Princess Jinyong. To Her Highness Princess Changlo. Please, no need for formalities, Li Shimin replied with a slight nod, exuding an air of authority. He scanned the leading official and introduced, Little Yun, this is Yen Lide, the head of the construction division of the Ministry of Works. He is adept in construction, and I have specifically appointed him to oversee the establishment of Zizi's Jinyong Yunming collection. Yen Lide bowed once more, his gaze filled with reverence and caution as he quickly glanced at Ling Yun beside Li Shimin. The youth's vigor and demeanor sent a shiver through him, for whispers about this young gentleman had been circulating fervently within the Tang Dynasty. Your servant, Yen Lide, pays his respects to the young gentleman, he said, momentarily uncertain of how to address someone so favored by the emperor. There is no need for such formality, Master Yen, Ling Yun replied with a calm nod. Oh, I want to go, cried the little Zizi, her excitement bubbling over. The little one, oblivious to the formalities, squirmed in Ling Yun's embrace, eager to alight and explore her domain. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she flitted about like a delicate butterfly in front of the expansive entrance, exclaiming joyfully, What a grand place! So magnificent! With her tiny arms outstretched, she endeavored to measure the vastness of her surroundings, her cherubic face alight with excitement. Li Shimin, observing his daughter's spirited demeanor, smiled warmly and addressed Yen Lide and the others, saying, Minister Yen, this is the elder brother recognized by my daughter, whom the Empress and I regard as our own. His name is Ling Yun. All matters regarding the construction of the Jinyong Yunming gathering must heed his directives. Young Ling hails from the White Jade capital and possesses remarkable skills. You are to cooperate wholeheartedly, without a trace of doubt. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable. Li Shimin's tone bore an unmistakable authority, imbued with a hint of mystique as he emphasized the phrase remarkable skills. Yen Lide and the craftsmen behind him felt a jolt of awe. To have the emperor introduce someone with such gravitas and to mention remarkable skills suggested Ling Yun's identity was profoundly enigmatic. Their gazes towards Ling Yun shifted to one of reverence, and they bowed lower in acquiescence, proclaiming, We shall dutifully comply with His Majesty's wishes and fully support young Ling. Ling Yun regarded Yen Lide thoughtfully, pondering to himself that Yin Lide seemed to be the brother of that old man. He resolved to acquire a few of their paintings when the opportunity arose. Chapter 76, Celestial Arts? The little princess, Soar's Ling Yun nodded slightly, refraining from further words. With a flick of his wrist, a thick, exquisitely crafted blueprint materialized in his hand, which he presented to Yin Lide. Minister Yin, please take a look at the construction plans for the shop. Yin Lide promptly accepted the blueprint with both hands, immediately sensing its extraordinary quality, sturdy yet smooth. As he cautiously unfolded a corner, his gaze fell upon the impeccably etched lines, precise measurements, and unprecedented three-dimensional structural diagrams, causing his pupils to constrict in astonishment. This blueprint, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. As an expert, he recognized that its intricacy far surpassed any contemporary construction plans. Every beam's position, the mortise and tenon structures, and the spatial layout were meticulously annotated, even simulating light and shadow effects. It seemed almost otherworldly. An old craftsman nearby leaned in for a glance, and upon seeing it, he gasped in amazement, murmuring, "Such skill is divine." At that moment, the little one grew weary and felt a bit warm. Noticing Ling Yun engaged in conversation with Yin Lide, she found herself without a playmate. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she placed her tiny hand upon the phoenix jade pendant hanging from her chest. "Fly, fly," she called in her sweet, childish voice. Instantly, the pendant radiated a warm golden-red glow, and a vivid spectral phoenix emerged, shimmering with brilliance. A gentle yet potent force lifted the little one, allowing her to hover a foot above the ground, suspended gracefully in the air. Giggling, she exclaimed, "Look, I'm flying." Spiraling joyfully in the air, she resembled a jubilant little bird, darting about the open shop in trance, her laughter ringing out melodiously. "Hooray, the princess is soaring. Celestial arts. Oh, dear princess." Yin Lide and the seasoned artisans, along with their apprentices, were instantly struck as if by lightning. The blueprints and tools they held clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony. All stood frozen in place, eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, their faces drained of color, bodies trembling uncontrollably. What had they witnessed? The little princess of Jinyong. She had taken flight, surrounded by ethereal phoenix-like apparitions. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Was this what His Majesty had meant by transcendent skills? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, their minds went blank, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, foreheads pressed against the cold earth, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Too afraid to even breathe, Li Lizzie, observing this spectacle, could not suppress a soft laugh. Li Shimin regarded his officials, who appeared utterly dazed, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, tinged with a hint of pride. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a solemn tone, "Rise. What a disgrace. This is the protective celestial treasure bestowed upon the child by the young Master Ling. There is no need for alarm. Focus on your tasks." Only then did Yin Lide and the others awaken from their stupor, trembling as they rose and retrieved their scattered blueprints and tools. However, their gazes upon Ling Yun and the little prince had transformed into reverence and fervor, as if they were beholding deities descending from the heavens. His Majesty was indeed correct. This young Master Ling possessed truly transcendent skills, akin to the celestial beings of Baiyu Jing. The little prince, controlling the jade pendant, flew back to Ling Yun and wrapped her small arms around his neck, pointing at the pale-faced officials and artisans, her expression a mix of innocence and confusion. Ling Yun chuckled softly, pinching her little nose. "Who told you to fly up suddenly and frighten everyone? Now, come down, we must begin our work." "All right." The little prince obediently allowed the pendant's brilliance to dim as she descended to the ground. Curiously, she looked at Yin Lide and the others. "You all don't need to be scared. Hurry and help me. My shop needs to be splendid." Yin Lide and the others finally managed to compose themselves, though their hands still trembled slightly as they held the blueprints. Taking a deep breath, Yin Lide bowed deeply to Ling Yun, his voice filled with utmost respect, even tinged with reverence. "Master Ling, with such celestial blueprints to guide us, I shall devote all my efforts to assist you, ensuring that we live up to the trust placed in us by His Majesty and the princess." The artisans behind him all bowed in unison, their attitudes transformed into a level of respect that far surpassed their previous demeanor. Li Shimin, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of pride. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Excellent. Let us commence. Let Chang'an see what marvels my little prince's Yun collection shall manifest in this eastern market." Ling Yun smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, the four stout robotic worker ants reappeared in the open space, their blue eyes gleaming gently as they awaited commands. Simultaneously, Ling also quietly projected the optimized three-dimensional light models into the shop's interior space. Observing the awe, fervor, and bewilderment in Yin Lide and the others' eyes as they clutched their blueprints, Ling Yun smiled faintly and spoke, "Dr. Yin, I am here." Yin Lide instinctively bowed in response, exhibiting an unparalleled respectfulness. While the blueprint was commendable, the actual construction required human intervention. Ling Yun pointed to the four plump, quietly awaiting worker ant robots on the ground. "These four were the helpers I brought along, which I affectionately referred to as worker ants. They could comprehend simple commands and execute a myriad of intricate tasks." Yin Lide and the artisans immediately directed their gaze towards the four little rotund figures, their eyes filled with reverence. The assistants of the celestial master must surely be enchanted objects. "Mio," Ling Yun called into the air, granting Yin Lide the basic operational authority over the four worker ants. The command recognition was set to worker ant followed by a number, and he paused, glancing with a hint of amusement at the little princess beside him, who was attentively listening, along with the names given by the little one. Command confirmed. Temporary control of the worker ants has been granted to the target. Yen lied. The command recognition lexicon has been updated. Now includes worker ant 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as big fat, second fat, third fat, and little fat. Mio's gentle voice echoed, startling Yen lied, and the others once more. Though this time they refrained from kneeling. Dr. Yen, Ling Yen turned to him. You may now attempt to issue commands to them. For example, instruct them to move to a designated position. Yen Li's heart raced, his palms sweating with anxiety. He took a deep breath and, following Ling Yun's guidance, addressed the nearest worker ant robot with as much clarity as he could muster, his voice trembling slightly. Worker ant 1, move forward 3 steps. The laser radar atop the designated worker ant flickered momentarily, emitting a faint hum as its base silently levitated off the ground, steadily and precisely gliding forward 3 steps before coming to a halt. It moved. It truly moved. A nearby young apprentice could not help but exclaim in astonishment, only to quickly cover his mouth, realizing his indiscretion. Yen Li's eyes sparkled with joy. It truly works. He suppressed his excitement and tried again. Worker ant 1. Move left 2 steps. Big Fat executed the command with precision once more. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yen Li was so exhilarated that even his beard trembled, casting a gaze filled with gratitude and disbelief towards Ling Yun. Chapter 77. Little Princess. You must give them names. The little one, who had been curiously listening beside Ling Yun, could no longer contain herself. She dashed over to Yen Li, looking up with her little face, her tiny finger pointing at the 4 worker ants, and earnestly introduced them in her sweet, childish voice. Yen Sen Moya? Big Pot. Clearly, she had not remembered the full name and tilted her little head, seeking clarification from Ling Yun. Ling Yun crouched down, wiping the fine sweat from the little one's forehead, and taught her, Little one, you can simply call him Uncle Yen. Okay, I got it. The little princess nodded earnestly, and then turned to point at the recently moved Big Fat, declaring, Yen Su Su, you got it wrong. They are called Worker Ant 1. I will name them. This one is Big Fat. This one is Second Fat. This one is Third Fat. This one is Little Fat. After her introduction, she placed her tiny hands on her hips, her serious little face emphasizing, They love my names. They will be happy when I name them. Then they will work even better. Yen Li was momentarily taken aback by the sudden renaming bestowed by the little princess. Observing the earnest expression on the little cub's face, he quickly bowed and replied, Yes, yes, yes. I understand, Your Highness. Thank you for your guidance. He promptly echoed the 4 whimsical names, De Pang, Air Pang, Sen Pang, and Xiao Pang. Indeed, the little cub nodded in satisfaction, her expression radiating that of a teachable child. Both Ling Yun and Li Shimin were amused by this charming scene. Li Shimin stroked his beard and chuckled. Haha, splendid. We shall heed our little boss. Turning to Yen Li, he declared, From now on, let us refer to them by the names given by the cub. Ling Yun clapped his hands in delight, his gaze sweeping across the entire shop, where the 3-dimensional light and shadow model projected by Meili vividly illustrated every detail. Well, our little boss has spoken, and the names are set. Let us commence our work. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. Yen Longzhong, according to the blueprints, this wall needs to be demolished to create an open display area. Let the Pang and Air Pang handle the removal of surface debris and loose bricks. San Pang and Xiao Pang, you are tasked with the precise cutting around the load-bearing beams and columns to ensure structural integrity. As he spoke, corresponding indicators lit up on Meili's projection. De Pang, Air Pang. The little cub eagerly mimicked Ling Yun, waving her tiny hand and calling out, Go to that wall. Clean off the dirt. She pointed at the wall that needed to be taken down. San Pang, Xiao Pang, check the big columns. Cut the bricks. Be careful. Don't damage the columns. She instructed, indicating the location of the load-bearing beams. With the little cub's clear commands and the precise locations conveyed by the lasers, the blue eyes atop the 4 rotund figures simultaneously lit up. A faint humming sound began to resonate. De Pang and Air Pang silently floated to the wall awaiting demolition. Their outer shells retracted, and mechanical arms extended, transforming into high-speed rotating soft brush heads and powerful suction devices, efficiently and gently removing the wall's surface, dust, and loose brick debris with impeccable precision. Not a speck of dust stirred. San Pang and Xiao Pang hovered near the load-bearing beams, their mechanical arms morphing into cutting tools that glimmered with a soft blue light, akin to deft surgical instruments, as they began to silently slice along the designated cutting lines, removing the bricks with mirror-smooth incisions, leaving the adjacent beams unharmed. Quiet, efficient, precise. There were no artisan chants, no ringing of hammers, no clouds of dust. Only the subtle hum, the flicker of blue light, and the extraordinary sight of silent disassembly and transport of bricks unfolded before them. Yen Li and the seasoned craftsmen he brought stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape once more. They had never witnessed such construction methods in their lives. It was as if an otherworldly being was casting spells, effortlessly moving mountains and filling seas. Wow, De Pang and Air Pang are giving the wall a bath. The little cub clapped her hands, marveling at the now pristine wall surface. San Pang and Xiao Pang are cutting bricks as if slicing fruit. How impressive, she exclaimed, pointing at the smooth cuts in awe. Li Shimin, Witnessing this miraculous scene and glancing at his daughter's excited face, grandly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Excellent. My son. The Jinyong Yundream collection shall officially commence its construction with these celestial techniques. Yin Qing, you must diligently cooperate with the blueprints and these four robust gentlemen. I wish to witness the emergence of this extraordinary establishment in Chang'an." The officials responded in unison, their voices imbued with unprecedented reverence and excitement. They understood that they were partaking in an endeavor that would be immortalized in history, a miraculous creation steeped in legend. The orchestrator of this grand project was none other than the enigmatic young lord, alongside the Princess of Jinyong, who possessed divine treasures and could bestow names upon celestial artifacts. The industrious ant-like robots advanced with remarkable efficiency in the transformation of the shop, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Yin lied and the craftsman, from initial astonishment to their current state of focused reverence, managed to barely keep pace with the rhythm. Young Zizi acted as a diligent overseer, darting from one area to another, observing the bathing walls with the hefty gentleman and then rushing over to watch the fruit cutting with the others, his little mouth continually exclaiming in awe. Amidst this bustling scene, a booming voice, resonant and powerful, pierced through the tranquility of the construction site. "Oh dear heavens! Your Majesty! Princess, old Cheng has come to pay his respects. Hearing that the princess's celestial shop was under construction, I had to come and witness it. Chuamo, be nimble, lad." Accompanied by this distinctive voice, a figure as sturdy as an iron tower, with a bushy beard and clad in purple attire, swept into the shop like a whirlwind. It was Cheng Yaojin, the Duke of Lu. Following closely behind was a similarly tall and robust young man, his son Cheng Chimo, whose face bore a blend of innocence and curiosity. Upon entering, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the four plump figures hovering in the air, shimmering with blue light and wielding mechanical arms. "My heavens, what on earth is this?" He pointed at the three and small plump figures diligently cleaning the walls, their silent brick cutting bathed in blue light, sending shivers down his spine. Is iron turning into spirits? Can it emit light? And it can fly? Cheng Chimo stood behind, equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, murmuring, "Grandfather, this is even more extraordinary than you described." "Duck, Cheng Shibua." Upon spotting Cheng Yaojin, little ZZ's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed over. The young princess had encountered Cheng Yaojin a few times before, but it was not as overwhelming as her first meeting with Yin Lied. With a flash of her jade pendant, she gracefully glided a short distance, landing steadily before Cheng Yaojin, hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "This is not merely an iron clump. These are my helpers. Big fat, second fat, third fat, little fat. They are assisting me." The sudden display of her flight nearly rekindled the astonishment Cheng Yaojin had struggled to suppress. He instinctively took a step back, gazing at the princess enveloped in a faint phoenix aura, his tongue momentarily tied. "Oh dear, my little ancestor. Please be gentle. This ability to fly is impressive, truly remarkable, more formidable than my trusty steed." He hastily flattered the little princess while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Li Shimin observed Cheng Yaojin's astonishment as he caught the scent, laughing heartily. "Jijia, your impulsive nature is quite amusing. This is a celestial assistant brought by Xiao Yun from the White Jade capital, specifically to aid in the establishment of the shop for our little CZ. Such rarity indeed." It was only then that Cheng Yaojin noticed Ling Yun standing beside him, and he quickly clasped his fists and bowed. "Ah, you must be the esteemed young Master Ling. My apologies for the oversight. Old Cheng pays his respects to you. Your skills are truly extraordinary, akin to the divine." His crude metaphor elicited a chuckle from the refined Li Lizzie, while Ling Yun could only manage a wry smile. As Cheng Yaojin was about to pull his son forward for a proper greeting, a gentle and melodious voice drifted in from the entrance. "CZ Liji, how lively it is here." Everyone turned to see Empress Chang's son, gracefully entering with the assistance of Sui, holding the still sleepy Princess Jinyong, her face slightly flushed with slumber. Rubbing her eyes, Princess Jinyong clutched her pink bubble gun, evidently having just awoken. "Mother, second sister, little CZ." The little girl immediately abandoned Cheng Yaojin and dashed towards Empress Chang's son and Shenyang. "Mother, Nikon, the little fat ones are working. So amazing," she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the robotic worker ants. "Wow." Shenyang instantly became alert, her curious gaze fixed on the floating robots, her large eyes brimming with wonder. "We pay our respects to Your Highness, the Empress." "Your Highness, Princess Jinyong." Cheng Yaojin and his son, along with Yin Lied and the others, quickly bowed in greeting. "No need for formalities," Empress Chang's son replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sweeping across the shop's astonishing scene. The floating worker ants, precise blue laser cutting, and impeccably clean work surfaces, her expression filled with awe. "I brought Jinyong to have a look. I hope I'm not interrupting your work." "Not at all. You arrived just in time." Li Shimin chuckled, assisting his wife. "Let us observe how our CZ's shop employs celestial methods. This is far superior to the clattering of those artisans in the Ministry of Works." Second sister, Nikon." Little CZ had already taken Xinyang's hand, dashing over to the little fat one who was using a sprayer to polish a treated piece of wood. Little fat is spraying fragrance. The wood is becoming beautiful. As the little fat one's mechanical arm evenly sprayed a delicate white mist over the wood surface, the mist dissipated, revealing the once rough wood now smooth and warm to the touch, gleaming softly under the light as if waxed. "Wow, It really does shine. Jinyong exclaimed in delight. Chung Shibwa. Nikon. ISNT little fat amazing? Little CZ seized the opportunity to boast to Chung Yaojin. Observing the miraculous scene, Chung Yaojin turned to his son, Chung Chumo, who was equally astonished and beamed with genuine admiration. Impressive. Truly impressive. This shop of the little princess is built with celestial treasures and operates with celestial tools. Surely, whatever is sold in the future will also be celestial treasures. I, old Chung, will surely come to support, even if I have to sell everything I own. Chumo, did you hear that? Remember it. Yes, grandfather, I will remember. Chung Chumo replied earnestly, though his gaze remained fixated on the industrious worker ants. Ling Yun observed Chung Yaojin's boisterous yet astute demeanor and couldn't help but smile internally. The seemingly carefree rogue possesses a keen sense of timing and an intricate understanding of the situation. His earlier remarks not only flattered the little princess and her shop, but also subtly elevated his own standing while professing his loyalty. This masterful combination of gestures reveals him to be an astute veteran thriving in the court's intrigues. He refocused his thoughts, directing his gaze towards the three little princesses, who were excitedly discussing and admiring the polished woodwork around the chubby figure. Under the meticulous management of Ling Yun and the industrious worker ants, the shop's renovation progressed smoothly, while Yin Lied and the others gradually settled into their roles, beginning to assist with various tasks. For now, his constant oversight was unnecessary. Little CZ, Jinyong, Li Ji, Ling Yun called out with a smile, capturing the attention of the three princesses. The little CZ immediately turned her head. What is the matter, big brother? Look, Ling Yun pointed at the diligent worker ants and the shop's emerging layout. Aren't they impressive? The shop will soon undergo a remarkable transformation. Yes, amazing. Our store is going to be beautiful. The little CZ nodded vigorously. When the shop looks pretty, it must be filled with delightful, fun, and tasty treasures, right? Indeed. Ling Yun encouraged gently. Absolutely. We should fill it with many beautiful and delightful items. Jinyong looked expectantly at Ling Yun, shaking her bubble gun. Brother, can we have bubble guns? Of course. Ling Yun replied with a smile. There will be countless wonderful items you've never seen before. He crouched down to the little princess's level, presenting an enticing proposal. Would you like to come with me to stock up? You can personally select many beautiful, fun, and delicious items for our CZ's dream collection. Stock up. I want to go. I want to go. The little CZ sprang up, filled with joy, clutching Ling Yun's clothing tightly. I want to pick lots and lots. I want to go too. Jinyong immediately chimed in, her face aglow with anticipation. Though Li Ji endeavored to maintain her regal composure, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing. The market in Baiyujing? It must be a place brimming with countless fascinating treasures. She nodded gently, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Li Ji would also like to accompany Ling Gu to broaden her horizons and select some elegant items for CZ's shop. Fantastic. Let us set off at once. Ling Yun beamed as he rose to his feet. Wait, little brother. The little CZ suddenly recalled something, rushing to Chung Yaojin with an earnest expression. Chung Shibwa, we are going to Baiyujing to stock up. Can you keep an eye on our shop for us? She glanced at Chung Yaojin's robust frame, convinced he would be an excellent protector for her store. Suddenly entrusted with such an important task, Chung Yaojin straightened up, thumping his chest with pride. Your Highness, rest assured. With me, old Chung, here, who would dare to cause trouble? My axe is not merely for show. You focus on selecting your treasures. I will guard the door. His grandiose proclamations, coupled with his self-assured fierce countenance, elicited peals of laughter from the little one. Chapter 79. The three princesses' selection of goods. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun observed their daughter's eager demeanor, and naturally, they expressed no dissent. Empress Changsun gently admonished, Lizzie, take good care of your younger sisters. Xiaoyan, you have worked hard. Do not worry. Aunt, Ling Yun replied with a nod. Father, mother, I have brought you the best treats. The little one eagerly proclaimed. Very well, we shall await your return, responded Li Shimin and Empress Changsun with smiles. Ling Yun approached the three princesses and extended her hand, asking, Are you ready? Shall we embark? Lizzie, hold on to the little one's hand. The little one grasped each sister's hand with her small hands, bringing them joy. Ling Yun offered a slight nod to Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, and Chung Yaojin. The bracelets on her wrists shimmered with a faint light, enveloping the four. In a fleeting moment, they vanished from sight. Chung Yaojin gazed at the spot where they had disappeared, clicking his tongue in admiration. Ah, they come and go without a trace, truly divine skill. Chuomo, take note. In the future, when you encounter the young lord and the princess, be respectful. You cannot go wrong. He did not forget to instruct the day's dada. Chung Chumo obediently nodded, his gaze lingering on the spot of their disappearance. Ling Yun returned to the villa's living room with the three princesses, each clad in modern attire, their distinct temperaments shining through. I'm back, the little one exclaimed, releasing her sister's hands and dashing toward the living room sofa. Sister Jinyong, I'm here. A gentle voice welcomed her. Welcome back, young master, Princess Changlo. Princess Jinyong. Princess Jinyong curiously surveyed her surroundings. Although she had visited once before, everything still felt remarkably novel. Lizzie endeavored to maintain her regal composure. Yet her bright eyes could not conceal the anticipation and curiosity for the upcoming journey to the bustling market of Baiyujing. All right, Ling Yun clapped her hands with a smile, capturing the attention of the three princesses. We are ready to set forth to procure goods. There are countless treasures in the stores that we need. Driving a discreet Maybach, Ling Yun transported the three excited princesses to the city's largest warehouse-style membership supermarket. Upon entering the vast, brightly lit space, filled to the brim with merchandise, the little one was instantly ignited with enthusiasm. Wow, so big, so many things. Her little mouth formed an O shape, and her wide eyes sparkled like stars as she tugged at Ling Yun's hand, exclaiming, "Little lord, come look. What is this? Is it spicy? Wow, it's so shiny." Princess Jinyong was equally awestruck by the dazzling array of products. Unlike the little one's exuberance, she approached with a sense of wonder and cautious exploration. She became entranced before a shelf brimming with plush toys, her bright eyes fixed on the adorable teddy bears and floppy-eared rabbits. Softly, she inquired, "Brother, can I touch these like the ones the little one gave us?" Upon receiving permission, she joyfully lifted a pink rabbit, nuzzling her cheek against its soft fur. A satisfied smile spreading across her face as she placed it into the shopping cart. Lizzie exhibited a more reserved demeanor as she endeavored to maintain the poise of a princess, yet the glimmer in her eyes betrayed her sense of wonder. She paused in an area adorned with exquisite glassware, captivated by the impeccably clear makeup mirrors, her fingers gently gliding over the smooth, cool surfaces. Her gaze towards Ling Yun was imbued with curiosity. Ling Yun smiled as he elucidated, selecting several beautifully ornate European hand mirrors and a few silent fans. Placing them into the shopping cart, which soon became a modest mountain of treasures. The trio of strikingly elegant princesses, particularly the vivacious and inquisitive little Cece, along with the graceful Lizzie and the sweetly charming Jinyong, inevitably drew the attention of numerous customers within the supermarket. Gasps of admiration and whispers of intrigue filled the air, with some even discreetly retrieving their phones to capture the moment. Ling Yun astutely sensed these gazes and intentions. He subtly adjusted his stance, his broad shoulders and upright form naturally forming a protective circle around the three princesses. When someone raised a phone, he would glance over, shaking his head slightly or raising his hand to shield the lens. Simultaneously, Ling also discreetly interfered with the camera functions of nearby devices, causing those intent on taking pictures to sheepishly lower their phones. His sole intention was to allow the princesses to relish the experience of shopping, rather than becoming subjects of public scrutiny. Ultimately, recalling the artisans still busy with renovations, Ling Yun approached the instant noodle aisle and selected several boxes of various flavors. With a clear shopping list in mind, he directly placed a substantial order with the supermarket manager, wishing to indulge Cece and the others in a leisurely outing without having Ling place the order outright. The manager, recognizing the exceptional demeanor of this young man and the extraordinary beauty of the three exquisitely dressed little girls, did not dare to be negligent and promptly arranged for assistance. Ling Yun provided the address of the villa, requesting swift delivery. "All right, young ladies, we have selected all the samples. It's time to return and present them to your fathers and mothers for pricing," Ling Yun cheerfully announced to the three princesses. "Yay! Let us hurry and show them the beautiful things." Little Cece eagerly responded. After completing their purchases, the two laden carts were assisted to the parking lot by the staff. Ling Yun instructed Ling to disable the surveillance cameras, and when the surroundings were clear, he waved his hand to store all the items within his spatial bracelet. He then started the vehicle, carrying the three princesses, who were animatedly discussing in the back seat, back to the villa. "Cece, shall we return home, or play here for a while?" Ling Yun inquired after parking the car and opening the door, asking the little princess nestled in Lizzie's arms. "Let us hurry. I want to buy beautiful things for my mother. I also want to see how the big fat ones work," little Cece exclaimed, kicking her legs with impatience in Ling Yun's embrace. "All right, then we shall return," Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her little cheeks, before turning to Lizzie and Jinyong. "Lizzie, Jinyong, hold on to my clothing." Jinyong, already unreserved, stepped forward to clasp Ling Yun's thigh, while Lizzie, slightly bashful, approached to grasp the hem of his garment. As the radiant light flickered, Ling Yun returned to the shop's entrance, accompanied by three little princesses, each laden with treasures. The moment they touched down, the youngest exclaimed with exuberance, "Father, Mother, we are back. We bought so many beautiful things." Just as Ling Yun intended to usher them into the store, he caught a glimpse of Kai Ride, shrouded in the shadows beside the shop, through the car window where a figure was faintly discernible. He carried the little princess while leading Lizzie and Jinyong over. Indeed, peering through the window, he observed Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Jinyong comfortably reclining in the air-conditioned vehicle. Li Shimin resembled a carefree child, sprawled on the spacious seat, his eyes shut in bliss, even softly snoring. Empress Jinyong, with her graceful demeanor, leaned against the back seat, holding a book of unknown origin, a gentle smile adorning her lips, evidently reveling in the coolness of their mobile sanctuary. Lizzie and Jinyong couldn't help but stifle their laughter at their grandfather's lack of imperial poise. Chapter 80. Instant noodles as work meals. Father, Mother. The little princess pressed her cheek against the icy glass of the car window, her tiny hands tapping excitedly. "What are you doing napping in there? Come see the things we bought." Startled by the princess's call, Li Shimin awoke, blinking in confusion at the cheerful faces outside. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he quickly straightened himself, clearing his throat. "Ahem, I was merely enjoying the coolness of the car, taking a brief respite. And keeping an eye on the vehicle for you. Uncle, Aunt, you haven't returned to the palace yet?" Ling Yun inquired with a smile. Li Shimin replied nonchalantly, Little Yun, this car is quite comfortable. Wouldn't you agree, Guanyin maid? There's no urgency, so we thought we'd wait for you." As he spoke, he opened the car door and stepped out, stretching his limbs. Empress Jinyong descended gracefully, adjusting her skirt. Indeed, the air conditioning is truly marvelous. I could stay here forever. Lingyun responded with a smile. I'm glad you like it. The princesses have returned triumphantly, bringing back an array of novel items for the Yunming collective. Just then, the unmistakable booming voice of Cheng Yaojin echoed from within the shop. Oh dear, your highness, young masterling, you have finally returned. I, old Cheng, have been on the edge of my seat, not allowing even a fly to enter. What intriguing items have you brought back, young master? Old Cheng and Chu Mo have been eagerly awaiting to feast their eyes. Cheng Yaojin strode out with great enthusiasm, closely followed by the curious Chu Mo. With a broad grin of accomplishment, he patted his chest, gazing at Ling Yun as if he were a treasure trove on the move. Li Shimin, having exited the car, chuckled at Cheng Yaojin's boastful demeanor. You old rascal, keep your voice down. Don't frighten the little princess. Ling Yun nodded in agreement, laughing. General Cheng, you've worked hard. We indeed brought back quite a few things. However, before we open, I'll need your and Aunt's assistance in pricing them. He glanced at the sky, noting it was nearly noon, then observed Yen Lide and the craftsmen still bustling within the shop. It's almost noon. Everyone should take a break. I'll treat you all to some of our humble meals. Humble meals? Li Shimin expressed his keen interest, remarking that even the simplest fare from Xiao Yun's side must be extraordinary. Quick, let us have a look. Cheng Yaojin eagerly chimed in, his appetite already piqued. Ling Yun chuckled softly and stepped into the spacious area of the shop. With a flick of her wrist, several large boxes adorned with various patterns of instant noodles appeared before them. Wow, what is this? The little boy rushed forward, pointing excitedly at the enticing images on the boxes, especially those showcasing succulent chunks of beef, fresh shrimp, and braised pork ribs, his wide eyes brimming with curiosity and desire. What is this pot? He exclaimed. This is called instant noodles, a very convenient food, Ling Yun explained, then raised her voice to call out to the craftsmen. Everyone, gather around for a moment and have a bite to fill your stomach. The craftsman approached with curiosity, eyeing the unfamiliar boxes on the ground, adorned with unintelligible words and alluring illustrations, exchanging glances yet hesitant to step forward. Masterling, how does one consume this? Yen Lide inquired. Quite simple, Ling Yun replied, picking up a container of braised beef noodles. She tore off the lid and extracted the noodle cake along with the seasoning packets, addressing Yen Lide. Please arrange for a few of the younger fellows to fetch some clean water and boil several large pots. The more, the better, preferably boiling. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Yen Lide promptly responded, summoning a few craftsmen to gather firewood and start a blaze. While waiting for the water to boil, Ling Yun demonstrated to the little princesses and the intrigued onlookers including Li Shimin, Empress Changsan, and Cheng Yaojin. Behold, this is the noodle cake. It is cooked and can be eaten as is. This packet contains oil, this one is the seasoning powder, and this is the vegetable pack. It's quite simple to prepare. First, place the noodle cake in a bowl, then tear open all these packets and pour them in. She paused, glancing at the little boy who was licking his lips in anticipation. And the most crucial step, pour the boiling water over it. Cover it and wait a short while, and it will be ready to eat. It's incredibly fragrant. Pour boiling water over it. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. Can this dry noodle cake really soften? Will it taste good? Wow, I want to try. The little boy was filled with enthusiasm, already on tiptoes reaching for the noodle cake in Ling Yun's hand. All right, you can choose one for yourself, Ling Yun said, crouching to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth with a fond smile. The little princess tilted her head, gazing at the various enticing designs on the instant noodle packages, furrowing her brow as she asked, which one is the best? Is there a duck flavor? Which one should I choose? Not knowing which one to select, she turned to Ling Yun for guidance. Let us have this one. It's the most popular choice. Ling Yun indicated the classic braised beef noodles that she had just opened. She then handed the little princess another open container, instructing her patiently on how to place the noodle cake inside, guiding her as she clumsily yet earnestly tore open the seasoning packets. Pour in the oil packet, now the powder packet, and the vegetable packet. Look, there are tiny vegetables, she exclaimed, pouring them in with great excitement, as she operated with a sweet, childish voice. She glanced proudly at Ling Yun after completing each step. Soon, several large pots of water came to a boil, steam rising vigorously. Yen Lide's disciples carefully brought over the scalding hot water. All right, the final step, pour the water. Brother, come here. Ling Yun reminded the little girl to be cautious of the heat, then assisted her in lifting the small kettle to pour it in. Wow, it smells delightful. The little girl exclaimed with surprise, her small nose sniffing eagerly, saliva nearly pooling. Ling Yun helped her cover it with a matching paper lid. Wait a moment. Let it soak in a hot bath. The noodles will soften and absorb the flavors. Li Lizzie and Cheng Yang, intrigued, each selected a bucket of noodles. Cheng Yang chose shrimp and fish board noodles, while Lizzie opted for mushroom chicken noodles, clumsily but earnestly following Ling Yun's guidance. Subsequently, Ling Yun replicated the process, preparing a bucket of chicken noodles for Empress Changsan. Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin eagerly expressed their desire to try it themselves. Ling Yun allowed them to choose their preferred flavors, watching them fumble humorously as they tore open the packaging. Moments later, the little girl could no longer contain her excitement. Brother, can I eat now? It smells so good. My tummy is rumbling. Ling Yun chuckled as he lifted the lid, releasing the enticing aroma of braised beef noodles. It's ready to eat. He handed her a disposable fork, cautioning her to take her time and be careful of the heat. However, The little girl could hardly wait. She clumsily mimicked Ling Yun's demonstration, twirling a bundle of noodles with the fork, puffing her cheeks as she blew on them, then slurping them eagerly into her mouth. Chapter 81. Cheng Yaojin's flattery skills are exceptional. So delicious. The noodles are so soft. Her small mouth was stuffed, cheeks bulging as she chewed, emitting a series of muffled, satisfied sounds, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, a bit of the glossy broth clinging to the corners of her mouth. Ha ha, slow down. No one is competing with you. Li Shimin laughed heartily at his daughter's adorable eating manner, unable to resist lifting the lid of his own bowl of braised beef noodles. The rich aroma of the savory beef instantly invigorated him. He clumsily speared some noodles with his fork, blew on them, and eagerly placed them into his mouth. Wow! Li Shimin's eyes widened in surprise. The noodles were chewy and smooth, the broth rich and savory, with a hint of beef flavor. For someone accustomed to the refined dishes of the imperial court, this was an entirely new experience. Delicious. So flavorful. These noodles have a great texture. Li Shimin ate with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, forgetting his royal demeanor as he began slurping like the little girl, nodding repeatedly. Xiaoyun, your casual meal is truly exquisite. So tasty. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin unveiled his bucket of spicy beef noodles, the red oil bubbling fiercely, a fiery aroma filling the air. He scooped up a forkful of the noodles and broth, devouring it in one gulp. Hiss! Cheng Yaojin gasped as the intense spiciness hit him, his face flushing instantly, veins popping on his forehead, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Rather, he became even more exhilarated. What a thrill! So spicy. This is what eating should be like. What a delight. Young lord, your noodles are absolutely phenomenal. As he savored each bite, sweat cascading down his brow, he relished a generous spoonful of noodles. Cheng Chimo too immersed himself in his bowl, consuming with gusto, the sounds of his enjoyment resonating in the air, clearly satisfied. Yen lied and the artisans indulged heartily, their praises ringing out. Heavens, what a flavor! Exquisite. This broth is divine. How are these noodles crafted? They are both chewy and flavorful. This vibrant red soup invigorates the spirit. I feel so warm all over. Empress Chang's son and Li Lizzie, along with Cheng Yang, adopted a more refined demeanor, taking delicate bites. Yet their faces radiated the same satisfaction and curiosity. The entrance of the establishment was enveloped in a rich aroma of various instant noodles, accompanied by the symphony of slurping and the cheerful sounds of satisfied diners, creating a lively scene of midday revelry. Little Zizi was so engrossed in her meal that a smudge of oil graced her little nose. She looked up at the artisans, who were joyfully cradling their bowls, their expressions brimming with happiness, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Everyone is so happy. Little Longyuan's noodles are truly delightful. Our shop should sell these too. Let everyone share in the joy. Ling Yun observed her cherubic face and chuckled, producing a wet wipe to clean her up. All right. We shall heed the words of our little boss. He gazed at the bustling scene, filled with the delight of the Tang Dynasty officials and artisans, particularly the little Zizi, whose face gleamed with oil and whose nose was damp with perspiration, unable to stop eating. He shook his head with a smile and lifted his own bowl of noodles. It appeared that after the grand opening of Yunmengji, instant noodles would undoubtedly become a sensational hit. Cheng Yaojin devoured an entire bucket of noodles in a whirlwind, leaving not a drop of broth behind, and with a sense of lingering satisfaction, he exclaimed, "What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Little Langjun, your instant noodles are truly an indispensable treasure for military campaigns." His round, copper-like eyes darted, catching sight of Ling Yun gently wiping the little Zizi's face and hands. The little princess, her cheeks flushed and eyes narrowed in contentment, reveled in Ling Yun's attentions like a lazy, satisfied kitten. Cheng Yaojin thought to himself, I, old chum, have come to an epiphany. He immediately donned a grin he believed to be endearing, though it was somewhat intimidating, rubbing his hands together and leaning closer to little Zizi, deliberately lowering his voice to a childlike tone. Oh my little princess, the celestial noodles in your establishment are simply divine, so delightful that I might swallow my tongue. Just look at my precious son, Chomo. He was so entranced that he might not be able to eat his mother's porridge when he returns home. He exaggeratedly sighed, feigning despair. Little princess, as your Yunmengji has yet to officially open, I feel rather awkward about enjoying such delicacies for free. Might I, humbly request a box from you? Just one box, so I can bring it home to let those ungrateful little rascals experience this celestial cuisine. I assure you, once your shop opens, my whole family will come to support you. We will buy profusely. As he spoke, he mischievously winked in the direction of Ling Yun, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Young master, I am indeed traversing the path of the little princess, so you might want to take note. The young girl, Xiao Zizi, was thoroughly flattered by Cheng Yaojin's flattery, though she did not fully comprehend its meaning. She understood it to be praise for her delicious noodles. With a proud puff of her small chest and a wave of her little hand, she imitated Ling Yun's usual generosity and, with a sweet voice, declared, Really? Cheng Shibei loves my noodles? That's wonderful. I will send Cheng Shibei a whole box. Make sure to bring many people when my shop opens. Oh my, thank you, your highness. You truly have a heart of gold. I, old chum, appreciate it on behalf of my unworthy family. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed joyfully, quickly bowing deeply, his movements surprisingly agile for a man of his size, and promptly directed Cheng Chomo. Chomo, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and thank the princess. Move not just any box, but the one gifted by her. Be gentle. Don't break anything. Chung Chumo, rather simple-minded, complied with a cheerful acknowledgement and hurried off to fetch the noodles. Chung Yaojin grinned widely, his delight evident. Huh? Following the little princess's lead is indeed a smooth endeavor. I am quite clever. Ling Yun observed Chung Yaojin, this old fox, deftly exploiting the little princess's weaknesses, and could only shake his head with a wry smile, choosing not to intervene. After all, it was merely a box of instant noodles. As long as Xiao Zizi was happy, it mattered little. He mused silently. Who would have thought that Chung Yaojin is such a flatterer? Strangely enough, he is rather humorous. He turned to look at Yin Lide and the other craftsmen, who were holding an empty instant noodle bucket. Still savoring the moment, but too timid to speak up, like Chung Yaojin. These craftsmen had indeed worked hard, and their cooperation would be essential for the forthcoming renovations. Yen, I see everyone has finished their meal, Ling Yun said gently. The noodles were decent, and their convenience is unmatched. The remaining boxes will serve as your work meals for the next few days. If you're hungry, feel free to boil water and prepare them at your leisure. This will save you from running back and forth and ensure that everyone has the energy to work. Work meals? Unlimited. Yen lied, and the old craftsmen, along with their apprentices, could hardly believe their ears. For these laborers, being able to enjoy a hearty meal was already a rare blessing, let alone the prospect of indulging in such delicious and fragrant food on the job site, promised by this enigmatic young master, with the assurance of unlimited supply. Overwhelmed by immense surprise and gratitude, Yen Lide's beard trembled with excitement as he, along with the craftsmen, knelt down with a thud, their voices choked with emotion. Thank you, Masterling, for your grace. Thank you, Your Highness. On behalf of all the craftsmen, I express our deepest gratitude. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to ensure the Yun Jingji is built to perfection, living up to your expectations. The craftsmen bowed repeatedly, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. All right, please rise. Just focus on your work, Ling Yun said, gently urging them to stand, signaling that such elaborate gestures were unnecessary. Seeing the overwhelming gratitude, Xiao Zizi mimicked Ling Yun and waved her little hand. Yes, yes. You all work hard. Make it beautiful for me. Chapter 82. No free handouts. Father, please give me money. Having soothed the artisans, Ling Yun turned to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, saying, Uncle, Aunt, let us temporarily leave matters here to Dr. Yin and the others. Shall we return to Qihuang Pavilion? We can see what treasures the children have selected and discuss pricing. Excellent. That aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Li Shimin, still savoring the delights from Bai Jing, nodded enthusiastically. He was filled with curiosity about the novel items his daughters had brought back. Turning to his attendant, Zhang Anan, he commanded, Zhang Anan, go and fetch a box of this instant noodles. We shall take it back. This item is both intriguing and convenient. I wish to study it further and understand the conveniences of life in Bai Jing. His words were grand. Yet his true intention was to indulge in the delicacy himself or showcase it to his esteemed ministers. Understood, Your Majesty, Zhang Anan promptly replied, preparing to retrieve the noodles. At that moment, a bright and slightly crafty voice interrupted. Father, wait. Little Tsitsi dashed to Li Shimin, who was about to board the carriage. With her cherubic face raised and her sparkling eyes wide open, she extended a chubby little hand, palm up, and said in a sweet, earnest voice, Father, you must pay for this noodles. I am the little boss. No free handouts. It's not right. She recalled vividly how Ling Yun had instructed her during their shopping trip that one must pay for purchases. Uft! Chen Yaojin nearly spat out his drink, quickly covering his mouth as he shook with laughter, his face turning crimson. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie could not help but chuckle at the sight of the little princess demanding money from Li Shimin. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's unexpected request for payment. His face flushed with both embarrassment and amusement as he observed her serious demeanor. Ha! You are indeed a clever one, Tsitsi. A true daughter of your father. Your business acumen surpasses even mine. Rather than being annoyed, Li Shimin burst into laughter, bending down to pinch his daughter's cheek. All right. Father will give you money. We shall never take from our little boss without compensation. Zhang Anan, take note. From my treasury, provide a gold ingot to Princess Jinyong. Consider it an advance payment for the goods. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhang Anan responded, stifling his laughter. Though little Tsitsi did not yet grasp the exact value of money, she beamed at the mention of it, retracting her hand with satisfaction, and reminded him, Yes. Father, remember. Don't forget. How could I forget? Li Shimin chuckled, lifting his whimsical daughter into his arms and kissing her. Now, let us return to the palace and see what treasures you and your sisters have chosen. Ling Yun observed this delightful scene, a smile deepening on his lips. This little Tsitsi truly possessed a knack for being a little boss. He grinned as he assisted Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie into the carriage, and the group set off back to Qihuang Pavilion. At the storefront, only Yin lied and the others remained, touched by the sight. While Chung Yaojin lovingly cradled his box of noodles, and four robust men continued their tireless and efficient work, the carriage smoothly made its way back to Qihuang Pavilion. Within the cool confines of the palace, Li Shimin gently set down the little princess. At once, she eagerly tugged at Li Lizzie and Chung Yang, urging Ling Yun with great enthusiasm, Little Jiangjun, quickly, bring out all the delightful treats for father and mother to see. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, his wrist shimmering with a flicker of light. The array of modern goods appeared strikingly novel amidst the ancient palace's decor, brightly colored, variably packaged snack assortments, potato chips, jellies, chocolates, cookies, and rainbow candies piled high like a miniature mountain. Adorable, fluffy stuffed toys including teddy bears and long-eared rabbits abounded, alongside exquisite glassware, vases, fruit bowls, and cups, European-style carved mirrors, and petite, silent fans. Wow! The little princess exclaimed, diving into the pile of snacks, grabbing a bag of chips while hugging a pink plush toy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Mother, look, these potato chips are crispy and fragrant. And these sparkling bottles, they are all so appealing. Lizzie picked up a beautifully carved hand mirror, its surface remarkably clear, reflecting her lovely visage. She softly said, Mother, this is the makeup mirror that Linga mentioned. 100 times clearer than a bronze mirror. She then picked up a handheld silent fan, pressed the switch, and a gentle breeze emerged, akin to an electric fan, providing a refreshing respite from the summer heat. Truly a marvel. Jinyong clutched the pink bear she had chosen, unwilling to part with it, murmuring, Mother, this toy is the one I picked, and the little princess has a bear too. It's so soft. Empress Jinyong and Li Shimin were dazzled by the spectacle, exclaiming in wonder, Wanting by come, let us deliberate on how to price these items appropriately. Li Shimin, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured towards the pile of novelties. Empress Jinyong lifted a tall glass cup, so pure and flawless, a rarity indeed. For this set, 100 gold would not be excessive. She then regarded the hand mirror, declaring, This mirror is exceptionally clear. It is a must-have for ladies, and 10 to 20 gold for each would be reasonable. The little princess, clutching a large bag of rainbow candies, chimed in earnestly, Father, these candies are sweet. I want to sell them for one. Her understanding of money remained quite vague. Ha! My dear princess, how could one suffice? Selling for a whole string of coins would be no issue at all. Li Shimin replied with a chuckle. But father, is a whole string not quite a lot of money? The little princess pondered, tilting her head, as the family joyfully discussed pricing. The somewhat grave voice of Zhang Anan resonated from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the ministers from the Taichung Temple, the medical office, and the Zongjing Temple have jointly submitted a confidential report for your review. He held in his hands a thick scroll, seemingly heavy with significance. The light-hearted atmosphere within the hall instantly shifted. Li Shimin's smile faded, his expression turning solemn. Empress Jinyong also withdrew her gentle smile, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes as she instinctively tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief. Lizzie trembled slightly, her complexion paling. Present it. Li Shimin commanded in a deep voice. Zhang Anan bowed and presented the scroll. Li Shimin took it, and, alongside Empress Jinyong, began to unfurl and rapidly peruse its contents. As their gaze traversed the densely packed records and the distressing figures, premature deaths, frailty, disabilities, and madness, the expressions of both individuals grew increasingly somber and grave. Those chilling numbers seemed to carry a metallic scent of blood, silently narrating the harrowing toll exacted by consanguineous unions. The hall fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the rustling of documents and the subtle sounds of the young child fiddling with a crystal orb. Chapter 83, The Master of Atmosphere Mediation. The young child Empress Jinyong gazed at the figures, her complexion paling, her body swaying slightly, prompting Sui to step forward and offer support. Li Shimin's face was as dark as water, his hands clenched into fists upon his knees, the knuckles paling. Although he had braced himself for this moment, the sight of such detailed and brutal data sent shivers coursing through him. Remarkable, Li Shimin muttered twice, his eyes fixed on another set of figures concerning the imperial clan and nobility, fully aware that they had reported these numbers solely for the sake of appearances, as he had never heard of them doing so before. After a considerable pause, Empress Jinyong took a deep breath, closed the dossier, and with a voice tinged with barely perceptible emotion yet unwaveringly resolute, declared, Lang. She turned her gaze towards Li Shimin, determination radiating from her eyes. This matter transcends the interests of my Jinyong family and the imperial house. These gruesome figures stand as a stark warning. They pertain to the health of countless heirs of the Tang Dynasty and the future of our nation. I implore your majesty to summon my elder brother, Duke Zhao, Jinyong Wuji, to the palace at once. Her voice, though not loud, was crystal clear. This marriage must be reconsidered. Furthermore, the implications of this bloodline conflict must be made known to my brother, the esteemed ministers of the court, and indeed, to all people. This is a matter of state. Dispatch the decree. Summon Duke Zhao, Jinyong Wuji, to the Chihuang Pavilion without delay. Li Shimin's voice resonated with authority. Zhang Anan accepted the command and swiftly exited. The wait was not long, yet the atmosphere within the hall felt stifling, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. The young child appeared to sense the unusual tension, quietly clutching a doll while leaning against Ling Yun. Soon, an announcement echoed from outside. Duke Zhao, Jinyong Wuji, requests an audience. In walked a middle-aged gentleman adorned in purple court robes, his countenance lean and dignified, exuding an air of refined composure. His brow bore the gravitas of someone accustomed to high office, his gaze deep and reserved, his steps imbued with a leisurely yet regal demeanor. Ling Yun's attention was immediately drawn to him, and a comparison formed in his mind, in contrast to the boisterous and imposing figure of Cheng Yaojin, who resembled a mobile iron tower. This esteemed uncle appeared more akin to an ancient sword sheath, harboring latent sharpness yet exuding a profound depth and authority that commanded respect. Cheng Yaojin was a valiant general charging into battle, while this man evidently operated as a strategic mastermind, wielding influence with the effortless grace of a cloud shifting in the sky. Changsun Wuji's gaze swept across the assembly, momentarily lingering on Ling Yun, where a flicker of subtle scrutiny and inquiry passed through his eyes. He then respectfully bowed to the emperor and empress, stating, "I, Changsun Wuji, pay my respects to your majesty and to her highness the empress. Brother, there is no need for such formalities." Empress Changsun spoke with a hint of complexity in her voice. She rose and approached Changsun Wuji, solemnly pointing to Ling Yun. "Esteemed brother, this is the brother recognized by my son, the young Lord Ling Yun. He hails from Bayou Jing and is my savior. As well as a person of exquisite quality, Changsun Zizi regards him as a dear brother." She deliberately emphasized his role as a savior and a brother, her tone imbued with warmth and protection. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji felt a surge of solemnity. He had long heard tales of this enigmatic young lord, and seeing the empress introduce him with such gravity, he lowered his posture and offered a deep bow to Ling Yun, his demeanor respectful yet maintaining the elegance befitting his noble lineage. "Wuji has the honor of meeting young Lord Ling. Your great kindness is forever etched in my heart. On behalf of my sister and the Changsun family." His humility was striking, and his mannerisms impeccable, showcasing his diplomatic finesse. Only then did Empress Changsun present a confidential document to Changsun Wuji. "Brother, please peruse this document. It pertains to the marriage of Lizi and Chong'er." Li Shimin sat quietly nearby, recognizing that the matter was best addressed by the empress, for any words from him would carry a different weight, akin to an imperial decree. Changsun Wuji accepted the scroll from his sister and quickly perused its contents. The cold and harsh figures within were like a searing brand, causing his fingertips to tremble. Each record struck like a hammer upon the carefully constructed dreams of familial bonds he had envisioned. After finishing, he bowed deeply to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, his voice hoarse. "I understand. The reasoning is sound. Chong'er and Lizi are indeed cousins. This perilous official would never allow Lizi to take such risks, nor would he dare to gamble with the future of our descendants. This marriage must be abandoned." A profound silence enveloped the hall, the atmosphere heavy. At that moment, a bright little voice chimed in. "Jiuzhou." Little Zizi had somehow slipped from Ling Yun's embrace. Her eyes sparkled, her petite face brimming with the excitement of sharing something delightful, completely oblivious to the serious discussions among the adults. "Jiuzhou, Nikan." Little Zizi clutched a large bag of candy, tiptoeing to Changsun Wuji and lifting the sweets high. "Delicious candies. So sweet. Here for you. Gift for you." She beamed up at him, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she believed this bag of sugary treats could surely cheer her uncle. Changsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the vibrant assortment of candies before him, then at his niece's innocent face, which seemed to plead for him to accept them. The earlier weight of solemnity and calculation dissipated, leaving only a warm, bemused feeling. Ling Yun was the first to burst into laughter. Li Shimin's stern expression softened. Empress Changsun looked at her daughter, feeling both amused and touched. Changsun Wuji watched as little Zizi, on her tiptoes, continued to hold out the bag, her small hands trembling yet persistent. He quickly bent down, awkwardly yet carefully taking the heavy bag of sweets, striving to muster a gentle smile. "Oh, thank you, Zizi. These candies look delightful. Uncle will certainly enjoy them." Seeing her uncle accept the candies and smile, little Zizi clapped her hands joyfully and bounced up and down. "Hee, Jiuzhou is happy. So sweet. I have plenty more. If you like, I can give you more." She was unreserved in her generosity. Ling Yun approached with a smile, scooping up the little princess and playfully pinching her tiny nose. "Oh, my little glutton and little moneybags. All you know is to bring sweets. What treasures have you not seen from your uncle?" The young girl tightened her embrace around Ling Yun's neck, pouting her lips defiantly. "Candy is sweet. I'm so happy. I love it." In her whimsical world, the sugary delight brought joy, rendering it the finest treasure. Changsun Wuji, cradling the rare celestial candies of the Tang Dynasty, gazed at his carefree niece nestled in Ling Yun's arms, and the last remnants of his unease dissipated. He looked up, a genuine smile lighting his face, and raised the confections in his hand. "Your Majesty, my dear sister, it seems I am truly blessed today by the little one, receiving a splendid gift. I must savor this candy." Chapter 84. The marriage is dissolved. The little princess takes flight. Once more Li Shimin observed the relieved expression on Changsun Wuji's face. Feeling a sense of relief himself, he understood that this matter was not merely the loss of a prestigious match for Wuji and the Changsun family. It was an affront to their family status and personal authority. As the emperor and brother-in-law, he felt compelled to respond, to both soothe his esteemed ministers and demonstrate the royal affection and compensation towards the Changsun household. Clearing his throat, his voice steady and laden with promise, he fixed his gaze on Changsun Wuji. "Although the marriage between Fui, Lizi, and Chong'er concludes here, know that Chong'er possesses exceptional character and talents, a true pillar of the nation. I regard him as my own nephew. This situation arises from my oversight with the empress. It is neither Chong'er's fault nor that of the Changsun family." Li Shimin paused, his tone growing more solemn. "Rest assured, I and the empress shall personally attend to Chong'er's lifelong matters, ensuring he finds a match that is both fitting and virtuous. We shall not allow him to suffer any grievances, nor shall we tarnish the honor of the Changsun lineage." "Indeed, your words resonate deeply," Changsun Empress interjected promptly, her voice gentle yet resolute. She moved closer to her brother, her eyes reflecting regret. "My dear brother, Chong'er is a child I have watched grow. It is a sorrow that Lizzie cannot be his match, a regret for me as his aunt. However, please trust that my husband and I shall find for Chong'er a lady of both beauty and virtue, worthy of being his partner. Be it from the 5 surnames, or 7 noble families, or the esteemed houses of the realm, as long as Chong'er is satisfied and it benefits his future. My husband and I shall ensure he receives a splendid and honorable union. The Empress's words served both as comfort and a promise. She outlined the specifications for compensation, a match of equal standing, character, and virtue, implicitly suggesting the royal authority could be mobilized to select from the highest echelons of nobility for Changsun Chong. Changsun Wuji, a man of great stature, understood the weight of the emperor and empress's words. The pangs of disappointment were replaced by this solemn promise and the extraordinary attention given, leading him to feel that this might prove more advantageous for the long-term prosperity of the Changsun family than a mere alliance with the princess. He promptly bowed deeply once more, his demeanor respectful and grateful. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you honor me. I, on behalf of my son Chong, express our gratitude for your benevolence. Such deep affection from Your Majesty and Your Highness is indeed a fortune for Chong'er and a blessing for the Changsun family. I, along with the entire Changsun family, am overwhelmed with gratitude and am determined to repay the emperor's kindness with my life. He raised his head, his face now devoid of any gloom, leaving only sincere appreciation for the grace bestowed by the emperor and empress. Chirp chirp, the little creature, with its erect ears, gazed at Changsun Wuji with bright, sparkling eyes. In an excited and enthusiastic tone, it exclaimed, "Shall we find a lovely sister for my cousin? There are many delightful things in the shop that she would adore. We should send them to my cousin so he can present them to her. She will be so happy." With its chubby little hands gesturing in the air, it seemed to envision the scene of her cousin charming his future sister-in-law with the treasures from her shop, and her small face radiated pride at being of help. Lizzie was the first to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Jinyong joined in the laughter. Changsun Wuji looked at this quirky little niece with warmth in his heart. "Very well. Uncle thanks you on behalf of your cousin. When he finds the beautiful sister, I will certainly take him to your shop, so he can choose treasures to present to her." He then turned to Ling Yun, who stood behind the little princess, and solemnly said, "Young Lord Ling, I will forever remember your life-saving grace towards my sister. This kindness will never be forgotten by the Changsun family." His words were heartfelt and sincere. He understood that if the Changsun Empress were truly lost, it would be a devastating blow to their family, insignificant compared to the marriage of Changsun Chong and Lizzie. Just as Ling Yun was about to politely downplay the effort, a small, anxious voice interrupted. "Chirp chirp. Kong Jiegua, Kong Jiegua." The little creature's jade pendant glimmered brightly and swiftly flew to Changsun Wuji's face, the height perfectly aligned with his own. Thrusting a healing device towards him. "This is it. This is the little star. It helps my mother chase away sickness. It's amazing. Chirp chirp, it shines." As she spoke, she wiggled the healing device in front of her uncle, as if this would help him see it more clearly, her little mouth chattering away, stealing Ling Yun's chance to speak. My heavens! Changsun Wuji had never witnessed such a scene. All notions of noble demeanor and courtly decorum were cast aside. Acting purely on instinct, he swiftly stepped forward and tightly embraced the floating little princess. Giggles erupted. The embraced creature felt no fear. Instead, it found the situation immensely entertaining. With determination, it held the glowing quantum healing device closer to its uncle's face, exclaiming, "Chirp chirp, don't be scared. We are flying." Changsun Empress watched her brother's flustered and anxious demeanor, unable to suppress a light laugh, and gently explained, "Dear brother, do not be alarmed. This is a toy from little Yun for the little one, called the Phoenix Pendant. It allows her to communicate her thoughts and fly, ensuring her safety. It's quite harmless." Only then did Changsun Wuji's racing heart begin to settle, cradling his flailing niece, who was proudly showcasing her treasure. Feeling the warm glow and strange power emanating from the pendant, he looked at Ling Yun, who remained calm and composed, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. And a tidal wave of astonishment surged within him. Who exactly is this young lord? A seemingly innocuous plaything for a child possesses the astonishing ability to soar through the air. What remarkable artifact did he employ to rescue the Guanyin maid? It is no wonder that His Majesty and the Empress hold him in such high regard. He is anything but ordinary. To cultivate a friendship with him may well prove even more crucial than with Princess Shang. His heart was tumultuous, yet he endeavored to maintain a gentle smile, echoing the words of the little unicorn as he gestured toward the healing device in her hand. "Look, the little star is truly impressive." Uncle was a bit taken aback by the little star's brilliance. "You are the best." His grip around the little unicorn was somewhat unsteady. "Yes." The little unicorn is pleased with the praise, her little face beaming with delight. The radiance from the jade pendant subsided, and she nestled comfortably in her uncle's embrace, reminding him, "You must remember, the little star is amazing. I help too." Ling Yun observed the flustered yet composed expression of Changsun Wuji, and then gazed at the triumphant little unicorn, offering an amused smile. The royal uncle is startled. It is merely a trinket for the little unicorn's protection and amusement. He pondered whether to impose some restrictions, for it would be quite alarming if the little princess instinctively took to the skies each time. Chapter 85, Raise Your Hands. Don't move. Changsun Wuji, cradling the now settled little unicorn, felt the warmth of the child in his arms. As he turned his gaze toward Ling Yun, the curiosity and reverence in his eyes deepened. He steadied his heart and solemnly stated, Ling, young lord, I have today witnessed celestial arts that have truly opened my eyes. It is a blessing for the little unicorn to have your protection. Ling Yun smiled serenely, accustomed to such compliments. Your words are too kind, royal uncle. It is merely my duty. His gaze shifted to the little unicorn, who was still wriggling in Changsun Wuji's embrace. Little unicorn, are you tired from playing? Would you like to return with your brother to rest? Upon hearing the suggestion to return, the little unicorn sprang to life like a rabbit activated by a switch. Kicking her short legs vigorously from her uncle's hold, she stretched her little arms toward Ling Yun, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. I want to go play with little brother. Let's go? So tired. Her little head bobbed like a rattle drum, her big eyes fixed on Ling Yun, brimming with the dependency of someone who clearly wished to accompany him. Changsun Wuji nearly lost his grip on the suddenly energetic little unicorn and quickly laughed, loosening his hold. As soon as she touched the ground, the little unicorn dashed toward Ling Yun, wrapping her arms around his leg and looking up with a beaming face. Her little mouth chattering excitedly. What shall we play? Shall we have fun together? Shall we play with the new toys? She had completely forgotten about showcasing the little star just moments before. Jinyong, watching from the side, felt a wave of envy as his sister prepared to play with Ling Yun. His big eyes sparkled with longing as he nervously tugged at his skirt and shyly said, Brother Jinyong also wants to play. His voice was timid yet hopeful. Li Lizzie observed her sister and Jinyong, a hint of yearning in her eyes, yet her composure as the elder sister restrained her desires. Ling Yun, noticing Jinyong's eager gaze and the understanding demeanor of Li Lizzie, crouched down and affectionately ruffled Jinyong's hair. You wish to play as well? Very well. Lizzie can join us too. Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie's face flushed slightly, and she quickly shook her head. No, Lingo. Lizzie must accompany mother and review her studies. Jinyong can go play with the little unicorn. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yun ceased to press the matter, smiling as he lifted the little one into his arms and took Cheng Yang's small hand. Very well. Li Ji shall keep you company. I will take the little one and Cheng Yang for a brief outing. Before anyone could react, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. Changsun Wuji watched as Ling Yun, along with the two little princesses, disappeared in an instant, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment, he finally managed to utter, truly remarkable skills, appearing and disappearing without a trace. He then exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Empress Changsun before bowing to Li Shimin and taking his leave. At the Blue Star Villa, as soon as the little one touched the ground, she eagerly shook Ling Yun's hand. Big brother, do you have new toys? I want to play with the new toys. Show me. Cheng Yang stood beside her, his curious eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ling Yun chuckled, ruffling the little one's hair. The new toys, let me think. Yes, I have them. He took the hands of the two little princesses and led them to the storage room. From the shelf, he retrieved two brightly colored water guns, one pink and one blue, their designs round and adorable. Wow, what is this? The little one grasped the pink water gun, her small hands curiously exploring its barrel. A water gun. Here, Jinyong, this blue one is for you. Just fill it with water and you can spray. Spray water? How do we play with it? I want to play. The little one exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Ling Yun guided the two princesses to the poolside in the backyard. He filled both water guns with refreshing pool water. Watch closely. Just press here. Ling Yun demonstrated to an empty space, sending forth a stream of water. Wow. The little one and Cheng Yang's eyes widened in amazement. Let me try. The little one immediately mimicked Ling Yun, pressing the trigger with all her might, and with a splutter, a stream of water sprayed onto Ling Yun's pant leg. Ha! I got you, big brother. The little one laughed triumphantly, scampering away with her short legs. Hey, little one, don't run. Cheng Yang, summoning his courage, pursued her with the blue water gun, shouting, Look at me. Watch out. Big brother, save yourself. The little one squealed as she dashed around Ling Yun, her face a delightful mix of water and laughter, utterly joyous. Ling Yun dodged with a smile. The poolside filled with the melodious laughter of the two little princesses and the sound of splashing water. Sister, we are spraying big brother. He has no water gun. All right, let us join forces. The two little ones quietly conspired, aligning their efforts to aim at Ling Yun and commence their playful assault. Beep. Oh, so you think it's fair to bully your brother when I'm unarmed? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. He leaped into the pool, splashing a bit of water towards the two little princesses in retaliation. Giggling, sister, hurry and spray. We are 2 against 1. Big brother can't escape us. The little one ran about on her short legs, searching for different angles to launch her playful attacks, her laughter ringing with sheer delight. Little one, I will assist you. Watch me. Cheng Yang also evaded Ling Yun's splashes, joining the little princess in their playful onslaught against the water-drenched Ling Yun. Little one, big brother swims so fast. We can't reach him. What should we do? It's not fair. The young child puffed up her cheeks and called out to Ling Yun in a babyish voice. Ha! There are 2 of you. But my brother is all alone. If he doesn't swim faster, how can he manage? This is called guerrilla tactics. Upon witnessing the child's indignant expression, Ling Yun burst into laughter. However, the next moment, his mirth was abruptly halted, his smile froze, and he stood there in shock. The little princess, armed with a small water gun, flew toward him. Oh no, I forgot that the child possessed a jade pendant. She can fly? Humph. The little one can soar. Raise your hands. Don't move. The child hovered above Ling Yun's head, brandishing the water gun at him, her lips curled in a triumphant smirk. Yay, the little one is amazing. Here I come. Seeing the little princess corner Ling Yun, Jinyong hurried over to a position where he could splash him. Consequently, Ling Yun found himself at the mercy of the two children. With a little figure above him acting like a radar, they played around, splashing water joyously for quite a while, leaving all three of them drenched. The children's clothes clung to them, soaked through. All right, enough of the water play. Ling Yun clapped his hands, noting that they had turned into little drowned rats, and it was time to wash up and change into dry clothes. He first scooped up the little one, whose face was flushed with excitement, still giggling. The water gun is so much fun. I want to play again next time. As Ling Yun held the little one, he glanced at the equally drenched Jinyong, feeling a twinge of concern. The little one was still small enough for him to bathe her, but Jinyong was no longer a child. After pondering for a moment, he decided it would be best to return to the Tang Dynasty and ask Li Lizzie for assistance. Chapter 86, Bayou. Attack on Li Shimin. Ling Yun contemplated for a moment. Then, wrapping the two little ones in towels and taking along shampoo and body wash, he resolved to bring them back to the Tang Dynasty for a bath. With a flash of white light, Ling Yun returned with the two drenched but excited little princesses to the side hall of Chihuang Pavilion. Mother, we are back. The little one, resembling a drenched duckling with her hair plastered to her forehead, immediately waved her water gun and exclaimed upon landing. Oh dear! Empress Chang's son and Li Lizzie, hearing the commotion, hurried out from the inner hall. Upon seeing the two little ones' appearance, they were taken aback. Empress Chang's son quickly approached, squatting down to touch the little one's face and her soaked clothes. What happened? Why are you playing in the water so wildly? Jinyong stood quietly, allowing Li Lizzie to dry her hair with a cloth, softly explaining, Mother, we played with the water guns. It was so much fun. Splash, splash. We had a blast. The little one nodded vigorously, mimicking the splashing motion. Biggie, the big brother got all wet. Ling Yun, smiling, handed the two small bottles he held to Empress Chang's son, Annie. They played with water for a while. We must quickly give them a warm bath and change them into dry clothes, or they might catch a cold. These are for their bath. Our gentle body wash and shampoo from back home are safe for the skin and smell delightful. For the pink bottle of body wash, just squeeze a bit into your palm, lather it up, and apply it to their bodies and hair, then rinse thoroughly. The blue one is specifically for washing hair. With the same method, it leaves the hair smoother after washing. Empress Chang's son grasped two exquisite little bottles, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch, adorned with incomprehensible patterns and characters, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance of flowers and fruits. Xiao Yun is quite thoughtful, she mused. Sui, Qinglan, prepare hot water at once. She promptly commanded, then took the hand of a damp little one, exclaiming, Come, Mother will personally give you a delightful wash. In the bathing chamber, steam enveloped the air. A large wooden tub brimmed with water at just the right temperature. The Empress shed her outer robe, donning only her inner garments, and rolled up her sleeves with a gentle determination. She first assisted the little princess in shedding her wet clothes, revealing a slippery little figure eager to dive into the water. Slowly, Empress Chang's son chuckled as she cradled her into the warm embrace of the bath. Jinyong, with the help of Li Lizzie, also removed her garments and gradually settled into the soothing water, giving a contented sigh. The Empress took the pink bottle of shower gel, emulating Ling Yun's instructions, squeezing a small amount of the sweetly fragrant, viscous liquid into her palm, and began to rub her hands together. Soon, a plethora of delicate, white bubbles emerged. Wow, bubbles. So many bubbles. The little princess was instantly captivated, splashing her tiny hands in an attempt to grasp the floating orbs. A glimmer of surprise danced in the Empress's eyes as she gently lathered the fragrant foam onto the little one's skin, the silky texture eliciting peals of laughter from the child. Mother, it smells wonderful. The bubbles are so slippery. Let's play. Indeed, it is delightful. The Empress replied with a smile, skillfully washing the little one. Next came the hair washing. The Empress squeezed a bit of shampoo from the blue bottle, working it into the little princess's hair, creating an even richer lather. The young royal, adorned with a frothy crown, joyfully shook her head, exclaiming, Mother, my hair smells lovely too. When it was City Yang's turn, the Empress similarly applied the shampoo and shower gel. After rinsing, the previously dry strands of hair became soft and manageable, her cheeks flushed and dewy. The Empress caressed her daughter's freshly washed skin and hair, inhaling the pleasant aroma that permeated the air. She expressed her admiration for the bathing products from the capital, exclaiming, Every item Xiao Yun has given is truly exceptional. Li Lizzie, assisting nearby with towels, watched her sisters in their fragrant splendor, her eyes brimming with wonder and envy. After their warm and fragrant baths, the two little princesses donned soft, dry nightgowns, carried out by Sui and Qinglan, their cheeks rosy and hair still damp, resembling two freshly steamed buns. Look, I'm all cleaned up. Smell, isn't it fragrant? The little princess leaned toward Ling Yun, her expression urging him to take a whiff. I'm all ready too. Brother, Jinyong quietly added. Ling Yun, taking the nearly slipping little princess from Qinglan's arms, exclaimed, Ah, it smells marvelous. Let me dry your hair. He feigned a dramatic sniff of the little one's face before retrieving a prepared hairdryer from his bracelet. Li Lizzie, observe closely as I demonstrate the hairdryer. You can help Jinyong with hers. He handed a hairdryer to Li Lizzie, ready to teach her how to use it. All right, Brother Ling. Li Lizzie took the hand, her gaze fixed on Ling Yun's next move. The gentle hum of the hairdryer filled the air as Ling Yun carefully adjusted the temperature and distance, allowing the warm, soft breeze to caress the delicate strands of the little one's hair. The small child squinted in comfort, resembling a kitten being stroked, her little head bobbing slightly. All right, little fragrant pouch, Ling Yun announced, turning off the hairdryer and tousling the child's fluffy hair. Look, your hair has turned gray. The little one touched her head, feeling light and airy. Meanwhile, Li Lizzie imitated Ling Yun's actions, gently helping Changyang dry his hair. Changyang sat quietly, a look of contentment gracing his small face, basking in the tender care. Ling Go, this hairdryer is truly convenient, Li Lizzie exclaimed, admiring Changyang's newly smooth and voluminous hair. Let's leave these two here. You can both use them, and this will dry your hair quickly, Ling Yun replied with a smile. Second sister, shall we play? The little one, just having enjoyed the pampering, perked up immediately, her bright eyes scanning the hall for new targets, quickly locking onto a long unopened pink toy car in the corner. Let's drive. She pointed at the electric vehicle, tugging at Changyang's hand to pull him along. Ling Yun, along with Li Lizzie and Empress Changsun, washed with smiles as the hall resonated with the carefree laughter of the children. Footsteps and a familiar voice echoed from outside the hall. Li Shimin, having finished his state affairs, entered with a hint of fatigue etched on his brow. However, upon witnessing the warm and joyous scene within, especially the delight of his two little daughters, a smile broke across his face. Ah, my little ones are having such fun, running about so joyfully, Li Shimin teased as he approached. Father. The little one halted the toy car, sliding down and rushing to Li Shimin's side, proudly raising the pink water gun she had clutched tightly. Look, Father got us a new toy. A water gun. Let's play. A water gun. Li Shimin took the pink plastic toy from his daughter, feeling its lightweight and peculiar design. He examined it curiously, pondering how it was meant to be played with. The moment the little one heard her father question how to use it, she sprang into action. She tiptoed to reclaim the water gun from Li Shimin's hands, her face beaming with pride as she exclaimed, Father, like this. Just press. Bayu. As she cheerfully explained, she pressed the trigger with all her might, aiming the nozzle right at Li Shimin, who was bending down to watch her. With a sudden spray, two streams of cool water accurately struck the front of Li Shimin's bright yellow dragon robe, embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons. The hall fell silent in an instant. The palace maids and eunuchs holding their breath at the unexpected scene. Godfather. The little one giggled, her eyes sparkling with joy, completely oblivious to the gravity of her actions. Chapter 87. I know. I will do it again next time. Li Shimin instinctively looked down at the quickly spreading dark water stains on his dragon robe, then raised his gaze to his daughter, who was brandishing the water gun with an expression of triumph. Li Lizzie and Changyang both covered their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment. Empress Changsun was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flickering with a sense of inevitability. Ling Yun pressed his forehead, suppressing a smile. He felt no concern that Li Er would be angered. Historical records attest that Li Er's affection for the little princess would not be easily swayed by such a trivial incident. After a brief silence, Li Shimin gazed upon his daughter, her innocent and unknowing countenance, and then his eyes fell upon the conspicuous wet stains on his robe. His lips twitched at first, and then he could no longer contain himself, bursting into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, well done, my little princess. What audacity you possess to drench your grandfather's dragon robe. He scooped up the still giggling little princess, rubbing his stubbled chin against her cheek. Oh dear, grandfather's beard is ticklish. The little princess squirmed with glee, her small hands tightly clutching her pink water gun. Grandfather, look, my water gun is so powerful. She remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, proudly flaunting her achievement. Impressive, truly remarkable. My little general has flooded 7 armies with but a single strike. Li Shimin, both amused and exasperated, pointed at his damp front, declaring, See, this is your handiwork. Lu Lihua and Changyang could not help but burst into laughter. Empress Changsun approached with a smile, playfully scolding the little princess by tapping her forehead. You little rascal. Look what a mess you've made of your grandfather's attire. She produced a silk handkerchief to assist Li Shimin in wiping off the stains, but they had already seeped through the fabric. Not at all, not at all. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Instead, he took the water gun from the princess's hands, mimicking her earlier actions by aiming it at an unoccupied corner of the hall and pressing the trigger. A stream of water shot forth. Oh, how intriguing, he mused, finding the design quite clever. The water flowed with such concentration and force. Li Shimin toyed with the water gun like a boy who had just discovered a novel plaything. Little Yun, is this a summer delight from your white jade capital? Ling Yun chuckled, explaining, My dear uncle, do not be amused. This is merely a toy for children to play with in the summer, known as a water gun. Fill it with water, press here, and it shoots out a stream for fun and refreshment. The little princess was so caught up in the excitement that she lost her aim and accidentally soaked you. Haha, the unfiltered words of children, how innocent their joy. What collision could there be? Li Shimin laughed heartily, returning the water gun to the eagerly awaiting little princess. However, I fear I shall need to change my ceremonial robes. Zhang Anan. Here, your majesty. Zhang Anan stepped forward, still pondering that only this little princess could escape unscathed. Had it been another prince, he would certainly have faced punishment. Go fetch me a set of informal attire, Li Shimin commanded, then leaned down to tease his daughter in his arms. General Princess, next time you spray water, please aim carefully so as not to accidentally harm your grandfather, understood? Yes, I will be careful. The little princess nodded vigorously, her expression one of determination as she clutched her water gun, squirming in Li Shimin's embrace. Grandfather, let me down. I want to play with my sister. Observing his spirited little daughter racing off to play with the electric car, Li Shimin couldn't help but shake his head with a blend of exasperation and affection. He smiled at Ling Yun, saying, "This little sprite, with you as her brother. Her courage grows ever bolder, and her antics become increasingly inventive. Yet, it is quite delightful. It brings me joy to witness." He tenderly touched the slight dampness on his dragon robe and gazed at the frolicking daughters in the hall, his smile more genuine and relaxed than ever before. The little sprite, driving her pink electric car, leisurely circled the hall with Jinyong twice. As the novelty wore off, her small belly began to protest, producing quite a loud gurgle. Releasing the steering wheel, she slid off the car and scampered over to Li Shimin and Ling Yun, who were engaged in tea and conversation. She hugged Ling Yun's leg and exclaimed, "Daddy, my tummy is grumbling. It feels empty. I want to eat." Just as Li Shimin was engrossed in discussing the Cadillac with Ling Yun, he was interrupted by his daughter. Upon seeing her pitiful little face, his heart softened immediately. With a smile, he instructed, "Zhang Anan, prepare the meal. Do not let the little sprite go hungry." "Yes," Zhang Anan responded, ready to make the arrangements. Suddenly, Li Shimin recalled something, his eyes lighting up. "Where's that box of instant noodles I set aside? Hurry, bring out a bucket. I wish to try it today. Daddy, I want some too. I want the instant noodles." Upon seeing the familiar packaging, the little sprite released Ling Yun's leg and dashed to Li Shimin, tugging at his knee. Her bright eyes fixated on the bucket of noodles. Li Shimin, filled with enthusiasm as he opened the packaging, chuckled, "Haha, splendid. The sprite will share the noodles with her grandfather." Ling Yun, with a hint of resigned amusement, interjected, "Father-in-law, while indulging in instant noodles occasionally is fine. It cannot serve as a daily meal." He knelt down, observing the little sprite's eager expression, gently pinching her small arm. "My dear sprite, while these noodles are indeed fragrant, they lack proper nutrition. You, my little sapling, must grow tall and strong, which requires rice, meat, and vegetables. Eating these noodles constantly will not provide enough nourishment. Be cautious, or you may end up short." "What? Not growing tall, short and stubby?" The little sprite's lips instantly puckered at the thought. Glancing at the noodles in Li Shimin's hands, then at Ling Yun, her face was filled with conflict. Not growing tall was unacceptable. She wished to be as tall as her grandfather. "I don't want to be short," she said, feeling a sense of injustice. Yet unable to resist sneaking glances at the bucket of noodles, her little nose twitching as if catching a whiff of their aroma. Li Shimin felt somewhat embarrassed by Ling Yun's comments. As an emperor, he was being admonished for consuming something deemed lacking in nutrition. Yet seeing his daughter's conflicted expression was amusing. All right, I shall heed your brother's advice," Li Shimin declared, pulling the bucket closer to himself. Adopting a noble stance as if to bear the burden for her. "This nutritionally deficient noodle, I shall consume for you. Be patient and wait for the splendid dishes from the imperial kitchen to help you grow tall." He swiftly tore open the seasoning packet, poured in hot water, and covered it, executing the process with practiced efficiency. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. "Wow, it smells delicious," the young child sniffled, gazing eagerly at the steaming bowl of noodles before Li Shimin, nearly drooling with anticipation. Yet, recalling Ling Yun's words, she murmured softly, "I just want to smell it." Her greedy demeanor brought smiles to both Li Shimin and Ling Yun. At that moment, dinner was served. Empress Changsun arrived with Li Lizzie and Jinyong. Come, little one. Look, there's meat and vegetables," Ling Yun said as he seated himself with the child and placed a tender piece of fish and some vibrant greens onto her plate. "Eating this will help you grow taller." The young girl glanced at the fragrant dishes in her bowl, then at the aromatic but height-reducing noodles before her father. Ultimately, her yearning to grow taller triumphed over her cravings. She picked up her small spoon and diligently scooped food into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. It's delicious. I'll grow taller." Li Shimin observed his daughter's earnest expression, his heart softening. He lifted the lid off his instant noodles and slurped a long noodle, feigning a satisfied sigh. So fragrant." This elicited an indignant glare from the little girl. "Father, your noodles one tea make you taller. They'll make you short like me." Her innocent proclamation brought laughter to those gathered at the table. The meal passed joyfully amidst the little one's earnest efforts to grow and the emperor's teasing slurps. After some playtime, the child's eyelids began to droop, her small head gradually leaning against Ling Yun. After such a long day of play, coupled with a full belly, drowsiness naturally set in. "Are you sleepy, little one?" Ling Yun gently cradled her, swaying her softly. "I'm not sleepy. I just want to keep playing," she mumbled. Yet her little arms instinctively wrapped around Ling Yun's neck, her face pressed against his chest, her breathing soon evening out. "Aunt, Uncle, Lizzie, Jinyong. I'll take the little one back now," Ling Yun said, cradling the soft bundle. "Go on, rest well," Empress Changsun replied warmly. Li Shimin smiled and waved as he watched his daughter drift into slumber. In a flash of light, they disappeared. In the Blue Star Villa, in the bedroom, Ling Yun gently placed the peacefully sleeping child into the soft embrace of her blanket. The little one, in her dreams, smacked her lips and unconsciously clutched the blanket. Resembling a contented kitten, tucking her in snugly, he gazed at her serene visage and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her forehead. "Good night, little one. Sleep well and grow tall." After freshening up, he climbed into bed, embracing the adorable child and settling down for the night. The next morning, Ling Yun awoke groggily, feeling a bit constricted in his chest, as if a soft, warm stone rested there. Upon opening his eyes, he chuckled. The little girl had somehow rolled from her own pillow and lay sprawled across his chest, her small face pressed against his chin, sleeping soundly. One little foot rested possessively on his arm, her nightgown hiked up to reveal her round belly, rising and falling with each breath. Ling Yun carefully attempted to shift her, but the moment he moved, she let out a disgruntled murmur. The little arms and legs entwined more tightly like an octopus, as the small head nestled into his neck. Mumbling in a dream, the pod is scaring the dinosaur away with a water gun. Indeed, in his dream, he was still battling dinosaurs. Ling Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. He could only allow this little furnace to continue occupying him as a mattress. Glancing at the time, realizing it was getting late, he gently pinched the little one's cheek. Little Zizi, the sun is shining on your bottom. It's time to rise and enjoy a delicious breakfast. With a sleepy murmur, Zizi rubbed her eyes, sitting up in a daze, her messy hair sticking out in all directions. Bewildered as she looked at the soft cushion beneath her, her little face bore a hint of confusion. Clearly unaware of how she had rolled from one end of the bed to the other. After washing up and finishing the breakfast prepared by Ling Yun, Zizi was revitalized, her little mouth urging to go check if the store was ready for business. In a flash of light, the two appeared at the entrance of Chi Huang Pavilion. As soon as they stepped inside, Ling Yun sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere felt different today, with an unusually large gathering of people. Aside from the usual presence of Empress Changsan, Li Lizzie, and Changyang, Crown Prince Li Changqian, King Wei Li Tai, and even the little Prince Jin Li Ji were all present. Emperor Li Shimin was pacing within the hall, his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed. An evident air of agitation about him. Mother, sister, Zizi, undeterred by the atmosphere, flitted over like a joyous little bird. First embracing Empress Changsan, and then reaching for Li Lizzie's hand. Zizi is here. Empress Changsan smiled as she patted her head, though a trace of worry lingered in her expression. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Shimin paused, and upon seeing Ling Yun, he approached eagerly, as if he had found a savior. Xiao Yun, you've finally arrived. Uncle, what is going on? Ling Yun surveyed the gathering of princes and princesses, somewhat bewildered by the unusual bustle today. Ah, don't mention it. Li Shimin sighed heavily, pulling out a report from his sleeve and handing it to Ling Yun. Take a look. This morning, several urgent reports came in. Regions within the country, including Hunan and Hudong, are experiencing extreme heat. The sun is scorching enough to crack the earth. Many places have reported cases of heat stroke among the populace, and tragically, some elderly and children have perished from the unbearable heat. His tone was grave, carrying the weight of an emperor-esque concern. This heat has arrived with unprecedented ferocity. Although there have been hot summers in the past, none have been as lethal as this one. My ice cellars are already depleted. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. If this continues, who knows what chaos will ensue. Ling Yun quickly scanned the report, the shocking descriptions and figures causing him to furrow his brow. In ancient times, without air conditioning or fans, the ordinary populace, particularly the elderly and weak, faced tremendous danger in the face of extreme heat. Empress Changsan added softly, Xiao Yun, Erlang is deeply troubled. We thought that since Zizi's place is air-conditioned and cool like autumn, it would be the best refuge from the heat. We have invited Chengqian, Qingke, and Jinu to come and take shelter here. As for Lizzie and Shenyang, we have also asked the younger princes and princesses to squeeze in for respite. At least this way, the children can endure the hottest hours. Now it was clear to Ling Yun. They were utilizing the air-conditioned palace as a temporary refuge from the sweltering heat. Listening to Empress Changsuan's words, he felt a deep admiration for her wisdom and compassion. Although the little girl, CZ, could not fully comprehend the adult's conversation, upon hearing the word heat, she rushed to the small cart at the corner of the hall and picked up the water gun that had been left behind the previous day. She then ran to Li Shimin's side, looking up with her innocent face, tugging at the hem of his robe. Father, can we use this? I have a water gun. It can spray water. Let us chase away the heat, she exclaimed in a childish voice, mimicking the sound of splashing water. Ling Yun observed the little princess's naive and earnest actions, crouching down with a smile to gently pat her head. Zizi, this water gun cannot drive away the sweltering weather, he said. Li Shimin gazed at his daughter, the furrow in his brow softening slightly. A bittersweet smile appearing as he bent down to stroke her head. You are such a good girl, CZ, wanting to help your father with the heat. However, I fear your little water gun may not be powerful enough to combat such intense heat. Yes, it can. The little girl protested, puffing out her chest defiantly. She squeezed the trigger a couple of times, but alas, it only produced an empty sound with no water. Ling Yun chuckled at the scene, looking into the sparkling eyes of the little princess and speaking in a playful tone, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You are right, CZ. The heat is truly troublesome. But, my dear, I possess a treasure far more formidable than a water gun. What treasure? CZ's interest was instantly piqued, her wide eyes reflecting her curiosity as she momentarily forgot the water gun. Is it more powerful than mine? Indeed, Ling Yun said, gesturing dramatically towards the ceiling. I can have Sister Ling create a super colossal water cannon for you. Whoosh. It will shoot up to the sky. He mimicked an exaggerated launching motion. And then, the clouds above will be struck by the water cannon, and it will pour down a torrential rain. Once the rain falls, the heat will be washed away, and a cool breeze will follow. Wow. CZ's mouth formed an A shape, her face radiating wonder and longing. A super big water cannon. It will shoot at the clouds. It will pour down heavy rain and chase the heat away. Chapter 89. The Plan for Sweet Rain. Preparing for Artificial Rainfall. She began to bounce excitedly in place, waving her small hands. Yes, yes. Quickly let Sister Ling make it. Make the super big water cannon. Shoot at the clouds. Bring the heavy rain. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the others were left utterly perplexed. A water cannon shooting at clouds? Bringing rain? Was this truly feasible? It seemed even less plausible than CZ using her water gun against the heat. However, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun felt a jolt in their hearts. They instantly grasped Ling Yun's implication. This was no mere child's fanciful talk, but rather a reference to a divine method capable of summoning rain. A remarkable light sparked in Li Shimin's eyes, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Xiao Yun, are you saying this is true? Can we really summon sweet rain? Ling Yun, holding CZ who was still lost in dreams of the water cannon, nodded affirmatively to Li Shimin, his tone steady and convincing. Uncle, it is not about summoning. It is merely a special method to alleviate the heat. The principle is similar to what I explained to CZ. While it may not cover all of Tang, it is sufficient to address the immediate needs of Chang'an and its surroundings. However, we must first have Ling monitor to see if the conditions are suitable for implementation. Excellent, excellent. Li Shimin, filled with excitement, repeatedly exclaimed 3 good words. His previous agitation vanishing in an instant. What do you need? I shall fully cooperate. More hands. A place? Just speak up. Ah, I want to help too. The little one wriggled in Ling Yun's embrace, her small face filled with urgency. I want to cheer on Sister Ling. I want to shout encouragement. Very loudly. Haha, splendid. We can't do without our little one cheering. Ling Yun smiled as he comforted the lively treasure in his arms, turning to Li Shimin. Uncle, rest assured. No additional manpower or resources are necessary. Ling has her own methods. Just provide me with a high, open place with a good view. So be it. Zhang Anan. Li Shimin, without hesitation, immediately commanded, relay my decree. Clear the stargazing platform. No one is allowed within 100 paces. Those who disobey shall be executed. With the gravity of the matter evident, he employed the word execute twice, showcasing the emperor's formidable authority. Understood. This old servant shall comply. Zhang Anan's expression grew serious as he promptly took his leave. Quick, let us go. We need to fetch water cannons. The little one eagerly tugged at Ling Yun's garment. Li Shimin, equally eager, looked at Ling Yun and asked, shall we go to the stargazing platform now? Ling Yun gently pinched the excited little princess and shook his head. His tone light. No rush, uncle. Let Ling check the celestial conditions first. I also need to prepare, do I not? Once Ling confirms it's appropriate, we can ascend. His tone exuded a sense of assured control. Ling, scan Chang'an and the surrounding 50 li of airspace, analyze the current cloud structure, humidity, and dynamic conditions, and assess the feasibility of artificial rainfall. Ling Yun calmly instructed. Command confirmed. Initiating full area high-resolution meteorological scan. Ling's voice resonated. A bracelet on Ling Yun's wrist flickered with white light, and a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted, disc-shaped device glowing with a soft blue light materialized in midair, hovering before him. Wow. The little one was instantly captivated, reaching out her tiny hand to touch it. Be careful, little one, do not touch. This is not a toy. Ling Yun gently held her small hand. This is Sister Ling's eye. It will soar to uncover the secrets hidden within the clouds. No sooner had he spoken than the diminutive flying robot, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, flew out of the palace, ascending vertically in an instant. Li Shimin, standing nearby, held his breath, stepping outside to gaze skyward. The scanning process was swift, and before long, the flying robot returned. Scan complete. Ling's feedback reached Ling Yun's consciousness, in the target area at an altitude of 35,000 to 55,000 zhang. There exists a workable layer of cumulus clouds. Humidity saturation is at 72, with stable updrafts, though the concentration of ice crystal nuclei is insufficient. Overall assessment indicates a 78.3 success rate for silver iodide cold cloud catalysis operations. Artificial rainfall can be executed. A smile graced Ling Yun's lips as he nodded to Li Shimin. Uncle, Ling has assessed it. We can proceed with the rainfall. Excellent. Wonderful. Little Yun, I must trouble you once more. Li Shimin was overjoyed, fully trusting Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun embraced the little one and nodded to Li Shimin and the others in the hall. Uncle, auntie, I will take the little one back to prepare and will return shortly. With a flicker of white light, the two vanished from the Chihuang Pavilion. In the Blue Star Villa, in the basement workshop, Ling Yun placed the little fox on a high chair cushioned with soft padding. Sit here quietly, dear. Brother will have Sister Ling create a cloud-making cannon. Good girl. Let us see Sister Ling's magic. The little fox obediently sat, her big eyes brimming with anticipation. Fixated on the vast workbench at the center, Ling Yun approached the workbench and spoke in a low voice. Initiate the Ganin Project's equipment manufacturing module. Execute according to the optimal plan. Command confirmed. Ganin Project equipment manufacturing initiated. Ling's gentle voice resonated. A soft blue light illuminated the center of the workbench, and a holographic projection unfolded, showcasing the recently scanned aerial cloud structure of the Tang Dynasty alongside a flurry of intricate data streams. Based on the scan results, the equipment requirement is set. The projected manufacturing time is 2 hours. By the way, Ling Yun recalled another matter. Contact a modern pharmaceutical supplier and order a batch of Huixiang Zhengqi oral solution. Prepare a truckload. Expedite the process for the fastest delivery. Command confirmed. The optimal supplier has been selected. The order has been generated and expedited. The The supplier promises to complete the stock preparation and deliver it to the designated warehouse within 24 hours. Ling's efficiency remained unwavering. Immediately, the silver liquid metal storage pools flanking the workbench surged as if endowed with life. Countless silver threads, finer than human hair, interwove and twisted, delineating an extraordinarily complex microstructure framework. Even smaller liquid metal particles, akin to precisely controlled nanorobots, adhered to the framework, layering, merging, and molding into shape. They amalgamated into miniature energy cores, superconducting coils, ultra-precision nozzles, microsensor arrays, anti-gravity stabilization modules, and high-density energy storage units. Wow, how amazing! Sister Jinyong, you must make me a gigantic water gun. I want to create big water bubbles. It must be sent. The little fox, perched on her chair, watched the working mechanical arms with sparkling eyes, clapping her hands while reminding her of her grand water gun. Absolutely, little master. I shall ensure it is done splendidly. I promise you will have great fun. Ling's tone was soothing, reminiscent of a mother comforting her child. Thank you, Sister Jinyong. You are so wonderful. All right, little fox, we must return now. Your grand water gun will not be ready so soon. Ling Yun chuckled as he lifted her, preparing to return and inform Li Shimin. Chapter 90. I am not a little bodhisattva. I am a little phoenix. As Ling Yun returned with the little princess to Chihuang Pavilion, Li Shimin approached eagerly. Xiaoyun, how is the preparation coming along? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do not worry, uncle. Ling is currently crafting the rainmaking device, and I will return to collect it in half an hour. Ling Yun casually patted his wrist. Additionally, I have asked Ling to expedite the order for heat relief medicine. It should arrive by tomorrow in ample quantity. Excellent. Marvelous. Li Shimin clapped his hands vigorously, a relieved smile gracing his face. Xiaoyun, you are truly my fortunate star and the savior of the people of Chang'an. He paused momentarily, his eyes flickering with a hint of subtle intrigue and expectation, lowering his voice slightly. Xiaoyun, you understand that this reign-seeking endeavor is of paramount significance, a grand act to alleviate the suffering of countless citizens. I pondered whether it would be prudent to invite the principal officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, along with the esteemed nobles and dignitaries present in the capital, to gather beneath the stargazing pavilion and witness this miraculous rainfall. Firstly, it would calm the hearts of the people. Secondly, though Li Shimin did not complete his thought, Ling Yun instantly comprehended his intent, to create a spectacle. By harnessing this divine phenomenon, he sought to further solidify the emperor's prestige, intimidate his ministers, and even bolster the standing of the young prince and himself. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yun recognized that while his initial intention was to resolve matters discreetly, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Allowing the officials to witness the miracle firsthand would greatly benefit Li Shimin in stabilizing the court's affairs and promoting potential future endeavors, such as the grand opening of Yunmengji. Moreover, it would be advantageous for elevating the position of the young prince. Very well, Ling Yun nodded in agreement, believing it beneficial for the officials to witness the event in person, as seeing is far more persuasive than mere words. However, he shifted the conversation and, lifting the curious little prince nestled in his arms, remarked, regarding the distribution of medicine, I have a notion. He gently tapped the small princess on her nose and cheerfully suggested to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. Why not distribute this medicine in the name of our dear Jinyong princess, to assist those citizens suffering from the heat? In the name of the prince? Empress Changsun's eyes brightened as she instantly grasped Ling Yun's deeper intent. She gazed at her daughter with warmth, exclaiming, this is an excellent idea. By distributing medicine in her name, we alleviate the people's suffering while simultaneously accruing merit and goodwill for the prince. She turned to Li Shimin, who clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, brilliant, absolutely splendid. Little Yun, your mind works swiftly. He looked down at his innocent daughter with eyes full of affection and pride, saying, little prince, you shall play the role of a savior this time. Though the young prince did not fully comprehend, she furrowed her brow in mild discontent at her father's words, puffing out her little chest, placing her hands on her hips, and mimicking Ling Yun's usual confidence. She lifted her chin and declared in her sweet voice, Father, I am not a little duck. I am a little phoenix. Little phoenix sounds beautiful. Her earnest expression and insistence brought laughter to the assembled adults. Indeed, our little phoenix is the mightiest. Ling Yun chuckled as he planted a kiss on her cheek, adding, when the rain falls and the weather cools, I shall take you to distribute the medicine tomorrow. Very well, very well. The little prince clapped her hands in delight. Zhang Anan, Li Shimin, in high spirits, commanded loudly, quickly convey my decree. Summon the heads of the 3 provinces and the 6 ministries, along with all civil and military nobles of the 3rd rank and above residing in the capital, to gather immediately beneath the stargazing pavilion. Inform them that I invite them to join in welcoming the timely rain that will relieve the scorching heat of Chang'an. There must be no mistakes. Understood. Zhang Anan accepted the command and hurried away. His heart brimmed with excitement, knowing that a momentous miracle was about to unfold, one he would be fortunate enough to witness. As Zhang Anan departed, the atmosphere within the hall remained somewhat tense. Although Li Shimin felt a measure of reassurance from Ling Yun's affirmation, the anxiousness of an emperor had not entirely dissipated, and he instinctively began to pace the chamber. Empress Changsun observed her husband's furrowed brow and then glanced at their little daughter clad in modern attire, her mind beginning to devise a plan. She stepped forward gracefully, her voice gentle yet resolute. Erlang, Xiaoyun, not only do we seek the witness of the officials, but we also aim to elevate the reputation of the little rhinoceros. Therefore, our appearance must not be taken lightly. With a smile, she turned to the little rhinoceros in Ling Yun's arms. Rhinoceros, come, let us change into something beautiful, shall we? Soon. We will join your brother and your father to play with the big water cannon, so we must dress splendidly. Upon hearing the word beautiful, the little rhinoceros's bright eyes sparkled. Okay, I want to wear something very pretty. She twisted her small body out of Ling Yun's embrace and eagerly took the hand of Empress Changsan. Xiao Yun, Erlang. Please sit for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea. Sui and I will take the rhinoceros to change quickly. Empress Changsan nodded at Ling Yun and Li Shimin, then led the little rhinoceros, who waved back at Ling Yun, along with Sui and the palace maids into the inner hall. It was only then that Li Shimin truly halted his steps, letting out a long sigh, the heaviness in his brow replaced by a mix of anticipation and nervous excitement. He looked at Ling Yun, his gaze complex. Xiao Yun, my heart is in turmoil. Though I know of your extraordinary talents, I find myself at a loss for words to describe this feat that transcends mortal understanding. Ling Yun smiled knowingly, sitting beside the tea table and gesturing for Li Shimin to join him. Uncle, there is no need for excessive worry. This is not about conjuring winds and rains. It is merely utilizing tools, guiding circumstances to hasten a natural process. Much like boiling water, we simply add firewood to make it boil faster. Ling has merely discovered where to find the firewood for the pot of water above. He explained with an analogy that Li Shimin could comprehend. Li Shimin complied and took a seat, and Li Lizzie immediately approached, elegantly pouring warm tea for both of them. Although she felt a surge of emotions, her refined upbringing allowed her to maintain the poise of a princess. That said, as Li Shimin lifted his teacup, he found no interest in savoring it. His gaze fixed intently on Ling Yun. To possess the ability to discern the right timing, to know where the firewood is, and to have the capability to add to it. Xiao Yun, do you realize the significance of this act on your standing among the officials and the hearts of the people? Ling Yun, with an unruffled demeanor, took a sip of his tea, interrupting Li Shimin. Uncle, in my actions, I only consider what is beneficial for the rhinoceros. For Li Ji, for Chengyang, for you and Aunt, and for the suffering people before us. As for how others perceive or think, I have no intention to delve into or concern myself with it. He set down his teacup, his gaze clear and tranquil. My connection to the Tang Dynasty exists solely within the confines of Chihuang Pavilion and among those who regard me as family. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds, not what I seek. These words left Li Shimin momentarily speechless. He gazed at the youth before him, whose clarity and nonchalance evoked a hint of envy in the emperor who ruled the realm. After a moment of silence, he finally smiled with understanding. Well said, a bond that exists only in Chihuang Pavilion. It seems I have been overly concerned. Come, let us drink tea. The two sat across from each other, momentarily silent, with only the fragrance of tea wafting in the air. Chapter 91. The sweet rain platform and the water cannon. Time passed quietly as they waited, and the pearl curtain of the inner hall gently stirred. Empress Changsun emerged, leading the newly adorned little rhinoceros. The little princess was adorned in a resplendent ensemble. Her upper garment, a vivid crimson, intricately embroidered with elaborate patterns of intertwining peonies and soaring phoenixes in golden threads. The neckline and cuffs were embellished with brilliant gold trim. Her lower attire was a deep, somber black, which also featured golden thread depicting auspicious clouds and mythical creatures, subtly shimmering with each step she took. At her waist, she wore a delicate belt inlaid with exquisite jade, from which hung a small jade pendant symbolizing her status. On her feet were dainty, finely crafted phoenix head shoes. Her petite hairpin was crowned with a meticulously designed golden phoenix hairpiece, which held delicate strands of pearl tassels that swayed gently with her movements, sparkling with brilliance. Her finely sculpted visage, polished to perfection, radiated a rosy charm. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, presenting her as an animated jade doll, exquisitely adorned and captivatingly beautiful. The little one, clearly unaccustomed to such grand attire, held a certain stiffness in her small frame. Yet her eagerness to showcase her appearance was unmistakable. She puffed out her tiny chest, mimicking the dignified demeanor of Li Lizzie, taking small steps before Ling Yun and Emperor Li Shimin, even spinning around in delight. Beautiful, simply stunning. My little one is the most exquisite little phoenix. Li Shimin's heart soared with joy, the earlier solemnity dissipating, leaving only overwhelming affection and pride for his daughter. Empress Changsun gazed at her daughter with satisfaction and turned to Ling Yun, asking, Little Yun, what do you think? Does this attire befit our little one? Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration and mirth as he crouched down to meet the princess's gaze. Indeed, it suits her perfectly. Our little one looks even more enchanting in this outfit. The little princess erupted into joyous laughter, leaping into Ling Yun's embrace, her hands clutching at his garments. Quickly, go fetch the big water cannon. I can hardly wait. Ling Yun gently patted the little princess's back and turned to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. Uncle, Aunt, it's nearly time. I must return to prepare. Very well. Li Shimin nodded eagerly, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Without further delay, Ling Yun instructed the little princess. Be a good girl and stay with your mother and father for a moment. I will change my clothes and return shortly. Okay, hurry back. She replied with a determined nod, though reluctant to let go, her large eyes fixed intently on Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded to everyone, and with a flash of brilliance from his wrist, his figure vanished into the cool, expectant air of the Chi Huang Pavilion. Upon returning to his villa, he proceeded directly to the upstairs wardrobe, moving towards the section where custom Hanfu garments were stored. His gaze swept across a row of hangers until he selected an outfit that harmonized with the day's impending grand event. He chose a moon-white deep robe with wide sleeves, crafted from the finest silk blended with special fibers, its texture light and ethereal, yet naturally draping, flowing like water with each movement. The collar, cuffs, and hem were adorned with subtly embroidered cloud patterns in fine silver thread, shimmering faintly with starlight under the illumination. At his waist, he tied a sky-blue silk sash, embellished with a smooth and flawless jade pendant. Once attired, his demeanor transformed. He exuded an air of ethereal elegance, shedding some of his usual affability in favor of a more aloof and otherworldly grace. The wide sleeves and flowing fabric danced without wind, adding an air of mystery to his presence. At this moment, he would undoubtedly align more closely with the vision of the enigmatic celestial master hailing from the Jade capital, as envisioned by the officials. Subsequently, he made his way towards the basement. At the center of the workbench, the multifunctional meteorological intervention platform, aptly named Gonlin, had been completed. The sleek, silver metallic casing floated serenely within a gentle azure force field, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Inside the casing lay 128 elegantly designed miniature drones, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Each drone was the size of a sparrow, entirely clad in silvery gray, with sharp lines and no visible seams. The structure of the wings was exceptionally intricate, while the rear featured a complex multi-nozzle vector propulsion system. Embedded at the core of each drone was an energy core, the size of a grain of rice, emanating a ghostly blue light. Master, the Gonlin platform is ready. Charging at 100, self-diagnosis complete, and it is poised for deployment. Reported Liao. Excellent. Lingyun nodded. Liao, load the silver iodide catalyst. Loading, Liao responded. Silently, an exceedingly small hatch on the underside of each drone slid open, and precision mechanical arms swiftly inserted special elemental silver iodide nanocatalyst particles, smaller than sesame seeds and shimmering with unique crystalline light, into the designated dispersal chamber. The hatch is closed seamlessly. Loading complete. The cluster has passed self-diagnosis. Energy cores activated, ready to execute scattering tasks, Liao reported. Ling Yun's gaze then shifted to another corner of the workbench. There, Liao had indeed not overlooked the young master's request. A large water gun lay quietly. This water gun was significantly larger than an ordinary toy. Its main body was semi-transparent, crafted from a special synthetic material with a faint icy blue hue, resembling a swirling nebula within. The most striking feature was a rounded energy core embedded in the center of the gun, radiating a soft white light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The entire design was both futuristic and whimsically charming, clearly a remarkable creation. The young master's request has also been fulfilled. It is equipped with a built-in miniature force field stabilizer, which can create a fleeting light and shadow effect when water is discharged, meeting the visual requirements for cloud bursting. The core energy is solely for the light and shadow effect, posing no actual impact and ensuring safety, Liao explained. Ling Yun gazed at the extravagantly splendid water gun, unable to suppress a smile. Liao had truly mastered the art of entertaining children. With a flash of light from the spatial bracelet on his wrist, he stored both the Gonlin platform and the young princess's water gun within. In another moment, Ling Yun had returned to the Chihuang pavilion. The people within the hall were momentarily dazzled. Just moments ago, he had been clad in modern casual attire. But now he stood in elegant moon-white robes with flowing wide sleeves, his hair half-tied and adorned with a jade hairpin, while the ornaments at his waist glimmered softly. His ethereal demeanor, combined with his calm and unwavering gaze, seemed to descend from the heavenly realms of the Jade capital. Simply standing there, he naturally commanded all attention. Wow! Little C was the first to exclaim, her wide eyes filled with amazement, her mouth forming a na shape. Go, you've become so splendid. She attempted to rush forward with her little legs, only to stumble slightly due to her elaborate court attire and small phoenix-tipped shoes. But she was fortunately caught by the timely assistance of Empress Changsun beside her. In the eyes of Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, there was an abundance of admiration. Li Shimin clapped his hands and exclaimed, marvelous. Young Yun's demeanor truly embodies the essence of celestial beings, harmoniously complementing today's occasion. Empress Changsun nodded with a smile. The attire is splendid. Chapter 92. Beneath the stargazing platform, the officials await. Ling Yun offered a subtle smile, his earlier chill dissipating slightly. He first nodded in acknowledgement to the Emperor and Empress, then turned his gaze towards the eager little princess, whose small feet tapped impatiently on the ground. Little Zizi, do you see what this is? A flicker of light danced at his wrist. What emerged first was the futuristic silver gunning platform case, followed closely by a dazzling water gun that shimmered with vibrant colors. Wow! Little Zizi's exclamation soared an octave higher, her face alight with overwhelming surprise and excitement. She wriggled free from Empress Changsun's grasp and dashed to Ling Yun, pointing at the water gun, her words tumbling over each other in her fervor. Wow! Wow! It's a super water gun. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. Sister Ning is amazing. How wonderful. She reached out her small hand, feeling the cool, oddly textured surface of the gun, and curiously poked the gently pulsating energy core at its center, her wide eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Here. Ling Yun laughed as he handed her the hefty water gun. When we reach the stargazing platform, you must help your brother shoot at the clouds. Okay. I can do it. I'm very strong. Little Zizi exerted herself to embrace the water gun, which was nearly the size of her upper body, her cheeks flushed with excitement and effort. Although it was somewhat cumbersome to hold, she clutched it tightly, fearful that someone might snatch it away, her small head held high. Embodying the seriousness of her mission, Li Shimin observed the little princess with a bemused smile that transformed into a gentle chuckle. This trinket from the white jade capital is indeed unique. Empress Changsun also covered her mouth, chuckling softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ling Yun affectionately ruffled the little princess's hair before opening the case. Wow, so many little silver birds. Little Zizi clapped her hands in delight. Are they also going to shoot at the clouds? Yes, they are the little silver birds that shoot at the clouds. Ling Yun lifted her up for a better view. Isn't Sister Ling impressive? Very impressive. Sister Ning is truly amazing. Little Zizi nodded vigorously, her face radiating admiration. Ling Yun lifted his gaze, scanning the gathered officials. Before finally resting his gaze upon Li Shimin, his voice steady and clear. Uncle, Aunt, everything is ready. It is time for us to depart for the stargazing platform. Let us set forth. To the stargazing platform. Li Shimin inhaled deeply, commanding with a resonant voice, the majesty of the emperor unmistakable. He strode confidently out of the Phoenix Pavilion, his steps firm and resolute, embodying the gravity and anticipation of witnessing history. Empress Changsun took the hands of Li Lizzie and Changyang, offering Ling Yun a gentle smile. Young Yun, I entrust Zizi to you. She was well aware that the essence of this journey lay with Ling Yun and her little daughter. Ling Yun nodded in understanding, securely holding the excited little Zizi, whose flushed face beamed with enthusiasm as she struggled to embrace the large water gun. Zhang Anan had already made all the necessary arrangements. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji boarded the royal carriage. Emperor Li Shimin personally opened the door of the magnificent Kairide carriage for Empress Changsun, who gracefully entered alongside Lady Li and the elegant Chengyang. He subsequently took his place in the front seat, while Ling Yun, cradling the little princess, assumed the driver's position. As the deep, powerful rumble of the Kairide's engine filled the air, this iron behemoth glided smoothly along. Behind them, several ornately adorned royal carriages, drawn by vigorous steeds, followed in procession. Below the stargazing platform, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. The principal officials of the 3 departments and 6 ministries, along with nobles of the 3rd rank and above, had received the imperial edict and, not daring to delay, were already lined up according to their ranks. Clad in various ceremonial robes and holding their tablets, they endeavored to maintain their dignity beneath the canopies held by their attendants. However, the sweltering heat of midday July was no trifling matter. The relentless sun caused beads of sweat to cascade from the brows and temples of these pampered dignitaries, soaking the fronts and backs of their robes. Many appeared flushed, breathing heavily, relying solely on their willpower to endure, their hearts filled with a complex mix of unprecedented longing and doubt regarding the timely rain promised in the edict. At that moment, a deep, unfamiliar yet powerful humming sound grew closer. It has arrived. The emperor's royal entourage. The officials straightened, adjusting their attire in preparation for the customary greeting. However, when the colossal, entirely black Kairide, resembling a mythical beast, silently glided to the front of the line, aside from Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji, who had previously encountered the Kairide and remained somewhat composed, the other officials were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment. What an extraordinary creation! Fang Xianling nearly dropped his tablet, gasping in disbelief. A voracious reader, he had never laid eyes on such a wondrous carriage. No need for horses. It moves by itself. Could this indeed be the celestial carriage from the Jade capital? Wei Zhong, known for his steadfastness, was equally filled with astonishment and curiosity. As the carriage door opened, Li Shimin was the first to alight, his imperial presence instantly enveloping the assembly. Following him, Empress Changsun descended with Lady Li and Xingyang, exuding grace and poise. Finally, when Ling Yun, clad in an ethereal moon-white robe that billowed elegantly, descended while holding a similarly adorned little princess, all attention converged upon them. Ling Yun's otherworldly attire and serene disposition, as if transcending the earthly realm, left all officials in awe. Could this be the esteemed young lord from the Jade capital, as mentioned in the emperor's secret edict? Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor. When they beheld the little princess in his arms, exquisitely adorned in the highest standard of royal attire, yet clutching a bizarre, resplendent water gun, their astonishment deepened. Is this truly Her Highness, the Princess of Jinyong? What on earth is that she holds? Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Empress, Your Highness, the Princess of Jinyong, Your Highness, the Princess of Chang'e, Your Highness, the Princess of Qingyang. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a tsunami of reverent greetings erupted, as all officials bowed in unison. Their movements somewhat stiffened by the heat and the shock. Li Shimin's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over the officials, drenched in sweat, yet striving to maintain composure. His voice rang out, resonant and authoritative, unmistakably reaching every ear. All rise. The scorching heat ravages the land, and the people's lives are fraught with hardship. My heart is filled with deep concern. Fortunately, the heavens have shown mercy. The esteemed celestial master Ling Yun, moved by the suffering of the populace, is willing to bestow his unparalleled wisdom, summoning the nourishing rains to alleviate the sweltering heat and rescue our capital, Chang'an, from peril. His voice rose sharply, imbued with the resolute authority of an emperor and unwavering trust in Ling Yun. Today, the Empress and I, accompanied by Princess Jinyong, shall ascend the stargazing platform with Master Ling to pray for rain, to bless the people. You shall remain here, awaiting the heavenly grace, to bask in the sweet rain. Any who cause a disturbance, question, or disrupt shall face execution. The name of the celestial Master Ling Yun struck like a hammer upon every heart. The officials, filled with trepidation, bowed deeply once more. We shall faithfully adhere to the imperial decree. We wish the celestial master great success. Countless gazes, filled with reverence, curiosity, and anticipation, were fixated upon the young figure in a moon-white robe and the little princess cradling an extraordinary artifact. Ling Yun seemed oblivious to the surrounding stares, securely holding the little girl. The princess appeared momentarily awestruck by the solemn grandeur of the scene, but soon, excitement radiated from her large eyes. Li Shimin spoke no further, giving a slight nod to Ling Yun before being the first to ascend the wide stone steps, guarded closely by the Imperial Forest Army. Empress Changsun and Li Lizzie followed closely behind. Chapter 93. The Phoenix Soars, the Silver Threads Guard. Ling Yun, holding the little girl, walked steadily in their wake, with countless pairs of eyes gazing up in anticipation and reverence. Above them was an azure sky, unblemished and blazing. At last, they reached the expansive circular platform atop the stargazing tower. The heat seemed to intensify here, yet the view was breathtaking, with the entire city of Chang'an sprawling beneath them. Ling Yun gently set the little girl down, placing the rain-summoning device securely at the center of the platform. The little girl instantly embraced her large water gun, lifting her face to look at Ling Yun, her eyes brimming with trust and eagerness. Big brother, I'm ready. How do we shoot the clouds? Ling Yun smiled faintly, his gaze directed towards the seemingly tranquil yet enigmatic sky above. He looked down at the little girl's trusting and eager eyes, and an idea that would bring her joy flickered in his mind. Leaning closer to her ear, he spoke in a tone laced with mysterious allure. Little one, would you like to fly up to the sky and shoot the clouds? Fly up to the sky? The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a multitude of stars had exploded within them. Really? Can we fly up to the clouds? Isn't my little phoenix pendant unable to soar that high? She clutched the jade pendant at her chest, frowning slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. Fear not, for I can make your little phoenix soar high. We shall fly to the heavens together. Ling Yun replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. He straightened up, casting his gaze across the guards of the Imperial Forest Army at the platform's edge and the throng of officials below, all holding their breath in awe. Finally, his gaze settled on the concerned yet astonished faces of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. Uncle, Aunt, do not worry. He glanced at Li Chengxian and the others who had just arrived at the stargazing platform, giving a slight nod before continuing. Ming, let our little princess put on a performance. Initiate the drone swarm, activating the Phoenix Pendant Star Dome mode. Command confirmed. The Gonlin drone swarm ascended into the sky, and the Phoenix Pei Xinxiong mode was activated. The energy shield synchronized its activation. As the words fell, the top cover of the Gonlin platform box, positioned at the center, silently slid open. 128 miniature drones, each no larger than a palm, gleamed in silvery white, their sleek forms resembling streamlined swallows. Suddenly, the rear of each drone ignited with an ethereal blue glow from ion propulsion. The Phoenix jade pendant adorning the chest of the young girl radiated a warm and resplendent golden red light. This brilliance was not static, it flowed like a living entity, rising and enveloping both her and the young boy completely. Amidst this luminosity, a magnificent phantom of a colossal phoenix materialized, its wingspan seemingly capable of obscuring the sun and sky. It was composed of pure light and energy, with each feather distinctly visible, adorned with ancient and sacred runes. The Phoenix Phantom emitted a melodious and resonant cry, akin to a soul-cleansing song, reverberating throughout the entire stargazing platform. In the midst of astonished and incredulous gazes, the majestic golden-red Phoenix Phantom elegantly flapped its wings. A gentle yet overwhelming force lifted Ling Yun and the young girl in his arms, allowing them, along with the extraordinary Phoenix image, to ascend slowly and steadily, breaking free from the Earth's constraints. Underneath, Fang Xianling dropped his tablet with a loud clatter, yet remained oblivious, his gaze transfixed on the awe-inspiring spectacle above, his lips trembling as he murmured, "The Phoenix protects. The Silver Shuttle guards. The immortal master ascends with the princess to pray for rain. A miracle. This is a true miracle." Wei Zhong, renowned for his steadfastness, also lost his usual composure. His eyes filled with profound shock and reverence, murmuring, "To ride the phoenix and fly to the heavens, summoning winds and rains, such is the mastery of the Jade Realm. My goodness." Cheng Yaojin pinched his thigh forcefully, wincing in pain to assure himself it was not a dream. On the platform, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun tightly clasped each other's hands. Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his chest heaving with excitement, the thrill of witnessing a miracle filling him with pride. Empress Changsun placed a hand over her heart, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, filled with pride for her children participating in such an extraordinary event. The princes and princesses behind her gazed wide-eyed, utterly captivated. "Wow, little Phoenix is getting bigger. It's shining," the young girl exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the enormous light enveloping her. "Hold on tight, little sister," Ling Yun gently instructed, wrapping his arms securely around the young princess. In the next moment, enveloped by the golden-red Phoenix Phantom and surrounded by a myriad of silver drones, they began to rise slowly into the sky. High above, wrapped in the embrace of the golden-red phoenix phantom and encircled by the silver drones, Ling Yun and the young girl ascended to a height where they could overlook the entire city of Chang'an. The powerful air currents were gently shielded by the soft force field emitted by the phoenix phantom and the energy shield formed by the drone swarm. Wow! The young girl finally regained her senses and let out the loudest, purest cheer. She looked down at her parents, siblings, and the officials below, now appearing diminutive. Then gazed up at the seemingly close blue sky, her face radiating unprecedented excitement and wonder. Wow! We're flying up to the sky. Hooray! I'm Little Phoenix. We're flying. She writhed excitedly in Ling Yun's embrace, her little arms flailing with determination. Yes, Zizi is a little phoenix. We are soaring in the sky. Ling Yun smiled and tightened his arms around her, providing a sense of safety. He lifted his gaze, penetrating the crystalline air, and locked onto the optimal operational zone identified by Ling. A flicker of thought, and the command was transmitted to Ling Gonlin platform. Activate. Target airspace. Locked. Anti-gravity suspension. Initiate. Silver iodide cold cloud catalysis module. Deploy. Dispersion program. Execute. The swirling silver drone swarm abruptly altered its formation. Like trained soldiers, they transformed into numerous silver arrows, trailing ethereal blue flames, precisely aimed at the core region of the cloud rich in moisture that Ling had targeted. Little silver birds are flying out. Let's strike the clouds, Zizi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the shimmering silver streaks. Zizi, look, the clouds are over there. Ling Yun directed towards the path of the drone swarm. Raise your big water gun and aim at them. Press the trigger with all your might. Help the little silver birds. All right, here I come, with all her strength. Zizi struggled to lift the heavy water gun, directing it at the gloomy, thick clouds. Her small face flushed from exertion, and her big eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. Bad clouds, bring forth rain. I will strike you. She cheerfully encouraged herself, her tiny finger pressing down hard on the trigger. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of ice blue energy, resembling a swirling nebula, erupted from the nozzle of the water gun with a melodious hum, its diameter measuring several feet. Within the beam, it seemed as if real stars were swirling and flickering, leaving a long, dreamlike tail of light as it shot into the heavens. The brilliance was so resplendent, so surreal, that it was clearly visible even under the midday sun, instantly capturing the attention of everyone on the ground. Divine light descends. Her Highness has summoned the sacred light. An official exclaimed in astonishment, collapsing to his knees. Immortal Master. Princess. A miracle. More people were utterly shaken by this transcendent spectacle, involuntarily bowing and even kneeling in reverence. Shortly after the ice blue nebula beam shot into the sky, the wind began to stir. Chapter 94. The Phoenix soars. Roaming the city of Chang'an gone was the scorching heat wave, replaced by a gentle, refreshing breeze carrying a hint of moisture, softly brushing across the stargazing platform, the perspiring officials below, and the entirety of Chang'an, which had suffered under the sweltering summer. Soon, a multitude of pure white clouds gathered from all directions, rapidly accumulating and thickening in the airspace previously visited by the drone swarm. The pristine clouds visibly darkened, becoming somber. Look, it's clouds. The clouds are gathering. A tremendous, incredulous cheer erupted from the ground. A rumble, deep and resonant, akin to thunder from the depths of the earth, rolled through the heavy clouds. It was not the violent crash of thunder, but the gentle prelude to the impending downpour. 1 drop. 2 drops of cool water tentatively fell onto the scalding ground, instantly evaporating and leaving darkened imprints behind. Then, the long-awaited gentle rain cascaded down in a delightful torrent. Raindrops as large as beans connected to form lines, weaving a curtain that pounded against the glazed tiles, washed the bluestone slabs, and quenched the parched earth, putting an end to the suffocating heat that had reigned for days. A refreshing coolness, unparalleled in its purity, swept through the star-gazing platform in an instant. Rain. It is indeed raining. A miracle. The celestial master of the white jade capital, Princess Jinyong. Truly a divine occurrence. The heavens have shown mercy. The celestial master is benevolent. The princess is compassionate. A thunderous cheer erupted from beneath the star-gazing platform, a chorus of admiration and gratitude, even tinged with tears, resonating like thunder across the land. Countless officials, nobles, and attendants, disregarding decorum, spread their arms wide to welcome this life-saving rain, allowing the downpour to wash away their sweat and dust. Their faces radiant with joy, relief, and reverent devotion. On the platform, Li Shimin spread his arms and let out a long cry, allowing the rain to soak his dragon robe, the majesty of the emperor mingling with the excitement of witnessing a miracle. His voice echoing across the realm. Heavenly rain has descended. Deliver me from the suffering of the common people. This is the grace bestowed upon the Tang Dynasty, the work of the celestial master. My son is blessed with profound fortune. Empress Chang's son tightly embraced the equally drenched Li Lizzie and Xinyong, whose cheeks flushed with excitement. Tears mingling with rain, a testament to their joy and gratitude. High above, the golden-red silhouette of a phoenix appeared even more sacred and ethereal amidst the rain. Ling Yun, holding the equally drenched yet jubilant little one, giggled with delight, her small face glistening with moisture as she whispered, "Little one, let us take another flight before we land. Put away your water gun. The heat has been chased away." Good, good. The little one nodded vigorously, her face alight with lingering excitement, her small hand eagerly grasping Ling Yun's warm one. Ling Yun, with a gentle thought, unfurled the grand wings of the golden-red phoenix that enveloped them, releasing a melodious phoenix cry, as if in response to her intent. The silver drones, like the most loyal guardians, instantly adjusted their formation, swirling around the phoenix silhouette like a flowing river of stars, creating a luminous barrier of protection. Under the watchful gaze of countless astonished, awed, and even fervent eyes below, the intertwining golden red and silver white lights, carrying Ling Yun and the little one, began to soar along the central axis of Chang'an City, majestically and steadily. They flew over the towering palace city, the glazed tiles gleaming brilliantly under the rain as cleansing, as if set with jewels upon the earth. Look, there's our home. Shout out. Shout with joy. The little one excitedly pointed at the familiar cluster of palaces below, her tiny feet swinging in the air. They glided over Suzaku Avenue, the broad and straight street now resembling a flowing silver river, with rainwater gathering into streams that washed over the bluestone slabs. In the alleys, countless citizens, undeterred by the downpour, gazed up at the miraculous sight in the sky, pointing, exclaiming, and kneeling in reverence. Wow, so much silver. They're in the palace, waving at us. The little one was overjoyed, waving her small hand vigorously towards the ground below. They circled over the eastern and western markets, where the densely packed houses resembled a chessboard, now shrouded in a mist of white rain. The clamor had momentarily subsided, leaving only the crisp sound of raindrops striking the tiles. Look, over there. I see it. The little girl eagerly sought out her construction site. The Jinyong Yunming Collective, nestled in a corner of the eastern market. Though obscured by the rain curtain, she proudly pointed it out. The immense wings of the phoenix, each flap conjuring a cool, moist breeze, parted the rain, preventing it from drenching the two of them. The girl, with her little head turning this way and that, gazed down with wide, curious eyes at the sprawling city of Chang'an below, now appearing as a colossal model. She pointed excitedly in various directions, her small mouth chattering incessantly. Look, is that the place where father goes to court? Wow, the river has become so tiny. Look, there are enormous trees over there. Haha, the little people below look so small, like ants. Her bright, melodious voice, filled with boundless wonder and excitement, pierced through the rain curtain, resonating in Ling Yun's ears. On the ground, the scene was even more magnificent. The phoenix is soaring. The immortal teacher is blessing the city with the princess. An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, bowed repeatedly towards the heavens. The princess is waving. She's looking at us. On Juke Street, sharp-eyed citizens noticed the little girl's gesture and leapt up in excitement. The divine bird bestows blessings. Abundant rain falls. Chang'an is blessed. The Tang Dynasty is blessed. Even Sheng Yaojin was thoroughly impressed, wiping the rain from his face and respectfully saluting the soaring light in the sky. High-ranking ministers like Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling stood in solemnity, their gazes following the ethereal procession, hearts swelling with indescribable awe and hope for the flourishing of the nation. This was not merely rainfall. It was undeniably a celestial display, an immortal teacher showcasing the beloved princess of the Tang Dynasty to the entire city of Chang'an, proclaiming the enduring legacy of the empire. Li Shimin stood atop the star-gazing platform, allowing the rain to wash over him. Watching his daughter's small figure wave from the clouds, listening to the faint echoes of her vibrant, youthful voice, a surge of unprecedented pride and exuberance filled his chest. Drawing his sword from his waist, he pointed it skyward, his voice booming above the sound of the rain. Behold, this is my precious jewel. This is the auspicious sign of the Tang Dynasty, with the divine bird accompanying us, and the immortal teacher protecting us. This rain is a heavenly gift. It is summoned by my daughter, Xixi's blessings. May it bring us favorable winds and bountiful rains, ensuring peace and prosperity for our great Tang. The emperor's proclamation, accompanied by the miraculous spectacle, left an indelible mark on the hearts of all witnesses. As the procession concluded, the colossal phoenix silhouette emitted a prolonged, melodious cry, gradually retracting its brilliance while gently lowering Ling Yun and Cixi back to the stargazing platform, as light as a feather. The drone swarm returned to the Gonlin platform like silvery swallows returning to their nest, silently retracting into their casing. The glow of the phoenix jade pendant gradually dimmed, the magnificent silhouette vanishing, leaving only the pendant's warm luster. In the realm, only the sound of the rain persisted, mingling with the continuous, awe-filled cheers of gratitude from below. Chapter 95, Title, Young Master of the Purple Clouds and Azure Towers. Ling Yun gently held the little Qilin's hand as they landed steadily. The little princess's face was flushed, her large eyes sparkling with astonishment, and her small chest rose and fell with excitement. She tilted her face upwards, gazing at Ling Yun, then at the rain-soaked world around them. A radiant smile, imbued with immense pride and exhilaration, blossomed across her face. Mother, we have arrived. I soared in the sky with brother. It was such fun. I want to fly again. She bounced with unrestrained enthusiasm, her face alight with longing. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun had already hurriedly gathered around. Li Shimin observed his spirited daughter, then turned to the composed Ling Yun, whose moonlit robe contrasted strikingly against the rain. His heart surged with emotion. Stepping forward, he solemnly bowed deeply to Ling Yun, saying, Xiaoyun, your achievements have reached the heavens and the earth. You have saved countless lives. On behalf of the people of Chang'an and the Great Tang, I express my gratitude. This bow came from the depths of his heart, devoid of any imperial pretense. Empress Changsuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she offered her own graceful bow to Ling Yun. Ling Yun sidestepped their grand gestures, smiling serenely. Uncle, you flatter me. A mere act of kindness to alleviate the people's suffering, and seeing the Qilin happy, is reward enough. He looked down at the still enchanted little princess, her face a rosy glow. Isn't that right, our little phoenix? Yes. The little Qilin nodded vigorously. Her face alight with pride as she exclaimed, I am amazing. I helped brother chase away the heat. I am the little phoenix. I have a big phoenix too. Li Shimin straightened, gazing into Ling Yun's tranquil eyes, knowing that this young man had transcended the bounds of the mundane world. Such a remarkable individual could not be rewarded with ordinary titles. Taking a deep breath to steady his voice, he swept his gaze over the drenched officials who stood in reverence, still gazing up at the stargazing platform, and declared, Xiaoyun. Ling Yun, still engaged in playful banter with the little princess, slightly turned to look at Li Shimin. Li Shimin paused, his tone growing serious and tinged with humility. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, and I would like the world to bear witness. Ling Yun remained silent, his expression unchanging. Though curiosity stirred within him, what was he to bear witness to? Li Shimin's voice resonated clearly amidst the rain. Your contributions today have saved the people of Chang'an from calamity, sparing our great Tang from a disaster. Such kindness and virtue cannot be repaid by worldly riches or titles. Moreover, you are not of this earthly realm, a guest from the Jade capital, viewing us as mere ephemeral beings. He paused momentarily, carefully choosing his words, after much contemplation. I believe the only way to express my gratitude is to establish a position for you, one that reflects my sincere intentions. And I hope it might earn you some regard, to safeguard a measure of peace for our great Tang. He looked at Ling Yun, his gaze seeking consent, devoid of any authoritative undertones. I wish to create a position for you in the Tang, one that transcends the ranks of officials, free from mundane affairs, where you need not bow before the emperor, and shall be honored with offerings from the people of Tang. You may pursue your desires and protect those you wish to safeguard, at your own discretion. Would you accept? Ling Yun, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, was momentarily taken aback. Yet his expression remained unchanged, while his heart brimmed with joy. To amuse the young prince and perhaps secure a prestigious position? To enjoy the incense offerings of the people of the Great Tang? That might indeed shorten one's lifespan. A prestigious title could be attainable, but the offerings of incense are best declined. The power of causality is a burden too great to bear. After some contemplation, he cleared his throat and responded, Since you say so, uncle, I shall accept this title. However, I shall forego the incense offerings, as my cultivation is still lacking. There were no expressions of gratitude or excitement. It was merely the acceptance of a title. This esteemed position, capable of stirring the court and the realm, was to him merely a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt an overwhelming joy and an indescribable sense of reassurance swell within him. He almost immediately interjected, his voice slightly elevated with excitement, announcing to those below, Esteemed ministers, today's benevolent reign is not a gift from the heavens, but a result of the celestial master Ling Yun from the White Jade capital, who, moved by the suffering of the people, has summoned forth the supreme wondrous methods. This is a grace that grants life and a contribution to the world. He extended his hand, solemnly pointing to the serene figure of Ling Yun beside him, clad in moon-white robes, his demeanor exuding transcendence. With a raised voice, he continued, Master Ling Yun, endowed with vast divine powers, cares deeply for the common folk and has forged a profound bond with my precious sister, the Princess of Jinyong, thus bestowing upon us great blessings and protection. Such an immortal being cannot be treated as an ordinary official, nor should he be bound by mundane affairs. I, Li Shimin, as the shepherd of the people, in gratitude for this grace, hereby confer upon him the esteemed title of Young Lord of the Purple Cloud Palace. With this title proclaimed, the officials beneath the stargazing terrace stirred with renewed vigor. The purple cloud symbolizes the highest realm of the heavens. The cloud palace signifies the abode of immortals. To protect the way implies safeguarding both the great Tao and, implicitly, the Princess of Jinyong. The title of Young Lord distinctly acknowledges the youth of the celestial master. Li Shimin's voice grew even more resounding, embodying the decree of an emperor. This rank surpasses that of the three teachers, Grand Teacher, Grand Tutor, Grand Protector, and is elevated above that of a prince. To see the Lord, one must bow. To enter the court, one must kneel. He shall enjoy royal offerings. After a brief silence, a more tumultuous wave of cheers erupted. It was even more thunderous than the previous rain and applause. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the young lord. Fang Xianling was the first to respond, bowing deeply. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the young lord. Wei Zheng, genuinely respectful, also performed a deep bow. The young lord, protector of the princess and the great Tao, rightfully deserves this title. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the young lord. Cheng Yaojin bellowed with a voice louder than all, his face alight with genuine excitement. From now on, I shall bow to the young lord. Though his words were coarse, they resonated with sincerity, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter around him, and yet they encapsulated the sentiments of the officials. Henceforth, this young Ling would hold an exalted status, akin to an immortal upon the earth, as the young lord of the way. The chorus of congratulations roared like a tidal wave through the rain, filled with reverence and conviction. Li Shimin observed the officials' reactions with satisfaction, then turned to Ling Yun, his eyes reflecting inquiry and a hint of anxiety. He understood that Ling Yun was not one to covet power and feared that this title might displease him. Ling Yun gazed upon the officials kneeling below, listened to the thunderous congratulations, and smiled serenely. He slightly bowed to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, his voice clear and calm. Thank you, uncle. And dear aunt, for your kindness. This title does sound quite pleasant. However, my desires remain as I initially expressed. I merely wish for the prince's safety and happiness. The mundane trappings of power hold no value for me, nor do I wish to interfere in state affairs. He expressed his stance. I accept the title, yet I shall not meddle in the affairs of the court. My sole concern is the happiness of the little one. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's smile grew more genuine. Rest assured, Xiao Yun, this title serves only to honor you and to convey my gratitude to the realm. It shall not be burdened by mundane duties. With your protection over the little one, both the Empress and I are utterly at ease. The little girl, perplexed by the conversation, disregarded the titles and turned her cherubic face towards Ling Yun, exclaiming, I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious. Her innocent words, coupled with her tiny hands patting her belly, elicited laughter from everyone present. Chapter 96. The Little Princess. Am I a little person of the young lord? Ling Yun chuckled, crouching down to offer a small rabbit-shaped cake from his bracelet to the little princess. Here, have this to tide you over. Rabbit. The little one cheered, taking the cake and biting into it with gusto. Her cheeks puffed as she mumbled indistinctly, so sweet. Watching his daughter relish her treat, Li Shimin turned to the officials below and announced, You have all worked hard. The sweet rain has fallen, yet I fear some citizens may suffer from the heat. Tomorrow. He paused deliberately, glancing at Ling Yun. The young lord shall bestow upon the people a cooling remedy to alleviate their summer ailments in the name of Princess Jinyong. This is a manifestation of the princess's benevolence and the true sovereign's compassion. You must lend your utmost assistance. There must be no errors. We shall obey. We remember your majesty's teachings. We are grateful for the mercy of the young lord and her highness the princess. The officials responded in unison, their gazes filled with gratitude towards Ling Yun. Very well, let us return to Qi Huang Pavilion. Xiao Yun, little one, it is time for our meal, Li Shimin beckoned. His spirits lifted. The rain continued to fall. At the star-gazing pavilion, the young lord in his moon-white robe led the elegantly dressed little princess down from the high platform, surrounded by the emperor, empress, and other princes and princesses. As Ling Yun passed the officials with the little one, prominent ministers such as Fang Xianling, Changsun Wuji, and Wei Zheng were the first to bow and greet them with respect, proclaiming, We respectfully send off the young lord, Her Highness the Princess of Jinyong. This was followed by a chorus of bows and salutations. We respectfully send off the young lord, Her Highness the Princess of Jinyong. Their demeanor was markedly humble, a stark contrast to how they previously treated any princely or ministerial figure. Ling Yun did not pause in his stride, merely nodding slightly with a serene smile, his expression calm and unruffled. The little princess, wide-eyed with curiosity, watched the bowing officials while still chewing her treat. Once they boarded the carriage, the little one, her face smeared with crumbs, innocently inquired from the empress, Why do they call you young lord, big duck? Li Shimin, seated in the front, could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The empress quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Ling Yun gazed down at the eager little face, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes. He did not provide a direct answer, but instead looked at Li Shimin, conveying a clear message. You conferred the title, you shall explain. Li Shimin turned around with a smile, endeavoring to make his expression appear more serious as he reassured his daughter. My dear Zizi, they call your brother Lord Xiaojuan because he accomplished something truly remarkable today. Something grand that aided everyone in Chang'an. Isn't that impressive? Little Zizi's eyes sparkled, and she puffed out her tiny chest with pride, responding, I am impressive too. I flew and played with Guogua. She completely missed the significance of the title Xiaojun. Yes, Zizi is incredibly impressive. The most splendid little phoenix. Li Shimin immediately supported her, before steering the conversation back. Thus, to express our gratitude for your brother's great contribution, your grandfather bestowed upon him a particularly majestic and melodious name, Lord Xiaojun of the Purple Clouds and Celestial Palaces. The title Xiaojuan is a mark of respect for your brother's new name, much like how everyone addresses you as princess. Little Zizi tilted her head, striving to digest this lengthy string of information, her brows furrowed. Purple Xiaojun? She evidently found this new name convoluted and difficult to remember, far less catchy than Guogua. With wide, blinking eyes, she suddenly posed a pivotal question, earnestly asking, So, am a little silver duck of Xiaojun. I am impressive too. In her innocent mind, she believed that since Ling Yun was Lord Xiaojun, she too should be deemed little Xiaojun. This caused Ling Yun, who was driving in the front, to stifle a laugh, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Li Lizzie and Shenyang, sitting beside the little princess, were equally unable to contain their laughter, their faces flushed. Oh, my silly daughter. Li Shimin roared with laughter, nearly in tears. He reached across the seat and gently tapped Zizi's nose, saying, Xiaojun is a name unique to your brother, a title of great honor. Just like Zizi is the name bestowed upon you by your father and mother, it is one of a kind. No one else can use it. Little Zizi now comprehended that Xiaojuan was an exclusive title for Guogua. Her mouth slightly agape. She nodded, half understanding. Oh, it is Guogua's grand name. An impressive name. She looked at Ling Yun, her face brimming with admiration. Guogua is impressive. The name sounds magnificent. Although she still did not quite grasp the meaning of purple clouds and celestial palaces, she had retained the concept that Xiaojun equated to Guo's impressive name. Empress Changsun, smiling, gently wiped away the crumbs from Zizi's face with a damp cloth. Indeed, it is your brother's magnificent name. Our Zizi also has a grand name, Li Mingda, which is quite pleasant to hear. Little Zizi relished her mother's tender care, mumbling, I am Mingda, and Guo is Xiaojun, as if striving to memorize these two impressive names. The carriage was filled with light-hearted laughter. Ling Yun observed little Zizi's adorably perplexed yet earnest attempts to understand. A deeper smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a few lollipops from his bracelet and offered them to little Zizi. Here, a treat for our little Princess Mingda. Jinyong, Lizi, you may have some too. Wow, candy. Little Zizi joyfully accepted the lollipops, holding them like treasures instead of eating them immediately. Li Lizzie and Chengyang expressed their thanks as well. The car glided steadily through the diminishing rain, carrying a trove of warmth and laughter towards the chiefing pavilion. Upon arrival at the chiefing pavilion, a refreshing and comfortable ambience embraced them. As Li Shimin and Ling Yun settled down to sip their tea, an urgent announcement from the palace eunuch echoed from outside. Your Majesty, Her Highness the Empress, the Grand Emperor has arrived. Li Shimin's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused momentarily, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow before it relaxed again. He set down the cup, a perfectly timed smile gracing his face as he stood up. Grandfather has come? Please, do invite him in. No sooner had he spoken than the Grand Emperor Li Yuan strode in, followed by several hastily moving eunuchs. He appeared in good health, his physique still robust, though a hint of his usual authority mingled with an almost imperceptible complexity that came from being ousted from power. At this moment, his face was primarily marked by urgency and curiosity. Ling Yun's gaze rested calmly on Li Yuan, his first impression being that of a vigorous elder whose vitality was somewhat overshadowed by a sense of frustration and solitude. The aura of authority still lingered, albeit with less of the commanding sharpness that characterized Li Shimin. Grandfather, little Ji, upon seeing Li Yuan, wriggled free from the arms of Empress Changsun, brandishing a half-eaten rabbit pastry, and charged toward him. Oh dear, my little darling. Slow down. Li Yuan quickly bent down to catch her, his face lighting up with genuine delight. Let grandfather have a look. I heard you flew so high today. Weren't you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Roar and play. Little Ji attempted to shove the saliva-coated pastry toward Li Yuan's mouth. Grandfather, have some. Good. Li Yuan pinched her little cheek. Grandfather has eaten. Ji should eat herself. Be good. He embraced his granddaughter, his gaze sweeping over Li Shimin before finally settling on Ling Yun, brimming with unabashed curiosity and scrutiny. Erlang, Li Yuan's voice boomed, revealing no discernible emotion. I could hear the commotion all the way from Dun Palace. Another phoenix soaring, another sweet rain falling. And now this decree from the Purple Cloud Palace. He deliberately paused, his piercing gaze fixed on Ling Yun. Is this the young lord who has caused such a stir? Or should I refer to you as Xiaojun? The atmosphere in the hall momentarily thickened with a subtle tension. Li Shimin instinctively straightened his back, the smile on his face stiffening slightly, a flicker of complexity and guilt flashing in his eyes, mingled with an unspoken barrier when facing his father. He opened his mouth, poised to respond on behalf of Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun rose with composure, casually cupping his hands in the direction of Li Yuan, a smile playing on his lips. Speaking with the familiarity one would extend to a neighbor. Old sir, your news travels swiftly. I am Ling Yun. Here. It sounds more pleasant to be called by name. Xiaojun feels rather cumbersome. His gaze was frank, devoid of either flattery or fear. Old sir? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback and intrigued by this address. In all his years, it was the first time someone had referred to him in such a manner, especially by one rumored to be akin to a celestial being. This sensation was rather amusing. He scrutinized Ling Yun, adorned in a transcendent moon-white robe with a handsome visage, and chuckled lightly. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. You are the first to address me thus. Ling Yun shrugged, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Well, what can I say? You appear so spirited. It suits you far better than those antiquated titles. Li Yuan was amused by his attitude, a flicker of mirth dancing in his eyes. Yet he maintained an air of authority. Humph, silver-tongued. I hear you can summon the winds and ride the phoenix to the heavens? Surely. You must be employing some trickery to dazzle Erlang and the entire court. Grandfather. The little girl peered out from his embrace, her voice sweet and childlike as she retorted. The pot is amazing. It carries me flying. It drives away the heat. She gestured animatedly, striving to prove that the wonders of Ling Yun and herself were indeed real. Seeing his granddaughter so fiercely defend Ling Yun, Li Yuan found the situation even more amusing and deliberately teased her. Oh, really? Then why didn't I witness it? Did grandfather not see the pot? The little girl puffed her cheeks in indignation and turned her head away. Have you fallen asleep? I have flown above your palace. I shall not converse with you anymore. Li Yuan had indeed witnessed the scene of the phoenix soaring, but he feigned ignorance to enjoy the sight of the little princess's vexation. He laughed heartily, pinching her cheek. All right, I shall believe you. When he turned his gaze toward Ling Yun, the scrutiny in his eyes deepened, now tinged with admiration. Young man, to have my granddaughter so fiercely protective of you speaks volumes of your capabilities. Ling Yun smiled brightly and nodded. Indeed, for I am the guardian young lord, dedicated to her protection. Li Yuan snorted playfully. Guardian young lord? Not bowing to the sovereign, not yielding in the court? So, I, as the Grand Emperor, do not merit your reverence? Ling Yun blinked innocently. Old man, if you wish for me to bow, that is acceptable, but he pointed at the little girl. You must first seek her approval. I shall heed her words. Immediately, the little girl perked up, her small ears alert as she turned to Li Yuan. Her expression serious. Grandfather, the pot belongs to me. You must not bully him. Li Yuan could hardly contain his laughter, while Li Shimin stifled his mirth with difficulty. The younger generation, including Li Chengqian and Li Tai, trembled with suppressed laughter, confronted by his granddaughter's retort. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words and ultimately shook his head in resignation, playfully scolding, "Oh, you little imp," turning your elbow outward. The little girl proudly lifted her chin. The pot does not belong to outsiders. It is mine. Li Yuan could no longer feign annoyance, and his gaze toward Ling Yun softened with newfound warmth. He waved his hand, his tone laced with acceptance. All right. I see now what sort of enchantment this young man has cast upon you to earn your devotion. Ling Yun grinned, responding cheerfully, Old man, you are mistaken. It is simply that the little one is too adorable, and I cannot help but wish to protect her. Li Yuan huffed, but the smile in his eyes was undeniable. He harbored a fondness for Ling Yun's carefree demeanor, merely maintaining the facade of authority. Perceiving the atmosphere had lightened, Li Shimin seized the moment to speak. Father, you have arrived at the perfect time. Let us dine together shortly. Li Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled guests before settling on Ling Yun. His tone teasing yet affectionate. Young man, I shall interrogate you thoroughly soon to uncover the extent of your extraordinary talents. Ling Yun smiled slightly, his demeanor relaxed. Very well. Old man, feel free to inquire. The little girl raised her hand, her voice ringing sweetly. Time for dinner. I am hungry. The hall erupted into laughter as the little one exclaimed her hunger, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Li Shimin commanded the servants to prepare the meal and personally assisted Li Yuan to his seat, adopting a demeanor that was notably more respectful than usual. Li Yuan, curious, examined the round table while resting his hands on the armrests. At that moment, Empress Changsun provided an explanation of the communal dining system that Ling Yun had mentioned. Oh, how intriguing. This communal dining concept sounds quite appealing. Li Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow, finding it more suited for family gatherings. Father, it is a rare occasion for us to be together today. Allow me to share a few cups with you, Li Shimin offered. Retrieving a delicate white jade flask from his sleeve, in which he had stored the green liquor known as erguotu that Ling Yun had gifted him. This exquisite brew was brought from the realm of Baiyujing. With care, he poured a glass for Li Yuan. The liquid was crystal clear, yet its potent aroma filled the grand hall as soon as it was poured. Ah, this wine. Li Yuan's nostrils flared, his eyes gleaming with interest as he inhaled its strength. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, who had been entertaining the little one, furrowed his brow at the scent of the liquor. He recalled that historically, Li Yuan had met his demise from a stroke, and considering the timeline, it had probably occurred just a year or two prior. Observing the sprightly old man before him, speaking with vigor, he found it hard to believe he was nearing his end. However, strong spirits were not to be trifled with. Old man, Ling Yun interjected, his tone casual yet laced with seriousness. This spirit is potent. I advise you to indulge sparingly, for excessive consumption could harm your health. Just as Li Yuan raised the cup to drink, he raised an eyebrow at Ling Yun's words. What, young lad, are you reluctant to let me partake? Ling Yun chuckled lightly. Not at all. I merely worry that you may not be accustomed to anything beyond the palace brews. Ha ha. Li Yuan laughed heartily. During my days of conquest, what inferior wines did I not consume? Would I fear this? With that, he tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp, inevitably coughing, his face turning crimson, before exhaling deeply, refreshing, quite invigorating. Li Shimin, observing with concern, gently advised, Father, do take care. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unperturbed. He turned to Ling Yun with a hint of challenge in his gaze. Young man, this wine is indeed potent, but to bring me down, you have much ground to cover. Ling Yun could only smile in resignation, thinking that this stubborn old man was quite tenacious. It seemed the erguotu was nearing its end. Perhaps next time, he should bring a gentler variety. Just as he was about to speak, the little one had climbed onto Li Yuan's lap, reaching for the wine glass. Grandpa, stinky, it must be put away. Li Yuan, bemused by his granddaughter's antics, exclaimed, Oh dear, how have you taken this upon yourself? The little one concealed the cup behind her back, her expression serious. Too much drinking makes you sick. Grandpa must behave. Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. The little one had certainly remembered his offhand remark. Li Shimin quickly intervened. Be good, little one. Return the cup to Grandpa. He will only have a sip. Not allowed. The little one shook her head vigorously. Father is not allowed either. Empress Changsun laughed as she gathered the little princess in her arms. All right, dear, the dishes are ready. Let us see what delights await us today. The palace maids entered in succession, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Seizing the moment, Li Shimin introduced, Father, these dishes have been enhanced with the seasonings brought by Ling Yun. Please do taste them. Li Yuan surveyed the table, adorned with delicacies that tantalized the senses. Raising an eyebrow slightly, oh, this is indeed refreshing. He picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. The texture was tender and flaky, with a perfect balance of salty and sweet, accompanied by an indescribable freshness, a distinct departure from the flavors of the palace chefs. Quite good, Li Yuan nodded. Sampling a few more dishes, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes, though he refrained from excessive praise. Observing his father's enjoyment, Li Shimon's face broke into a contented smile. I am glad you like it, father. Li Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, retorting coolly. I merely stated the food is commendable, nothing more. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Ling Yun, sensing the undercurrents between the father and son, cradled the little girl and casually remarked, Old master, if you find the food delightful, it is truly a testament to his majesty's filial piety. He specifically had it adjusted to your preferred tastes. Li Yuan paused. His chopsticks momentarily stilled, huffing, filial piety? I suspect he fears others may accuse him of being unkind to the retired emperor. Li Shimon's expression stiffened. His grip on the wine cup tightening slightly. The little girl, engrossed in her meal, blinked her large eyes between her grandfather and father, exclaiming, Grandpa, look here. She pointed at a plate of steamed fish. Fish. Clever fish. Grandpa, be smart. Li Yuan was amused by his granddaughter's innocent words, his stern demeanor softening. Very well. Very well, Grandpa will eat fish and become smart. Though he harbored some resentment towards Li Shimon, his affection for his descendants, especially for this youngest princess, was genuine. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yun raised his cup. To you, old master, I toast. You possess a robust constitution and a spirited demeanor, a clear sign of longevity. Li Yuan lifted his cup, casting a sidelong glance at him. You, young man, should refrain from excessive flattery. Nonetheless, his countenance lightened considerably. The little girl, seeing her grandfather about to drink, stamped her feet in distress. Grandpa. No. Li Yuan, exasperated, had no choice but to set down his cup. All right. I will heed the wishes of the little one and refrain from drinking. Ling Yun smiled. See, the little one cares for you dearly. In my opinion, a harmonious family is worth more than anything. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of grandchildren, finally resting on Li Shimon. Letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, we are family. He did not continue, but his tense demeanor seemed to relax somewhat. The little girl, delighted that her grandfather was not drinking, clapped her hands. Good grandpa, let me serve you. With that, she clumsily scooped a spoonful of egg custard, trembling as she offered it to Li Yuan. He quickly accepted, a genuine smile gracing his face. Very well, I shall eat what you serve, dear. Li Shimon observed this scene with a complex expression, but predominantly filled with warmth. He quietly cast a grateful glance at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled gently, fully aware that the emotional rift between the father and son could not be mended over a single meal. However, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. After lunch, the little girl, with her round belly, contentedly let out a small burp. After snuggling in Ling Yun's arms for a while, she suddenly recalled something, and with a light tap on her forehead exclaimed, the quantum treatment device. Has the little star had enough rest? Her small hand glimmered as she held out the device to Ling Yun, inquiring. The hall fell silent, with all eyes fixed upon the small instrument. Li Yuan set down his teacup, curiously inspecting the glowing object. What is this? Ling Yun accepted the device and mentally inquired. Mio, what is the energy status? Can it complete the treatment in one go? Energy reserve is at 987, fully sufficient for a single treatment for Empress Changsan. Mio's voice resonated in his consciousness. Ling Yun glanced down at the expectant little girl, gently rubbing her cheek. Little one, the star is ready. We can use it now. Hearing this, the little girl swiftly slid down from Ling Yun's embrace, her short legs scampering to Empress Changsuen's knees. Mother, the little star is all rested. I can help chase away the sickness. Empress Changsun tenderly stroked her daughter's hair. You are such a good girl. Remember this. Li Shimon anxiously rose. What do you need me to do? Do not worry. Uncle, nothing needs to be prepared. Ling Yun reassured him. He then turned to Empress Changsun. Aunt, just hold her. She will know what to do. Little one, do you remember how to use the little star from last time? He crouched down to meet the princess's gaze, affectionately patting her head. The little princess, delighted in the head pat, nodded vigorously and extended her arms. I remember. Mother, hug me. Empress Changsun, pleased, picked up the little princess and gently placed her on her lap. Once settled, the little girl grasped the treatment device and, following Ling Yun's previous instructions, lightly pressed the softly glowing button. The quantum treatment device immediately emitted a gentle blue light, countless tiny luminous points cascading like stars, entering Empress Changsuen's body. The little girl joyfully exclaimed, Mother is glowing. The little star is amazing. Thank you. Li Shimon stood nearby, instinctively clenching his fists, while Li Yuan leaned in closer, his eyes filled with wonder. The light from the treatment device became steady, and Empress Changsun softly remarked, It's so warm. Before long, the glow began to retract, dimming to a gentle flicker. Mio's voice announced, treatment completed. The target's bodily functions have been restored to optimal condition. Who? Is someone there? Li Yuan was startled by the sudden feminine voice and shouted sharply. Hey, old man, don't be alarmed. This voice belongs to my partner. She is invisible. Ling Yun hurriedly explained to the on-edge Li Yuan, fearing the old man might suffer a shock. Giggle. Grandpa, it's my sister Jinyong. Don't be afraid. Is Sister Jinyong here? Today, I soared into the heavens with Guogua, chasing away the heat. Did you see the duck? I am truly remarkable. Little Zizi giggled, waving her tiny hands in the air to flaunt her glorious deeds. Chapter 99. Sister, you smell? It's not delicious anymore. I saw it. The little master is the most impressive. A gentle voice, filled with evident affection, resonated within the hall. A small holographic image formed in the air, depicting a majestic phoenix, gracefully circling around little Zizi. Wow, little phoenix, how bothersome. Little Zizi excitedly reached out her hand to grasp it. Light particles flowed through her fingers, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Li Yuan widened his eyes in amazement at this enchanting spectacle, his beard bristling in astonishment. Wah! This, Ling Yun smiled and explained, old man. Do not be alarmed. These are mere tricks of Mei. Mei, greet the old man. May the Supreme Emperor be well. Mei's voice carried a perfect measure of respect. And the phoenix in the air elegantly turned to Li Yuan, nodding slightly before dissipating. Li Yuan instinctively took a half step back, then composed himself. Ahem, no need for formalities. He turned to Ling Yun, his eyes filled with disbelief. How many more strange wonders do you possess? Ling Yun winked. Oh, countless. I shall gradually reveal them to you another day. Mother. Little Zizi suddenly recalled something important, gently tugging at Empress Changsun's sleeve. Are you still in pain? Empress Changsun carefully sensed the changes in her body. She gently pressed her hand against her chest, taking a deep breath. And joy gradually illuminated her eyes. I truly feel no discomfort at all. She stood up and gracefully twirled. Erlang, I feel completely at ease. Li Shimin quickly stepped forward, tightly grasping his wife's hand. Guanyin maid, are you truly healed? Tears glimmered in Empress Changsun's eyes, yet she smiled radiantly. Yes. It feels just like before I fell ill. Little Zizi leaped into her mother's embrace. Mother's well now? Yes, mother is completely well. Empress Changsun kissed her daughter's cheek, thanks to Zizi's little stars. The little princess instantly puffed out her chest with pride. My little stars are the most marvelous. Li Yuan gazed at his daughter-in-law's noticeably rosy complexion, unable to suppress his admiration. The methods of the celestial beings are indeed extraordinary. Ling Yun chuckled. If the old man is interested, shall I check you out another day? Li Yuan huffed. I am in robust health. Yet, despite his words, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the healing device. Little Zizi keenly noticed and promptly raised the device. Does grandfather want to have a look too? Oh dear little ancestor. Don't press random buttons. Li Yuan hurriedly retreated 2 steps, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Xiao Yun, Empress Changsun glanced at Li Chengqian beside her. Her eyes filled with anticipation, the skilled legs. Ling Yun understood and inquired. Mei, is there enough remaining energy in the healing device to treat Chengqian? Remaining energy is 32. It can complete 1 basic treatment. The voice of the young girl, who suggested prioritizing the treatment of skeletal deformities and nerve injuries, echoed in the room. Li Chengqian, standing in the corner, felt a slight tremor in his body upon hearing her words. Instinctively, he touched his leg, which had long been a source of difficulty for him. And a complex blend of emotions flickered in his eyes. Anticipation, anxiety, and a scarcely perceptible fear. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to the looks of pity or disdain from others. If there was a chance to heal the Empress Changsun, upon hearing the girl's response, beckoned Li Chengqian closer, gently calling out, Chengqian, come here and let the little one help you. Before he could fully comprehend her words, the young girl, holding a treatment device, bounced up to him and tilted her face upwards, exclaiming, Big brother, let me chase away your sickness. She was exuberant about the task at hand. Extending her small arms in a gesture that demanded a hug, she added, You must hug me first before I can help you. Come on. Li Chengqian was taken aback. Since his injury, even his younger siblings had been cautious around him, and it had been quite some time since anyone had eagerly requested his embrace. His eyes grew warm with emotion as he gradually knelt down, carefully enveloping his soft little sister in his arms. Thank you, little one, he murmured. The young girl nestled comfortably in his embrace. Then, with an air of seriousness, raised the treatment device. Big brother, sit still. I'm going to press the little stars now. Li Chengqian obediently settled into the chair, watching his sister's earnest expression, and a wave of warmth surged within him. We're starting the treatment, she announced, pressing a button. A blue light enveloped Li Chengqian's injured leg, and he felt a gentle warmth flowing in. The hidden pain of many years beginning to dissipate. All done, she declared triumphantly, retracting the device, her face radiating satisfaction. Before anyone could react, the phoenix jade pendant adorning her chest emitted a warm glow, and she suddenly soared from Li Chengqian's arms into Ling Yun's embrace. Look, I can fly. Am I amazing, or what? She asked eagerly, landing gracefully in Ling Yun's arms, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for compliments. Li Yuan was so astonished that he nearly leaped from his chair, pointing at Ling Yun and stammering, Did the little one fly by herself? Wasn't it you who helped her? Ling Yun chuckled while affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair, praising her by saying, You're the best. He then explained, Old man, it's not surprising. She can fly because of the jade pendant I gave her, but if she wants to soar high, I have to control it, otherwise. She just floats a little off the ground for fun. I want to fly too. The little girl exclaimed, proudly lifting the pendant before her. Big brother gave this to me. Now I can fly whenever I want. Li Yuan's eyes widened as he gazed at the pendant, his beard twitching with excitement. He then turned to Ling Yun, his gaze intense as if trying to see through him. You young man, do you want to fly too, grandfather? The little girl innocently asked. I can take you up a little higher. No. Li Yuan hastily waved his hands, his face paling. This old body cannot withstand such excitement. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Empress Changsun gently pulled Li Chengqian closer, inquiring, How do you feel, my dear? Li Chengqian attempted to move his legs, and gradually, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Mother, my legs. He slowly rose to his feet and took 2 steady steps, exclaiming, It truly doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Zizi, nestled in Ling Yun's arms, proudly pouted, I am amazing. Aren't I? Li Chengqian's eyes glistened with tears as he turned to Ling Yun, bowing deeply. I am immensely grateful for your miraculous aid, Brother Ling. And thank you, Zizi. Li Yuan observed Li Chengqian's steady gait, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He rose slowly and, with a respectful gesture, saluted Ling Yun. Young man, no, esteemed sir. Your remarkable skill has healed our crown prince's affliction, which is a great service to the Tang Dynasty. The old emperor's voice resonated with sincerity. On behalf of the Li family's ancestors, I express my gratitude. Ling Yun quickly sidestepped. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It was merely a small effort. Xiao Zizi, finding the adults conversing in a manner beyond her comprehension, grew bored and began to swing her little feet. Suddenly, she remembered something and touched her wrist's spatial bracelet. Oh! She produced a somewhat discolored lychee, bringing it close to her nose, only to wrinkle her small face in disdain. Sister, it's stinky. It's gone bad. Ling Yun glanced at it and chuckled. It's been too long. It has oxidized. Zizi, did you hide this away? Xiao Zizi nodded sheepishly. I saved it for sister. Li Lizzie approached, feigning anger as she teased the little princess. Zizi, did you just call me stinky? Sister is the stinky one. Xiao Zizi immediately changed her tune, reaching out to embrace Li Lizzie's neck, rubbing her little head against her shoulder. Sister smells so nice. The lychee is stinky. Li Lizzie, tickled by the affection. Couldn't he help but laugh? Is that so? Then I must check to see if you've been sneaking candies and speaking nonsense. No. Xiao Zizi quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around, clearly guilty. Her adorable demeanor elicited laughter from everyone present. Just then, Li Tai hurried forward, beaming with joy. Congratulations, elder brother, on the recovery of your legs. Truly, heaven has blessed our Tang. His bow and tone were impeccable. Yet a fleeting shadow in his eyes did not escape the notice of Empress Changsun. With a quiet sigh, Empress Changsun's gaze shifted between her two sons, ultimately settling into a bittersweet smile. Li Yuan observed everything with keen interest, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Sister, Xiao Zizi tugged at Ling Yun's sleeve, her lips pouting adorably. The last time you brought watermelon and fruits, they were all spoiled. I want more. Ling Yun smiled, pinching her little cheek. All right. We shall have Sister Ling buy you new ones when we return. You can choose any fruit you desire. Yes. Xiao Zizi immediately began counting on her fingers. I want watermelon, lychee, and early plums. As she counted in Li Lizzie's embrace, her little head bobbed up and down, and her eyelids began to droop. Upon witnessing the scene, Empress Zhongsun approached and gently gathered her young daughter into her embrace. Is little Zizi tired? Shall mother take you for a nap? The little one nodded drowsily, not forgetting to remind her, Mother, don't forget to call Wowo and bring 7 watermelons. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but chuckle, tenderly patting her back. Rest assured, Mother will remember. She then turned to the obedient Chengyang beside her. Come along, Chengyang. Chengyang nodded dutifully, clutching the hem of her mother's garment. Observing the retreating figures of his wife and daughter, Emperor Li Shimon's face broke into a loving smile. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji, upon witnessing this, hastily stepped forward to bow and take their leave. Once the princes had departed, Li Yuan rose and approached Ling Yun. Young man, would you care to accompany me to the Dun Palace for a visit? Ling Yun, slightly taken aback, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Since the elder invites, how could I refuse? Li Shimon hesitated. Father. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I merely wish to converse with this young lad. I shan't put him in a difficult position. Besides, does he not have the courage? As Ling Yun stepped outside the hall, he gestured invitingly to Li Yuan. Elder, please take my carriage back. The Cadillac glided smoothly along the path to Dun Palace. Li Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, curiously touched the genuine leather upholstery. This iron horse is indeed marvelous. It runs so swiftly without being drawn by horses. Ling Yun smiled and explained, this is called an automobile. Pressing a button to lower the window, he added, if you feel stuffy, you may open the window for fresh air. No. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand, firmly shutting the window tighter. What would the palace attendants think of me sitting in such an iron box? Ling Yun chuckled softly, amused by the elder's insistence on maintaining his dignity. Upon arriving at Dun Palace, the distinct roar of the Cadillac had already reached the ears of Zhang Jiyu, who awaited outside. At first glance, Ling Yun noticed this renowned favored consort, appearing to be in her early 30s, possessing striking beauty with shrewdness evident in her gaze. Your Majesty, Zhang Jiyu gracefully bowed, yet her eyes frequently darted toward Ling Yun. This is. Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. This young man is Ling Yun, a distinguished guest I have invited. You may withdraw now. I have matters to discuss with him. Zhang Jiyu's expression shifted slightly, but she complied and exited gracefully. As Ling Yun stepped into the hall, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the electric fan and sofa he had brought, indicating that Emperor Li Heir still felt a sense of guilt towards his old father. Li Yuan poured a cup of tea for Ling Yun. Young man, this tea is delightful. Do bring me more next time. Ling Yun accepted the teacup with a smile. Of course, it's a trivial matter. Li Yuan took a sip, his gaze deepening. Young man, do you possess the art of divination? Ling Yun lightly traced the rim of the cup with his fingers. Well, I suppose I have a modicum of skill. What is it you wish to inquire about, elder? Speak freely. Then tell me. Li Yuan lowered his voice. How much longer do you think I shall live? Ling Yun nearly spewed his tea upon hearing this. He had presumed that Li Yuan's serious request for privacy was to discuss matters regarding the Xuanwu Gate incident. Is this old man truly so concerned with such matters? Do those who have once donned the imperial crown indeed cherish life so dearly? The elder remains quite robust, as long as he moderates his drinking. Living to witness his daughter's marriage should pose no issue. Do not attempt to deceive me. Li Yuan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, splashing tea everywhere. I demand the truth. After a moment of silence, Ling Yun replied, Are you certain you wish to hear the truth? I fear it may be too much for you to bear. Yes, the truth. What storms of blood and gore have I not faced? Why should I fear this? Without further ado, he urged, Speak plainly. Ling Yun sighed and said, According to the records, you have approximately 2 years remaining. Li Yuan's hand trembled violently, causing tea to spill across the table. He stared at the puddles for a long while before breaking into a bitter smile. Indeed, the imperial physicians have been vague. I suspected as much. Earlier, his daughter was meant to provide you with treatment, yet you refused. Why the sudden concern for your life now? Ling Yun inquired, somewhat perplexed by this shift in demeanor. Li Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, I merely asked out of curiosity. He then composed himself, a hint of mockery in his tone. Young man, surely you do not comprehend? Your friend, what was their name? Ling? If I were to publicly declare that I have but 2 years left, it would incite panic. I thought you were from Bai Yujing. How can you not understand such simple logic? Ling Yun, having been ridiculed, felt a surge of indignation. You are so noble, so exceptional. I have never been an emperor. How can I grasp the intricacies of your deceitful imperial scheming? I truly want to exclaim, I am done with this nonsense. Oh, Ling Yun elongated his tone. Your casual inquiry is remarkably fortuitous. I happen to know the answer, and I have conveniently sent everyone else away. Li Yuan was momentarily left speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ling Yun continued with a smile. According to the original predictions, you indeed have about 2 years left. He paused deliberately. However, what? Li Yuan's impatience grew, his beard bristling with urgency. However, I am here now, Ling Yun said, his smile deepening with significance. Li Yuan, exasperated, banged his fist on the table. Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Of course, Ling Yun replied, adopting a serious expression. In simple terms, if you cooperate with the treatment, living an additional 10 or even 8 years is entirely feasible. If you choose not to cooperate, he shrugged, then it will be 2 years, indeed. Li Yuan's apple bobbed. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, Ling Yun affirmed with a dramatic gasp. However, what? What are the conditions? Can you not say everything in one breath? Li Yuan impatiently pressed. Seeing Li Yuan's frantic demeanor, Ling Yun felt a sense of satisfaction in having countered the earlier mockery. He smiled and said, I just treated your niece in Gaoming. The treatment device requires time to yield results. You must exercise a bit of patience, old man. Hearing this, Li Yuan sighed in relief and feigned anger as he retorted. Is that all? Young man, are you doing this on purpose? Ling Yun shrugged, raising an eyebrow as he replied, Not at all. These are the terms. The more Li Yuan looked into Ling Yun's eyes, the more he felt satisfied. With a light chuckle, he pointed at Ling Yun and said, You young rascal. Is that all it takes? I can wait. Come, play a game of chess with me and let me see your skills. As he spoke, he picked up the chessboard beside him, eager to engage in a fierce battle with Ling Yun. Ling Yun assisted in setting up the pieces and casually remarked, Sure. But old man, winning might be a bit challenging for you. Li Yuan scoffed at this comment, unfazed, and said, Youngster, the true essence of the game will reveal itself. Do you think I cannot win against you? Ling Yun smiled but remained silent, thinking to himself, What a joke. If I want to win, I cannot lose. I have my secret weapon, after all. The jade green tea in the porcelain cup rippled gently as Li Yuan's frail fingers absent-mindedly tapped the edge of the chessboard. The sandalwood incense burned quietly in the hall, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. He gazed intently at the black and white pieces entwined on the board, as if staring into an inescapable past. With a crisp sound, Ling Yun placed a white piece, shattering the silence. Li Yuan's gaze lifted from the board, his murky eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he murmured, Young man, was I wrong at the Xuanwu Gate back then? Ling Yun's fingers hesitated slightly as he grasped the piece, realizing that the moment he anticipated had indeed arrived. The old man could not resist broaching this subject. While the heir might feel a sense of guilt toward Li Jiansheng, he would undoubtedly strike down Li Yuanji 1,000 times if given the chance. Just as Ling Yun prepared to respond, a voice echoed in his consciousness. Master, the Empress and the little princess are waiting outside the hall. Outside the hall, Li Shimin held the drowsy little princess, who was still in a state of muddled sleep, alongside Empress Changsun. The little princess's cheeks were flushed, and the droplets of moisture clung to her long eyelashes. Rubbing her eyes, she urged in a babyish voice, Father, why have you stopped? Hurry up. I can hear the noise. Li Yuan's deep voice clearly drifted through the crack of the door. Was I wrong? Li Shimin gently shushed his daughter, signaling her to be quiet, his gaze fixed with complexity on the closed door. When Zhang Jiyu attempted to announce their presence, Li Shimin raised his hand to stop her. He wished to hear what his grandfather intended to discuss privately with Ling Yun. Empress Changsun stood beside him, her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of concern in her eyes. The little princess, confused by her father's shushing, twisted her small body to peer at the closed door, her lips pouting. Why can't we go in? Are grandfather and brother talking about something fun? I want to go in. Her tiny hands tugged at Li Shimin's chest, restlessly squirming. Empress Changsun quickly took her daughter into her arms, softly soothing her. Be good, dear. Grandfather and brother are discussing something very important. Let us wait a little longer. Shall we? As she spoke, She subtly gestured to Li Shimin to pay attention to the happenings inside. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, upon hearing the report from Miling, had a fleeting thought, an opportunity. It was the perfect moment to see if he could unravel the emotional rift between the father and son. The corners of his lips curved imperceptibly upwards before reverting to their usual composure. He lifted the teacup nearby, savoring a sip leisurely, then raised his gaze towards Li Yuan. His voice neither loud nor soft, yet discernible to those outside. Old man, your question bears considerable weight. He continued. Whether it is right or wrong depends on the perspective from which one examines it. Setting the teacup down, his fingertips lightly tapped the scattered chess pieces. Li Yuan's brows knitted together, clearly displeased with this ambiguous response. Do not engage in wordplay with me. Speak plainly. Ignoring the impatience in his tone, Ling Yun traced an imaginary line on the chessboard with his finger. Consider this game. You command the black pieces. The crown prince Jinyong was your chosen Tianyuan, holding a position of rightful significance. Is there anything amiss with that? Li Yuan grunted, a tacit acknowledgement. But what of the Prince of Qin? Ling Yun picked up a white piece and struck it forcefully near the black piece's Tianyuan. The Prince of Qin represents this piece, expanding territories, achieving remarkable military feats, and shining brightly. He is perilously close to the Tianyuan, so close that it makes the player feel uncomfortable and the one occupying the Tianyuan uneasy. Outside the hall, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as Ling Yun's words stirred memories within him. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Ling Yun's remarks sliced through the wounds he had long sought to conceal. Can one truly blame the Prince of Qin for being too ostentatious? Ling Yun's voice held a sharp edge. As the player, have you considered what position to assign this glaring white piece? Should you allow him to pressure the Tianyuan further, escalating the danger? Or should you simply distance him or suppress him entirely? He paused, lowering his voice, yet making it clearer, you neither distanced him nor suppressed him. You merely feigned ignorance of the threat posed by that white piece and pretended not to see the fear surrounding the Tianyuan. You believe that as long as you remain at the helm, the game remains under your control. And yet, what is the result? With a resounding clap, Li Yuan slammed his palm onto the chessboard, causing the black and white pieces to scatter chaotically. Impudent. His hair bristled, his chest heaving violently, evidently struck at his most vulnerable point. The echo of his fury, combined with the clattering of the pieces, resonated clearly outside the hall. The young Zizi outside trembled in fright, prompting Empress Changsun to quickly embrace her daughter. Ling Yun calmly collected the pieces. Old man, if you desire the truth, I'll speak it, yet you will only become more irate. Can we still converse? After a lengthy silence, Li Yuan slumped back against his chair. Even you can see this clearly. I am truly muddled. I was wrong. So wrong. The analysis within the hall struck like thunder, stirring tumultuous emotions in the eavesdroppers outside. Zizi could wait no longer. Having heard the earlier outburst, she feared Ling Yun had been intimidated and grew anxious. The phoenix pendant on her chest radiated a gentle glow as she swiftly broke free from Empress Changsun's embrace and darted towards the hall. Zizi. Both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun called out in unison. Grandfather, do not let anyone bully Guogua. The small voice of Zizi, tinged with a hint of tears, resonated within the hall. Her tiny figure darted past the astonished Ling Yun, charging towards Li Yuan, who still appeared dazed, only to be met with a warm, fragrant little cannonball crashing into his embrace. Grandfather. The little child clung tightly to Li Yuan's neck, her small face buried in his shoulder, her voice quivering with tears. I am scared. I am frightened. The plaintive tone of her childish voice instantly extinguished the thoughts swirling in Li Yuan's mind. His stiff body softened as he hurriedly embraced the little one in his arms, feeling both astonished and heartbroken. Oh dear, my precious darling. How did you come here? Did you fall? Why are you crying? The little one lifted her tear-filled eyes, sobbing. I heard Grandpa shout loudly. I was afraid they were fighting. She turned her head toward Ling Yun, accusingly exclaiming, why didn't you wait for me to wake up? At the entrance of the hall, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun could no longer conceal their presence and reluctantly stepped inside. Chapter 102. Preparing a grand apology feast for the little princess, Li Shimin's voice was somewhat hoarse, his eyes reddened, and his face bore the awkwardness of being caught along with deep complexity. Li Yuan, holding the little child, glanced at his son and daughter-in-law at the door, then at the innocent-looking Ling Yun, and suddenly comprehended the unfolding situation. His previous worries were supplanted by resignation, and he let out a long sigh. Did you all hear that? His voice was weary and hoarse as he gently patted the still-sobbing little princess in his embrace. Li Shimin nodded silently, moving to stand before Li Yuan, lifting the hem of his robe, and unexpectedly knelt down. Father, his throat tightened, momentarily rendering him speechless. Ling Yun's words reflected the depths of his heart, revealing resentment towards his father and regret for the fraternal conflict. Li Yuan gazed at his son kneeling before him, once a spirited emperor, now with graying hair, and then at his innocent granddaughter in his arms. A myriad of emotions surged within him. The grievances and unwillingness that had accumulated over the years seemed to dissipate in that moment, softened by the tender cries of the child and the painful kneeling of his son. With another long sigh, Li Yuan extended his trembling hand to support Li Shimin's arm. Rise, my son. It is all in the past. It was my mistake. Li Shimin, with reddened eyes, stood up with the support of his father. Ling Yun stood to the side, observing this thawing moment, and silently exhaled in relief. He nodded slightly at Empress Changsun, who, with tears glistening in her eyes, returned a grateful smile. Then, stepping forward, She looked at the little one still nestled in Li Yuan's embrace, her small shoulders quivering. Little darling, Ling Yun gently teased, wiping away the tears on her cheek with his finger. Who told you that Grandpa and your brother were fighting? The little one raised her wet, big eyes. Her long eyelashes still adorned with shimmering tears, her mouth pouting in discontent. I heard Grandpa shout loudly and bang the table. It was so fierce. She mimicked Li Yuan's earlier tone, and although her voice was still childish, the way she said so fierce was remarkably accurate. Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her little nose. Grandpa was just discussing a chess game with your brother. It got a bit intense, but it wasn't a quarrel. Look, everything is fine now, isn't it? Li Shimin quickly chimed in, his tone gentle. Yes, dear. Grandpa and your brother were playing chess, just like how you and Sister Jinyong sometimes argue over toys. It's not real anger. The little one gazed at her grandfather, then at her father, and finally at the earnest-faced Ling Yun. The expression of grievance on her small face gradually gave way to confusion. She tilted her head thoughtfully, seemingly striving to comprehend the adults' intricate discussions. At last, a smile broke onto her lips as she leapt into Ling Yun's arms, exclaiming, Brother, hug me. Grandfather is bad. Scared me. Ling Yun adeptly caught this swiftly changing little darling, chuckling as he bounced her gently. All right, it's brother and grandfather who are at fault, scaring our little one. The girl contentedly wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck, nuzzling her head into the crook of his shoulder. However, she soon recalled something of greater importance. Her big eyes sparkling with a mix of accusation and affection as she looked up at him. Brother, you also didn't wait. You promised to take me to eat the 7 fruits when I wake up. You didn't wait. You ran off to play chess with grandfather. You deceived me. As she spoke, her conviction grew, and her lips formed a pout, demanding an explanation. Amused by her post-factum confrontation, Ling Yun quickly soothed her. Oh dear. It is indeed my fault. I should not have sneaked out without waiting for our little sleepyhead to wake. Humph. I am not a sleepyhead. The little one retorted immediately, playfully punching his shoulder. I am a little phoenix. All right. You are indeed a little phoenix. Ling Yun acquiesced, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. To make amends for our little phoenix, how about I take you to eat something truly delectable tonight? Something you have never tasted before? I assure you it will surpass both lychee and watermelon. What do you say? Really? Will it be good? The little one's eyes sparkled like stars. All grievances and accusations forgotten, replaced by eager curiosity for the promised delicacy. What is it? What is it? Ling Yun deliberately teased her, grinning mysteriously. I want to tell you now. You'll find out tonight. I guarantee it will be so delightful that you might just swallow your own tongue. Wow. I want it. I want it. Brother is the best. The little one instantly began wriggling excitedly in Ling Yun's embrace. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged amused glances as they observed their daughter's sudden mood transformation, her adorable demeanor easily swayed by the allure of food, which lightened the heavy atmosphere that had lingered from earlier discussions. Li Yuan stroked his beard, watching the vibrant smile on the little princess's face, his eyes filled with affection. Feigning severity, he grumbled at Ling Yun. You rascal. Only remembering to sweet-talk the little one with your treats, while forgetting to show some respect to me. Ling Yun, still holding the little one, winked playfully at Li Yuan. Old man, of course, there will be a portion for you, but only after our little one has had her taste and is satisfied. He looked down at his precious charge. Right, little one? Yes. She nodded vigorously, her face brimming with pride and anticipation. I want it first. Grandfather, wait your turn. Hey, you little rascal. Li Yuan chuckled, his heart warmed despite his mock annoyance. Ling Yun, cradling the little one, turned to Li Shimin and the others. Uncle, old man, aunt, we shall take our leave for now. We must prepare for tonight's grand apology feast, or else this little ancestor will not let me off the hook. He deliberately jostled the little unicorn in his arms, eliciting a cascade of giggles from her. Off you go, Li Yuan chuckled, his spirits evidently high. Take good care of our little princess. If the food does not please her, I shall hold you accountable. Li Shimin nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Yun. Pausing briefly, he glanced at his father, adding with a pointed implication, I too have some matters I wish to discuss privately with grandfather. Understanding his intent, Empress Changsun gently addressed Ling Yun. Xiao Yun, we entrust the unicorn to you. We eagerly await the unveiling of your mysterious culinary delights this evening. Her eyes sparkled with encouragement and anticipation, recognizing her husband's desire for deeper conversation with his father. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed, Ling Yun replied confidently. And with a flash of white light from his bracelet, he and the little princess vanished from sight. Li Yuan's expressions of sentiment and ease abruptly froze as he pointed to the spot where they had just been. Is this how that boy returns? Li Shimin quickly steadied his swaying father, his tone soothing. Do not panic, grandfather. This is Xiao Yun's method. They have directly returned to the Jade capital. Chapter 103. The Little Unicorn's Pets. A pig and a dog. Li Yuan, leaning on his son's arm, took a moment to regain his composure, shaking his head with a wry smile. That boy certainly possesses a multitude of tricks. Li Shimin assisted his father in sitting down, speaking softly. Grandfather, you shall grow accustomed to it. Though Xiao Yun's methods may be unexpected, he harbors no ill intentions towards the unicorn, nor towards us. He then turned his gaze to Empress Changsun, who stood quietly nearby. She understood his cue, approaching Li Yuan and offering a graceful bow. Grandfather, Erlang, I must take my leave for now. There are some trivial matters in the palace that require my attention. I shall return to disturb you at the banquet. Li Yuan nodded, wearily waving his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Even Guanin's maid has worked hard. Empress Changsun inclined her head slightly to Li Shimin before gracefully exiting the Grandin Palace, leaving the father and son duo in a space where they could engage in deeper conversation. In the Blue Star Villa, in the living room. Food is here. The little unicorn exclaimed, sliding down from Ling Yun's arms with practiced ease. She dashed around the spacious living room before bounding back to his side, looking up with bright eyes full of anticipation. What are we having? When will you make me duck? I'm so hungry. She patted her little belly. Ling Yun chuckled, pinching her cheek. You little glutton. When have I ever failed to keep my promises to you? As he spoke, he rapidly sifted through potential menu ideas for the evening's feast. Oh, suddenly remembering something, the little unicorn tugged at Ling Yun's pant leg, shaking it vigorously. You promised me. When will you buy me a little pet? Lost in thought, Ling Yun smacked his forehead in realization. Oh dear. He knelt down, meeting the little unicorn's expectant gaze, and sincerely apologized. It was my oversight. I almost forgot. You want a little flower pig, right? Yes, yes. The little unicorn nodded eagerly, her face radiant with dreams of a cute little creature. I wanted to be pink and small, so adorable, like a tiny rabbit. Not a problem. Ling Yun snapped his fingers. Let us go buy one right now. After purchasing the little floral pig, the brother returned home, preparing a delightful meal for you. How wonderful. Simultaneously, he envisioned a grand dish for the evening. The little floral pig is delightful. A roasted piglet would be delectable. We must buy it. Let us go. Oh, how exciting. The little one jumped with joy, exclaiming that the pot is the best. Let us hurry to buy the little floral pig, carrying the little princess upstairs. He prepared to change into a suitable outfit, swiftly dressing himself. Ling Yun took her small hand and declared, let us set off, dear sister. I will take you to the pet market to buy the little floral pig. With exuberance radiating from her face, the little one exclaimed in delight. Driving with the excited princess, they arrived at the vibrant pet market. The array of pet shops left her in awe, her wide eyes filled with wonder. She tightly grasped Ling Yun's hand, her little head swiveling as she marveled at the various fluffy creatures, exclaiming in delight at each one. Look, a pot-bellied pig. Oh, how cute. A duck. And look at that lovely little bird. As Ling Yun guided her to a store specializing in small pets, she spotted a cage containing several plump, rosy little piglets, grunting and rooting for food. Her eyes widened in amazement. Excitedly, she pointed at the liveliest little pink pig with twitching ears, her voice rising in pitch. Look, that one, the little floral pig. I want that one. It's adorable. It's smiling at me. The shopkeeper, charmed by the princess's infectious enthusiasm, smiled and remarked, you have excellent taste, little one. This is just a small floral pig, and its temperament is very gentle. Ling Yun affectionately patted her head, his voice laced with fondness. Tsitsi, you may choose whichever piglet you like. Cautiously, the little one approached the cage, extending her tiny fingers to gently tap on the bars. Little piggy, would you like to come home with me? The little pig seemed to sense her kindness, waddling closer and sniffing with its damp nose. It liked her. It likes me. It likes me. Tsitsi joyfully declared, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she turned to Ling Yun. Seeing the happiness on her face, he smiled at the shopkeeper and said, we'll take this one. Please prepare a cage, food bowl, pig feed, and cleaning supplies. After completing the payment and informing the shopkeeper they would return shortly, he held the little princess's hand, ready to explore further. After all, how could they only buy one little pig for their precious treasure? Tsitsi, is there anything else you desire? She replied eagerly, brother, can we buy another little floral pig?